The story started with a man who was known as a hero, the hero who saved the world from the demon lord and the one who painted half of the world with blood. He is the dragon slayer, Aiden Albireo. But the moment the demon lord died, a curse was sent upon him. During that time, his crew members and closest colleagues betrayed him. They ganged up on him to kill him, telling him that the reason they were doing this was the demon lord. They said, the demon lord is a hereditary being, and that anyone who kills the demon lord will become the new demon. It is a legend that has been passed down to the imperial court. So, basically, since Aiden killed the demon lord, he would become the next demon. With a smile, the yellow-haired guy said he guessed that was a good thing, since Aiden needs to sacrifice himself for the country. Another guy said they had no other choice and that they would not ask for Aiden's forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Aiden became angry and thought, so they won't even ask for forgiveness? The archmage in their midst told Aiden to now rest in peace, and began casting Claymore, the spell of the great magic seal, to seal Aiden, whom they now saw as the Demon King. As they were casting this spell, Aiden became even more furious and thought, they were his friends, his comrades, his colleagues. So why would they betray him like this? Were all those years they spent together just a lie? As they were about to seal him forever, he jumped into the ocean and said, "It is better to die than to be trapped in pitch-black darkness." As Aiden was falling deep into the ocean, he was partially turning into the Demon King. In the boundary between the void world, he was happy that he committed suicide before becoming the Demon Lord. Then he recalled how his team betrayed him. How the hell did they betray him for some useless reasons? He muttered through clenched teeth while falling, promising to surely get back at them, be it in the afterlife or the next. But as he was yelling, he suddenly found himself talking in another person's body. The people around him were surprised that he had woken up. One guy, who seemed like a butler in the mansion, exclaimed, "He is awake." Aiden was confused. What the hell is going on? Where am I? A lady beside him in tears was overjoyed that he was awake. She cried, "My son, you are awake, thank God." Her husband beside her rejoiced with glee as well. With dead eyes, Aiden looked around and thought, what does she mean by son? What the hell is going on? He promptly stood up and asked them, "Who are you?" The blonde-haired woman told him that he had been asleep for 2 days and must be out of his mind not to recognize them. She then hugged him with joy and said, our precious son, Aiden Reams." Our MC froze. Aiden Reams? His surname is Remes now? Not Albireo. Suddenly, he began feeling pain in his head, as after images surged through his mind. He wondered, what are these memories? He started seeing the memories of a person named Aiden Reams as they flooded into his head. From the memories, he was shocked to discover that it was the 450th year in the imperial calendar, 15 years before he had died. That was before he became the Demon Lord, before he was forced to commit suicide while falling into the void boundary between worlds. He was certain he had died before he could become the Demon Lord. With anger, he thought, those bastard colleagues who betrayed him, he'll find them all and kill them one by one. Expressing his anger outwardly, the guy in front of him began trembling. Aiden then recalled that the previous owner of this body was a notorious scoundrel who caused havoc in the city and the community. From the memories, he discovered that the previous Aiden Reams was a huge scoundrel, known for drinking, flirting, and beating people up for no reason. What a trash human. Aiden wondered, why did he have to enter a body like this? He also realized the reason why the previous owner of the body had collapsed 2 days ago. It was because he was drunk and had been drenched by the rain. If he weren't the Duke's son, he would have already been beaten to death. A while later, after the whole cringe-worthy hugging, Aiden went to the mirror and looked at himself. Seeing his new face, it all felt awkward. He wondered, is he really Aiden Albireo? Or did he just dream about that whole life? He questioned if this Duke's son was his real self. Suddenly, a thought struck his mind. Why don't he check his powers? He called out the system, and it displayed his information. He was still human, and his title was King of the Mercenaries, but it was unavailable. Most of his titles were locked. However, the system informed him that they would be unlocked sequentially as he gained qualifications. Aiden scoffed. Although his title should be Dragon Slayer, he was known for being the Dragon Slayer. But still, the system is here, so it's not a dream after all. However, it bothered him that his name was broken, and he was no longer known for his fearsome title. But does it even matter? With an evil laugh, he thought, this new life must be a gift from the gods. Now he just need to find those who betrayed him and see them ripped limb from limb. As he laughed evilly, the butler noticed him and began trembling. Who does the young master want to tear apart? He wondered. Is it me? Aiden glanced at him and asked, what's up? Philip, the butler, replied, I brought you something to drink. With a smile, Aiden said, oh, he was just thirsty. Thank you. Philip was shocked. Upon hearing the words thank you, he stood frozen. The young master had never said anything like that before. He wondered, does he mean something else behind that evil smile? The thought alone kept him trembling. As Aiden sipped his coffee, he exclaimed, this is nice. Meanwhile, the butler was still lost in thought. Did this asshole of a young master really say, thank you just now? Aiden noticed his stunned expression and asked if he has anything else to say. Still trembling, Philip said, "No, sir," and quickly left. As he left, his co-worker asked, "How the hell did he get out of there alive?" Philip, still shaken, replied, "Young Master Aiden just told him thank you." His co-worker couldn't believe it. "What?" The young master said, "Thank you? It's a miracle." On the other hand, as Aiden sipped his coffee, he muttered to himself, "This is insane." Everything that was happening was beyond comprehension. He had basically come back 15 years into the past. So now the question is, what happened to his past self? Does he exist in this present time separately? He recalled that before he became the Dragon Slayer, he had gained independence from his master, Vulcan, the former mercenary king. He said he needs to find out if he still exists in this timeline. He called on the butler. "Philip." Philip, still fearful, replied, "Yes, master." As he responded, he thought, the young master has never called him by his name before. Aiden said that he wants to ask him a question. Philip was trembling. Although Aiden was smiling normally, the butler couldn't shake the feeling that it was an evil smile. Philip, crying internally, said to himself, "What the hell is wrong with the young master today?" His colleague tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for everything, Philip, you would be remembered." After that, he entered the room, and Aiden asked him about the mercenary king. RMC was quite famous in his past life as the mercenary king's apprentice. So he asked Philip, what did he know about the mercenary king's apprentice? Philip said he had heard a rumor that the mercenary king went missing some time ago, but he told Aiden that he had never heard anything about the mercenary king having apprentices. Upon hearing this, Aiden was shocked. He said, "What does he mean by the mercenary king doesn't have disciples? In his past life, he was definitely the mercenary king's disciple. So where is he? Where is his past self in this life? Does he not exist?" Many years ago, when Aiden was still younger and still lived in the slums, his job was to pick pockets. One day, a man wearing a cloak was walking by, and Aiden said to himself that he should try this guy today to see if he could snatch his money. As he hit the man, he acted as if nothing had happened, but he snatched the man's money and was happy to see the huge amount that was inside. It was so much money. But his joy was short-lived when the man walked up to him. And with a smile, the man said, "You've got some guts, don't you?" And that man was the mercenary king, Vulcan. Vulcan told him that he had some guts. How dare he think of stealing his money? In fear, young Aiden said he was sorry as he trembled upon getting caught. Vulcan then said that he had a pretty sturdy body, and with a smile he said, Aiden is his disciple from now on. He began dragging Aiden with him, and said he would train him to be the best mercenary. Aiden told him to wait a minute, but he didn't listen, and that was how Aiden met Master Vulcan. From then on, he made a name for himself. And later, after slaying the crazy dragon that caused terror in the world, Aiden was called the Dragon Slayer King. But now, he's discovering the disciple of the mercenary king, Aiden Albireo, doesn't exist here. In another part of the mansion, two of the servants were talking. One asked the other, "Don't you think the young master has changed lately? The last time Philip spewed wine, Master Aiden didn't throw anything at him." In fear, the yellow-haired guy said, Aiden even thanked him, and he started calling his name in a friendly way. They wondered if Aiden was really all right, or if something had affected his brain after he got sick previously. On the other hand, our MC was seen chilling, enjoying nature's breeze with his eyes seeming so empty, doing nothing. He said to himself that he seriously had nothing to do. Everything was just so boring. His meals were prepared, and he didn't even have to clean. He searched for Aiden Albireo in his spare time, but as expected, another him didn't exist in this current life. Then he said to himself, what about the betrayal? What about his resentment? What about his revenge? Is he just going to leave all those things behind? As he was lost in thought, he heard a clanking sound, and when he looked, he realized it was the knights training. He commented that there were many knights in the duchy. But suddenly, a figure walked up to him and asked him why he was there. It turned out to be Carl, Aiden Reams's younger brother. Unlike the former owner of the body, who was a scoundrel, Carl was diligent and had already become a knight despite being the second son. He even had the right to succession. The only issue was that Carl severely disrespected his elder brother. He must have found Aiden pathetic, seeing his older brother busy playing and drinking all day. Carl gritted his teeth in anger and asked Aiden, "Why are you here? Why are you not out there drinking like a ruffian as usual?" Aiden replied that he was just watching the knights fight because he was bored. Carl snapped and told him, the training of knights is not a spectacle. He should leave if he's not here to spar. Upon hearing the word spar, Aiden recalled that he hadn't held a sword since he regressed into this body. So, with a smile, he said, "All right." Carl was surprised and asked, "What did he just say?" Aiden told him, he'll spar. On the training ground, a guy named Bazan, an apprentice knight of the Reams Knights, knelt down and greeted, "I greet young Master Aiden before the sparring." Aiden said, "All right." Meanwhile, the other knights watching murmured among themselves, wondering whether they should stop the fight. "Aiden is still the young master after all," one said. Another added, "Well, Bazan probably doesn't want to get fired, so he'll lose on purpose." However, Bazan was sweating, both internally and externally. He said to himself, "This is bad." He can't believe he have to spar with this ruffian young master. He wondered how he could lose to the young master naturally. How do he lose naturally to such a weakling, who even loses to the neighborhood dogs? But noticing his trembling face, Aiden said to himself, "This guy is obviously thinking about how to lose on purpose." With an evil grin, he said, "Since it's been so long, how about he poke the knight a little bit by going all out?" Then Aiden voiced out and told the knight, "Don't try to lose on purpose, just do your best, since an apprentice knight who loses to a weakling ruffian is pretty much useless, don't you agree?" With an evil smile, Aiden then told him, if he lose, he'll be kicked out of the knight order. One of the knights said to himself, "The ruffian has finally lost it. He's never even held a sword, and now he wants to seriously spar with a squire?" Bazan, with a serious face, said, "Then he will begin." And bang, the fight started. As they first clashed, our MC said to himself, "It hurts, this body is much weaker, but for some reason he want to exchange more blows. It's been so long since he felt like this." And the spar continued. Meanwhile, the rest of the knights were scared for Bazan. One of them called him an idiot. What is he doing? Going all out against the young master. What if the young master gets hurt? But looking at the other side, they noticed something. The young master Aiden is going toe-to-toe with Bazan. They wondered how Aiden was holding his own stance. After fighting for a while, Bazan thought to himself, "Damn it, why won't the young master go down?" He was sure Aiden wouldn't stand a chance, so why can't his sword reach him? As our MC was fighting, he said to himself, "This feels refreshing. His blood is rushing. This exhilaration he haven't felt in a long time." By now, the rest of the knights were filled with awe. What is this? It's as if they're seeing things. One of the knights yelled, "That ruffian is gaining the upper hand against a squire? How is it possible for a weakling, who would get beaten up by the neighborhood dogs, to face a knight?" Bazan gritted his teeth. Trying to use all his strength, he exclaimed to himself, "Aiden's swordsmanship has changed. It's as if he's been holding back all this time." He wondered in fear, how is Aiden using such swordsmanship? Aiden was now getting used to the body a little bit, and he said he had forgotten after living lazily for so long. Even though this body is weak without any strength, he's still Aiden Albireo, the Dragon Slayer King who killed the crazy dragon. As the spar lasted, Bazan couldn't keep up with Aiden's speed and made a hole in his defense. With a smile, Aiden pointed the sword at him and asked if he was going to surrender. And that was how he won. The whole knights were still in awe, wondering how Bazan really lost to the young master. Everything just didn't make sense. Aiden then walked up to his junior brother and told him, "Thanks a lot, the spar was refreshing." He then told the rest of the knights that he would come by often, so they should spar again. But now, he would get going first. As he was leaving, the knights murmured, "Is he really the same bastard young master that they know? He seems totally different." In the next scene, it was nighttime, and Aiden wrapped his hand in bandages. He said to himself that he can't believe this. His body can't handle even one duel. But with a smile, he said, at least he was able to let out his frustrations, though. And this is also a new opportunity. He looked up and said, "The heavens granted him another chance in life for revenge. But those guys that betrayed him are so damn talented. Each of them can be called a one-man army. Considering that they also have high status, it sure won't be easy. The first among them is the Night King, and the heir to the Grand Duchy of CS, Sibelta. The second is a lady, the iron-blooded saint chosen by the slaughter courts, called Speaker. The third is the great archmage, Shara, and the last is the second in command of the Immortalitarian Empire and the great alchemist, Kelsus. These names alone show how strong and powerful they are." With a sigh, Aiden said to himself that he couldn't stand a chance against them at the moment, and he might also need to fight all of them alone in the future. In order to achieve his revenge, he must wipe them out before they join forces. The moment they join hands, the country of the past will have a hard time. He recalled the time when all of them came together as one group. It was during the time before the coalition for subjugating the Dark Magicians formed, which is in 5 years' time. To do that, he needed to start by tearing apart and repairing this goddamn weak body. In this state, he couldn't even defeat a knight, let alone those guys. So, he thought of a method that would do the job, although it was not a normal way. The next morning he gave Philip a list of items. Seeing it, Philip trembled at the sight of the items. He stammered and asked the young master if he really wished to buy all of this. Philip sighed and told Aiden that he had been staying quiet for a while. But what on earth is he planning to do this time with all these ingredients? Aiden asked, "Is there a problem with what he requested?" Philip replied, "Even if he buy a top-quality holy potion, the ingredients he require are very expensive. A true incremental grass, a hell flower, the flower of despair, lunacy blooms, all poisonous plants and very expensive to get. They are all crazy, and yet," Aiden said to himself, "well, even if he explained why he need these ingredients, no one would probably understand. They would doubt him either way, but it can't be helped. And since the owner of this body must have been a scoundrel, he decided to use that opportunity to act like a scoundrel towards Philip. Now, with an evil grin and a change in aura, he asked Philip, "How dare you ask me what I want the ingredients for? Knowing what it is for is dangerous. Are you okay with that?" He whispered with a more evil grin into Philip's ear and told him, "Will you play with me if I tell you what I need the ingredients for?" Imagining it is already so fun. Now, with the aura of a demon, he told Philip, "It must have been boring because he'd been quiet all these days, right? Shall they revisit the old days when he was still a scoundrel to them?" In an instant, Philip vanished and said, "He have no objections. He'll buy the ingredients Aiden needs right away." With a smile, Aiden said to himself that he needed to take advantage of whatever he could in this life. While he wouldn't have thought of such things in his past life, now that he was a son of a duke rolling in money, it was a different story. He had experienced a body that broke through mortal limits as a sword master before, so he would be able to get to that level faster than anyone. Although this method was far from normal, it was very effective. About 2 months later, Aiden was training in the training grounds. His body now looked a little bit improved compared to before. After training for a while, he told Philip to hand him the mana potion, and Philip brought it to him immediately. As Aiden drank a bottle of the potion, he thought, pushing the body to its limit with training, and then restoring it with mana potions. This is the break then heal method. He noted that the mana potions he told Philip to buy were plenty, and that a single potion cost as much as a month's living expenses for commoners. But being the son of a loaded duke made this method possible. Now for his secret weapon, Aiden turned to Philip and asked, "Where are the things I asked for?" Philip said that the materials were delivered to his room. Although deep down, Philip wanted to ask Aiden what he was planning to do with those ingredients. Remembering the threat in his mind made him stay silent. Aiden got to his room and went through the materials Philip had bought for him. He saw the flower of despair and the hell flower, both highly poisonous. He was surprised that Philip had actually managed to find and buy them. Aiden never thought he would ever use this method, but here he was. He gritted his teeth as he remembered that the theory behind this method was created by those bastards, Kalsis and Shara, who betrayed him. While the poison from the plants wreaked havoc, the body would use everything it could to desperately survive. Aiden knew he could easily die from just swallowing the plants. That was why he bought a top-quality holy potion for this. He hoped he would be fine. As he was about to take a bite, he said, well, he already overcame death once, so dying again wouldn't be a new thing. As he took a bite from the poisonous plant, he began feeling excruciating pain, as if his body was about to explode. He yelled, "Fuck it!" and immediately swallowed the holy potion. But the pain didn't end there. It hurt so bad, and this wouldn't be the last time. He would have to take these poisonous plants 100 times, but rather than just taking them, he noticed his mana flow had definitely become smoother. As expected from those betrayers from his past life, their method really works. Suddenly, a voice spoke to him, "Is it fun, O King of Dragon Slayers?" Upon hearing this, Aiden became shocked as he recognized the voice. He quickly stood up and yelled, "Where are you? Why the hell are you here?" He could never forget this voice, even if he wanted to. He knew this voice like the back of his hand. Suddenly, Philip rushed in and asked, "Young master, what is it? What happened?" He heard a loud noise. With a serious face, Aiden told him, "Get out." Philip was really confused and asked again, "What happened?" He heard a loud noise. Now, with an angry face, Aiden asked, "Must I repeat myself? Get out, Philip." In fear, Philip said, "Understood," and left. Now, with no smile on his face, Aiden said, he definitely heard it. That voice. It was no hallucination. He asked, "Is it you? The Underlord?" The Underlord laughed out loud that Aiden had caught him. Aiden then yelled and was like, "You scoundrel Underlord, why are you here?" He definitely killed him. Aiden recalled he killed the Underlord with his own hands and ended him with his own eyes. So how is he here? The Underlord said to him that it looks like Aiden had missed him a lot. Too bad he didn't have a physical body, so he couldn't look at him right now. With a sigh, Aiden said, "How are you talking to me if you have lost your body?" The Underlord asked him if he had forgotten. He reminded Aiden that, in the end, Aiden died while becoming the new Underlord. Aiden furrowed his brow and asked, "What does he mean by that? Is he trying to say Aiden is the new Demon Lord?" The Underlord said, "That's half right and half wrong. At the moment when Aiden killed him, he transferred his soul into Aiden's body. Originally, he planned to take over his flesh and resurrect himself, but Aiden's suicide ruined his plan. Now taking in everything the Underlord told him, Aiden concluded, "So you're saying that your soul exists within me?" The Underlord replied, "Yes, that's true," with an evil grin. Aiden then wondered how he could kill the soul residing in him. Should he pour holy power into his body? The Underlord began stammering and said he should wait a moment and listen to him. He told Aiden that he was different from how he was in the past. Aiden frowned. What the hell, how is he different? In the end, he's still the same demon who loves madness and chaos, isn't he? The Underlord said that the madness and chaos he witnessed were not originally his. The Underlord explained that when he was still the Demon King, the madness and chaos in him were due to the link between him and the demon god. But that link was severed when Aiden got trapped in the void. Aiden said to himself, "That explains why this current Underlord seems more composed than back then." He then voiced out, "Back then, the Underlord was an insane lunatic who couldn't even hold a normal conversation. The Underlord was like, 'I can still hear you. Hope you know, With a serious face, Aiden said, "This is the first time you've heard of the demon god. So there's actually a demon god above the demon king?" The underlord said, "Yes. The demon god is also known as the original sin, and is a being of pure malice, whom even the righteous gods are wary of." He then told Aiden that, in the past, he was created to carry out the demon god's will as a puppet. Aiden said he understood. Then he asked, was his reincarnation also part of the underlord's plan? Did the underlord travel back 15 years just to possess his body? The underlord said, yes, he could say that. When he entered Aiden's body, he tried to use the dragon's mana which Aiden possessed to turn back time. Our MC was shocked. Is that even possible? How can he turn back time using dragon's mana? The underlord told him that dragons are beings created as agents of the divine. They can interfere with the laws of the world. Since Aiden once slayed a dragon, he possessed dragon mana in his body. Using that power, it wasn't impossible to turn back time. Aiden then asked, then why didn't he use it to escape from the void instead of turning back time? The underlord suddenly didn't answer. Instead, he said, he feel tired all of a sudden. He shall rest now. Aiden yelled, don't you dare leave. Are you bailing on me now? But suddenly, the underlord's voice vanished. 1 month later, throughout the whole month, the underlord occasionally talked to Aiden. Having him inside his body was unsettling, but at the same time, it was comforting to have someone who remembered his past. As Aiden was training, he lost focus and destroyed his scarecrow. He was now much stronger than usual, and the training method was definitely effective. Since the scarecrow wouldn't be enough anyway, he looked around and noticed the knight's training. With an evil grin, he said out loud, there they are, my new practice dolls. The underlord, seeing his evil grin, remarked, you really suit being on our side better than the righteous side. You're definitely one of us. Aiden told him to shut up. While training with poisonous herbs and using the holy potion, Aiden discovered that the holy power in the potion caused pain to the underlord within him. Since the underlord was a source of evil, it inflicted immense pain. Now, he threatened the underlord, saying that if he talked too much, he would drink some holy potions. Looking ahead, Aiden noticed a knight who was training. He said to himself that the guy looked familiar. Where had he seen him before? He still didn't know. But suddenly, the commander of the trainees yelled and called the boy, Lowe, pay attention, will you? Isn't he falling way behind the other apprentice knights these days? And Lowe said, I will do better, sir. The name Lowe clicked, and our MC was like, no way. Lowe in his past life was known as the Free Knight about 15 years from now. But now Lowe looked so different from his previous life that he didn't even recognize him. Lowe used to pretend to be a knight, despite being a mercenary, earning the nickname the Free Knight. He couldn't believe that Lowe was among the Reims Duchy. Although he remembered that Lowe certainly had a flawed personality, he owed Lowe his life, several times. During countless battles, Lowe had saved him from danger. In his past life, there were a few S-rank mercenaries, including Aiden Albareo, but this guy, Lowe, had died while fighting the crazy dragon with them. Aiden thought he would only see his face in hell. Now, he finally felt like he had returned to the past. So he walked up to them. The commander asked, young master, what is it? Aiden called out to Lowe, and Lowe replied, yes, are you talking to me? With anger, Aiden walked up to him and asked, what do you mean by am I talking to you? Isn't it proper to state your name and rank when a superior speaks to you? Lowe bowed his head in fear and said, sorry, apprentice knight Lowe, greeting young master Aiden. As he bent his head, he thought to himself that he couldn't focus anyway. Why is this ruffian suddenly picking on him? Just as he was thinking nothing but thoughts, Aiden bent down and asked him if he just thought, why is this ruffian picking on him? Lowe was scared and wondered if Aiden is doing some mind reading. He thought to himself, why is this bastard suddenly acting like this? Although he was about to quit the knight's order soon anyway. Should he just quit now? With an evil grin, Aiden said to himself, it's so thrilling to see this jerk squirm. For the first time, he was happy to be in this ruffian's body. In his past life, Lowe always yelled at him, but now, it was so satisfying to be able to yell back at him as his superior. He then told Lowe to come to his training ground this evening. Then he walked closer to Lowe and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing whatever it was that Aiden whispered, Lowe asked him, how did he know about that? But they didn't tell us what happened, leaving us in suspense. Aiden began walking away. He said to himself, even meeting Lowe like this is fate, and considering the debt he owes him, he will give him a small gift. In the next scene, at night, Aiden was waiting at the training ground. He saw Lowe approaching while trembling. Lowe then asked, how did Aiden know his secret, even when he has never told anyone before? The secret is that Lowe has an issue with his right arm, and more importantly, is it true that Aiden can really fix his arm? With tears in his eyes, he asked Aiden, tell me, is it true? Can you really fix my arm? Back then, Lowe and Aiden were very close buddies who had gone through thick and thins together. Aiden recalled that Lowe had a desperate wish he left unfulfilled in his previous life. In this current life, Aiden promised to repay him the last debt he owed him with this. Back then, in his previous life, Loa had finally cut off his right arm to prevent the infection from spreading throughout his body. He once told Aiden that if his right arm were fine, he could have lived as just an ordinary knight, but he couldn't achieve that dream. Now back to the present. With tears in his eyes, Loe asked Aiden if he could really fix his arm. Still in tears, Loe muttered to himself that he had never told anyone about his dreams or the sickness with his arm, yet this scoundrel of a young master knew his secrets. Even he himself didn't know why his arm was like this. With a nonchalant face, Aiden then told him that his arm was afflicted with mana severance syndrome. Upon hearing this, Loe was shocked. Mana severance syndrome referred to all disabilities that occurred due to the disruption of mana channels. He now realized that this was why his hand had been stiffening all this while. But the major problem was that mana severance syndrome was said to be incurable. Aiden replied, yes, people say it's incurable, but it's not impossible. People just don't know how to do it. He said to himself that the cure would be discovered in about 10 years, but since he was from the future, he already knew how to cure it. Aiden then told Loa that he knew the cure and was more than willing to treat his arm. But with an evil grin, he added, nothing in this world is free. He handed Loe a contract paper. As Loe read through it, the contract stated 2 conditions. 1. Loe would spar with Aiden Reams every day. 2. Loe would swear to do anything Aiden commanded. Opposing this, Loe yelled, this is almost like a slave contract, isn't it? With an evil grin, Aiden replied, yes, that's right, don't you like it? Loe thought to himself, how can he trust this scoundrel? Besides, Aiden said his sickness was incurable at first, but now he says he can cure it. But even so, since there was no other choice, he had to at least try and see if Aiden could really cure it. After thinking for a while, he said, he will accept the contract. With an evil grin, Aiden laughed inwardly. He never thought there would be a day when he'd make Loe his slave. As a bonus for treating his arm, he would take Loe's most precious item from the future. As Aiden was laughing, the Underlord whispered, as expected of the Dragon Slayer King, he's as evil as a demon himself. Aiden told him to shut up. A few days later, in the small town of Maryland, Aiden and Loa rode in a carriage. Loe looked outside the window and asked, are you sure this is the place? This doesn't seem like somewhere his sickness can be treated. Aiden grumbled, are you doubting me right now? Loe quickly apologized. No, not at all. Then the person driving the carriage informed the young master that they had arrived. They got down, and Aiden told Loe to follow him. They walked for a while until they reached an old building. On the building's front was a poster that read, this isn't a clinic, stop coming here. No, we don't sell drugs either, so drug addicts should get lost. Looking at the poster, Aiden said to himself, this was the place Loe came to in the past to cure his disease. There was supposedly someone here who was researching a cure for mana severance syndrome. Although in his past life, it didn't work out in the end, at least they had information on it. They pushed the door open. Inside, the place was empty. Loe looked around and said, it seems the owner isn't here. But then, he noticed an intriguing picture on the wall and asked Aiden, what does he think the painting depicts? Aiden replied, it's the Philosopher's Stone, a superstition believed by mages and alchemists, an imaginary object. Suddenly, a voice from the shadows spoke. That's a story not many ordinary people would know. The voice said he's well informed. Aiden replied casually, he've heard things here and there. Although Calcis and Shura would occasionally talk about stuff like this in his past life. The figure stepped forward. It was a woman. She smiled slightly, then said that, it's been a while since you've had an interesting guest. But as the sign says outside, they don't do business with people like him. Suddenly, Aiden turned to Loe. Step outside for a moment. Loe hesitated but complied. After Loe left, Aiden turned to the woman and said, Cassie, let's get straight to the point. She was taken aback. So, you even know my name? Aiden continued. His knight Loa is suffering from mana severance syndrome, and he knows she's interested in this disease. Then, he called her full title, Cassie, the Beastkin Alchemist. Upon hearing this, she was shocked. Then, realizing that he knew so much about her, she removed the veil covering her head. She narrowed her eyes at him. How much do you know, you scoundrel young master? Aiden replied that just like her, Loe is also afflicted with mana severance syndrome. Cassie's eyes widened in shock. How? How did he know that she's also suffering from mana severance syndrome? She yelled. Aiden replied calmly. He also knows that her symptoms are more severe than normal. Without the herbs and leaves she take, her condition will only worsen. Aiden thought to himself, Loe's condition stops at his arm, but Cassie, her disease has affected all her organs, making her critically ill. With a sigh, Cassie said, he certainly know a lot about her, but there's one thing he's mistaken about. It's true that she's been researching a cure for this syndrome, but she haven't found the method yet, which means she can't cure Loa's arm. Aiden smirked. Then, how about a deal? If she cures his knight's arm, he promised to protect and support her research in his territory. Cassie shook her head. Like she said, she don't have the method to cure it. But before she could continue, Aiden handed her a list. Read this. Cassie took the paper. As she scanned the contents, Her eyes widened in shock. Aiden had recognized that this wasn't just a cure for Loa's arm, but something more. He had memorized it from his past life, where Kalsis had talked about it so much that it was etched into his memory. That's why he sought her out, because he needed someone who could understand the list, even with incomplete information. As she read through it with excitement, Aiden asked, "So, is it still impossible for her to do it now?" With a smile, Cassie responded that he should give her half a month, and she'll have the cure by then. Aiden warned her, it won't be easy to obtain the medicinal ingredients listed there with just her resources. Glaring at him, Cassie smirked. The fact that he brought it up must mean he wants something in return, right? Aiden nodded. "Give me that ring on your hand." Cassie frowned. "Oh, conning a woman out of her ring? How bold." With a serious face, Aiden said, "Enough with the jokes. You already know the true purpose of that ring. It is an artifact that triples one's physical speed for seconds, 3 times a day. And thanks to this artifact which Loe received in his past life, even with one arm, Loe was able to become an S rank. And for someone like Cassie, who has physical limitations, this artifact is the only means of her defense." Aiden then promised to protect her. If she comes to the Duke's house, she won't need such a thing anymore for protection. He asked her what she thought. Cassie said she didn't mind as long as she could continue her research, but was he sure about this decision? Rumors will spread that he had taken in a female beastkin as a guest at the Duke's house. With a proud grin, our MC said he was Aiden Reams, the notorious scoundrel noble. So people could talk all they wanted, he didn't care. With a smile, Cassie said, "All right," and commended him for being an interesting person. As she handed him the ring of swiftness, she said she hoped he would take care of their room and food. Aiden said it would be better than this place, but she had to earn her keep. Some while later at Duke Reams' mansion, Aiden returned along with Cassie so she could stay and work on the cure. As they walked, he thought to himself that it had felt awkward at first, but now the Duke's mansion truly felt like his home. Suddenly, Philip came running with something that seemed like bad news. He yelled for the young master. Aiden asked him what was the matter, and Philip yelled that it was an emergency. After catching his breath, Philip told Aiden that young Master Carl has gone missing in the Monster Mountain. He explained that 2 days ago, a report came in about a person going missing in Monster Mountain. So, young Master Carl formed an investigation team and set off. But he hasn't returned since that day. Aiden asked Philip, "Then what about the search team?" Philip said they were about to depart soon. In frustration and anger, our MC said if his junior brother disappeared, then he would have to take on the head position of the duchy. Then all his plans for revenge would be ruined. So, he had to save him. He then told Philip that he needed to join the search team as well, so he should show Cassie her room. Upon seeing her, Philip was surprised, his expression turning from shock to disbelief. He could see she's a beastkin, and was confronted by her unknown presence. He then muttered, "What is young master doing with a lady?" Then Aiden turned to Cassie and told her that he had a favor to ask. They didn't tell us what it was, but I guess it's for the future. Some while later, the knights of Duke Reams gathered after the Duke had summoned them all. He asked if Aiden really wanted to join them. Aiden replied, "Yes, father." But his father said, "No, he won't go." Aiden was taken aback. "Why? What is the reason?" The Duke then told him Carl, his younger brother, and dozens of knights have gone missing at the same time. This is not a simple missing persons case. He can't send Aiden, his firstborn son, to such a dangerous place. Faking tears, Aiden said, "Carl is his brother. If something happens to him, he won't like the outcome. He will feel so bad." He began crying, but deep down, the only reason he wanted to save Carl was because if something happened to him, all his plans would be ruined. The Underlord said that Aiden is as disgusting as ever, and Aiden told him to shut up. Suddenly the Duke hugged Aiden and said, he can't believe Aiden cares so much for his younger brother. Then, he told him that he could join the search team, but he warned Aiden to be careful. The Duke then turned to Sir Speller, the vice captain, and told him, "I'm counting on you to take care of Aiden." The captain replied, "Yes, sir. He shall do his best to protect the young master." But guess who needs protection? The scene shifted to the Monster Mountain. The knights, led by Vice Captain Speller, searched for clues about the missing young master. They reached a spot where real weapons and armor lay scattered on the ground. Speller speculated, "It seems like Carl and his men were attacked by monsters." But here, the tracks disappear. They noticed some unusual blades on the ground. When they picked them up, they recognized them as weapons used by goblins. Speller muttered, "There are too many strange points here. How could Carl and the knights be overpowered by mere goblins? And it's rare for low-intelligence goblins to erase their tracks. If so, there's only one explanation. There must be a goblin king among them." Aiden said that a goblin king possesses intelligence and strength far superior to regular goblins. If that was the case, then, it looks like there are hobgoblins here. The captain's eyes widened. Hobgoblins? A single hobgoblin is already a tough match for him. He then suggested that they prepare properly and come back. But Aiden interrupted him. "No, time is crucial. If they delay even a little bit, Carl and the knights will be eaten before their return. So, he told the vice captain to bring a search dog. The captain informed Aiden that they already had search dogs on the case, but it seemed the scent had been completely erased. He suggested trying something else, but Aiden snapped, "Stop talking and just bring the dog quickly." A while later, they brought a cute puppy. Then Aiden brought out a substance and fed it to the search dog. After a moment, the dog's senses seemed to heighten dramatically. Sir Speller asked, "Aiden, what did you do to the dog?" Aiden replied, "It's a sense enhancement potion, although in his previous life, it was useful for missions like this." Now, the dog began leading the way. Aiden and the team followed. Sometime later, it was already nighttime. The search dog led them to a goblin village. Speller pointed at a particular place, telling Aiden to look over there. When they looked around, they noticed that young Master Carl and the other knights were all in a cage, but they were still alive. With a smile, Aiden said, "They're not too late, but something definitely seems off." There were 3 goblin leaders, which was highly unusual. How can there be 3 leaders in one village? Aiden thought. Speller turned to the knights. This is more serious than he thought. Everyone, be prepared to give it your all. He warned them. The opponents are hobgoblins that can match high-ranking knights. Then, Speller told Aiden that during the fight, his job is to rescue the hostages and escape with them. Aiden nodded. All right, he'll do that. Later, Aiden thought to himself, 3 goblin leaders in one village? That's unbelievable. But with this many knights, they can handle the goblins without him. The knights rallied and began engaging the goblins. Speller roared as he attacked. How dare they lay a hand on young Master Carl? He shall wipe them all out. Upon seeing their fellow knights, the captured knights rejoiced, knowing they were saved. Using the battle as a distraction, Aiden quickly moved towards the prisoners to free them. Carl was shocked. Brother. Aiden freed them from their shackles. Then he instructed, those of them who can still fight should support the battle. The rest, run away. Then he began leading them away. Carl, still trembling, warned him to be careful. There's a monster, a troll. Suddenly, Carl's expression turned to terror. He yelled, Aiden, look behind you. A huge troll with red eyes loomed behind him, preparing to land a devastating punch. In an instant, Aiden dodged, but as he fell, he realized something. He overlooked that. The only reason there are 3 goblin leaders here is because there's a higher-ranking creature among them, the worst kind, a troll. He yelled, Carl, take the villagers and run away first. But Carl screamed, that's a troll. He'll die if he face it alone. Aiden smirked. He know it's a troll, and he won't die. He called Carl a brat and said, did you forget that I'm your elder brother? Carl muttered to himself, so what? He's just a damn scoundrel. With a loud bang, our MC engaged the troll. The monster swung a heavy punch, attempting to turn Aiden into mincemeat. But Aiden was faster. He dodged and sliced the troll's thigh, making it fall to its knees. However, in an instant, the troll began healing itself. As expected of a troll, its regenerative power is tremendous, Aiden thought. He can't defeat it with normal strength, but that's only if our MC was just a normal guy. As Aiden was fighting the troll, the rest of the soldiers looked up and were like, what the hell is that? Why is there a troll here? Sir Speller yelled and told Aiden to retreat. He would handle the troll by himself. But deep down, the vice captain knew that even goblins were already too much for him. And a troll? He really couldn't handle a troll on his own. But what could he do? He said to himself that young Master Aiden should just hold on a little longer, and let him handle the goblins first, before joining him in taking down the troll. Just then, the troll was about to land a heavy punch on Aiden, but he dodged it midair. As Aiden was falling, he said to himself that he had told Cassie to give him this ring of swiftness just in case, and now it was time for him to use it. Then he activated the ring of swiftness, and the system informed him that 10 seconds remained. Midair, Aiden said to himself that in this life, he hasn't reached the stage he was in his previous life. But with this ring, it was possible for him to deliver a heavy strike to the troll. As the countdown continued, Aiden began blinking in an instant, dealing damage. Since he kept delivering continuous attacks, the troll was unable to regenerate immediately. In an instant, he landed multiple slashes with the speed of light, dealing damage to all parts of the troll's body. And now, Aiden said to himself that the next stage he needed to surpass in this life, he might be able to surpass it right now. As the timer for the Ring of Swiftness cooldown reached 3 seconds, Aiden held his sword, and he finally reached the stage of sword aura. Mana began emanating from his sword. In an instant, he cut off the troll's head from its neck and landed on the ground. On the other hand, Sir Speller and the knights had already finished dealing with the goblins. He then yelled for the soldiers to hurry up and help young Master Aiden. But when they looked up, they were surprised by what they saw. They were like, what is that blue energy on young Master Aiden's sword? Sir Speller said to himself, isn't that the stage of sword aura? Even I haven't mastered it, and this ruffian young master has already done so? But, unbeknownst to them, Aiden was already losing consciousness as he was flying through the sky. In an instant, he projected into a nearby tree as he crashed there. The rest of the soldiers yelled as they chased after him, trying to locate where he had landed. As Aiden lay there, he said that his whole body hurt. He had barely used sword aura for 10 seconds, yet his body wouldn't move. He couldn't even lift his arm. Although the Ring of Swiftness was definitely effective, he knew he had to use it cautiously. He was certainly about to lose consciousness. The next day, back at Duke Ramez's mansion, the Duke stood by the window as one of the soldiers explained everything that had happened during the rescue mission. The Duke was like, "Oh, so many people were injured." He then told the knight to ensure that the bereaved families and victims received the maximum compensation within his power. The knight responded, "All right, Duke." He then asked, "But is it true that Aiden defeated the troll?" The knight replied, "Yes, it is true." He, along with the knights, witnessed how Aiden defeated the troll. The Duke was shocked and said, "Not only did Aiden use sword aura, but he also defeated a troll." He wondered, is this really the son he know? Aiden has really changed. On that same night, Aiden was meditating and controlling his flow of mana. As he meditated, he said to himself that even though it was just for a moment, by using sword aura on his sword, he had felt his mana capacity increase. But this time he realized something clearly: he was still weak. He clenched his fists in anger. He needed to become stronger, so he can crush them, those people who betrayed him in his previous life. As he was saying this, the Underlord appeared and said, "I like that determination quite a bit," as he revealed his new form, which he had acquired. As the Underlord revealed his new form, Aiden laughed out loud. Even the author who wrote this manhwa laughed out loud. The Underlord became angry and told Aiden not to laugh. But Aiden couldn't hold his laughter. He was like, "What the hell? What is with that look? It looks so funny." The Underlord yelled and said, "This is all Aiden's fault. It is because he is so weak." Now, after calming down, Aiden asked the Underlord how he revealed himself. He thought he had no physical body before. But the Underlord said that only Aiden can see him. He and Aiden are both one. As Aiden grew stronger, it seemed the Underlord could manifest himself to this extent. And if Aiden grows even stronger as time goes by, the Underlord will definitely get bigger too. Aiden was like, "So, does he have to keep seeing the Underlord from now on?" He doesn't like that. The Underlord said, "Isn't that a rude thing for Aiden to say to his savior?" Now an idea came to Aiden's mind. He said, since the Underlord is a curse passed down by the demon god, and the Underlord has been freed from the curse because the link with the demon god was severed, he asked the Underlord, "What is your original name?" The Underlord said that he lost his name long ago, and now just exists without a name. Aiden then told him, "From now on, your name will be Curse." The Underlord was surprised. "Curse?" Aiden said, "Yes, since you are a curse that was placed on me, your name is Curse." The Underlord was like, "Isn't that too silly, Dragon Slayer King?" Aiden replied, "Shut up, you cursed creature. I mean curse," with a smile. The Underlord said that Aiden should call him whatever he wants, he doesn't mind. The next day, Aiden went to Cassie's room. He knocked, then entered. Cassie was surprised as she saw him. She was like, "Oh, the Troll Master has come to visit." Upon hearing this, Aiden became angry. He thought to himself that they now call him the Troll Master because he killed a troll, but it sounds like they are saying he actually looks like a troll. He doesn't like it. Why can't they just call him Troll Slayer instead? He then asked Cassie, "Where is Loa?" Cassie replied that Loa was inside. Aiden entered the room and saw Loa sitting down. He called out to Loa, and Loa replied with tears of joy. Loa said, "My arm is moving. My arm is now back to normal." It seemed like the treatment Cassie had been working on over the months had finally worked. Loa quickly knelt down before Aiden and said, "Thank you, young master, for recognizing and treating my condition. Though he is nothing but a lowly being, he swore to dedicate his life to Aiden from now on." Upon hearing this, Aiden let out an evil grin and said to himself, "That's right. From now on, he will work Loa like a slave." He didn't say that out loud, though. Instead, he gladly accepted Loa's pledge. Turning to Cassie, he then asked, "Since the Mana Syndrome treatment has been completed, have she undergone treatment as well?" But Cassie replied that her Mana Syndrome is a bit unusual. It needs a bit more research, maybe another month. Aiden said, "All right." He then commended her for doing a good job curing Loa, at least for now. Cassie replied, "Not at all. It's all thanks to the method he told her about." "Troll Master, yeah indeed," she added. When she called him Troll Master again, Aiden became angry and was blazing with fire. Then in anger, Aiden yelled at Loa, telling him that if he is completely healed, he should come out quickly. They have work to do. With glee, Loa replied, "Yes, understood." He told Aiden to give him any task. His hand was fully healed now, so he could do any job. A few minutes later, Loa was seen struggling in pain. He had thought Aiden would give him some easy task or something, but he couldn't believe his first task would be physical labor. And not just any physical labor. Aiden told him to drag the troll he had slain. Loa yelled, "Somebody save me from this cruel young master." Sometime later, Aiden got to the person whom he wanted to sell the troll to, and the merchants welcomed the young master. On the other hand, Loa was throwing up rainbows from carrying such a heavy troll all the way from the Duke's mansion to this place. But that didn't matter. He was a side character. Now the merchant with glee said, "So this is the troll that Aiden caught." While assessing its condition, the troll should fetch a good price since trolls are very rare and can fetch good money. Aiden handed the merchant a list and said he would like to use the money from selling the troll to purchase these herbs. Is that possible? The merchant said, "Of course. The merchant group has everything needed in this world." But as he looked at the list, he hesitated. "Young master, this is not herbs but a poisonous plant," the merchant said. With an evil grin, Aiden responded, "If I say they are herbs, then they are." In fear, the merchant replied, "Yes, of course, they are definitely herbs and not poisonous plants. Aiden is right." The merchant thought to himself that if he got on this ruffian's bad side, who knew what might happen? After making the sale of the troll and acquiring the materials needed, Aiden began walking back. As he was walking, he said to himself, "Easy money is always nice." Curse whispered to him, "It seems Aiden's mercenary habits from his past life haven't changed at all." But Aiden told him to shut up. Just then, Philip walked up to them and called Aiden. Aiden asked him what was the matter. Philip said that the Duke was asking for him. Sometime later, Aiden went to his father's room and knocked on the door. But inside, he heard some laughter. As he opened the door, he asked if his father had called for him. Suddenly, Aiden's expression changed at what he saw in the room. He noticed a man whom he recognized from his previous life. He wondered, what the hell is this man doing here? The man, with a smile, asked, "So, is this Aiden, the famous person who killed a troll?" He walked up to Aiden and said, "Judging by his appearance, it looks like the rumors about him slaying a troll were true. It is a pleasure to meet him." In our MC's previous life, this was the same man who always caused Aiden trouble whenever he had the chance. The man hated mercenaries, thereby hating Aiden also. Aiden thought, he don't have any pleasant memories of this man. Curse asked if Aiden knows him. Aiden replied, "Yes, well, he knows him a bit. He was an old man who looked down on mercenaries with zero emotions." The man turns out to be Margrave, the protector of the northeastern border. Aiden then told the man, "It is nice to meet you," even though it did not come from his heart. With a smile, Margrave said, "Oh, so Aiden knows of me too?" Our MC replied, "Of course. After all, Margrave is one of the few in the Empire who has reached the stage of Swordmaster. The Swordmaster stage is a transcendent stage that all knights dream of. Those who surpass the realm of talent and enter the realm of superhumanity can cleave mountains with their swords and make the air tremble with their breath. In his previous life, Aiden was one of them, and it is the stage he needs to reach again in his current life." Margrave laughed out loud and said, "Aiden is very polite, contrary to the rumors he heard." Then he added, "The northeastern border was attacked by orcs recently." Margrave continued, "It's not just their territory. Suspicious movements have also been detected in the Sidhu's slaughter tower in the Wasteland of Death, which is managed by the slaughter cults." Upon hearing this, Aiden clenched his fists in anger. The slaughter cults, so they are already on the move. The head of the slaughter cults was among the group that betrayed him in his previous life. Aiden gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, "You have some business with her too. The traitor, the iron-blooded saintess. He said she should just wait a bit longer. He'll get stronger and finally get his revenge on them." Margrave then told the Duke, "The slaughter tower in Sidus, and also, in the territory of Reims, monster movements are occurring in 3 different places at the same time. Don't he think that's a coincidence?" The Duke replied, "Yes, that's true. Now that he mentioned it, it does seem odd." The Margrave said that they are forming an investigation team. He then asked if the Duke would help him. The Duke replied, "Of course, brother. He will definitely assist in defending against the monsters." Margrave then said, "But there's one more thing he would like to request from the Duke." He said he would like Aiden to join his knight order. Upon hearing this, the Duke yelled, "What? Why would he ask for that?" Margrave said he had heard a lot about Aiden, and Aiden had reached the stage of sword aura in less than half a year of wielding a sword. He thought it was nonsense, but seeing Aiden in person, he could tell that Aiden was no ordinary person. He then promised to make Aiden the greatest swordsman on the Western continent. He swore on his name that he would definitely keep his word, but the Duke said, "That is too much for Aiden to join his knight order just like that." With a smile, Margrave told the Duke not to worry. He would take good care of Aiden for him. He then asked Aiden about his thoughts on the idea. With a smile, Aiden said that he appreciated the offer but must decline. Upon hearing this, Margrave was like, "Huh?" He asked if Aiden understood what it meant to join the Cetus Knight Order. Aiden said, "Yeah, he understand. It is one of the most distinguished knight orders in the Empire, but he's confident that he can become a swordmaster on his own." As he smiled, he said to himself, he had already reached the swordmaster stage in his previous life, so reaching it again in this current life is just a matter of time. Now, with a serious expression, an idea came to Aiden's mind. Since in his previous life, he knew how to hit Margrave's buttons. He knew how to piss Margrave off since he had been with him for some time. He then said, "Right now, even if both of us were to fight, I would at least scratch you." Upon hearing this, Margrave became angry. but he let out a dry laugh. Margrave was like, Aiden must be joking, to think he can actually land even a scratch on me. How unbelievably rude. With a loud bang, he unleashed his Master of Fear, a skill known to instill terror. Aiden said to himself, that's the ability. Margrave is using the skill that makes even the air tremble with his murderous aura. This skill is known as Master of Fear. As expected of a sword master, this skill is definitely a powerful one. But seeing as Aiden was still standing on his 2 feet without falling, Margrave smiled to himself. He couldn't believe Aiden was holding out against Master Fear. He found Aiden interesting. Then he asked, are you sure you can stand by your words? Aiden said, of course. Should they make a bet? He will definitely land a scratch on him if they fight in a duel. Upon hearing this, Margrave was like, a bet? Does he really want to bet right now? Aiden said, yes. If I can't give you a single scratch, then I will join your knight order. But if I win, you must give me that sword behind you. With a dry laugh, Margrave was like, huh? That sword? Suddenly, Margrave began laughing out loud. How audacious to think Aiden wants to claim my family heirloom. He then told his brother, Aiden is completely different from him. But as he looked behind him, the Duke had already passed out. Turns out, the Duke fainted. He couldn't withstand Margrave's Master of Fear. With a smile, Margrave said, all right, he will accept Aiden's bet. Aiden must keep his word. If he cannot land a single scratch on Margrave, then he will join his knight order. But if he does land a scratch, then Margrave will give him the family heirloom, the sword. Curse spoke to Aiden and said, so, Aiden was aiming for that sword from the start? Aiden replied, yes. You gotta take a sword like that when the opportunity comes. It is one of the legendary swords, Beelzebub. Curse then said, Aiden is so mischievous, he really belongs to the evil side. A while later, it was time for the duel between Sir Margrave and Aiden. They stood with some knights gathering to watch the thrilling fight. Before the match could start, Aiden asked, is Margrave planning to use an ogre-slaying sword against a goblin? Margrave smiled and said, he don't know if Aiden is a goblin or an ogre. Regardless of who the opponent is, it is a knight's duty to give their best. Aiden became angry and said, that damn knightly courtesy, it never changes, be it in the past or in the present. The useless knight courtesy still remains the same. But in this fight, there were 2 conditions for the match. Sir Margrave must not use the sword aura on his blade, and he would not move his right foot from that spot until the duel ended. Although it may seem unfair, but since Margrave is a swordmaster, that's only fair. Aiden knew too well that if he charged in thoughtlessly, he would be knocked out immediately. As Aiden was thinking nothing but thoughts, Margrave called out to him and said, they have quite an audience already. They should get started. Aiden said, all right. He'll gladly do that. In an instant, he split from where he stood and launched toward Margrave, aiming for his neck. But Margrave blocked the attack like I blocked my ex-girlfriend. With a smile, he said, so, Aiden is going for the neck right from the start, huh? He must be used to real combat. Aiden said he knew Margrave would block the attack, and as expected, he did, so easily. Then Aiden began launching numerous strikes against him. Margrave asked, what is this unrefined swordsmanship? It is like the swordsmanship of ragtag mercenaries. He then told Aiden, join my knight's order, and I will fix your swordsmanship for you. Upon hearing this, Aiden burned inside with anger. Ragtag, he thought. Did this old man just call a mercenary ragtag? He then said, let's see how you handle this ragtag swordsmanship. As he sprinted to attack, Margrave said, he's not going to lose to such a simple turn. But suddenly, just as he thought he had blocked Aiden's attack, the strike curved mid-air and aimed for his face. This skill was known as the Mercenary King's Knight's Breakthrough. Upon seeing this, Margrave was stunned. What the hell is this? This was a skill Aiden had used frequently in his past life. Even the knights watching the duel were shocked. They were like, what the hell? Lord Aiden is pushing forward right now against Margrave. One knight exclaimed, it seems like the rumor about Lord Aiden defeating a troll wasn't a lie. Watching this, the Duke thought to himself, even though Margrave received quite a penalty for not moving, he is still a swordmaster, and yet, Aiden is holding his own against him? How is that possible? Back in the fight, Margrave stood his ground, beginning to take the battle seriously. Aiden's attacks were becoming more fearsome. As he took a defensive position, Aiden's strike still curved and nearly penetrated his vital points. Seeing this, Margrave wondered, what on earth is this strange swordsmanship? It is chaotic, but it precisely targets vital points. With a smile, he assessed Aiden and thought, he is intriguing indeed. I must take him with me. Just then, he decided to counterattack. He swung his sword toward Aiden, but Aiden quickly dodged and bent down immediately. The sheer force of Margrave's attack could cut down a mountain. As Aiden dodged, he wondered, what the hell is this power? Margrave was merely swinging his sword. Curse then told Aiden, if he had tried to block that attack just now, he would have been cut in half. Aiden quickly sprinted backward to avoid another strike. With a smile, Margrave said, you're using an interesting sword technique. But if that's all you have, you can't defeat me with this much. But Aiden smirked and replied, I'm still standing, right? Let's continue the fight. I'm not giving up until I win. Margrave laughed out loud. This little boy never disappoints him, he said. His sharp eyes reflected his growing interest in Aiden. He told Aiden, welcome in advance for joining my knight's order, because Aiden will definitely lose. But Aiden replied, thank you in advance as well. Then, before anyone could understand what was happening, Aiden vanished, or so it seemed. Margrave wondered, what the hell is going on? But then he realized Aiden hadn't vanished. He was moving at an incredibly fast speed, too quick for the eye to see. Margrave thought, so Aiden has been hiding his skills all along? And just then, before Margrave could react, Aiden split behind him and sliced his shoulders. With a smile, Aiden said, Lord Margrave, the weapon Beelzebub, I will use it well for you. Upon seeing this, the onlookers were shocked. What was that just now? Is it really over? They murmured. Since the bet was for Aiden to land a scratch on Sir Margrave, the knights concluded that Aiden had won. They all rejoiced. But Aiden's father was still in shock. He couldn't believe that his son had managed to stand toe-to-toe with a swordmaster, let alone land a scratch. The rest of the knights cheered, Hail the Trollmaster, we believed in him and he won. Just then, with a sigh, Aiden felt happy that he had finally won. The curse smirked and said, Aiden didn't play fair. He cheated during the duel. What happened was that Aiden had used the Ring of Swiftness, which was not part of the deal. Curse then asked Aiden if he isn't bothered that he cheated. Aiden replied, why should he be? Then, with a laugh, Curse said, Aiden seems more suited to the underworld than to being a hero or a dragon slayer. Aiden told Curse that if he talks again, he would hit him with a holy potion. Curse then apologized and said that he guessed Aiden was more of a hero, or maybe a cheat hero. Aiden was like, what does he mean by calling him a cheat hero? Just then, Margrave walked up to Aiden and said that, as expected, Aiden didn't disappoint him, luring his opponent into complacency by hiding his skills. He was not an average opponent, but Aiden replied that it was just luck, nothing more. Seeing this, Curse was like, Aiden is even pretending to be humble. He's quite a cheeky cheat hero. Now, looking at the wound he gave to Margrave, Aiden said to himself that it was quite a shock. He thought Margrave would lose an arm from the attack, but it was just a scratch. As expected of a sword master, he was really strong. Margrave then gave Aiden the Beelzebub sword, telling him to take it as promised. It was his sword now. Aiden knelt down and said, thank you, I will handle it with care. With an evil grin, he muttered, jackpot. He had finally gotten the legendary sword he had been aiming for. Some while later, it was nighttime in Duke Remez's mansion. Aiden held the sword and was going through it. He said, indeed it is a legendary sword. Curse then said, congratulations, Dragon Slayer. But Aiden was not buying that compliment. He frowned and asked Curse what had happened to the guy who had called him a cheater just a moment ago. Curse said that Aiden didn't know how to use the sword properly. He then added that he knew the secret of legendary swords that humans were unaware of. Aiden yelled, what? A secret? Or is it not a cursed sword? Curse, however, remained firm. He said that if Aiden wants to learn the secret of the sword, Aiden must promise to serve him, call him master, and not feed him holy potion for 2 years. Without hesitation, Aiden used the sword to cut his hand and spilled his blood on the blade. With a loud bang, the sword activated and was unlocked. Then the system informed Aiden that he had made a pact, a blood pact with the sword. Upon seeing this, Curse yelled and asked Aiden how he knew the secret of the sword, how he knew how to unlock the powers of Beelzebub. Aiden smiled and asked Curse, don't your subordinates wield dark swords, and you think I wouldn't know about it? Beelzebub was one of the legendary 72 swords. The 72 swords appeared to be simple, sturdy blades on the surface, but in reality, they were created from the bodies of corrupt lords who once ruled the ancient underworld. It was only revealed much later that they were cursed swords. Each sword harbored the power of a different corrupt lord, and one of the 3 conditions to awaken their hidden power was to feed them blood and form a blood contract. Curse snapped and said, this is frustrating. He could have gained the upper hand for the first time. But Aiden smiled smugly. Serve you as master? You're already dead. He told Curse to prepare to drink holy potion every day, and Curse immediately said, I apologize, Dragon Slayer. No, I apologize, my lord. Now, for the second condition to awaken Beelzebub, Aiden had a plan, and it was for the next day. The next day, in Duke Remez's chamber, Aiden told the Duke everything, and said he was going to join Lord Margrave for the search party. The Duke sighed and said, he know Aiden is strong, but this search is dangerous. It is a place incomparable to the Demon Mountain. It is difficult for him to grant Aiden permission. But Aiden replied, if he goes with Lord Margrave, there wouldn't be much harm on the way. Margrave laughed and said he agreed with Aiden. He told the Duke not to worry. He would ensure his son's safety no matter what it took. The Duke sighed. This isn't a picnic. It is a really dangerous mission. Aiden responded, he understand, but isn't this investigation for the safety of their territory too? If it's for their territory, he want to go. Margrave walked up to them and told the Duke to allow Aiden to accompany him. Isn't it courageous for your son to step up for his father? With an evil grin, Aiden laughed inwardly and thought, well said. In his previous life he was useless, but this time he had proven himself. But our MC was as mischievous as ever. He never did anything for free. There was definitely a reason why he wanted to follow Margrave. To defend the territory? Sure, but more than that, it was probably for Beelzebub's awakening. The second condition to awaken Beelzebub was to absorb an enormous amount of life force. Defeating monsters would grant him life force. Aiden smiled inwardly. How delightful. He told the monsters to wait. He would definitely make them beg for forgiveness. Curse said, "This is the first time I have felt sorry for monsters, because Aiden will definitely make them suffer." The next day, in the Piran Mountains, a horde of monsters and wolves were traveling at full speed ahead, like some men in bed. But where are they heading to? We shall see very soon. Later, after traveling for a while, Aiden and Margrave, along with a few knights, arrived at the fortress. Upon seeing it, Aiden thought to himself, "So this is the fortress of Attila, built to ward off the demonic beasts of the Piran Mountains. Is it really?" Looking around at the facilities and soldiers, he wondered, was this really the famous fortress? Everything was a mess. At this rate, they would struggle against even a single goblin horde. How are they keeping out the monsters here? Look at how weak the soldiers are. Suddenly, a man walked up to them. "Welcome," he said. "I am Viscount Timon, the chief officer of Attila Fortress." He then greeted them. "Welcome, our distinguished guests, Swordmaster Margrave and the Trollmaster." He quickly corrected himself. "I mean, young Master Aiden Remez." Hearing this, the soldiers around started whispering, "Is that the notorious ruffian young master?" Another replied, "No, not a ruffian scoundrel. He is the Trollmaster." Someone else scoffed, "Nonsense. Aiden is probably called Trollmaster because he looks like a troll." Upon hearing this, Loey yelled, "Those bastards, do they have a death wish?" But Aiden told him to calm down. Curse then asked Aiden, "It's unusual for him to stay calm after hearing such insulting words." Aiden simply replied, "Fighting won't do any good." He've heard this nickname so many times that it doesn't bother him anymore. Trying to make Aiden feel better, Margrave said, "Is it because the air here is so fresh that there are a lot of bugs?" He was referring to the gossiping soldiers. "Isn't that right, Viscount Timon?" Margrave asked as he released his aura, his master of fear. Timon trembled and forced a laugh. Yes, the air is fresh." The rest of the soldiers who had been gossiping suddenly fell silent, feeling guilty. Seeing this, Aiden smiled. Margrave definitely knows how to be an ass. Some while later, Sir Timon walked with Margrave and Aiden. They talked along, and he then told Margrave that he had heard the news that there had been monster attacks in each territory. Aiden asked him, "Did anything happen here?" But Timon didn't reply. Aiden felt snubbed, as if Timon treated him like some trash. He then continued talking with Margrave and said that there was no need for the Attila fortress to worry about monsters. Margrave was confused. Why are they not worried about monsters? Is there no danger with monsters living right in front of the fortress? Sir Timon said, "Yes, there is no danger because the orcs have settled in the middle of the mountain range. Maybe it is because of the orcs that the monsters don't come down to the territory." Hearing this, Aiden was like, what a nice idea. Monsters keeping other monsters at bay. He wondered what on earth is going on. Suddenly, Curse told Aiden that something massive was coming. Aiden looked through the cliff and said, "What massive thing?" Aiden looked around and said he didn't see anything coming, but suddenly his gaze was set upon it, a horde of monsters approaching the fortress. He quickly yelled and told Sir Timon that monsters were approaching and that they needed to close the gates. But Timon, as ignorant as ever, said, "That is not possible. Monsters can't attack their fortress." He laughed and said, "Aiden is taking the jokes too far. How will monsters come out of nowhere?" But with a serious tone and aura, Margrave told Sir Timon to close the gates. Hearing this from Margrave, Timon was shocked. He thought, then this must be serious for Margrave to say that. Suddenly, a loud, trembling noise filled the air as the whole area began vibrating. Margrave told Sir Timon that it was a monster wave, and they were approaching very fast, pushing with the aim to kill, attack, and eradicate everything in their path. The soldiers hearing this yelled in fear and asked Sir Timon what they should do, but Sir Timon was trembling and couldn't even utter a word. He didn't know what to say. But Margrave took charge and asked the soldiers, "What are you waiting for? Close the gates." The soldiers replied, "Yes." They all yelled for their comrades to close the gate immediately. But before the gates could close, one of the monsters, a beast, entered the fortress and was about to kill one of the soldiers. The soldier, as lazy as hell, couldn't fight back and could only cry there like a weakling. Suddenly, Aiden came to his rescue, using his sword aura to slay the beast in an instant. After the beast was slain, the gates finally closed. Afterward, Aiden said to himself, "Just killing one monster with Beelzebub is not enough to make a difference. But still, Beelzebub is pretty good at draining life energy." Just then, the soldiers around murmured, "Did that ruffian young master just use sword aura? Maybe the rumors of Aiden slaying a troll and being a troll master are true." During this, Curse laughed out loud and mocked Aiden because they called him a troll master. But Aiden told him to shut up. Curse then said, Aiden is always especially harsh on me. Aiden replied that whatever Curse said felt so disgusting. Now, the soldier whom Aiden saved bowed and thanked him, but Aiden was like, "Huh? Is this guy really thanking me?" He yelled, "Instead of thanking me, grab a weapon and defend the wall." Just then, Loey rushed towards Aiden and asked if he was okay. Aiden told Loey to look outside the gates, and just as they looked, the number of monsters was massively high, forcing their way to break through the gates. Aiden then said out loud, "From now on, these monsters will be my daily snacks." With an evil grin, he added, "Beelzebub, you want to devour them too, don't you?" But just then, Aiden snapped back to his senses and thought, what the hell am I even saying? Why did he laugh so evilly just now? He hoped he's not turning evil. Curse laughed out loud and said, "Even the Dragon Slayer King can't help it, huh? He said that Beelzebub is the sword of gluttony. It draws out the gluttonous instinct of its wielder." Curse said he enjoyed listening to Aiden's true feelings. Aiden thought, damn it, he really need to be careful so he won't fully turn to the evil side. But since he's here to awaken Beelzebub, he will thankfully devour all the monsters' life energy. Suddenly, Margrave waved at Aiden and said he would return after slaying all the monsters. But Aiden yelled, "No, I will handle it." He told Margrave to please have a rest. But just then, Margrave sprinted away on his way to slay the monsters. Aiden yelled again, "At least leave half of the monsters for me. Even a quarter will be enough." If Margrave slay all the monsters, he won't be able to awaken Beelzebub. There will be no monsters left for him, and this will all be for waste. Just then, Margrave flew into the sky with glee and said out loud, he will clean up the monsters all at once since it is a hassle opposing them. With a loud bang, Margrave unleashed his attack with one swipe, and in an instant, all the monsters were slayed and fell lifelessly to the ground. Afterward, Margrave laughed out loud and said, "It's been a while since he've used his strength properly. It feels great." Meanwhile, Aiden was crying behind the scenes, wondering, why did he come here? Margrave has taken all the kills, and now he won't be able to awaken Beelzebub. Just then Sir Timon came and thanked both of them. He said, "It is thanks to you both that the monsters were repelled without much damage." But suddenly Curse called out to Aiden. Aiden asked, "What is it? Do you want to mock me again?" But Curse said, no, what he was talking about wasn't the monster wave. Aiden asked him to be more specific. Curse said that the massive thing he spoke of was something else entirely. Aiden asked, "If it wasn't the monster wave, then what is it?" Suddenly, Aiden saw an enormous presence of heat coming towards them. It was a huge fireball that could destroy an entire building. Aiden quickly yelled and told everyone, "Get out of here immediately!" The fire flew towards the gate and slammed into the wall, sending the guards flying. Margrave and Aiden could also feel the pressure from the attack. Seeing the fire spell of such magnitude, Margrave questioned if there was a mage targeting them. Aiden told him it wasn't a mage. Curse asked Aiden if he knew who shot the spell, and Aiden told him it was the bastard from his past life who caused the flame magic incident in the Pyrenees Mountains. Because of him, Aiden had almost died in his past life, so there was no way he could forget him. Now, outside the forest, one of the guards was in shock. He questioned why the monsters were together. Seeing so many orcs and trolls, Timon told all the knights to get into formation. He had no idea how on earth the trolls from the wasteland and the orcs from the Pyrenees Mountains joined forces, since they were always fighting amongst each other. With a grin, Margrave told Aiden he'd be right back, but Aiden told him it was too much for him to handle alone. Margrave had no idea what he meant by that. Aiden told him to look at the very back of the horde. Margrave was shocked and questioned, "What the hell is that monster?" Aiden told him it was a calamitous monster with the mana capacity and might of a swordmaster, a high troll. Margrave told Aiden and Timon to evacuate the residents of the fort immediately, because, even for him, it would be hard to stall the high troll. As he charged his aura, Aiden told him there was still a way. Surprised, Margrave asked Aiden how he could beat a monster that was overwhelming even for him. Aiden instructed Lo to lead the soldiers and hold the monsters off as best as he could. Lo obeyed, then charged out. Margrave asked Aiden what he was trying to do, since a high troll alone could rival a swordmaster in terms of strength, so it was not something Aiden should think he could handle. Aiden told him he knew because the moment a high troll creates a troll army, the difficulty of subjugation increases by more than 3 times. But even if Margrave faced it alone, Aiden told him he wouldn't last long. With a determined expression, Aiden told Margrave there was only one way for everyone to survive. He'd keep it brief, since they were short on time. He then explained the plan, which surprised both Timon and Margrave, but Timon shouted at how ridiculous his plan was. If Margrave left now, their home would be in ruins within 30 minutes. Bang! Another fire spell was shot at them, slamming into the wall. Margrave asked Aiden if he realized how ludicrous he sounded right now. Aiden told him he did, but it was the only way out, and they didn't have enough time, so he should please trust him just this once. Recalling how confident Aiden was when they sparred, Margrave let out a wild grin and told Aiden they should give his plan a shot since he was so adamant. But if the plan failed, Margrave told Aiden he'd have to join his knight order. Aiden smirked, knowing Margrave was someone who really liked to bet, so he agreed. Margrave then charged out at full speed for the mission. Curse asked Aiden if there was only one high troll in the world, So how could he be sure it was the same one he encountered in his past life? Aiden told Curse he was sure because the relationship between trolls and orcs was very terrible. Despite that, the High Troll was the only one who subdued and brought them together in his past life. He did that in a pretty nefarious way though. The battle raged on, with the trolls taking down multiple knights with a single strike. Lo then charged forward and chopped off one of the trolls' heads. Aiden saw his feat, realizing Lo had grown strong enough to slay trolls. Maybe the herbs he gave him did the trick. However, Aiden knew the trolls couldn't be killed like that, since there was a reason the trolls led by a High Troll were called the Immortal Legion. The High Troll was performing a spell. At the same time, the knights were happy that they killed a troll. But to their surprise, the troll's head reattached. It was the work of the High Troll. Since High Trolls could revive trolls over and over again, Aiden stepped forward. He knew that normally you'd need a Swordmaster's Aura Blade or an Archmage's spell to annihilate them, but he had a better way. With his cheeky expression, he told Beelzebub, his little baby, that he must be very hungry since he missed his meal earlier, so he'd give him plenty of trolls to eat. Curse remarked, "Poor Beelzebub, it must be having a hard time." Lo stood in front of the revived troll, breathing heavily. He said to himself that after eating Aiden's medicinal herbs, more like poison, he thought he had become strong enough, but he never imagined he would end up dying like this. He hadn't even repaid the young master yet. The revived troll then sent a punch at him. He stood, unable to do anything, feeling regretful. But to his surprise, Aiden arrived on the troll's head, telling Lo he did a good job, then stabbed the troll in the head, making it scream in pain. Lo shouted at Aiden to watch out because the troll wouldn't die even if it was beheaded. Aiden knew that. He then told Beelzebub, "It's time to eat." Aiden knew he didn't have the power of a swordmaster or an archmage, but he had the gluttony authority of Beelzebub, his authority which absorbed its target's existence, and once absorbed, the target was completely obliterated. The High Troll was shocked by this. Aiden laughed sinisterly and commented, "Trolls are indeed delicious. Just one of them has the same vitality as dozens of wolves." He immediately looked at the orcs with his evil expression, which sent shivers down the orcs' spines. With a sinister smile, he said, "I wonder if orcs taste better," then asked Beelzebub if he also wanted to taste them. Fast forward a bit. Aiden successfully took down 4 trolls, but he deemed it not enough. With an evil smile, he questioned whether this was the bulking season since the troll was quite plump, making him want more no matter how much he ate. He then asked Beelzebub if he felt the same. The trolls shivered in fear, even the High Troll. The High Troll then angrily performed a spell targeted at Aiden, but Aiden swiftly dodged it and sarcastically commented, "Our new friend seems pretty pissed." Curse asked why Aiden didn't just blow the High Troll up instead of running away. Aiden replied, saying that if things were like they were in his past life, he would have already blown the High Troll up. But right now, the only option was to run because if he even remotely touched the flame spell, he'd end up like a roasted pig. He needed to hold on until Margrave returned. Seeing an axe swung at Aiden, Curse immediately informed him, allowing Aiden to escape just in time. Aiden scoffed, finding the damn orc so annoying. His behavior prompted Curse to ask why he had stopped absorbing the orc's vitality for a while now, though he knew orcs might not be as good as trolls. Aiden replied with a grin, "It's because I have a use for them, and it's to their advantage that we don't kill the orcs, as long as Margrave arrives on time." Until then, he had to somehow hold on, but to his surprise, he saw the High Troll casting fire magic again. Of course it was shot at him, but to the High Troll's surprise, Aiden dodged by jumping high into the air while the fire burned the surroundings. While midair, Aiden remarked, "That bastard is trying to burn everything, be it friend or foe. If it weren't for the Ring of Speed, I'd have been roasted." But while he was busy talking, Curse warned him, "If you dodge into the air, how do you plan to avoid the next attack?" Aiden came back to his senses, sweating profusely as he realized he had messed up. He saw the fire shot at him by the High Troll and screamed, "I can't die in a place like this." Before the fire could reach him, Margrave and an orc came charging forward. With a single swing of his aura blade, Margrave blocked the fire spell, telling Aiden, "You held on quite well." Aiden was in awe. One swing, and it extinguished the massive fire. He thought, as expected, a swordmaster is fast since Margrave was able to travel such a long distance in such a short time. And seeing the orc beside Margrave, it seemed that things had gone smoothly. The High Troll was surprised to see the orc that came with Margrave. Even the other orcs on the battlefield were also shocked. Aiden frantically remarked, "The tide has turned, you disgusting troll." But Curse interrupted, "You're falling." For a moment, Aiden didn't understand what was happening. Then he panicked, shouting for the fall to wait, because he would definitely die if he crashed after using all his strength. But the orc grabbed him and landed with ease. Aiden thanked him, while the orcs shivered with tears in their eyes as they saw the orc that had just arrived. The other knights were surprised to see an orc saving a human. The orc spoke in orc language, apologizing to his kin for being unable to protect them. Then, with vigor, he shouted for them to take revenge on the trolls who humiliated them. Hearing their leader's words, the orcs immediately turned their backs on the trolls. The knights had no idea why the orcs were suddenly attacking the trolls, considering they were on the same side earlier. Curse told Aiden, "It's happening just like you said." Aiden nodded. Yes, the reason the High Troll could control the orcs was that he took advantage of their loyalty to their tribe and chief, taking the chief and baby orcs as hostages to control the warriors among them. Now that their leader and the hostages have been freed, it's expected they'd turn their backs on the trolls. That was why he didn't recklessly absorb the orcs' vitality. Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The High Troll shivered, realizing his plan had been ruined. Then bang! The High Troll was attacked by Margrave, but he managed to block it. Margrave gritted his teeth worriedly. He never expected the High Troll to defend with fire magic. Truly, the High Troll is on par with a swordmaster, he remarked. Now he knew Aiden was right when he said there was no way he would have won if he had fought the High Troll alone. However, the orc who was on par with a swordmaster arrived and cut off the High Troll's hand. Now, with the two of them, the situation is different, Margrave remarked. The High Troll screamed in pain, but Aiden coldly told him, if you've had enough of your screeching, just die quietly. The High Troll shivered. In troll language, he muttered that he couldn't die meaninglessly. He would never forgive the humans who killed his parents. Suddenly, his energy changed. Margrave, looking surprised, questioned, what's going on? The High Troll's mana movement seemed strange. The orc chief was also shocked. The High Troll's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. I'll explode all the mana in my body and take you all down with me. Margrave worriedly thought, I don't know how to deal with such an explosion. Even the knights won't be able to withstand it, they'll get burned. Seeing the High Troll about to explode, he shouted worriedly, telling everyone to run. It's going to explode. But to their surprise, they saw Aiden charging forward. Margrave shouted at him to come back or else he'd die. But Aiden wasn't listening. His face was filled with greed as he charged forward, wanting to be the one to land the final blow, a feat befitting a hero like him. Beelzebub pierced into the High Troll's stomach. With a sinister grin, Aiden told Beelzebub it was time for the main dish, and so Beelzebub began absorbing the energy from the High Troll. Dark energy surrounded him while flames ran rampant. Even the Margrave had to defend against the heat of the fire. He wondered how Aiden planned to handle such a huge mana explosion, or if he even had a plan. At the same time, Aiden gritted his teeth. He noticed the amount of mana and vitality bursting out was much greater than he had expected, and he wouldn't be able to absorb all of it. The High Troll roared viciously, its rampant mana flaring, but Aiden wasn't willing to let go. Wanting to absorb more, he called out to Curse, saying he needed his help now. Curse appeared, angry. He scowled at Aiden. How dare you use the great me for crap like this, he snapped. Though he could help, he demanded a price. Aiden had to refrain from consuming holy potions for a week in return. Though pissed, Aiden agreed. Just hurry up, he urged. My sword has absorbed enough vitality. Now for the final condition to awaken the sword. He just had to infuse it with demonic energy and awaken the sleeping, corrupted monarch. As Curse infused his demonic energy into the sword, he called out to the monarch of gluttony. Beelzebub, awaken. Inside the sword, Beelzebub's spirit, chained there, stirred. Detecting the demonic energy, he woke up. It's been a while, he muttered before speaking more vigorously. I am the will of the monarch of gluttony, who yearned to devour the heavens. Who is the fearless one that dared wake me up? Aiden stood before gluttony, the pressure immense. It was exactly as he expected from an ancient ruler of the underworld, an overwhelming, suffocating presence. He knew that if he were an ordinary human, he would have been mentally subjugated and turned into a puppet by gluttony's will. But Aiden was confident because he had something that scared Beelzebub the most. Curse grinned evilly. It's been a while, Beelzebub. Did you dare ask who woke you up? Shivers ran down Beelzebub's spine. He hesitated before questioning, why is the Underlord here? Curse scoffed. Enough small talk, just hand over your authority. Beelzebub hesitated but then sighed. I can't believe I would see you as soon as I regained consciousness. But Curse wasn't interested in idle chatter. Are you handing it over or not? Beelzebub immediately replied, yes. Aiden grinned, thinking to himself. So the Underlord took down all the corrupted monarchs and became the ruler of the underworld. No wonder Beelzebub's will is terrified of him. I never expected you'd be useful someday. Aiden remarked to Curse. Curse snorted. Just keep your promise. Of course, Aiden replied. With that, Aiden began the final process. Beelzebub, devour it all. Beelzebub snickered, then began absorbing the High Troll's energy at an incredible speed. No one could see what was happening. The suction force created a massive gust of wind. The High Troll tried resisting, but Beelzebub was too eager to make its strength his own. Finally, everything calmed down. Lo was exhausted from surviving the powerful suction force. Even the Margrave had a difficult time. But what was more surprising was the High Troll's disappearance. Aiden stood, sweating all over as he marveled at the true power of the monarch of gluttony's authority. But he clenched his mouth shut, struggling against the urge to vomit from overeating. Curse smirked. Serves you right, you knew this would happen. He added, no matter how strong a power is, if it's overused, it becomes a poison. So, as unfortunate as it is, you'll have to puke a little in front of everyone. Aiden refused. No way, I'm going to absorb it no matter what. He held his mouth tightly, fighting the nausea, but then something caught his attention, a phoenix egg. Now he understood why the high troll had been able to cast fire magic. He bent down, wondering if the troll had eaten it, causing it to fall into a comatose state. But the real question was, how did the egg end up here? Phoenixes were as rare as dragons. Wait a minute. Aiden's lips curled into a sinister smile. If he ate it, would he be able to use fire magic? Curse, however, reminded him, "You're about to vomit from eating too much, remember?" Aiden knew that was true, but the thought of gaining fire magic was tempting. Beelzebub sighed. "Watching you makes me realize how reckless human greed can be." Just as Aiden was about to eat the egg, the Margrave suddenly appeared and tapped him on the back, happily complimenting him on his impressive feat. The force from the tap made Aiden vomit right onto the egg. Curse laughed. "Serves you right for being too greedy." The Margrave's eyes widened as he recognized the egg. A phoenix egg? Why would such a creature be here? Aiden's face darkened as he realized he had just thrown up all of the troll's mana and vitality. But before he could wallow in despair, the egg cracked. His hope of eating it vanished completely. From within the shell, a phoenix stretched out its wings, filling the surroundings with flames. Curse smirked. "Looks like the phoenix woke up after absorbing the mana you vomited." Everyone was shocked to see the legendary phoenix. Aiden, however, gritted his teeth in frustration. He had lost a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to devour the egg, all because of the Margrave. To his surprise, the phoenix landed on his head. He had no idea why. The phoenix gazed at Aiden, then suddenly enveloped him in flames. Everyone panicked, thinking Aiden was in danger. Even Aiden thought the same. Did the phoenix realize I tried to eat it? But then he noticed. The fire wasn't hot. Curse chuckled. "That's the phoenix's blessing. It grants considerable resistance to most flames, since it was resurrected by absorbing the mana you expelled. It probably sees you as its savior." Aiden grinned. "Fire resistance, huh? That'll come in handy against that bitch in my previous life." A single phoenix feather dropped, landing in Aiden's hands before the bird flew away. The Margrave looked at him worriedly. "Are you all right? You were on fire just now." Aiden smirked. "I'm perfectly fine." Some minutes later, the orc chief approached Aiden and Margrave, telling them that the vow had been broken, so he would pay the price. The price he was willing to pay was death, and he told them to take his head. Aiden asked him what he meant by breaking an oath, and which oath he was talking about. And so, Aiden learned about the vow of the orcs. It is said that a long time ago, the head of the Remez family and the orc chieftain fought a duel over the land. In the duel, the orc chieftain was defeated and returned to the mountain range, swearing never to come down again. Since then, they took the mountain range as their home and protected the land. Aiden now understood why the orcs don't come down but live there, which explained why Timon was confident earlier about the orcs not attacking them. What's more, Aiden thought, orcs are a race that values oaths more than their own lives. The orc chieftain then told them that his head would be enough, and asked them to please forgive their clan. Aiden turned around and told the orc chieftain he had no need for his head. He should just go back to where he came from. The orc chieftain was dumbfounded. With vigor, he told Aiden that his ancestors made the oath, and he had to pay the price for breaking it, no matter what, since it was important. Aiden angrily gritted his teeth. The orc chieftain was making a lot of noise, so he wondered if he should just cut him down, but he decided to bear with it since the orc chieftain was protecting the territory. He paused. With an evil smile, he thought of an idea. He then told the orc chieftain that if he was dead serious, why don't he pay with something other than his head? The next day, Margrave looked dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. While the knights were carrying one bag of heavy sand each to rebuild the castle, the orcs were carrying multiple at once, as if they were tossing pebbles. Margrave commented, saying it was surprising to see orcs and humans working together. Aiden smirked, saying it would have taken months, but with the orcs' help, it should be done within a week. This way, the orcs could recompense for their chieftain's neck while they got free labor, which was a win-win situation. Margrave, impressed at how unreadable Aiden's mind was, told Aiden that talking to him was like talking to a dragon that had lived for hundreds of years. By the way, he added. Margrave told Aiden he thought they should leave the matter to the Carnage Tower. Now that the monsters found in the wastelands had appeared, the situation was beyond their control. Aiden's expression changed hearing the Carnage Tower. He then agreed. But in truth, he deemed the place not to matter to him anymore since he had gotten what he wanted. He only came to awaken Beelzebub, but had even received the Phoenix's blessing. So he decided to quietly return and start training harder. But on his way, he never expected the civilians to hold a goodbye ceremony for him, for saving their territory. Everyone was talking about his feat of single-handedly taking down the High Troll, controlling phoenixes, and even controlling orcs with the flip of his finger. On the other end, Aiden absolutely detested such a pretentious ceremony. Curse laughed, telling Aiden that the wreath looked great on his head, but he told him the citizens weren't being superficial. He was sure they truly considered him a hero. Aiden told him there was nothing great about it, it wasn't like it was going to make him any money, but he smiled slightly at the thought of being a hero. Anyway, he was really planning to train lightly this time. Time passed. In Kathy's lab, Aiden asked her if she had found a solution. She apologized, telling Aiden there was no way at the moment. It turned out her body's mana vasoconstriction syndrome was far worse than she had suspected, and she needed a much more refined medicine than the one that cured Lo, the cute knight. Aiden asked how much the medicine would cost. He could pay any amount, but she told him money wasn't the issue. They needed an alchemist skilled enough to create the highest grade elixir, but such an alchemist would probably only be found in the imperial court. In any case, she told him she was grateful to him. Had she stayed in her last house, she would have died after spending her life looking for a cure. Aiden stood up and asked her if the cure was possible if they had a capable alchemist. She told him such an alchemist was hard to find, but Aiden told her he knew someone, so she shouldn't worry. She should just wait, and he'd bring him to her soon. At that moment, Cassie thought to herself that the first thing she felt was suspicion when Aiden suddenly came to her and told her about the treatment for mana vasoconstriction syndrome, and even provided research funds. The second thing she felt was acceptance, knowing her body wouldn't last long. She had no choice but to accept his offer. And the third was despair. She was devastated by the fact that it was ridiculously difficult to cure her body. So far, the humans she had met had warm words but cold actions. But Aiden, his words were cold, but his actions were warm, and it had been a while since she had felt such warmth. She then thanked him, saying he was a good guy. With a bright smile and tears on her face, she told him to please bring her a skilled alchemist for her research to be perfect. As Aiden headed out, Curse expressed his disbelief at how Aiden was doing something for someone else. He told Aiden to be careful since it was said that a sudden change of heart is fatal. Aiden told him he was just keeping a promise since promises were very important to mercenaries, and he was planning to visit that alchemist soon anyway. That person didn't have much time left either. 3 days later, in Magellan City, buzzing with many traders and businesses. Among them was Aiden, wearing a cloak. He thought to himself that Magellan City was the Empire's largest free trade city, and it was such a lively city. Curse asked what he meant by, was a city. Aiden told him it was a bustling city where you could find everyone working hard, but the entire city vanished due to the Berserk Dragon's attack. He guessed he was the only one who felt strange about the situation. Curse then asked Aiden where exactly the alchemist he mentioned was. Aiden told him he'd find his way there, so Curse should just keep quiet. Curse scoffed, calling Aiden a grumpy scumbag. Now in the slum area of Magellan City's outskirts, 3 men surrounded a guy. The guy was shaking all over while one of the hefty men was asking about the items they told him to prepare today. He told them that no matter how fast he worked, he could only make 1 a week at best, and it would be impossible if they suddenly asked him to make twice as much of those highest quality elixirs. The guy smashed the wall, told him that wasn't his problem, then warned the guy, whose name was Joseph, that this was his last warning. If he didn't bring it by tomorrow, his collateral might get hurt. Joseph gritted his teeth, then came out the big guy, saying loudly, "If you are being scammed, extorted, or threatened, we can deal with it for you." The guy had no idea who he was, and then sent Charon to go take care of him. That's how Charon walked forward to his death. He asked Aiden who he was and what he was doing hanging around here. Aiden replied, "Don't you know who I am?" Charon told him to stop wasting his time and get lost, but Aiden ignored him and then playfully asked Joseph if he was perhaps a victim of a scam, extortion, or threats. Joseph looked at him surprised, while Charon angrily gritted his teeth. "How dare you ignore me," he shouted, wanting to punch Aiden in the face. But with just one punch, Aiden sent him flying and unconscious. They were all surprised, questioning who the hell that bastard was. The other guy angrily swung at Aiden with the determination to kill for daring to mess with his people, but Aiden playfully dodged his attack. With an evil grin, he pulled down the man's shorts. Aiden remarked, "Whoa, what's up with these cute undies?" The man got embarrassed and angry, then called Aiden a troll-looking bastard. Hearing this, Curse burst into laughter. The man angrily raised his sword and told Aiden not to think he could mess with the top predator of Magellan City, the Cerberus, and get away with it. But to his biggest surprise, his sword was shattered in half with just a single strike. He shivered all over, then panikedly asked Aiden who he was and how he was able to use sword aura. But Aiden didn't reply. He furiously told the guy that it seemed he needed to get his vision corrected, so he knocked some sense into the man's head. Aiden was pissed, then murmured, "How the hell do I look like a troll?" He told the man to consider himself lucky he was letting him go easily. Curse told him that he was the first person he had ever seen use Beelzebub like this. The last guy shivered in fear and questioned what an expert like Aiden was doing in the slums. Aiden approached Joseph and asked if he needed his help, offering his services at a reasonable price. Joseph was speechless. He couldn't believe a swordsman who had awakened the sword aura was offering him help, but the problem was the price. He thought Aiden was going to ask for something crazy later. Could he even trust him? But he didn't have any options, so with tears dripping down his face, he told Aiden to please help him. In Aiden's previous life, Joseph had been a renowned alchemist in the underworld of Magellan City. After his daughter was kidnapped by a group of criminals called the Cerberus Guild, the leader, with a face like that of a donkey, told Joseph he had heard that he used to run an alchemist shop in the black market. So, he told Joseph to donate an elixir pill once a week, and they'd protect him and his daughter since the neighborhoods were pretty dangerous these days. He claimed it was a good deal. Joseph, who couldn't do anything but angrily swallow the pain, kept supplying them with pills for years. However, when he heard that his daughter was already dead, he asked Aiden for revenge, and soon joined her in death. But that was only in Aiden's past life, so this time it wasn't too late. Joseph desperately told Aiden he'd give him anything he wanted, so he should please save his daughter. Aiden agreed, and with a grin, He told Joseph to remember, he must keep his word and give him anything he wanted. Curse told Aiden that Beelzebub said he was the first person who was more gluttonous than him, but Aiden snickered. To him it was a completely fair deal. He called the last guy, who was about to sneak out. The guy, shivering, paused and looked back. Aiden told him not to think he was spared for no reason. He had some questions for him, but he doubted he'd answer them willingly. So, he decided to start with a few hits, and the man went through his own portion of beating. Now at the Cerberus Guild headquarters, in the guild leader's office, Ankal was smiling happily, because with 2 of Joseph's pills this time around, he should be able to make a nice profit. The thought of consuming one of them came to his mind since people say it's good for one's health. Someone then came into his office. He asked who dared enter his room without knocking, but he was surprised to see his underlings. He stood up excitedly and asked the guy if he had brought Joseph's pill. Surprised, he asked the guy what happened to his face. Aiden then walked in. Found ya. Uncle asked for his identity, and if he was the one who shaped his guild member's face like that. He told Aiden that he didn't know what he wanted, but he was stupid to walk into a tiger's den like that. Uncle was confident because he had an emergency alarm artifact that would ring if he injected mana into it, and his men would be there soon, so Aiden was done for. But after injecting mana into it, no one came. That was when he realized something was wrong. He wondered if the artifact was broken since no one came, so he shouted, asking if there was anyone outside. They should come and take care of the intruder. Aiden asked if he was looking for his guild members. He told him that when he came in earlier they were all in deep sleep, but he wouldn't let him sleep so easily. So, with a serious tone, he asked where Joseph's daughter was. Ankal laughed as he realized Aiden was the mercenary hired by Joseph, but he told Aiden not to get too cocky just because he had dealt with a few of his dogs. He was the strongest in the guild, and then he charged out to attack. But we all know how that ended. Uncle brought Aiden to the prison where Joseph's daughter was locked, with bruises all over his face. Aiden called him an asshole for locking someone up in a place like this, but Uncle told him the child wasn't ordinary. He opened the gate and told Aiden that she may seem calm, but while he was talking, the girl angrily blessed him with a kick to his face, sending him flying. The girl's face was filled with murderous aura, determined to kill Ankle. Aiden found her skill pretty good. Even though he had left Ankle beaten half to death, she was still impressive. Curse told him that the girl had quite an interesting power. Bang, Aiden easily blocked her attack. While she continued attacking him, Aiden asked Curse what he meant by interesting power, to which Curse told him it was the power of a really annoying guy. But Aiden wasn't interested in all that since it was none of his business. His goal was to save her and bring her back to Joseph. The girl furiously shouted at Aiden while throwing her soft punches, telling him to send her back to her dad. She wanted to go meet her dad. Aiden agreed, telling her they should go see her dad. She was surprised, and Aiden then warmly told her that her dad had asked him to save her, so they should go home now. Shivering, she asked if he'd really take her to her dad. Aiden replied, of course. The girl immediately hugged him, began crying, and said she was scared and missed her dad. Aiden told her it was okay now, so they should go and see her dad. Curse told Aiden he couldn't believe he still had an ounce of empathy remaining in his brain. Aiden told him he was human, and what did it even have to do with him? Curse countered, saying Aiden just felt a bit different from who he was in his past life. Sometime later, the girl Ellis happily ran to her father and hugged him tightly while crying. Joseph did the same, apologizing and crying. Aiden stood a bit touched. Minutes later, Ellis fell asleep after crying. Joseph sincerely thanked Aiden for his help, but Aiden, with a sinister smile, went straight to business. He told Joseph they weren't done yet because it was time for the most important thing of all, the settlement of his order, as his beloved customer. Joseph asked Aiden what he had in mind, knowing he would naturally need to compensate him for the work he had done. Aiden called Joseph his lovely customer, and then asked what value he placed on his daughter's life. Joseph replied that his child was more precious than his own life, so if it was money, he'd sacrifice his entire life to have it paid off. Aiden thought for a moment, and then told him he had no shortage of money. He asked if there was anything else Joseph would like to offer, something like his talent for refining elixirs and pills. Joseph's expression immediately changed, and he asked Aiden if he was referring to his alchemy skills. Aiden replied yes. What he was looking for was an alchemist with skills as meticulous as possible. Hearing this, Joseph brought out a box and told Aiden that it seemed like he helped him, because he knew about his alchemy skills. In any case, he decided to pay the price since he had received Aiden's help. He then opened the box, which contained a pill with intense mana. The pill was exactly what Aiden was looking for, as he had seen it in his past life. Joseph told him it was the highest quality pill he had ever made, so Aiden should give it a try, as it was the ultimate showcase of his skills. Aiden was salivating, and asked if he could really consume it, while his hand had already taken the pill. Joseph told him of course it was part of his payment. Curse told him to wipe off his drool since it was disgusting, but Aiden told him he was saying so because he hadn't tasted the pill before. He would understand if he just consumed one of Joseph's pills. As soon as Aiden took it, he felt a tremendous change. Even Curse was surprised. Aiden was happy. It was as he expected, a top-notch product. Consuming just one pill doubled his mana capacity. He happily told Joseph that he was undeniably magnificent. Joseph blushed and told Aiden he'd repay him by continuing to make the pills for him. However, Aiden told him that instead of repaying with pills, why not take up residence in his Duke mansion, since they would be able to protect him and his daughter if he joined them. Joseph was surprised to hear about the Duke's mansion, then asked Aiden who exactly he was. Aiden apologized for the late introduction and introduced himself as the eldest son of the Remez family, Aiden Remez. Joseph, shocked, asked Aiden if he was the troll prince who had been the talk of town lately. Aiden was always pissed by the word troll, and Curse would always laugh at him for it. Joseph then asked Aiden what brought a young master of a dukedom to such a shabby place. Aiden told him there was an urgent matter he needed his help with. If Joseph could help resolve the issue, Aiden promised to protect Joseph's family for life, which was a good offer. Joseph agreed it was a good offer, so he asked Aiden what exactly the issue was, and they should start by addressing the urgent matter first. At Kathy's research lab, Joseph was checking Kathy's pulse. He told them this was his first time seeing such severe mana vasoconstriction syndrome, and if it weren't for the exceptional physical bodies of the werebeast race, she would have been long dead. He added that if they made a medicine according to his method, treatment would definitely be possible, but the problem was obtaining the ingredients required to prepare it. Aiden told him they could procure the ingredients from their workshop, but Joseph countered, saying the ingredients he was talking about weren't just any ingredients. They were actually impossible to obtain. From the paper, it said mana vasoconstriction syndrome was a disease where the mana veins congealed. So, if they followed the treatment method, they would need extreme fire attribute mana to treat the congealed mana veins. But the problem was how to obtain extreme fire attribute mana. Kathy told them it could be obtained from sources like the heart of a fire dragon, or the feathers of a phoenix, but there was no way they could find such legendary animals. She appreciated their help, since she knew it was something an alchemist of Joseph's caliber couldn't get. Aiden placed his hand in his pocket and told them he had a phoenix's feather. Shocked, the two's jaws dropped. Joseph asked Aiden how he was able to get something they'd only heard about in legends. Aiden replied that a phoenix dropped it on him. Joseph took the feather and told him it should be enough. It was a done deal if it was really a phoenix's feather, so they should give him 2 days. Kathy was speechless as tears of joy dripped down her face. Someone knocked on the door. It was Philip. He told Aiden that Duke Fried was looking for him. Aiden felt flustered, realizing he was in trouble since he disappeared this time without saying anything. He went to Duke Fried's office, and his father told him he heard he went to Magellan City this time. Aiden replied, yes, he went there on some business. He apologized, saying he should have informed him earlier before leaving, but his father told him he didn't call him to scold him. Aiden was surprised, and asked why his father had called him. With a hearty smile, his father told him he received an invitation to the imperial banquet to celebrate the crown prince's birthday, which would be held soon, and this time his father told Aiden he would be attending. Surprised, Aiden asked if his father meant he would be going to the imperial banquet. He asked if Carl wasn't supposed to represent the family at such events. His father told him that was true, but Carl declined, saying he had to attend to the knights. Besides, he told Aiden there were many people who wanted to see him. At first, Aiden didn't want to go since he still had so much to do, but he remembered something and then asked his father if this year was the 450th imperial year. His father replied yes, and told Aiden that no matter how much he hated such gatherings, he had to attend this one. Just like that, Aiden agreed to go, saying it was a pity his lovely little brother was busy working hard, so he would just make a quick visit and return. His father complimented him for his good decision and told him to be careful on his trip, and so, Aiden left the room. While walking, Curse told him there was no way he would go to a place like that without a reason. So, he asked Aiden why he suddenly agreed to attend the imperial banquet. Aiden told him that in the 450th imperial year, a major incident took place at an imperial banquet, the attack of the dark mages at the imperial banquet. And at the center of it all was the queen of the black magicians, the Silver Witch. He needed to win the woman over to her side. Curse knew Aiden hated dark mages, so he asked why Aiden would want to take someone he hated into his circle. Aiden replied that, unlike the fanatical heretical group of dark mages called Chaos, the Silver Witch was the leader of the moderate faction called Fire of Florence. Although he was the one who killed her in his past life, this time he wanted it to end differently. At that time, she told Aiden that had they met under different circumstances, they might have become close friends. Her regret was that she couldn't reorient the tainted dark magic art and re-establish the will of Florence. The next day, after all the preparations were done, Aiden drove in a carriage protected by knights. He asked Lo if they really needed such a large entourage just to go to the imperial palace for a birthday banquet. Lo told him the size of the escort represented the family's power, so it was unavoidable for the sake of the Duke's reputation. By the way, Lo asked Aiden why they had to take a detour. Was there a specific reason they must stop by this village, leaving the shortcuts behind? Aiden replied that he just wanted to take a more leisurely route. Well, Aiden lied. The truth was, he just wanted more of alchemist Joseph's highest quality pills. But there was one problem. Before Aiden left, Joseph told him that if they wanted the highest quality pills right away, he couldn't provide them. He needed a tear of an ENT and wood from a nymph for the highest quality pills, but these creatures were now almost extinct, and it was hard to find even their remnants, let alone a tear. Aiden thought to himself that he had never seen an ENT either, so he didn't know much about them. But if it was that thing, he was sure it would know. He smirked, saying he should just pick up a gift while he was at it. He then told his escorts they should all go ahead. He had somewhere to stop by briefly. Lo decided to escort him, but Aiden told him he was weaker than him, so he was going alone. Lo had no choice but to accept. Some unknown time later, Aiden walked through a forest. Curse asked if he was sure there was someone to meet in these mountains. Aiden told him he never said it was a person. He smiled as they arrived at the place. Even to this day, he had no idea what his master was thinking. Curse remarked that, somehow, the heart-shaped stone seemed very superficial. Aiden cringed, remembering his master telling him it was a gift he had personally prepared for his disciple, who would someday come into his life, or so he said. His tastes were really quite unique. Curse asked if he was saying this weird stone was the gift, since it felt like nothing but an ordinary rock to him. Aiden stepped forward, unsheathing his sword. He told Curse that his master really liked to overpackage things. He then activated his sword aura and split the stone in half, wanting to take the gift this time as well. As he split the fancy-looking stone, behind it was a hidden entrance. A dungeon, to be exact. He told Curse that his master was always an eccentric person. He often spouted nonsense like, as the disciple of the king of mercenaries, you must learn to endure pain. Or, you only get stronger by overcoming near-death experiences. He told Curse that the dungeon wasn't just any dungeon. Curse asked if, by any chance, he and his master hadn't gotten along in his past life. Aiden told him his master was an eccentric person. When he entered the dungeon without knowing any better in his past life, he really thought his master was trying to kill him. But in this life, he couldn't be more grateful. Now in front of him was a horde of monsters controlled by a lich. Seeing the lich, Curse commented that it was a foolhardy creature brought to life when a black magician turned himself into an undead. Aiden agreed, saying they were one of the trickiest opponents if you didn't know how to deal with them. It made him lose his mind when he thought about it. The lich called Aiden a foolish human for daring to step into this place without fear, saying it would turn him into an undead like the others. But Aiden wasn't in the mood for chit-chat, so he swiftly charged toward the lich. If you took down the lich, the rest of the undead it had summoned would disappear. Besides, he was confident he could take down this lich, considering how many high-level liches he had taken down in his past life. This half-baked lich was nothing. He then swung his sword at the lich. The lich never expected to meet its end without seeing the rebirth of the Empire of the Dark Mages. And so the other undead were unsummoned as soon as it died. Aiden noticed a shiny object on its clothes after it turned to dust. Curse asked if the pendant was the gift from his master he mentioned. Aiden told him no, he hadn't seen it in his past life, but the pattern on it felt strangely familiar. So, he decided to keep it for now. Curse then told him he should collect the lich bone dust too, but Aiden told him to stop saying nonsense. Why would he collect bone dust? Curse told him lich bone dust was something Ents went crazy for, since he said he was going to find Ents. Though Aiden didn't want to follow Curse's words, he didn't know much about Ents. He then told Curse that he better be prepared for the worst if he was telling him to collect the dust for some weird purpose. Curse coughed and told Aiden to trust him for now. He then asked where exactly the gift was supposed to be. Aiden told him to just wait a bit while packing the dust. Curse asked why he was collecting so much dust now, after doubting him earlier. Aiden told him it was good to keep useful things. After walking for a while, Curse never expected there to be a hidden room in the dungeon. Aiden told him it was actually a hidden dungeon. He added, as eccentric as his master was, he wasn't that crazy to just throw him into a dungeon with only a lich, but Curse deemed throwing him into a dungeon with a lich to be crazy enough. Now in front of them both was something glowing gold. It was something Curse had seen Aiden use in his past life, something he could never forget. If it weren't for it, Curse would never have lost in their fight. Aiden remarked that it had been a while since he had seen it, the Banshee's spirit shield, an artifact imbued with the spirit of a mad banshee. Although he did get into some trouble in his past life because of it, since its madness spills over to the wielder, he deemed it to be a piece of cake this time. One of the reasons he liked the shield was that it could be worn as a bracelet, unlike most equipment. It could also be taken out when needed, which was really convenient. He thought maybe it was because it was a familiar item. It reminded him of his Dragon Slayer King days. He exhaled, saying he missed the madness-filled screams. Curse was surprised he missed it. Such as expected, like master, like disciple. Both not normal in the head. Aiden told him to shut up. Now it's time to get out. I wonder if I should call it out. He then said out loud, I know you're watching everything, so I'd like to make a deal. Please show yourself. Something then came out of a portal saying, I was waiting for your call, sucker. I mean, dear customer. I guess you're here to make a deal. He introduced himself as Rabbits, a spirit merchant from the Friendly Spirit Emporium, then told Aiden that if there was anything he wanted, he should just name it, be it potions, weapons, food. There was nothing their spirit merchants didn't have. The spirit merchants were spirits who practiced the art of exchange and had strong monetary desire. The Spirit Emporium was created when all spirit merchants gathered, with the Bat Merchant as the central figure. Normally, when someone cleared a dungeon, the Emporium sent a spirit to trade for the byproducts of the dungeon. But there was something else. Rabbits asked if he was going to trade the Banshee shield on his arm. He let out an evil smile internally, saying today was his lucky day. But he was shocked when Aiden told him he could buy from him at a good price. He was surprised Aiden didn't want to sell it, and then asked Aiden what kind of deal he was looking for. Aiden told him he wanted some information about the location of ENT dwellings on the western continent. Rabbits' expression immediately changed upon hearing that Aiden wanted to buy information. He then told Aiden that information about ENT dwellings was very expensive. Even at a discount, information about the location of a small village would cost 2,000 gold. But Aiden immediately told him to make it 4,000 gold. He should take it or leave it. Rabbits was surprised Aiden was willing to pay 4,000 gold instead of 2,000. Even Curse asked Aiden if he was crazy. Why was he suddenly doubling the price? Did he owe the spirits something from his past life? Aiden replied, I don't owe him shit. I'm just doing what I was taught. Now, he was about to use the skill of milking spirit merchants that his master taught him. He also used the skill to milk rabbits in his past life, so he decided to milk rabbits again in this life. He then confidently told rabbits, give me 4,000 gold as well as the location of ENT dwellings. Rabbits asked Aiden what nonsense he was talking about. He wasn't buying the information with 4,000 gold, but asking for 4,000 gold and the information. Have you lost your mind because of the monsters? With a sinister grin, Aiden pointed backwards and told Rabbits he was proposing a trade with the thing behind him. Immediately, Rabbits had a shocked expression. He had no idea how a human like him had found out. Aiden was ready to draw his sword and told Rabbits that if he didn't want it, he should just say so, since he could always destroy it. In the past, his master sold the dungeon core to the spirit merchants. It was his secret money-making scheme that no one knew about, and it was the real reason they came to dungeons. At that time, Aiden asked why they wanted to get their hands on the dungeon core, something so useless that no one would take it, even if it were given for free. His master didn't know either. Anyway, he told Aiden that when one conquers a dungeon, everything in it becomes theirs, so now the core belonged to him, which meant he could sell it. Aiden asked what would happen if they didn't buy it, and his master told him he could just destroy it if that happened. Now he told Rabbits that if he didn't want to bid for it, he was going to destroy it. He should hurry up and not think too much. Rabbits, speechless and angry, heard Aiden tell him he didn't have the final say, so he should be fast. Rabbits had no idea how a human even knew about dungeon cores. Everyone else just left them behind. To make things worse, if he informed his seniors that he had to buy a dungeon core with money, he wondered what kind of insult they would throw at him. On the other hand, if he didn't retrieve it, the hat merchant would kick him out. Aiden told him time was up, wanting to smash it, but Rabbits panicked and told him to wait a minute, then shouted with tears, saying he would buy it. Aiden laughed evilly. He should have said so earlier. The curse was wondering who else Aiden was going to scam for money. Rabbits gave him the money, and Aiden smiled since the platinum coins were definitely worth 4,000 gold. He then told Rabbits it was a good deal, and they should meet again sometime. But Rabbits told him he hoped they never met again. Now Rabbits calmed down. In his mind he called Aiden an insolent bastard. How audacious of him to think he could get away with swindling a spirit merchant. With an evil grin, he dared Aiden to visit the Enti's tribe because no human had ever gone there and returned. Outside the dungeon, Aiden smiled heartily as he held the bag of coins, while Lo was waiting outside the carriage. He worriedly looked around since Aiden had been gone for half a day, so he decided to go look for him. But his gloomy expression changed when he saw Aiden. He worriedly told Aiden he had been worried because Aiden was gone for so long, but Aiden told him to stop being such a creepy worrywart. Aiden found it cringe now that Lo was so gentle. Sometimes he wished Lo would treat him like he used to, but now it was so unsettling that he couldn't get used to it. He then shouted, asking them all if they'd rested enough, as they'd be leaving for the Imperial capital right away. Later that night, at the entrance of the Banshee Spirit Dungeon, a girl in a cloak walked inside. She was surprised when she saw no one there. She worriedly knelt down, seeing that what she was after had been taken, certain it should have been right there. The next day, in the Imperial capital, Aiden drove in his carriage, then came down from it, looking all majestic and handsome. An attendant politely welcomed him to the Imperial capital, and then told Aiden to please allow him to escort him to the VIP suite within the Imperial palace, where he would be accommodated during his stay. But in truth, the attendant's politeness was just superficial. He thought to himself that he had expected young Master Carl to arrive, but instead, it was Aiden, the scumbag, who appeared in his place. Shivering in fear, he thought that a scumbag whose popularity reached the Imperial capital couldn't just be an ordinary scumbag, so he absolutely must not offend him. They arrived at their residence. Aiden immediately jumped into his bed and happily commented that even the beds in the Imperial palace were different. Now he got serious, thinking that tonight, dark mages would wreak havoc. Last time, numerous people were injured and killed. Curse asked him why he didn't go and give them a heads up. Aiden smirked, telling him it was a good opportunity, so he couldn't just let it slip away like that. Curse asked if he was trying to say he didn't care if people died or got hurt. "Do you think I am like you?" Aiden commented. "I was the hero who saved the world in my past life," he said, telling Curse to be patient as he had all his plans already in place. Night came. The banquet hall was richly decorated, filled with people drinking and chatting. As someone walked in, everyone's attention shifted to that person, their expressions immediately turning gloomy. It was Aiden. He was quite popular everywhere. Someone commented about him subduing a troll, but another person laughed, saying he must have stolen someone else's achievement. Aiden wasn't bothered by all of this. Though it had been a while since he had been treated like this, it wasn't like he cared because people were the same, whether mercenaries or nobles. He walked confidently since he had no business with the others. There were only 3 people he needed to see. At the corner of the hall, there was a guy busy drinking. He remarked how the alcohol of the Imperial Palace truly tasted the best. It would be even better if only he could import this kind of alcohol to their magic tower. Aiden then approached him and told the guy it was an honor to meet him. The guy's name was Gustav Dora, chief mage of Anguis, the city-state of mages. He asked Aiden if he knew him. Aiden replied, "Of course. Aren't you a mage from the Anguis magic tower country? You're one of the top ones when it comes to Anguis." Gustav told him he had come to the wrong person if he was trying to get on the good side of the magic tower, since he wasn't on good terms with the higher-ups. Aiden told him he had read the book Gustav wrote about the possibilities of magic engineering, and found it interesting. His words immediately caught Gustav's attention. "You read that book? And you found it interesting?" Gustav asked excitedly. Aiden chuckled and said, "I couldn't help but be intrigued by a radically new approach to everyday challenges." Gustav placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder, then excitedly told Aiden it was surprising he recognized the greatness of magical engineering. "Unlike those old fogies of the magic tower," he added, "you have great insight." Aiden added, "I've never come across such a useful and intriguing piece of writing," but Aiden was totally bluffing since he fell asleep every time he read it. He couldn't even get past the first page. And so, Gustav began yapping, which almost burst Aiden's eardrums. Curse told Aiden to please shut the guy up, but Aiden told him to just pretend he didn't have ears. Curse asked, "Why do you need someone obsessed with magical engineering, which isn't even magic?" Aiden replied, "Magic engineering might be dismissed and considered useless right now, but in the near future, it will become an indispensable technology for everyone." Curse now understood, saying, "It seems Gustav is quite famous." Aiden replied, "Yes, he's famous for causing an unprecedented tragedy in history, which earned him the nickname the Magic Tower's Mad Terrorist." Curse had no idea why he was considered a terrorist if he was famous for magical engineering. Aiden told him Gustav would probably repeat the same accident during his experiment soon. As a result, he'd have his mana sealed and be expelled from the magic tower. Then he would attack the magic tower with magical engineering weapons he developed alone. That's how he almost annihilated the magic tower country. Of course, he couldn't succeed because the magic tower had Archmage Shala, but still, thanks to the record of almost annihilating the magic tower country, magical engineering gained recognition. While the guy was busy yapping, saying this was the first time he had had such an in-depth conversation about magical engineering, he told Aiden he hoped he wasn't too much of a talkative person. Aiden told him, "Not at all. It was a great conversation that broadened my horizon, and I'd like to have an even deeper conversation next time we meet." Then someone came and shouted Aiden's name, looking quite furious. Though Aiden didn't know him, his face looked kind of familiar. The guy pointed at Aiden, calling him a thief for daring to steal his Cetus family heirloom, and said he wouldn't forgive him. But Aiden still didn't know who the hell the guy was. While Aiden looked surprised, Gustav asked Aiden if something happened between him and young Master Tyon. Aiden replied, "No, this is the first time I have seen him." Aiden paused, hearing the surname Cetus, and realized the guy was the Margrave's son. No wonder they looked familiar. The guy's name is Tyon Cetus, eldest son of Margrave Thierry Ed Cetus. Aiden, with a fake smile, told Tyon it was a pleasure to meet him. He mentioned he had been wondering where he had seen him before, and now realized he looked just like his father. "Shut up, you swindler." Tyon angrily asked how dare Aiden scam his father and steal their family heirloom. Aiden's inner monologue was like, "What scam? That was a bet." People had no idea what Tyon meant by Aiden stealing an heirloom, but they understood as soon as they saw the sword in Aiden's hand. Someone commented, "It seems like Aiden didn't actually defeat the troll on his own." Aiden laughed shyly and told them there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He won the bet fair and square. "Fair bet, you say?" Tyon angrily remarked. "I have heard a lot about you acting up lately, so there's no way I'd believe that someone like you could withstand my father's swordplay and win a bet." Hearing the words acting up, Aiden was already getting pissed and told Tyon he was going too far. Curse found it surprising that Aiden knew how to be patient. Aiden told him he couldn't just smash Tyon into the ground in front of everyone. Tyon stepped forward, stared Aiden in the eye, and told him to prove it wasn't a scam. They proposed a duel. If Aiden won, Tyon promised to kneel and apologize, but if Aiden lost, he would have to return the heirloom and kneel to apologize. Aiden thought, why does it seem like he's getting more rude? In any case, he's pig-headed just like his father. He told Tyon that it was the Crown Prince's birthday, so a duel would be very disrespectful. But to their surprise, the Crown Prince walked in. How amusing, a duel at my birthday feast. His entrance was announced loudly, informing everyone that His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mars Immortalia, the rising star who would succeed His Majesty, the venerable Emperor of the Immortalia Empire, had arrived. Everyone bowed and greeted him, including Tyon, who had no idea why the prince had to show up now of all times. The prince remarked about hearing their interesting conversation. Tyon apologized, ready to accept any punishment for causing a disturbance. Aiden gritted his teeth in anger. Tyon should thank the Crown Prince for saving a fool like him, he thought. The Crown Prince told them to raise their heads, saying there was no need to apologize. With a hearty smile, he told them both that he would like to see their spar right here. The two were surprised by his words. The prince commented, "Young Master Taion is known for his exceptional martial skills, and young Master Aiden has also been in the spotlight a lot recently because of his recent exploits. If the two of you were to showcase your skills for me, it could be the best birthday present I could ever ask for." Aiden remembered that the crown prince was also famous in his past life. He was considered the best candidate to become emperor, but he had one flaw: he was a battle maniac. Aiden knew he couldn't refuse the crown prince's suggestion, so he wondered what to do. But Taion accepted immediately with an obvious grin. He never expected his father, who had never acknowledged him, to acknowledge Aiden. Though he didn't know what trick Aiden used on his father, he promised to expose Aiden, reclaim their heirloom, and earn his recognition. Taion laughed sneakily as he saw Aiden shaking, calling him a pathetic fool for trembling like a coward with no confidence. Curse worriedly asked Aiden if he was okay, but in truth, Aiden was shaking out of excitement, not fear. He told the crown prince that he didn't like fighting, but since he had commanded it, he couldn't refuse. Aiden felt sorry for the Margrave but had no choice but to accept the duel. He promised to use the opportunity to teach Taion some manners. Curse told Aiden he didn't seem all right, and asked him if he was even human for agreeing to fight against a kid. Now, the two stood with wooden swords. While seated with his legs crossed, the crown prince told them that for safety, sword aura and artifacts were prohibited. He looked forward to seeing what kind of duel they would showcase. Taion promised the crown prince to have an honorable duel, and he would prove right here that all the rumors about young Master Aiden were nonsense. But he was pissed as Aiden nonchalantly yawned and asked if they could start now. Taion charged out, telling Aiden not to think he'd fall for his provocation. He thought to himself, "There's no way an amateur like Aiden defeated my father." He then decided to end the spar quickly and unremarkably, in a less entertaining way. But before his sword could reach Aiden, Aiden hit Taion's head with his sword. Everyone was surprised to see Taion lose so easily. But Aiden meekly apologized, saying Taion's sudden attack shocked him, causing his hand to slip, and it wasn't intentional. He then said with a hearty smile that it was hard to judge someone's skill from a coincidence caused by the mistakes of both parties, so they should call this round invalid. The crown prince also agreed and told them both to focus a bit more. Taion agreed, thinking he let his guard down. Even if Aiden was an infamous scumbag, in the end a knight is a knight, so he must know how to wield a sword. But he had no idea what that disgusting look on Aiden's face earlier was. He then told Aiden he'd go all out this time. Aiden, bored, replied, "Sure, just get it over with." Taion was furious at Aiden for daring to mock him. He then struck at Aiden, but Aiden dodged the strike. While in it, Aiden thought to himself, as expected of the Margrave's son, his sword is honest and upright just like his father's. However, he told Taion, "Compared to your father, your sword feels too light." Taion was heavily pissed at Aiden for saying his sword was light. Aiden continued, "Your father's sword was heavy and precise, but as for you, your sword right now seems like it's merely imitating his." He then told Taion he'd show him the sword that fought his father, the one Taion was curious about. Taion panicked at how fast Aiden was, but he smirked, thinking he could block it. He never expected his father to have been defeated by such ridiculous swordplay. But to his surprise, Aiden's sword bent and slammed into his head, making him bleed from his nose. Curse told Aiden he thought he'd go easy because of his ties with the Margrave, but he was taking it more seriously than expected. Aiden remarked that a stubborn knight like Taion would only stop if he was knocked out, so if I don't make him faint, he'll keep coming at me until he's dead. Taion couldn't believe he was losing to such unheard-of swordsmanship. He stopped himself from falling, refusing to accept such an insult. He then struck furiously at Aiden, saying, "I'm Taion Cetus, the eldest son destined to lead the Cetus family." But Aiden activated his mercenary king sword technique, Night Slasher, and defeated Taion in one strike. Taion fainted, but someone caught him before he could fall. The person then apologized for the trouble his friend had caused in his absence. Aiden told him it was fine. He was just feeling stiff anyway. Aiden wondered if the man was an acquaintance of Taion. But now that he had seen the man in person, he didn't have to work as hard to search for him. The man introduced himself as Dayer Sires from the Grand Duchy of Sires. Aiden recognized him as the younger brother of the betrayer Night King, Sylvetta Sires. The Grand Duchy of Sires is the sword that guards the northern continent. It is said that no one who has inherited the Sires bloodline has ever failed to become a swordmaster. They are renowned as the strongest knight family, and are famous for selecting their lord based solely on martial skills. Aiden, drinking and watching from above, said to himself that if he had been reborn into the Sires bloodline, he'd have already become a swordmaster. He looked down at Dayer, a genius born once in 100 years. Curse thought about it, then said he had heard the name Sires a few times, but this was the first time hearing about Dayer. "Well, I need to meet Dayer, and now seems to be the best time to approach him," he told Aiden. Aiden replied, "No, we'll have an even better opportunity." He paused and looked back slightly, sensing an intense gaze from behind. To his surprise, people were bootlicking him, both men and women, each wanting to form a connection with him. Somehow, he escaped their encirclement and went outside to the veranda, steadily catching his breath. Curse asked if he didn't find those nobles disgusting, considering they were looking down on him just a moment ago. Aiden replied, "There's nothing to hate. Humans are all the same. They cling to you when they need you and discard you once you've outlived your usefulness. He told Curse not to trust him too much either since he's also human. But Curse insisted he trusted him. Aiden found his words to be both cringe-worthy and unexpectedly touching. Curse told Aiden he trusted him 100% because he was more like a troll than a human. As he called him a troll, Aiden furiously told Curse he was dead once they returned. He had reserved 100 bottles of holy potions for him. A girl then approached him from behind. With a gentle smile, she asked if the swordsmanship he used earlier was from the king of mercenaries. Aiden was shocked by the question. He wondered if she recognized his master's sword technique. More importantly, the aura felt familiar. It was from someone he knew. He grinned. As expected, the last person he needed to meet had come on her own. Aiden asked, "Have you seen such swordplay before?" She replied, "No, I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. The king of mercenaries' sword techniques can make any defense useless. If he had been a knight, he would have surely gained great honor." Aiden knew there was no way his master would have chosen to become a knight. He would have told her to give that damn honor of hers to the dogs if it wasn't going to make him money. But he smiled and said, "He probably would have." "Isn't this banquet boring?" he asked, disliking formal events like this. Aiden knew the lady, and no matter how much she changed her appearance, there was no way he could forget her presence after fighting her hundreds of times. He then called her by her real name, Niketa Florence. The atmosphere around her changed immediately as he said her name. She transformed back to her normal self, not expecting Aiden to know her real identity. She then asked Aiden a question. "How did you awaken Beelzebub?" Aiden grinned and told her he had a little help from a friend. He already figured she'd come if she saw Beelzebub on him. Angry, she engulfed herself with dark aura, feeling that Aiden was trying to deceive her. She then decided to ask him again, "Where did the demonic energy leaking from your body come from?" The pressure from her was quite heavy on Aiden's body. As expected, he said to himself, "She has got that bone-chilling killing intent. I wonder if the demonic energy she's referring to is Curse, but I don't know if she can sense Curse or not, so I'll talk to her about it later." Though they were enemies in their past lives, he decided to try something different this time. He then told her, "I'm on your side." She didn't believe him, saying he knew nothing about her. But she was surprised when Aiden told her she was the leader of the moderate faction of dark mages, called the Fire of Florence. Her nickname was the Silver Witch, the last lineage of the Kingdom of Dark Mages, the Florence Kingdom, and also the leader of the intelligence organization, White Moon. He then asked, "Is that enough proof?" Surprised, she released her killing intent and asked, "How did you know that much?" Aiden told her, "We don't have much time. Something will start soon." She told him to stop evading her questions and that he should answer her. But suddenly, a big magic circle appeared in front of them. She was surprised to see a large magic circle used to summon the undead. She didn't expect them to escalate the matter to this extent. Aiden remarked, "As always, these black mages follow the same obvious pattern." With a grin, he told her, "The black magic won't end until the caster is dead. I know you have a lot of questions, but we should handle the ongoing situation first. I know you're here to capture the heretical group of dark mages, known as Chaos." She wondered, who the hell is this guy to even know that I'm here to capture Chaos? But she decided to focus on the mission. She told him they would continue their conversation later, then vanished. Aiden decided to let Niketa handle the other side while he took care of this side. Multiple undead appeared from the magic circle and began rushing into the banquet. The knights stood their ground in formation to defend against the undead. Tyon charged forward with his sword, knocking out the undead in his path. He told the knights with vigor not to be scared, since the undead there were the weakest ones. Curse was surprised that Tyon had reached the stage of advanced sword aura. Aiden also found Tyon's talent to be amazing. Achieving the advanced sword aura stage at such a young age clearly demonstrated Tyon's strength. He just picked the wrong opponents earlier, and he must always feel like he's losing because of his friend. Now, an undead troll appeared, causing panic on the front line. Even Tyon wasn't confident in facing it, so he decided to wait for reinforcements. But to his surprise, Dare charged forward and pierced a hole through the troll's chest in one strike. Curse commented, "Dare seems to be just a step away from becoming a swordmaster." Aiden agreed and said, "Dare is at the stage right before the wall of swordmaster, a semi-master. Though Tyon is strong, having his closest friend and rival be Dare is nothing but terrible luck." Curse asked Aiden why he wasn't helping them and was just loafing around. Aiden told him it was because they could handle it on their own, and besides, there was something he needed to confirm. A more powerful undead appeared. Tyon told Dare, "I can sense an incredibly dense demonic energy from somewhere." The powerful undead then came inside, saying the word Dare. It charged forward to attack Dare with its sword, but Aiden blocked it with his banshee shield before the attack could touch Dare. Aiden had finally met the one who ruined the banquet, the strongest of the undead, the Death Knight. But Aiden realized there were more of them. He felt something was off, and it turned out to be as he expected. He gritted his teeth and thought, even though it's the strongest undead, Dare, a semi-master, should be able to handle it. I always wondered why Dare got defeated in his past life, but the undead knight in front of him explains why. It has been buffed with dark magic, giving it power beyond that of a semi-master. Aiden knew he wouldn't have been able to block the attack if it weren't for the banshee's spirit shield. The undead said the word Dare and forcefully swung at Aiden. saying he didn't need any of the other bugs. Aiden was finding it difficult to withstand the attack and thought to himself, I should have realized something was wrong from the start. The undead weren't moving to attack but rather to separate Dayer from the other soldiers. Everything here was planned to kill Dayer. Aiden blocked the Dead Knight's multiple strikes with his shield, the force intense. He never expected to be facing a Death Knight who's also a semi-master. Aiden was so overwhelmed that he couldn't do anything but block its attack. However, there were two of them. He then told Dayer to attack now. Dayer, with his spear imbued with aura, struck at the Death Knight, but it blocked it with its big sword, completely unarmed. Dayer commented that it was surprising the Death Knight blocked his spear so easily. Aiden told him such was expected because by the sheer amount of mana he sensed, he was sure the Death Knight was at least a semi-master. Aiden had no idea why Dayer was the one being specifically targeted out of all the people in the banquet. He thought, the person who would benefit the most from Dayer's disappearance must be the one who sees Dayer's existence as a thorn in his flesh. Suddenly, he immediately thought of that one person who would benefit from Dayer's death, Sylvetta. Aiden was really pissed at the bastard Sylvetta. Thinking about it, if things continued as they were, Sylvetta would be overshadowed by his younger brother, Dayer, the greatest genius his family had ever produced. And despite being the eldest son of the family, he would end up as nothing but a knight in the Grand Duchy of Sires, where leaders were chosen based on merit alone. Earlier, Aiden used to think that Sylvetta had become the Night King by luck because of this incident in his past life, but now he realized how Sylvetta claimed the position of Night King. He was really angry at the bastard. He never knew Sylvetta was secretly in cahoots with the dark mages without his knowledge. The more he dug in, the more rotten it turned out. Dayer worriedly asked how on earth they should deal with such a monster. Aiden told him he knew a way to get them out of the situation. Dayer, surprised, asked Aiden if he was suggesting that he could deal with such a strong monster. Aiden replied, it's a tactic that can easily defeat even stronger opponents, a tactic I devised on my own, called the provocation tactics. Dayer's expectations went to zero at the mention of such tactics, but he decided to try the provocation tactics, or whatever. Aiden smirked evilly. Curse then asked Aiden to tell him, when was the last time you didn't provoke your opponent? Aiden replied, because it has always worked for me. Besides, giving such tactics a name makes it sound even more legitimate. The Death Knight angrily muttered, I must kill Dayer, then charged out to attack, its sight locked on Dayer. But before it could strike, Aiden blocked it with his Banshee shield. He grinned because once again Sylvetta's treacherous nature had been revealed, but this time, Aiden decided to make sure things didn't go his way. The Death Knight angrily shouted at the annoying pest Aiden to step out of the way, but Dayer used his spear and launched a powerful attack, which the Death Knight dodged in time. Aiden found it amazing to see how seriously Dayer was attacking. Had his stab connected properly, even a Death Knight would have shattered. Dayer looked around since he didn't feel his spear touching the Death Knight, but to his surprise, he was attacked from above by the Death Knight. Bang! The Death Knight shivered all over, angry at that damn bastard Aiden. Aiden taunted the Death Knight. The Death Knight became extremely furious. I'll kill you before Dayer. And so the next round began. Aiden was acting as the tank, while Dayer was the damage dealer. Aiden was taunting at every opportunity he got. After a series of exchanged blows, the Death Knight was breathing heavily, angry at Aiden. Dayer was also breathing heavily. He told Aiden that even though they managed to block all the attacks, none of their attacks had landed successfully, and he couldn't figure out why the Death Knight didn't even have a single scratch. While he was talking, Aiden burst into uncontrollable laughter. Dayer had no idea what was going on. Even Curse worriedly asked, what's wrong with him? Curse then asked Beelzebub if he was possessing Aiden again. Beelzebub replied, no. Aiden told Curse not to worry since he was still in his right mind. Curse told Aiden there's no way he'd be worried about him. He's just worried about himself because if he dies, he'd die as well. And he's even barely managing to block and can't even attack. Aiden told Curse to stop being a puss, and it's not that he can't attack, he's choosing not to since he can't deal the Death Knight any damage with his current abilities. That's why he needs the power of the shield. Curse asked if that means he's planning to launch an attack with the spirit shield. Aiden laughed, replied, yes, it's pretty simple. The shield is imbued with the spirit of a mad banshee. As he said before, the more the shield is used, the crazier the banshee becomes. And since the wielder is also consumed by the madness, he grows stronger in proportion. So in his current state, he can reach the level of a semi-master. He then charged out and swiftly attacked the Death Knight while being engulfed in madness. Dayer was surprised. He never expected Aiden to be hiding his strength. Though he knew Aiden was strong from their fight just now, he never expected him to reach the semi-master realm like him. But he realized it ain't just a simple semi-master. Aiden is now strong enough to overwhelm even the Death Knight. The Death Knight was injured in its waist. The madness made Aiden a bit off target. Curse told Aiden that it seems like none of his artifacts, starting from Beelzebub, is normal. Aiden remarked, the better the artifact, the more likely it is to have some flaws. Curse deemed what Aiden said as nonsense, since they say artifacts resemble their owners. Aiden commented with a slight grin that maybe it's been a while since he used the Banshee spirit shield. The madness is becoming increasingly difficult to endure, so he needs to put an end to the fight quickly. He then activated his ring of speed. The Death Knight charged forward to attack him. It swung its sword at Aiden, but there was no impact. Above him, the Death Knight noticed an incoming attack, which sliced through its waist. The Death Knight couldn't see due to the smoke in the air. He angrily gritted his teeth for Aiden to come out and stop hiding. Aiden taunted the Death Knight from behind, calling him a slow bastard. He then launched another attack, slicing its chest. Dare was surprised to see Aiden become faster than before. He knew he'd just get in Aiden's way if he joined their fight since Aiden had become so strong. Aiden told the Death Knight to go ahead and wait in hell. He'll soon send his master, the Night King, to join him. He then launched a barrage of attacks at the Death Knight. The Death Knight screamed, not wanting to die because he'd fail the mission if he did. The attack continued, and Aiden then decided to end the fight quickly. But as he struck, the Death Knight charged away from him. At first, Aiden had no idea where the Death Knight was going, but he realized the Death Knight was after Dare. Fear immediately engulfed Dare's body as the determined Death Knight appeared in front of him with the intention to kill. Aiden, in the end, was unable to do anything as he was suddenly engulfed in pain due to the side effect of the Ring of Speed. At this rate, things would turn out just as Sylvester planned. Dare was unable to do anything, but surprisingly, Tyon vigorously charged forward and shouted at the knight to stay away from Dare. Tyon knew there was no way he could beat someone who even Dare, who was much stronger than him, couldn't defeat, but he refused to just let his best friend and the one he wanted to surpass die in a place like this. At that moment, Aiden's words suddenly popped into Tyon's mind. That time when Aiden told him that compared to Lord Margrave, Tyon's sword felt too light, and the Margrave's sword he faced was heavier and more precise. And so, Tyon sliced the Death Knight in half. The Death Knight failed its mission and evaporated. The same happened to the other undead knights. They began disappearing. They all thought the Death Knight's death caused the other undead knights to disappear, and seeing that Tyon took down the undead knight in one fell swoop, they began praising and cheering for him. As expected of someone who inherited the blood of a swordmaster, even Dare praised him for finally becoming a semi-master and surpassing him, even saving his life. He told Tyon he would definitely repay the debt someday, but Tyon wasn't that happy. Though he played along and shook Dare's hand, the cheering went on. Dare then told them not to forget to mention young Master Aiden, but when they looked back, Aiden was nowhere to be found. Tyon wasn't that happy about everything going on. He didn't believe he was the one who took down the Death Knight since his slash didn't feel like it. At the same time, somewhere within the Imperial City, Aiden was walking with a shivering body. Forcefully raising his power was taking a toll on his body. Now that the task was finished, he decided to hurry home and rest. Curse asked Aiden why he wasn't enjoying the victory a little. Aiden told him if he didn't rest now, he might never get the chance to, adding there was no way he could enjoy anything since it was too early to feel the joy of victory. He added, "This was just the first step. Who would have thought that the high and mighty Night King Sylvester would be working with the Dark Mages? If this is the case, the rest of those fucking bastards might have done some shady shit in the past behind his back." Curse told him at least his timing was impeccable. At one point, things had almost gone according to the Night King's plan. Aiden agreed, but believed Nikita would be able to pull it off since she was incredibly strong. Thankfully, she took care of the Chaos guys in time, and the spell was broken, which resulted in the Death Knight's disappearance. Otherwise, they would have almost screwed up big time. Lo worriedly rushed over, and then asked Aiden if he was alright since the undead suddenly appeared outside and started attacking. Aiden sarcastically replied, "Do I look alright to you?" Then asked Lo where he had been until now. Lo, who wasn't looking good either, with blood pumping from his head and face swollen, told Aiden he was dealing with the undead. Seeing his condition, Aiden told him he did well and that they should go rest. Morning came, and in the Imperial Palace VIP suite, Aiden was fast asleep. He then woke up, wondering how many hours he had slept since he passed out as soon as he came in yesterday. But he screamed in fear at the top of his lungs when he heard Nikita's voice behind him. She calmly told him he was quite the sleepyhead, and that he shouldn't bother, since no one would come even if he screamed with all his might because she had already put up a soundproof barrier around the room. Aiden calmed down, though he had expected she would come, but he didn't expect her to show up the very next day. He asked how she managed to get in here. She replied, "Getting into a place like this is easier than hacking a goblin's neck." Now she told him it was his turn to answer her. With a death stare and killing intent, she asked how he knew about her. Aiden was a bit suppressed by her pressure. He found it annoying to face such killing intent right after waking up. She told him she'd kill him right away if he tried any tricks. Aiden sat up saying he just wanted to maintain an amicable relationship with her because they had the same goal. She was surprised that he, a noble of the Empire, had the same goal as her, a dark magician. She then asked if he even knew what her goal was. Aiden replied with a hearty smile, "It's because I despise dark mages." Nikita was speechless for a moment, then unleashed her killing intent, which shocked Aiden. Angered, she told him to repeat what he just said about dark mages. With a calm tone, Aiden commented, "These days it seems like dark mages have forgotten their principles." His words surprised her. He added, An old friend of mine once told me about it, and later demonstrated it to me. How originally, black magic was created to cleanse the land tainted by vile mana and to combat monsters of the underworld. But now, the current dark mages are walking the wrong path, so they need to correct the path of the heretical dark mages. He stood up and told her that just like her, he also disliked those heretics, especially those bastards of chaos who attacked the Imperial Palace yesterday. So he hoped this resolve would be enough to maintain a friendly relationship. She was surprised because not only did an Imperial noble know the essence of black magic, but he also acknowledged dark mages. She wondered if he was really being honest, or if it was just a means to overcome the current situation. Seeing she was doubting, Aiden told her to think about it more. In exchange, he'd give her some useful information. But she told him there was no information she didn't already know since she was the leader of an intelligence organization. Aiden told her, "Of course, there are certain things that only I know because they are things that will happen in the future." But as he was telling her what it was about, Lo and Tyan came in with bandages all over their faces and were speechless to see Aiden and Niketa so close together, so they immediately shut the door, misunderstanding the whole situation. Aiden came out to meet Tyan. The atmosphere was kind of awkward. Tyan then asked Aiden if he's done with his business, but shyly Aiden told him there's nothing between them, they were just having a little conversation. Aiden thought to himself that just by looking at Tyan's face, one can tell that he has grossly misunderstood things since Niketa just returned quickly after saying what she wanted to say. Before she left, Aiden told her something that will happen in the future, but she doubted it, saying there's no way she'd believe that the so-called Land of Bounty, the Vulcan Estate, an agricultural powerhouse that has never experienced a drought since the Empire's founding, will suddenly be hit by a drought. Aiden, flustered, told her to just believe him for now. There will be a drought within 3 months. More importantly, they need to hurry up and catch Tyan. It might not matter to her, but if their conversation continues, he'll be caught up in another strange misunderstanding. She told him there's nothing left to misunderstand, since he's already famous for being a spoiled son of a duke. Aiden pushed her away, telling her to just trust him for now, and they'll talk later. She told him that better not be a lie since she knows how to find him, even if he runs. Thinking about her gaze sends shivers all over his body. The drought will definitely come, but he had no idea why he's so nervous. But he decided not to bother about it because Niketa would have to believe him when the drought comes. He then asked Tyan what brought him to his suite. Tyan was unable to reply. With a sharp gaze, Aiden asked if he's here for another duel. Tyan clenched his fist with a sad expression. It's frustrating, but he admits Aiden is the rightful owner of Beelzebub. As his father said, he deserves to have the sword. Aiden had no idea what's wrong with Tyan since he's stating the obvious. He then asked if that's what he came here to say. Tyan bowed and thanked Aiden. Aiden wondered if this is really the same stubborn child of the Margrave from yesterday, since he's suddenly bowing his head and saying, thanks. Tyan told Aiden if it weren't for him, he would have lost his closest friend, so he's truly grateful. Also, people say he took down the Death Knight and protected the Imperial family, but he's sure Aiden must have already noticed the undead disappeared before he could even deliver the final blow. However, in that moment, he truly witnessed for himself the method to break through the bottleneck and reach the level of swordmaster that Aiden had taught him. Aiden grinned. He thought Tyan inherited his bullheaded personality, but it seems that's not true. In any case, Tyan's last attack certainly resembled his father's. With all said, Tyan placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder and told him he acknowledged him as a rival. He's the second person he has acknowledged as his rival after Dayer, so he told Aiden to be proud. And someday he'll defeat him and reclaim his family heirloom. So Aiden shouldn't let his guard down. Aiden immediately took back what he said about Tyan not resembling his father. He's exactly the same, and so the two became friends, both deciding to start speaking more casually despite already speaking casually. A few days later, Aiden was riding in a carriage. Lo told him they should be arriving at the Remez estate soon. Aiden then asked Lo about his wounds. Lo immediately cried out while telling Aiden that thanks to the holy portion he gave him, all his wounds have healed, and he's truly grateful for all the expensive items Aiden has given him. Aiden boastfully told him that's why he should be nice to him. Lo replied, yes sir. Aiden thought with a greedy, wild grin that the Imperial family sure is generous. They gave him enough money to purchase several mansions as a gesture of gratitude. Thanks to that, he managed to buy a couple of things he needed, and some gifts for his parents and underlings. He had brought everything for everyone else, but even though it's something for the kids, he's not sure if Ellis would like it. Seeing the gifts, he guessed she will. Now in Marilyn, Remez Duchy, Aiden arrived. People were cheerfully congratulating him, saying, long live the Troll Prince. They were happy that their young master protected the Imperial Palace from the undead. Aiden was blushing worriedly. He never thought the rumors had already spread so far. Curse told him it's expected since word of mouth is faster than the wind. Aiden blushed, saying he can't get used to all these welcoming ceremonies no matter how many times he sees them. But he was more shocked when he saw a statue of him. Lo told Aiden the statue is to commemorate his previous feat of stopping the High Troll, which the Duke had been secretly preparing. Lo remarked how beautiful the statue was, the pumped pecs, the bulging biceps, and well-defined external obliques. Curse almost threw up at how ugly it was, Aiden shouted at him not to throw up on him, and so they got to the Remez family mansion. Lo was carrying all the gifts. Aiden told him he's going to stop by the Duke's chamber, so he should go ahead and distribute the gifts. While walking, he was determined to have a word with his father for building such a disgusting statue without even consulting him. But before he could get to his father, the butler came to him. He had no idea what was going on since everyone looked dispirited today, though he thought they're sad because he returned, and he's sure it must be because of the weird statue, which created a bad image in people's minds. He knocked at his father's door, but before he could talk about the statue, his father apologized to him. He thought his father was apologizing because of the statue. Now he felt like the bad guy, but his father wasn't talking about that. He told Aiden with a sad expression that since it was him who brought them here, he tried to stop it somehow, but it was beyond his power. Aiden's expression changed, questioning what his father meant by beyond his power. The atmosphere immediately became gloomy, as his father told him that the father and daughter he brought were taken away by heresy inquisitors sent by the Church of Holy Fire. Aiden realized the father and daughter he was talking about were Joseph and Ellis. He told Aiden that the heresy inquisitors said they were runaways from the church, though he refused when the church said they'd take them since they were Aiden's people. Joseph suddenly agreed to go to the church with them, which was why he no longer had the excuse to stop them. Aiden slammed the table softly, then asked his father if he's sure the two of them were escorted to the headquarters of the Church of Holy Fire. His father replied, yes. Aiden then turned around to leave without saying anything, but his father worriedly told him he should know very well that the three great churches must never be interfered with, otherwise not just him, but their entire family will be in trouble. Aiden told him with a smile not to worry, since he just wants to see their faces one last time, that's all. His father calmed down, telling him to be careful on his way. Aiden left the room, his face gloomy. Curse told him that his outside and inside are indeed different. Aiden told him he had no choice, because had he said what he really meant in front of his father, he would have been caught right away. The three major religions that exist on the continent include the cult of Holy Fire, the cult of Divine Law, and the cult of Divine Carnage. Since each of them has their churches that represent and symbolize their respective gods, even the Empire cannot carelessly interfere with them. And the saint is a human being chosen by the god who symbolizes the cult. The saints are agents of God who enforce God's will, and are like a bridgehead connecting God and humans. However, the current situation within the Church of Holy Fire is a bit different. Unlike the other churches, the Church of Holy Fire hasn't had a saint for several decades. A religion that loses its symbol, the saint, can only be said to be in decline. The Church of Holy Fire, which has been gradually losing power for decades, has now been reduced to less than a fifth of its former size. Now, Aiden had arrived at his destination. Aiden stretched as he came down, while Lo was throwing up. Aiden looked around with a grin. When he was a mercenary, he always rode on carriages, and riding it after a while brought back memories. Aiden thanked Mr. Poble since they arrived quickly thanks to him. Poble humbly exclaimed that as one of their customers, it's nothing. Aiden thought, as expected, taking the shortcut used by the merchants got them here much faster, and it's the reason why he has been dealing with the same merchant whom he sold the troll to a while ago. He faced Lo, remarked he might throw up everything he had eaten since yesterday morning. He then told him to just rest there. Aiden looked up at the church in front of them. Huge as ever, and worthy to be one of the three major churches even if it's weakened. By the way, he told Poble he was right about the gates of the Church of Holy Fire being closed. Poble told Aiden he wouldn't be able to enter, but he brought him here either way, since Aiden insisted on coming. Now, at the front of the gate, a man came crying with his child in his hands, begging the guards to please heal his son whose condition is critical. The guards told him the church is closed right now. He should try going to another church. Aiden, who saw what was going on, said to himself that by all rights, at this time of year, the Holy Fire cult's headquarters should be open and bustling with people so that the believers can be healed. But instead, Munches, the battle priests, are blocking the entrance. He found it strange that the church's headquarters was closed around the same time Joseph and his child were taken away, so there has to be a connection between them. Poble asked Aiden how he planned to get in there. Aiden replied with a grin that he had his ways, but the slight grin turned into an evil grin with subtle laughter, which made Poble wonder what kind of trouble Aiden was planning. At the entrance gate of the Church of Holy Fire headquarters, the guards saw someone approaching them. That someone was Aiden. Aiden introduced himself as Aiden Remez of the House of Duke Remez. He had business inside and wished to enter. The guard apologized, but he told Aiden the gate is currently closed to outsiders, so he can't, no matter who he is. Aiden, not listening, told them he needed to get inside. The guard told him he couldn't enter, but Aiden insisted on entering, so they should open the gate. The guard, angered, placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder and told him he can't go in, but before he knew what was going on, Aiden slammed him into the ground. The other guy was angry that Aiden dared attack a munch, determined not to let him get away with it even if he is someone from a duke's family. Aiden swiftly appeared behind him and slammed his neck with his hand, knocking him unconscious. Poble was surprised to see Aiden's method. Now he understood why they say, "You can't teach an old dog new tricks." Aiden opened the gate, then told Curse to be careful. Curse asked why he was suddenly concerned about him. Aiden replied, "Because this place is full of holy energy." Aiden got in, and in front of him were other munch, They asked who the hell he was and how he got in, despite them telling those outside not to let anyone enter. Aiden was amazed at how huge the interior was. Curse asked him if he knew where Joseph and his daughter were. Aiden replied with a grin. No. How would he know? Curse asked how he planned to find them. Aiden replied, he had a way. The Munches became furious and were eager to stop him for intruding into the Holy Land and kill him if they had to. Curse was sweating all over and asked Aiden if he hoped he didn't intend to take them all down. Aiden replied, come on. He's not that crazy enough to turn an entire religion against him. He just needs to ring the wailing bell. He then activated Ring of Speed and swiftly zoomed out, passing all the Munch. On his way, Curse asked what the wailing bell was. Aiden replied, it's one of the Church of Holy Fire's laws. When someone suffers a grievous injustice or has a critical illness with no remedy, they can ring the wailing bell to meet the high priest without any interference. But later people started ringing it for trivial reasons, so they moved it to the top of the building to prevent anyone from ringing it. Curious, Curse asked why they didn't just get rid of the bell. Aiden didn't know either, but as he said, he guessed they couldn't get rid of it, because it's part of their canon law. The Munches were eager to stop him at all costs, seeing he was aiming for the wailing bell. Aiden was already having a hard time since the bell was farther than he thought, and he had no choice but to activate the Ring of Speed for the third time. He was almost closer to the bell. He smiled, thinking he could finally talk to the priest if he rang the bell. But out of the blue he was attacked, the force intense. Aiden dodged, though it was a close call. He never expected the guy to accurately target him even though he was using the Ring of Speed. With his big mace on the ground, the man commended Aiden for getting through the other Munches, but told him he wouldn't be able to ring the wailing bell since he, Bali, the highest-ranking Munch of the Church of the Holy Fire, guarded the bell. Curse asked if Bali was really human. Aiden didn't know either, since this was his first time seeing a human who looked like an ogre. Aiden prepared to unsheath his sword, though he was worried since he had used up the daily limit of the Ring of Swiftness, so he had no choice but to fight Bali head-on. He held his aura-filled blade forward, and told Bali that he'd have to cut him down if he blocked his way, so he should please step aside. Bali smiled at how absurd it was for an intruder to be making threats, then remarked that Aiden must be at the stage of advanced sword aura. He grabbed his mace, then struck at Aiden. He told Aiden that thanks to him, he was having so much fun that he hadn't had in a long time. Aiden took the strike head-on. He worriedly gritted his teeth, not knowing what kind of monstrous raw strength the guy had since he was able to deliver such fierce blows without mana. Aiden knew that in terms of physical strength, Bali was even stronger than Margrave Thierried, and he had never seen anyone this strong even in his past life. Bali let out a loud laugh, and happily told Aiden he was getting fired up because Aiden was strong, as no one in the headquarters had ever withstood his attack. Curse asked Aiden if it was normal for humans to become more insane as they got stronger. Aiden replied no, Curse had only met weird people so far. You know that includes you, Curse remarked. Bali came charging with another strike. Aiden decided to fight Bali with all his might since he had no choice. He then summoned Banshee Shield. His aim was to block with Banshee Spirit Shield and counterattack, but the shield shattered upon impact, which Aiden never expected. He was sent flying, slamming into the wall. Blood was dripping from Aiden's face as he lay unconscious. Bali asked Aiden if he's done already. He found it disappointing since he thought he'd get a good workout after so long. He then walked towards Aiden, saying it was fun while it lasted, and now he'd send him for good. But within the dust, an attack was shot through, but he dodged, with the weapon only grazing his face. He was surprised Aiden was still able to move after receiving his blow. He knew he would have been in serious danger if he had moved even slightly wrong since the sword was imbued with aura. Bali told Aiden nice try, but it's unfortunate his last desperate attempt missed its mark. He then raised his mace to attack Aiden, saying death is the only ending for a knight who loses his sword. But Aiden grinned instead of being scared. Bali had no idea why he's laughing, wondering if Aiden has gone mad before his death, but he realized what was going on. The sword was in the direction of the bell, and now it has successfully hit the bell. Bali smiled as he realized Aiden's target was the wailing bell from the beginning. Aiden told him to bring forth his esteemed archpriest now that the bell has been rung. He then fainted after that speech. A while later, at the headquarters of the Church of Holy Fire, Aiden was stretching in a room. He was impressed at how amazing the healing techniques of the Church of Holy Fire were. All the fatigue that had built up in his body was completely gone. Curse, who felt like crying, told Aiden they should get out of here since the humans here are too stupid. Aiden questioned what he meant by stupid. Curse explained, saying the humans simply pour on nothing but holy energy for treatment, and since Aiden was unconscious, he wouldn't know, but it was like torture for him. Aiden smirked evilly, telling Curse that's what he gets for sneaking into his body. Curse became pissed, told Aiden he would pay him back. Someone then knocked on the door. The person came together with Bali. He told Aiden that he came to check on how he's feeling. Nice to meet you, he said, introducing himself as Hakal Korton, the deputy archpriest of the Church of Holy Fire. Aiden also introduced himself. Aiden said to himself that he had heard a lot about the deputy archpriest Hakal, and he seems kinder than he expected. Curse asked if he knew the deputy archpriest as well. Of course, Aiden replied. He's the next successor to the current archpriest, and the last and worthy deputy archpriest in history, the one who brought down the Church of Holy Fire through corruption. He's an extraordinary man. Someone who brought an entire religion with hundreds of years of tradition to ruin in a few days. Aiden was curious what he looked like, but he looked more decent than he expected. He then humbly apologized for barging into the church. Corton laughed, told Aiden not to worry since he rang the wailing bell, so he's now their guest. And the reason Priest Bali came was because he wanted to see Aiden again. Bali then greeted Aiden with a smile. Aiden was surprised to see the ogre with immense strength, then greeted Priest Bali. Bali told him what happened to his shield is unfortunate, and since their church has many shields, he should feel free to take one. Aiden told him it's alright. His shield is a bit special since it regenerates on its own. Curse expected it to regenerate since the Banshee shield spans the spirit realm and can restore itself. Aiden agreed, saying it's not a shield that would break from a single blow. He guessed it shattered because it hadn't fully recovered from the impact of the Death Knight's attack, and it'll probably take about 4 days to fully recover, so he'll have to be careful until then. By the way, he told them he would like to meet the Archpriest since he rang the bell. Aiden wanted to speak with the Archpriest and take back Joseph and his daughter. Corton told Aiden that according to their canon law, he has all the right to meet with the Archpriest, but unfortunately, it's difficult to meet him now. Instead, their current highest authority in the church will meet him on his behalf. Aiden found it surprising that he can't meet the Archpriest, though there was this sudden closure of the church's gates, and now, even after ringing the wailing bell, he can't meet the Archpriest. He found the situation to be fishy. Some minutes later, the three of them walked with Aiden in the middle. Aiden said to himself that he thought the current Archpriest, Kurtul, would be the one he would get to talk to. Curse asked Aiden if he also knew Kurtul. Aiden thought for a moment, then said Kurtul is someone he owed a great debt when his life was at stake in his past life. He's someone whose thoughts are beyond his comprehension. Kurtul would always say, why would they need something in return for saving a life? They help those who need the touch of the holy fire. But Aiden knew if it were him, he would have mooched off of them as much as he could, before saving them. Curse commented, the more he sees Aiden, the more he resembles Talos, a monster of the underworld. Quite pissed, Aiden told him to wait. Soon, he'll shower him with holy potions. Flustered, Curse told Aiden not to threaten him in a holy church. They arrived in front of a door guided by 2 monks. Corton told Aiden that the place is the highest authority of their church. Aiden wondered who could the Archpriest's proxy be. Who's that someone higher than the deputy Archpriest? But whoever it is, he was determined to bring Joseph and his daughter with him, regardless. As they got into the room, Corton politely told the person that they have brought the one who rang the wailing bell. But to Aiden's biggest surprise, that someone is Ellis and Joseph who were busy eating. Ellis immediately waved at Aiden with cookies in her hand. Aiden, still surprised, asked them both why they are here. He became shocked when he heard Bali greeting Ellis as Her Holiness Maiden of the Holy Fire, God's representative Saintess Ellis. Aiden's reasoning was broken as he realized she's the Saintess. Minutes later, Aiden and Joseph were in a room, sitting at the opposite ends of a table, speechless. With a scary expression, Aiden told Joseph to please explain what's going on. Joseph told him he'd explain, but first, he'd like to introduce himself. He introduced himself as Joseph, a former member of the 7 Stars Brotherhood that serves the Master of the Holy Fire. Aiden stood in shock as he heard he's a member of the 7 Stars Brotherhood. He said to himself that the 7 Stars Brotherhood is an exclusive union where only 7 of the finest alchemists within the Church of Holy Fire are allowed to join. No wonder he didn't see an alchemist like Joseph in his past life. Curious, Curse asked Aiden if Joseph is really that impressive. Isn't it just about being slightly better at alchemy than others? Aiden said the Church of Holy Fire monopolizes all the alchemists on the continent. Those with the most skill who are in the 7 Stars Brotherhood naturally hold power, second only to the Archpriest and Deputy Archpriest. Aiden then asked Joseph how someone of his rank ended up in such a place with his daughter. Joseph's face went gloomy, then told Aiden that every 40 years, a saint or saintess is born and ascends to the position of Archpriest in their church. The chosen saint or saintess fulfills their duties for 40 years. After 40 years, the status of the saint is returned, and at the same time, new candidates for sainthood are born with the stigma on their hands. But 10 years ago, candidates with the stigma started getting murdered one by one. Whether it was a soon-to-be adult or a 1-year-old baby, all were targeted. And his daughter Ellis was also a saint candidate with the stigma. No sensible parent could watch their daughter die, so they fled to the farthest place where even the church couldn't find them. But recently, something as significant as the murder of the sainthood candidates has happened within the church. Aiden had no idea what Joseph is talking about. He recalled there not being such incidents in the Church of Holy Fire in his past life around this time. So what on earth is happening in the Church of Holy Fire? Let's go back a few days ago at the Remez mansion. The monks of the Church of Holy Fire came to Remez, but the knights there told them that no one is allowed to take the Duke's guests without his orders. One of the monks told the knight, how dare he interfere with the operations of the Church of Holy Fire's heresy inquisitors, even if it's the Duke's family. If he obstructs the enforcement of the Holy Church, he'll face terrible consequences, so he should hand over the fugitive of the order. They battled with arguments, but Joseph came. Knight Spele told him he shouldn't have come outside, but Joseph asked for a moment to speak with the monk. He doesn't want to trouble young Master Aiden anymore. The man told Joseph it's been a while. Joseph asked how did he know he was here, And if he knew he was here, why didn't he come sooner? Why is he doing all of this now? He lashed out. The guy told him with a guilty tone that, to be honest, he thought Joseph died after he ran away, but he realized his assumptions were wrong after seeing that no stigma bearer was born after so much time. He found out his location through the Cerberus Guild annihilation incident, and that's why he came all the way here to take him and his daughter. Joseph told him he doesn't have to be forceful since there might still be people in the church targeting those with the stigma, so he can't send Ellis to such a dangerous place. The guy told him they had no other choice. There's a reason why they must take him to the church at all costs. It's because the archpriest collapsed due to an illness. Now back to the present. Aiden was shocked to hear the archpriest collapse due to an illness. Joseph, with a worried expression, commented that apparently, even the church's sacred rites and advanced medical techniques couldn't cure him. With the church's reputation on the wane and the archpriest falling ill, there must have been a tremendous sense of crisis. It was a situation that could easily extinguish the flame of the holy fire and cause their religion to be lost to history. That is why, 4 days from now, they plan to make Ellis a saint through the Saint Awakening ceremony and use her extraordinary divine powers to heal the archpriest. Once the vacant position is filled, the holy fire will burn even brighter, and the church can regain its former status. So he told Aiden he could do nothing but apologize to him. He regrets that he did not explain anything and caused him such trouble. Seeing Aiden speechless, Joseph wondered if Aiden is mad. At the same time, Aiden angrily gritted his teeth. He had no idea what the hell was going on, and was certain something felt off because the old man should be running around healing people. He's sure Archpriest Kurtel's illness was supposed to occur about 3 years from now, so he questioned why an event from the future had been moved forward. Or could it be that the future has started to change because of him? In another scene, Aiden was walking with Bali at the front. Aiden was lost in thought, thinking that now that he has permission from Joseph to stay at the church, he needs to find out where the future started to go astray. Curse was scared and questioned if he's going to stay in this dreadful place. Aiden replied, "There must be a reason why the past has changed, so he needs to figure it out. They can leave soon if they find it quickly, so he should please cooperate with him." Bali told him the room is where the archpriest is staying, and as he mentioned earlier, the visiting time is only 5 minutes. As Aiden entered the room stank so badly, and he saw how awful the archpriest looked. In his past life, the kind old man died before Aiden could even repay his debt. That's why he had planned to repay him in this life. But now things are already messed up. He paused, surprised as he noticed an ominous energy that seemed familiar, but it's his first time seeing something like it. Curse told him he should have seen a lot in his past life, but Aiden had no idea what he's talking about. Curse told him the ominous energy is a curse. Normally it's impossible for a human to see a curse, but since the soul of the great underlord is with him, he can now see it. And the curse on the archpriest is cleverly and delicately crafted. It's a rarefied curse that has been accumulating over a long time, causing the priest's body to disintegrate from within. Aiden angrily clenched his fist, blood dripping, saying to himself that curses are the exclusive domain of dark mages, and the fact that it has been slowly accumulating over a long time means that the archpriest is being targeted by a dark mage hiding within the church. That is to say, even in his past life, the archpriest didn't die because of a disease. He then asked Curse how they can break the curse. Curse told him the curse has nearly fused with the archpriest's body. A curse fused to such a degree is almost impossible to break, even for the one who cast it. However, if there are any remedies, it would probably require a black magician who knows the structure of the curse perfectly, or as Joseph mentioned, injecting an immense amount of holy power at once. Hearing what he said, Aiden realized that Ellis is a threat to the person who placed the curse, and if the archpriest is healed, all the efforts the person put into accumulating the curse will be in vain. So there's a high chance that they'll target Ellis. He then decided to talk to Joseph about increasing Ellis's security. He suddenly heard a loud scream. The voice belonged to Ellis, so he worriedly ran out at full speed, wondering if the bastard had already made their move. He saw people gathered, so he worriedly asked if Ellis was okay. He looked around. It didn't seem like an intruder or an attack. He then asked the maid what happened. She told him she didn't do anything weird. She just turned off the candles to replace them, but Ellis started screaming. Hearing this, Aiden thought about how she always slept with the lights on back at the Duke's mansion. It looks like she still hasn't recovered from the trauma of being trapped underground. He approached them, then told Joseph to clear everyone else out for a moment. Ellis sat scared, crying and holding her head, scared of the dark and not wanting to die, asking for help. She heard a voice telling her no one can hurt her. She opened her eyes. Aiden stretched out his hand to her, telling her that no one can lay a finger on his people, not even the underworld, so she shouldn't worry. She was surprised to see Mr. Aiden, so she immediately hugged him while crying. Aiden just stood and let her cry until her heart was content. She finally calmed down, playing with her legs while they sat on the chair. Aiden asked her if she's feeling better, and she replied yes. But she worriedly asked him if she's truly suited to become a saint, because all the saintesses she saw in the fairy tale books were strong, brave, and wonderful. So is a coward like her really allowed to be a saintess, since she's neither nice nor special? She just wants to go back to Aiden's house and play. Aiden flicked her head, told her she's overthinking because of the lot of small things she has seen and heard, and she doesn't know anything about being a saint. Touching her head, she asked if he knows anything about being a saintess. Aiden replied, "Of course, who does she think he is?" In the past, he and the saintess were companions, but his expression changed as he recalled her face. Ellis's eyes sparkled with excitement, wanting to know more about the companion. Aiden placed his hand on her head and with a smile, he told her that a saint doesn't have to be nice and brave. After all, they are also human. She can be angry if she wants to be angry, and she can cry if she wants to cry, and she can come back to his home whenever she wants. She was surprised by the word home, but she excitedly asked Aiden what he meant earlier by companion. Was he married to a saintess? Aiden shyly told her they were just friends. If they were friends, she asked if that meant they're not friends anymore. He replied yes. The questions raged on. Aiden finally came out looking all gloomy. Talking to Ellis was more troublesome and exhausting than a training session. Even Curse agreed. He remarked that just listening to her makes him feel like he's drinking a holy potion. Joseph worriedly asked if Ellis is all right now. He replied yes, he should please go in and stay next to her. Joseph thanked him, then entered the room. Looking all sleepy, Aiden asked Corton why he is here. Corton replied that he heard there was a small problem, and he also heard that Aiden was solving it really well. He then stretched out his hand to shake Aiden's for saving the priestess, the future of their religion, so he thanked him personally. Aiden laughed, said he just did what he had to do, and as soon as their hands touched, Curse immediately got triggered, then told Aiden that the archpriest is a dark mage, which Aiden never expected. At the dark mage's base, underground of the Church of Holy Fire, Corton slammed the table angrily. He angrily said, "That damn brat, I can't believe he threw a monkey wrench into the plan. He should have pursued and eliminated the one who escaped with the stigma as soon as he got the news." Someone came in and told him to calm down, but he lashed out saying, "How can I calm down? The church must be mine unconditionally and it can't be succeeded by anyone else." He then asked when those guys were coming. He was told they would arrive soon, and he'd be informed when they were here. Corton remarked with an evil grin that there's no need to make a fuss about the saintess because it'll be all over if she's killed, and 2 days from now, at her awakening ceremony, she will be assassinated by her followers, and he'll become the all-in-all of the Church of Holy Fire. He laughed psychotically, all the while Aiden overheard him while in disguise. Aiden had anticipated that there was a dark mage hiding in the church, but he never thought it would be the deputy archpriest. Besides, he's not alone and he's got minions. Curse remarked with a grin while sitting with his legs crossed that such a thing can't escape his eyes. He could sense evil mana the moment he shook Corton's hand. In addition, Corton seems to be quite powerful. Aiden was pissed at the disgusting heretical mages. He deduced there might be more dark mages within the church besides Corton and the other guy, but he found the situation to be strange. He still doesn't know what caused Corton to aggravate the archpriest's condition sooner than in his past life. Aside from saving Ellis, he questioned if he had done something else that has affected the church. But first, he decided to check who those guys Corton was talking about were. Now, outside the Church of Holy Fire, outskirts of town, a cloaked man walked through an alley to meet someone. He told that someone to follow him. He'll escort him inside the church. The guy angrily commented that they all faltered when they were on the verge of something huge. Can't they even get things in order? The cloaked guy lashed out, telling the guy that they had to propone things because of him. Besides, who would have known that the child with the stigma was still alive? Aiden was listening to their conversation in stealth. He realized the guy is the reason the plan was brought forward. Thinking about it, Aiden has heard the voice from somewhere. The cloaked guy told the guy they should not be picky since they're tied together by mutual benefit. He added, asking the guy if his master wouldn't benefit if the deputy archpriest Corton becomes the archpriest. The guy angrily grabbed the cloaked guy's throat and warned him not to threaten them again, or else he'll tear his limbs off if he doesn't watch his mouth. The cloaked guy begged to be spared while drooling. The guy then pushed him to the ground, warning him there won't be another chance next time. As the guy stepped out, Aiden could finally see the guy's face, but he was surprised since he knows the guy, the Crimson Knight, Beniger Haima. Curse asked if the guy is also someone famous in his past life. Aiden angrily clenched his fist and replied, "Yes, the bastard is Sylvetta's dog." Now Aiden is finally putting all the missing pieces together. Aiden recalled Sylvetta once saying he'll put his knightly honor on the line to destroy the dark mages who have plagued the world, for that is the chivalry of their grand duchy. Now Aiden was pissed, because the chivalry was rotten from the beginning. Today, he has seen a lot of disgusting faces concealed behind false masks of pretense. Curse asked why Sylvetta was helping Hakal become the archpriest. Still angry, Aiden replied, "Perhaps it's aimed to gain an edge in the family's succession battle. Becoming the leader of a powerful family like the Sires requires not only combat skills, but also the support of influential forces. Sylvetta's original plan must have been to take advantage of the fact that Dayer was badly injured in the Imperial Palace attack and take over the position of leader, but things have changed because Aiden saved Dayer. Aiden was really angry at the traitorous bastard Sylvetta. How rotten could he be? Aiden's killing intent got leaked, which made the guy detect his presence. The guy came with his sword imbued with aura. He commented with a grin. So, the worm was followed by a rat. With his sword imbued with aura, he swung multiple slashes at Aiden, but Aiden swiftly dodged by jumping mid-air through the wall. Still mid-air, Aiden said to himself that the guy, Heima's aggressive sword skill is still the same. He wondered if Heima noticed his presence from the very beginning. The cloaked guy told Heima that he won't be able to handle the consequences if he makes such a loud attack in the middle of the night. Heima, with his eyes filled with killing intent, told the guy that he doesn't think worrying is something he wants to hear from a guy who didn't even notice a rat following him. So he told him to fuck off since he's not being helpful. The guy, angered, then left the scene. Heima, disappointed, commented that if it weren't for the mission his master assigned him, he would have killed the guy too. He then faced Aiden with his eyes and body filled with killing intent. He told Aiden it's surprising he managed to dodge his sword. It seems like his skills are certainly not average. He then asked Aiden what someone like him was doing here. Aiden replied, "What if I don't want to tell you?" The guy smiled wildly and told Aiden he's funny. Aiden decided to run since it's hard to deal with Heima right now. But Heima swiftly charged and appeared in front of Aiden with an extremely evil grin. He told Aiden it's no fun playing with people who open their mouths easily, so he's excited to see how long it'll take for Aiden to talk. He then swung his blade forcefully at Aiden. Aiden blocked all the strikes in return. The guy laughed psychotically, enjoying seeing Aiden struggle. Curse commented, "It's surprising that there is a human more similar to Talos than Aiden." Even Aiden agreed, since Heima is one of the craziest people Aiden has ever seen. Aiden is having a difficult time. He realized Heima must be at least at the stage of Supreme Sword Aura, and since Banshee's shield is still recovering, he can't even use it right now. But Aiden smiled since there's always a way, and he's sure Heima must have noticed by now. As Heima swung his sword, he noticed something. He thought he was seeing things, but he noticed the sword technique Aiden was using. Aiden called out his name, Crimson Knight, Beniger Heima. Hearing his name, Heima stopped and asked Aiden how he knew his name. Thinking for a moment, he let out a sinister grin as he finally understood what was going on. He commented, saying he should have known when he saw Aiden using the same sword technique as his own. He then told Aiden that it seems like he's from that damn Dayers faction. Aiden grinned evilly, since he now has Heima in the palm of his hands. Aiden asked Heima if he thinks he'll get away with his actions after involving dark mages in his affairs. Heima angrily swung his sword at him to shut him up. "You damn dog of that fucking spear knight." Aiden said to himself that the guy is going even crazier after mistaking him as one of Dayers' henchmen. What a messed up family, they're all at each other's throats. He added, "The guy must have way more problems because of his personality. The more agitated people become, the less rational they become and the slower they grasp the situation, without even knowing what's going on around them." The clash continued. Heima grinned widely while asking Aiden if he's going to counterattack. If that's the case, Aiden can't beat him like that. But Heima started bleeding through his nose. He took a pause, cleaned the blood, not knowing what was going on. But Aiden counterattacked immediately with his sword. Heima blocked the sword strikes but realized his balance was off. He wondered what Aiden did to him. Aiden smirked. It's too late for Heima to notice. What he used on Heima is his original skill, resonance. Every time his sword collides with the opponent's, a mana wave is created that shocks the opponent's internal flow of mana. It's so weak and unnoticeable at first that it can be dismissed as an illusion, but if it keeps stacking, it becomes a very fatal poison. If Heima were a normal knight, he wouldn't have been able to stand by now, but he is still holding on. Heima told Aiden with vigor not to think he can beat him with his dirty tricks, then told Aiden to bring it on. Aiden picked his ear and told Heima he doesn't want to. Heima can come get him if he's so angry. He shouted angrily, "You Dayers dog." Aiden told him to shut up, Sylvetta's dog. Dogs shouldn't bark at nights. Angered, he told Aiden, "How dare you call my lord's name with your filthy mouth?" He then charged out to attack with the determination to kill. Aiden commented, "How scary." Then he guessed he had no other choice. Aiden brought out a bottle and threw it at Heima. Heima blocked it with his sword and asked Aiden if dirty tricks are all he can do, but to his surprise, the bottle created a fog that blocked his vision. He angrily shouted, telling Aiden to stop messing around and come face him so he could tear him apart. But as the dust faded, he looked around and couldn't find Aiden. He became furious and shouted, calling Aiden a coward. Aiden was running under the moonlight. Curse asked why he's running instead of finishing him. Aiden told him it's because at his current level, it's impossible to win against a knight at the stage of Supreme Sword Aura without Banshee's shield. So, the best course of action was to stop him from following by using resonance. Luckily, he asked Kathy to make a special smoke bomb. At that time, Kathy looked at him weirdly. Besides, he thought, I can't let those dark mages escape. The guy was still running while breathing heavily, in a hurry to go back and inform Deputy Archpriest Corton that there's someone who knows their identities. But Aiden was already above him, then struck the guy. The next morning, underground in the Church of Holy Fire, Corton angrily lashed out, wondering, what the fuck is going on? He said to himself that the guy who went to bring Sire's knight has gone missing, and the knight also didn't come. He wondered if the guy had betrayed him, or if he was trapped by someone. Whatever it is, the Saintess awakening ceremony taking place today has to be stopped. But now, he doesn't have time for that. He paused, then smiled evilly since he had someone perfect for the task. He could use Aiden. Now, at the entrance to the altar of Holy Fire Church on the day of the Saintess's awakening ceremony, Joseph was happily hugging with tears in his eyes. He was happy since his daughter was going to be the Saintess. She told her dad to stop crying. He was embarrassing her. Aiden asked Ellis if she remembers what he said. She replied, "Of course. She will demand every penny of interest for the trouble God has put her through. Every penny of interest." Joseph turned around and asked Aiden what he is teaching his daughter. Aiden replied with a smile that it's about how to live without suffering losses, then told him they should be going. Someone then told the saintess to proceed inside. Joseph wanted to follow his daughter, but Aiden stopped him. "You know no one else can enter with her, she'll be safe, so calm down." Joseph became more dramatic, with tears flowing down his face, telling Ellis to stay safe and healthy. Corton then asked Aiden to come with him for a second. They went into a corner, and Aiden asked what is so important that they have to talk in the corner like this. Corton told him he just wanted to give him a small gift, as a token of appreciation for what he has done for them. He then opened a box, and with a grin, he told Aiden it's one of the remaining few highest quality pills in their church. It is a rare and precious item that is very difficult to produce now. He added that had he presented it to Aiden officially, the church members would have gone crazy. That's why he asked him to meet in private so that he could hand it over to him. Aiden, with a smile on his face, asked Corton if he's sure he can have it. Corton replied, "Of course. After all, he's the one who saved the future of their Church of Holy Fire." Aiden took the pill and swallowed it. At the same time, Corton's face was filled with a sinister smile. Aiden took the pill. His eyes then changed color. Corton grinned wildly. He said to himself that Aiden is stupid for falling for his tricks since the pill carries a mental curse of obedience and brainwashing. Even a swordmaster would have no choice but to obey him. He touched Aiden on the shoulder, then gave him an order: use the back entrance he prepared and kill the child who is undergoing the saintess's awakening ceremony. Ellis walked forward. In front of her was a room emitting divine energy. She was amazed. In front of her was a big fire emitting divine energy. She said to herself that the priest said she has to walk into the flame to see God. He said the flame won't be hot, but she wondered what if she goes in and it is hot. She's scared, but she recalled what Aiden told her, so she walked up the stairs, not wanting to be scared. She then entered the fire saying, "Mr. God, it's time to pay." Behind her was Aiden with his sword in his hand. At the entrance to the altar of Holy Fire Church, Joseph was still crying. Corton grinned, saying to himself that the perfect story for his plan is that an intruder recklessly enters the church and kills the saintess. Now, finally, he can become the archpriest of the church. But suddenly, people came charging forward. Bali shouted and told everyone to stop wherever they are. Bali came together with other monks. People wondered what the monks were doing here, and they were even wearing their combat suits as well. Corton angrily asked Bali if he did not know there was an awakening going on. How dare he show up in such an outfit? Bali replied that he knew there was an awakening going on, but he had come because there was something more important than that. With vigor, he said out loud that among all the people here, there is a heretic who has made contact with darkness. That is why he, heretic Inquisitor Bali, has come here, despite knowing the consequences. Corton was surprised. He had no idea how Bali knew. People began murmuring, questioning if what he meant was that there is a dark mage among them. What a blasphemous statement. Corton lashed out. He told Bali, how can he say that one of their brothers and sisters in the Holy Church has turned to darkness? He's clearly spreading false rumors that he doesn't have the authority to. Suddenly, a voice from behind told Corton that he was the one who called Bali. Corton was shocked as he heard the voice. Everyone was also surprised to hear the voice since it belonged to Archpriest Kirtle. Corton was shocked. He had no idea how the Archpriest cleansed the curse he worked on for years. He wondered if there was someone else with enough divine power other than the Saintess, or if there was a traitor. Kirtle commented, "This is the end, Deputy Archpriest, or should we call you Dark Mage Hakal?" Everyone was surprised to hear he was a dark mage. They wondered why he would lie to them. Corton, speechless and angry that all his plans had been ruined, smiled since he still had a way out. Corton told Kirtle that, if he's calling him a dark mage, he must not be fully recovered yet, since there's no way he'd be a dark mage after years of sincerely looking after him. He voiced out and said vigorously that there seems to be a misunderstanding. In reality, the true dark mage is young Master Remez since he overheard him plotting to kill the Saintess, so they have to find and stop him. Aiden then came out with his sword in his hand. Seeing him, Corton immediately called Aiden a scoundrel, and then asked what he had done to the priestess. Aiden told him with a sad tone, then with a smirk, replied that the Saintess is safely undergoing her awakening. Shocked, Corton wondered if Aiden broke the curse, and how did he break it by himself? Let's go back to the night after the battle against the Crimson Knight. Aiden stood at the window, and in front of him was an owl. He told Nikita that he knew she was watching him, so he requested to talk. The owl looked at him, then flew to the window. She asked Aiden what he was planning to do. Aiden told her he knew she saw it all, but Chaos was trying something in the church. With a jovial smile, he asked her for a favor since he'd be taking care of Chaos, their common enemy. Nikita asked what favor, and Aiden requested to borrow a curse-suppressing tool. Nikita thought about it, then asked Aiden why he was suddenly asking for a curse-suppressing magic tool, and if he's planning to fight against Chaos. Aiden replied no. He will use the tool to suppress the curse that has afflicted Archpriest Kirtle. He told her that the Archpriest's curse has paralyzed his body, but his consciousness is unaffected. He guessed the Archpriest must have noticed by now that Corton has betrayed the church, so as long as the priest wakes up, They can get all the traitors. Niketa thought about it, then told Aiden it makes sense. She then gave him an artifact. She told him it is an artifact called an anti-magic ring that she made herself, and if Aiden makes the archpriest wear it, it will suppress the curse. But she warned Aiden to be careful since it seems like Chaos has placed a brainwashing curse on the majority of the church, and they might try to do the same to him. Aiden told her not to worry about them brainwashing him since he already has a terrible curse, so other curses can't do anything to him. Curse asked Aiden if he's mocking him. Aiden replied yes, so what? Curse, pissed, told Aiden he also feels terrible being with him, but he went speechless when Aiden asked if he wanted some holy potion. Now, back to the present. Aiden told Corton he's in big trouble now. Corton was speechless, gritting his teeth angrily. People told Corton to please say something, he should prove he's not a dark mage. Kirtle told him to give up, and he'll try to minimize his punishment if he stops here. Corton told him there's no way he'd give up. He shouted out angrily, saying, "Do you know what it feels like to not be chosen by the holy fire? I lived my entire life expecting to be the saint. Do you know what it feels like to lose the goal of your life?" If that's the case, he activated his demonic energy. He told Kurtel he'd turn everyone there into the undead, then all of them will kneel and beg to become his followers. Bali told the archpriest, they can't let Corton be anymore. They must take down the traitor Corton right now. Corton said with vigor. He called them fools. They should not think they can stop him. He then told all the comrades of Dark Blood to come out and help him. Immediately within the crowd, the people of Chaos started showing themselves. Others were surprised. They couldn't believe they had so many heretics among them. Other monks told them not to panic since they have the holy fire with them, so they should take down the dark mages, but they were controlled before they could carry out their duty, with the intention to follow Master Corton. And so they began fighting with the other monks. The conscious monks had no idea what happened since their brothers suddenly started attacking them. Bali raised his mace to take down the heretics. He told them they shall all be judged in the name of the holy fire. But before he could strike, the archpriest shouted out for him to stop. The archpriest asked Corton how low will he go. Corton told the archpriest with a wild, sinister grin that he's quite quick-witted. He really wanted to see them kill each other. As he can see, he has placed a curse of domination on most of them, so if Kurtle tries to lay a hand on him, he'll make them kill themselves. Kurtle couldn't do anything but angrily grit his teeth. Corton told Kurtle with a wide grin that there's nothing he can do now, so he should give up. Aiden, who was at the scene, commented with his hand on his beard, there are around 15 of them. He then swiftly took 2 down. Corton furiously told Aiden he'd kill them all if he does anything stupid, but Aiden told him with a sinister grin, he doesn't care, he can kill them all he wants. Corton voiced out angrily, do you think I won't? Everyone here will die. But Aiden countered, and I just said it's not my problem whether you kill them or not, I'm not even part of the church. He doesn't want anything else, all he wants is to beat the shit out of those Chaos bastards. Corton, panicked, said to himself, how did Aiden know he was part of Chaos? Did he come here to get him in the first place? Not wanting to waste time, he commanded the controlled dark mages to kill Aiden. Curse asked Aiden if he's actually going to kill those innocent people. Aiden replied of course not, he's not cold-hearted. He brought out 2 sealed bottles, said to himself that Chaos guys are individually weak right now, so they're barely maintaining the curse of domination, which means the curse will be gone with fewer of them. He then jumped forward and threw the 2 bottles into their midst, creating smoke in the area. Corton had no idea what kind of smoke that was. He then told his men to kill him. Aiden landed at the center, and within seconds something happened within the smoke. Corton had no idea what's happening, but he could sense the number of dark mages going down at a fast rate. He was really angry, because his 10 years of hard work had been brought to ruin in an instant. Now, he decided to use the only option he had left. Aiden then took down the last of the dark mages that weren't controlled. Aiden grinned, said to himself that no matter how hard they try to hide in the smoke, if they are full of dark mana, finding them is a piece of cake. Now, there were only 6 of them left including Corton, but he realized something was wrong. The number of dark mages was diminishing at a fast pace. He had no idea what's going on. He thought Priest Bali was helping him. Curse told Aiden they're not disappearing. All the dark mana is being gathered in one place. Panic-driven, the uncontrolled dark mage begged Corton to please spare his life, but Corton ended up draining the dark mana from his body. With a wide grin and his hand filled with mana, Corton performed a spell, offering whatever he was summoning half of his lifespan and all the lives. He begged the noble of the underworld to please descend upon them. Aiden was shocked to see Corton summoning the nobles of the underworld. Everyone looked up in shock. Even the archpriest questioned if this was the end of the world since the spell was done on a very large scale. The eyes of the soldiers who were under the curse gradually became clear, and as they regained themselves, they asked each other if they were back to normal. One of them said that the curse of domination was being lifted. Suddenly, Priest Bali told everyone to regroup. The real fight was about to start as he looked up at the looming presence Hakal had summoned. Bali said he had never felt such wicked energy before, and whatever was coming from the sky was definitely very powerful. Suddenly, something fell from the sky and with a loud bang, shattered the entire surroundings where everyone stood, causing most of them to faint as they lost consciousness. But Bali was surprised to see that he was still standing. When he looked ahead, it was Aiden who had protected him and the high priest from the attack. Our MC knew exactly what had just fallen from the sky, and with chills running down his spine, he told Priest Bali to evacuate everyone to a safe place immediately. They needed to run as fast as possible, even if it meant leaving the city as it stood. Just then, the dust began to settle, and a figure started emerging from the rubble. It turned out to be a winged demon, a high-ranking one. The demon scoffed. "Wow, the heir of the earthly realm. What a beautiful dreamlike world," he continued, saying he was shocked that such weak, pathetic creations like humans could stay alive here. Upon seeing this monster, Aiden cursed. "Damn it, damn that bastard Hakal. How could he summon something so unbelievable?" Curse then said that he never thought he would see this monster here. This was unexpected. The demon turned out to be a high-ranking Talos, and Talos asked who had summoned him. Hakal, full of greed, declared that he was the one who summoned Talos, claiming that he had given up half of his life to bring him here. He then commanded Talos to obey him and kill those who opposed him. But before Hakal could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his neck, blood spilling out as it fell to the ground. Talos pointed at him and sneered, saying he had expected his summoner to have a delicious soul. But Hakal was filthy. He didn't want to start his first meal with such a disgusting soul. Seeing this, Aiden had a terrible memory of Talos and muttered to himself, "This is the underworld demon that brought destruction upon the world in his past life." This Talos was intelligent, meaning he had to be a high-ranking one. Even most sword masters would struggle to fight him. However, in Aiden's past life, he was able to take Talos down in one strike. But now he had yet to regain the power he once had. Suddenly, Aiden noticed a purple mana surrounding the environment. "What the hell?" he muttered. Even the high priest and everyone behind him had fallen unconscious. What's going on? Then, Curse told Aiden that the purple mana was a special skill called Elusive Fog. It was Talos' ability. It sucked the life force of anyone who inhaled it and trapped them in a nightmare. But of course, it wouldn't work on Aiden because Curse is with him. At first, Aiden thought he knew who this Talos was, but it turned out he didn't. Oh, the hell is he? Curse then revealed, "This Talos is called Mephisto, the Talos of deceit and cunning. He was even bold enough to scam the Underlord himself. In the end, however, the Underlord had enslaved Mephisto's soul." Hearing this, Aiden smirked. So Mephisto tried to scam the Underlord? He must be out of his mind to do that. Suddenly, Curse alerted Aiden to look up. Just then, Mephisto sprinted toward Aiden, and he was shocked. He couldn't even detect the demon's movements. Talos smirked. Fascinating, a human who can still move in his elusive fog. He wondered what Aiden's soul tastes like. But Aiden was trembling. As expected, this monster is a high-ranking Talos. Just standing in front of him is putting Aiden under extreme pressure. Curse reassured him, "Don't be too scared. Mephisto isn't complete right now. Akal's summoning was unstable, so he doesn't even have half of his original power." Aiden took a deep breath. "All right, if that's true, then he actually have a chance." With an evil grin, Talos taunted, "My poor weak prey. Are you ready to be devoured?" But Aiden smirked and replied, "Mephisto, why do you talk so much? He have been yapping since he came to Earth." Upon hearing this, Mephisto froze. What the hell? He was shocked. "How does this human know his name?" Aiden chuckled. "Your name is famous even on Earth. You're the pet Talos the Underlord dragged around like a dog." Aiden offered to give him tips, if he don't know how to properly trick the Underlord. Hearing this, Mephisto was enraged. "What, did you just call me a pet Talos?" he roared. "How dare you? I am a noble among Talos. You ignorant human. How dare you say that in front of me?" With anger, he clenched his fist, preparing to attack Aiden with a thunderous force. Aiden quickly dodged and leaped away. Still enraged, Mephisto growled, "I'll show you what it feels like to have your soul ripped apart." Hearing this, Aiden was stunned. What does that mean? Is Mephisto saying that his soul was ripped apart throughout his life? He turned to Curse. "Are you hiding something from me?" Curse sighed. It's not exactly that he hid something. But back when he was the Underlord, he used Mephisto as an experiment on Talos' souls. Curse wanted to see if Mephisto could remain conscious while having his soul ripped apart and put back together over and over. Curse also tested ways to inflict pain on souls. Hearing this, Aiden shuddered. What the hell? When Curse was the Underlord, he must have been a complete lunatic, but Curse smirked. "I guarantee I'm not as crazy as you, Aiden." Aiden then said that there are too many people here. They need to fight somewhere else, so the impact won't affect the priests who are asleep. Just as Aiden was about to move, Mephisto sprinted toward him. "Where do you think you're running, pathetic human?" With a swing of his claw, the sheer force of it tore apart the surrounding buildings, and Aiden barely dodged it. As he leaped away, he muttered, "What the hell? Didn't Curse say Mephisto doesn't even have half of his power? And yet he's still this strong? If he were at full power, I'd be dead already." Just as he thought that, another attack came toward him. Aiden quickly blocked it with his sword, but the impact sent him flying backward, slamming into a pillar. Seeing this, Mephisto smirked. "This little human is still standing after that? Interesting. You're definitely not normal." Meanwhile, Aiden trembled. He can't use Banshee's shield since it needs to recover. There's only one option, even though he don't like it. He unleashed Beelzebub, and dark mana surged from his sword. Seeing this, Mephisto narrowed his eyes. What is this energy? Suddenly, Aiden yelled, summoning Wraith Enslavement. With a loud bang, the high troll he had slain previously emerged and said, Master, give me your orders. Upon seeing this, Mephisto trembled and was like, Wraith Enslavement? But only warlocks using dark demonic energy can use that. So how could a mere human use such power? Aiden then said, the real deal starts now, Underlord's test subject 1. Upon hearing Aiden calling him a test subject, Mephisto yelled and called him, you son of a bitch, I will show you what the worst of hell is like. Meanwhile, Ellis was in an unfamiliar world or realm, and she wondered, where am I? She looked around and exclaimed, this place is so pretty. Suddenly, a figure approached her and said, it's been a long time since I've seen a human. He then added that Ellis need to go back to sleep, just receive the holy power and go. This person turned out to be the main god of the Holy Fire Order. He was called Hastar of the Holy Fire. Seeing him, Ellis was like, Uncle, are you a god? But Hastar frowned and was like, Uncle? Did this human call him uncle? Ellis then said that he should pay her back with interest, because she has gone through a lot because of him. Hastar was like, huh? What a brave kid. She's asking a god to pay her? How can this be happening? Are there bad people who influenced her? But still, it was the perfect time since he was bored. He then thought, okay, he will pay for her life now and her past life as well. Ellis was shocked and was like, what past life? What happened in her past life? He didn't answer. He then began walking away and said, you are a child whose path was changed by someone who also lost his path. He hoped her journey is different this time, and looking forward to her new destiny. Then he left. Now, back to the physical realm. The high troll whom Aiden summoned was fighting Mephisto, bombarding him with fire spells over and over, not even letting him breathe. Mephisto kept running for his life, and after fighting for a while he decided to rest and said, this is so annoying. How dare this useless troll use fire magic? But the troll was nothing compared to the torture he faced from the Underlord, the hellfire torture he had endured. Just then, Aiden imbued his sword with aura, and was about to attack Mephisto from behind with his sword aura. He told Mephisto, how can you get distracted by a high troll when I'm here? Mephisto yelled, damn it, he forgot this human is still here. And before Mephisto could react, Aiden cut off his arm and wings at the same time. Mephisto yelled in pain and crashed to the ground, blood spilling out. As Aiden landed, he asked Mephisto, do you think you can face me while getting distracted by a high troll? Mephisto became angry as he tried to get up and asked Aiden, how dare you? How dare you cut my beautiful arms and wings? He said he will never forgive Aiden and called him a worthless creature. But Aiden mocked him, calling him Test Subject 1. Why don't he ask the Underlord for new arms and wings? Who knows? He might give you cute angel wings. Aiden added, it won't happen, because I will kill you right here and now. Just then, the high troll was already above Mephisto, about to blast him with ferocious firepower. With a loud bang, the fire engulfed Mephisto. Mephisto screamed in pain as the fire consumed him. After that, Aiden smiled and apologized to Curse for killing his test subject. But Curse informed Aiden, you shouldn't rejoice now. Think about yourself first, since Mephisto, who was his test subject, won't die that easily. Just then, Mephisto emerged from the fire unscathed, even with his arm and wings that had been cut off now regenerated. Upon seeing this, Aiden was like, what the hell? Who is this monster bastard? He knew Mephisto was a high-ranking Talos, but how was he still alive after that fire? And even his arms and wings had regenerated. Curse then told Aiden that Mephisto was different from other Talos. The reason Mephisto became a high-ranking Talos was because he had the highest endurance among all, and fire did not work on him. Aiden was shocked. What the hell? During the battle, Mephisto seemed scared of fire, so how the hell does fire not work? Curse said, yes, Mephisto is scared of fire because I experimented on him to advance his resistance. Curse then explained that he was the one who made Mephisto enter the hottest hellfire. Back then, Mephisto could endure it well. Aiden became angry. So Curse is the reason why Mephisto is so monstrous right now, and if fire can't kill him, what else? Just then, Mephisto grinned, an evil grin, and asked Aiden if he could see their difference now. Those small tricks won't work on me anymore. Curse then asked Aiden if he had any other plan. Aiden replied, he's not sure he can do that. He don't know whether he can beat Mephisto or not, but he won't let Mephisto hurt the people around him. Just then, Mephisto roared, launching an attack toward Aiden. Aiden stood his ground, his sword imbued with sword aura, ready to block the incoming strike. With a loud bang, the surrounding area exploded. But guess who was still standing? It was Mephisto. Aiden was falling to the ground as Mephisto began walking toward him. He sneered, is that all you can do? Although you're stronger than other humans, it's still not enough to face me. He approached Aiden, about to finish him off. Aiden thought to himself, is this the same as before? He've lost his power and fallen again. Is this the end of his second life? He hadn't even gotten the chance to get his revenge, the revenge he should have taken on his betrayers. He still had so many people to protect, his crew, his friends, his parents, and his younger brother. He should have been stronger than he was in his past life. So how was he losing right now to this monster? Just then, Talos stretched out his hand and said, "It is an honor for you to die by my hands." He declared to Aiden, "This is the end of your life." As Aiden closed his eyes, he thought, so, he will die again. So, this is the end. But as he closed his eyes, the last thing he saw was Curse's face. Curse gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "You are such an arrogant and stupid dragon slayer king." Curse then yelled at Aiden, "Whatever, just use my power, the power of the Underlord." Suddenly, the system informed Aiden that the Underlord's power had been unleashed. His heart began clouding with dark mana. Just as Mephisto was about to strike him down, he froze. What the hell? He could sense a familiar mana emanating from Aiden. Suddenly, Aiden's eyes opened. Mephisto trembled. There's no way this is happening. What is this power? He recognized it immediately. This is the power of the Underlord. In an instant, Aiden commanded, "Kneel." Without hesitation, Mephisto knelt down immediately with a loud bang. The power of the Underlord was radiating from Aiden, and Mephisto trembled in fear. "This is definitely that psychopath," Mephisto muttered. "The power emanating from Aiden is definitely the power of that psychopath who tortured him. The Underlord." Realizing the grave mistake he had made, Mephisto felt he was in serious trouble for attacking Aiden. He then bowed and said, "I greet the Underlord. The power of the Underlord is an absolute power of domination, given to those chosen to rule the underworld. All talents who are inhabitants of the underworld are infinitely in awe of the Underworld Lord. This is why the Underlord was able to rule the underworld." Now Mephisto bowed to him as he trembled in fear for not recognizing the Underlord. This is why. But Aiden told himself that this power is stronger than he thought. Curse replied, "Do you finally recognize the great power of mine, Dragonslayer King?" When Curse was still the Underlord, his body was something that everyone in the underworld admired. But now he didn't know how he ended up like this. For the first time, Aiden was in agreement with Curse and he said, "Who cares about that?" He commended Curse for taking care of his body all the time that they had been together, and he said, "As expected, the Underlord's power is really good." Curse laughed out loud and said, Okay, he will accept Aiden's praises." And he told Aiden they should make Mephisto tremble to death. Now, as Aiden was laughing evilly, Mephisto looked up at him and asked, Is he really the Underlord?" Aiden gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, he is the Underlord. Don't you feel the energy that can devour you?" Hearing this, Mephisto began crying and said, "He is cruel. The Underlord will definitely torture me to death." Sometime later, Ellis was done with the ritual and began running as she came out of the building. Then, she heard Aiden telling someone to roll forward, roll backward. She wondered what was going on outside, and she knew this voice was definitely Aiden's. She ran outside with joy to see Aiden, but when she got there, she was shocked by what she saw. She asked Aiden, "What are you doing?" But Aiden couldn't tell her what he was doing because he was actually torturing Mephisto, and the little child wasn't meant to know about that. He then asked Ellis if the awakening ceremony was over and if she saw the face of the god. Ellis replied, "Yes, but that weird uncle didn't give her anything. He just flashed and sent her back here." But looking around, she asked Aiden, "What is that big bat over there? It looks like it's in so much pain." Aiden stammered and said, "That is his friend's pet. The pet is Mephisto, but it's lying down now because it's tired from playing too much." Curse was like, "What the hell is Aiden saying? Does all that torturing look so much like playing around?" Aiden thought that he couldn't tell Ellis the truth. If she figured out that he was torturing the monster, she would worry. Ellis bent down to Mephisto and said, "Oh, he must really be tired from playing too much." She touched his head and said, "You have really worked hard," but as Ellis touched Mephisto, Mephisto erupted in flames with a loud bang and was getting engulfed in fire. Mephisto yelled and told the Underlord, "I'm burning. Please stop such an extreme experiment. I'm really sorry." But seeing this, Aiden was surprised. A single touch from Ellis did this. So this is the holy flame of Ellis. Aiden realized that if a holy flame touches a demon, it consumes them with fire. He was shocked and said, "So Ellis has finally awakened a holy power. That must have been the gift the god gave her." Just then, Curse told Aiden to quickly finish things up. Aiden replied, "Yes, dude, I know." Just then he reached out to Beelzebub and told Ellis to close her eyes. He did not want her to see what he was about to do. And as Mephisto was getting consumed by the holy flame, Aiden then said, "Come here, Mephisto." Aiden commanded Beelzebub to devour Mephisto. Just as Beelzebub opened its mouth, preparing to consume Mephisto, the demon, as big as it was, now looked so small in the presence of Beelzebub. Seeing this, Mephisto thought, "Ah, that's Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony." By now he knew that everything was over for him, and bang, some blood spilled onto the ground, and finally, Beelzebub consumed Mephisto. After that, Aiden let out a sigh and said, "It is finally over. But he had used too much power, even the power of the Underlord. As he closed his eyes, he fell unconscious. A few days later, back in the church, after that incident, the Holy Fire Order began to hunt down the hidden heretics. Numerous heretics were caught, and the Holy Fire Order carried out a large-scale purge. For the priests who had been asleep due to Mephisto's elusive fog, it was concluded that Aiden had helped the awakened Ellis defeat the warlocks. Rethinking all of this, Aiden realized something. He was still terribly weak. Those who had betrayed him could probably have easily defeated Mephisto by now. But he couldn't. He didn't stand a chance. Aiden said that he needed to become much stronger. Just then, as he was thinking nothing but thoughts, a figure approached him and asked what he was thinking about so deeply. It was the High Priest, and Aiden asked what brought him here. The High Priest thanked Lord Aiden for informing them about the heretics hiding within the Order. Thanks to him, they were able to clean up the Order's interior more quickly. Aiden replied that he was glad he could be of help. He also said that he had an excellent dark magic detector. Hearing this, Curse became angry and said he wondered if he should have killed Aiden back then during the fight with Mephisto or just let him die. He regretted saving Aiden. Then, the High Priest told Aiden that due to the internal chaos in the Order, it had been delayed. But on behalf of the Holy Fire Order, he sincerely expressed their gratitude to Aiden. He said that without Aiden, not only would he have died, but they also wouldn't have been able to recover their lost saints, which would have resulted in the downfall of the Holy Fire Order. He declared that Aiden was their benefactor and thanked him for it, but Aiden smiled and said he had simply repaid a debt he owed to someone in the Order. The High Priest was surprised and asked, "Who might that be? Who do you owe a debt to?" Aiden replied that the person he owed was a kind person, someone who always say that people don't need a reason to help each other. The High Priest said, "Oh, that sounds like a priest with a wonderful mindset." But Aiden knew well who it was. It was this same old man from his past life. With this, Aiden said the debt he couldn't repay the High Priest in his past life was settled now. He had repaid it with interest, so there would be no more complaints. The High Priest exclaimed that there was one more thing he wanted to tell Aiden. He said he had heard from the priests why Aiden had come here. He remarked that the saint was practically the future of their order. The rule stated that she should stay with the order to the end. However, the High Priest proposed to establish a branch of the order in the Remez territory. This way, Ellis could receive education as part of the order while also being able to stay in the Remez territory. Above all, the establishment of an order branch in the territory was tremendously good news. Branches of the order are usually established in places with power and influence, so having a branch in the Remez territory would symbolize that the Remez family possesses such power. Aiden said that his actions to save his people had rolled out, coming back to him as an enormous stroke of luck. Meanwhile, in another scene deep in the forest, a hefty knight holding a powerful sword stood there with his subordinates. He said that he knew that Red Knight would cause trouble. He's always emotional and clumsy with his work, and they can't let him ruin their plans. He told everyone to be extremely cautious. The next Grand Duke should be Lord Sylvetta, he declared. The next day, Aiden and Loie were heading back home in a carriage, but Loie looked like he weightlifted the White House all day. Seeing this, Aiden snapped and told him, "You look like you have been through more trouble than I have." What kind of trouble could he have possibly gone through? Aiden frowned and said, "Loa, this rascal." He had told him to secretly scout out the number of those chaos guys, but Loie got caught and ended up with some old man curse. Well, at least Loie caught them all. But getting help from Ellis to reverse the curse and ending up like this, he told Loie that when they get back, he will have to increase his training intensity quite a bit. Loa was like, "Is his training not intense enough already?" But by the way, Loie then asked Aiden, where did he store the rewards they received from the order before departing earlier? He was sure there was quite a lot of rewards. Aiden brought out a pouch and said, "All the rewards are in here." Seeing this, Loie was surprised and asked, "Isn't that a spatial pouch? It has no capacity limits and items inside don't rust. That's a rare artifact." He was also surprised to see that they gave Aiden such a precious thing as a reward. "The 3 great orders sure are generous," Aiden said. Well, he received several other things too, like fairy silk. But before he left the place, he picked up something strange in the order's building. He brought an egg out and asked Loie, "What do you think this egg-like thing is?" Loie, touching it, said, "Judging by its size, it looks like an ostrich egg, but considering the strange mana emanating from it, he don't think it is an ostrich egg at all." Aiden said, "Yes, that's why he can't figure out what it is either. He found it in a suspicious room along with an old book." Loie asked him, if it was with a book, wouldn't the nature of the egg be written in the book? Aiden replied, back then, when he tried to read the book, the letters were written in an unknown script and language, so he couldn't understand it at all. Loie was like, "Wait a moment, young master. You said you picked it up earlier, but if it was in a suspicious room with a book, then it means Aiden didn't pick the egg. He stole it." Aiden couldn't deny it and said, well, rather than stealing, he found the egg locked in a room that looked like no one had entered for decades, and there was some strange energy coming from it, so he picked it up. Loie yelled, "How could he steal from the order? They won't let this slide, even if Aiden is their benefactor." He suggested that they should go and return it immediately. But Aiden said, "No, What if it hatches a goose that lays golden eggs? Some while later, Aiden and Loey got to a city that was as cold as hell. As Aiden was walking, he frowned and yelled, "What the hell is wrong with this place? Why is it so cold?" Looking at the entrance of the city, they got to the city gates of Sadus. Loey asked Aiden, "Weren't we going home? Why are we here?" Aiden replied that he never said they were returning to Remez. Loey was like, "Huh?" But Aiden told him earlier that he would train him when they got back. Aiden asked, "What? Is Loey that eager for hellish training?" Loey sighed and said, "No, that's not it. But why did they come here? Are they here to see Lord Margrave?" Aiden responded, "Not really. Although he was supposed to meet Margrave, that's not why he came here. He have some business in the Forest of Death in Sedis territory." Loey asked, "What business does he have in the Forest of Death?" Aiden replied that someone told him there was an Ernt living in that forest. To make a top-grade potion, he needed an Ernt tears. Aiden walked toward the entrance of the city gates and met two soldiers standing still. Just as he was about to pass through, one of the soldiers shouted, "Stop right there! This is Sedis family territory. Currently, Lord Margrave is away, so they are prohibiting entry to outsiders. If you don't have an appointment, please come another time." Loey yelled, "Hey, this is young Master Aiden Remez, the eldest son of Duke Remez. He is here to see Lord Margrave, so make way." Hearing this, the soldiers became angry. One of them snapped, "What? Aiden Remez?" Both guards became very angry. Aiden wondered why they looked so furious all of a sudden. Curse turned to Aiden and asked, "Do you really not know why they're angry?" From their perspective, Aiden was the trash who stole the Sedis family heirloom and beat up the Lord's son at the imperial banquet. They saw him as nothing more than a good-for-nothing ruffian. Aiden thought for a moment and said, "Oh, he completely forgot about that. So that's why they're angry?" With an evil grin, he then said, "Well, if they're mad because of that, then he can use their family sword as a pass to get into the city." He took out Beelzebub and asked, "Will this do to pass?" The soldiers' eyes widened in shock. They shouted, "That's Beelzebub, our family heirloom. You really did steal it from Lord Margrave." Although they now recognized Aiden, they still refused him entry. "Lord Margrave is away, so please come another time." Seeing that his first idea didn't work, Aiden sighed and said, "Well, since that didn't work, he'll have to try the next method." He smirked and asked, "So they really won't let him in?" He then asked about Tyon. The soldiers gritted their teeth and replied, "Young Master Tyon is busy. If you don't have a prior appointment, we suggest you leave now. If Aiden keep this up, they will have no choice but to use force." Loey became angry and snapped, "How dare they speak to the young master like this?" But Aiden told him to calm down. Then he turned and began walking away. As he walked off, he muttered, "Since they won't let him in, he have no choice." The two soldiers smirked, thinking, "So he's really giving up just like that?" They sneered. This is what a con man like Aiden should have done from the start. He should have left immediately. After walking a few steps, Aiden stopped and asked, "Is this enough?" Loey wondered what he is trying to do. Aiden smirked. If he need an appointment to get in, he'll just make an appointment right now. He took in a deep breath, filling his lungs with air. The soldiers watched in confusion. "What's he doing over there?" One of them chuckled. "Looks like he's throwing a tantrum because he can't get in, but that won't work." Suddenly, Aiden converted the air he inhaled, added mana to it, and enhanced his voice. Then he yelled, "Tyon, is your head still working after I hit it?" His voice echoed across the entire city. Anyone within the radius would definitely hear what Aiden just said. Aiden smiled. That should do it. Tyon must have heard that by now. Suddenly, from within the Sedis mansion, a furious voice roared. Tyon stormed out, yelling, "Aiden Remez!" He rushed over to Aiden, grabbed his collar, and growled, "How dare you make such humiliating remarks in our territory? What were you thinking?" Aiden pointed at the guards, saying that it was them who said he couldn't get in unless he yelled Tyon's name. So he had no choice. The guards said it was a lie. Aiden was lying on them, they didn't say any of that. Aiden then asked Tyon, "Shall they talk inside now?" Some while later in the Sedis family reception room, Aiden sat comfortably like he was the owner of the mansion and exclaimed, "Oh, this chair has nice leather." Aiden said, "By the way, is Lord Margrave very busy?" He heard earlier that he had gone out on some business. Tyon replied, "Yes, his father is currently at the Slaughter Tower. It seems there's been some anomaly in the Wasteland of Death managed by the Slaughter Tower. The high troll that came to the Remez territory is also presumed to have come from there." Hearing the name Slaughter Tower, Aiden said to himself, "It is about time for strange things to start happening, just as in his previous life. Soon, various catastrophe-level monsters, including the crazy dragon, will start appearing." In Aiden's past life, he was too busy trying to stop the catastrophe and the monsters as they suddenly occurred, without having time to find the cause. But now he knew everything. So he just needed to get stronger quickly, find the cause of the disasters, and then stop it. Tyon then asked Aiden, "Why did he come here?" Aiden replied that he wanted to enter the Forest of Death. Tyon was shocked and was like, "What? Does he even know what kind of place the Forest of Death is? The entire forest is covered in poison, and because of that, it's steaming with all sorts of undead poisonous plants. and monsters. Aiden said, yes, he's aware. That's why he's going. He want to acquire rare poisonous plants that only grow there. Tyan said he knew Aiden wasn't normal, but that was quite an unusual hobby. However, the timing wasn't good. He told Aiden he can't enter the Forest of Death right now because they've placed it on lockdown. The Forest of Death, as the name suggests, is located in the Cetus territory, where death lurks. A place infested with always angry, powerful monsters and filled with deadly poisons. Yet, even in such a seemingly lifeless place, some humans manage to survive. Those who have committed crimes and those who are so poor that they cannot even pay taxes are forced to flee to the Forest of Death. Even in such a harsh environment, people band together to form a slash-and-burn village. But recently, bandits have been spotted in the Forest of Death. It seems like they are raiding the village. Moreover, since those bandits showed up, there have been numerous reports of people going missing within the territory. It makes Tyan wonder if the bandits might be involved in this. That's why he plans to lead the knights into the forest to hunt them down. Even though it is just a slug fight, it's not a good idea to just sit back and watch them suffer in their Sidhu's territory. He then said, so if Aiden intends to enter the Forest of Death, he should either wait until the hunt is over or turn back and give up. Aiden bent his head and said, it could really be dangerous. Seeing Aiden in this situation, Tyan thought to himself, seriously? Even if Aiden is a rogue, does he still have pity for the villagers? He said, wow, at least there's a shred of humanity left in you. Meanwhile, Tyan thought Aiden was pitying the villagers, but Aiden was busy frowning. He said, what if the bandits find the Ernts first? If they find out about the Ernts, they will definitely go crazy trying to capture them and sell them off. He couldn't let that happen. He needed to protect his precious elixir, people's lives from those bandits. Curse told Aiden, there's no need to hide it. His true intentions slipped out for a moment. The only reason he wants to enter the forest isn't out of pity for the villagers. Rather, all he can think of is his Ernts. Aiden then called out to Tyan and offered to help them in the raid of the bandits. He suggested that they should take those bandits down. Seeing this, Tyan was shocked. So Aiden has finally changed. Sometime later, at the entrance of Sidhu's castle, Tyan rallied some knights, getting them ready for the mission. Then Aiden began stretching and told Loey to make sure to warm up properly. And Loey replied, yes, young master. Aiden kept a serious face as if he is someone to be taken seriously. Seeing this, the knights frowned. What the hell? One of the knights then asked Tyan if he was really planning to take those troublemakers with them on their mission. But Tyan frowned and asked him what he meant by that. The knight told him to look at Aiden, his clumsy actions and small stature. He argued that Aiden would only be a hindrance to their mission, and to think that Aiden Remez, who brought disgrace upon Cetus, was among them. As a knight of Cetus, he said he simply could not accept this. Tyan became angry and yelled, did he just say, as a knight of Cetus? He asked the knight if he thought his honor as a knight was more important to him than the suffering of their people. Calling Aiden a troublemaker, when he risked his life to come here to help them fight the bandits, was unacceptable. He snapped and said, what you're doing is what truly tarnishes the name of Cetus. He assured the knight that Aiden was strong enough to be recognized by both him and his father, the Margrave. Although Aiden's actions might seem foolish, he really knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, as all these things were being said and Aiden was being praised, our MC was busy drooling over the thought that he would finally get his elixir. That was the only thing on his mind, the only reason he had joined them on this mission. Tyan then walked up to Aiden and thanked him. He told him that this would be a dangerous mission. Aiden said, no, it's fine. Helping others is my hobby. Aiden then looked at the small number of knights embarking on the mission. Will they be enough? Don't they need more soldiers to follow them? If the bandits are causing trouble in the Forest of Death, their numbers must be quite large. Tyan was like, do you really think I wouldn't have considered that? That's also why he've hired a reliable mercenary. Upon hearing this, Aiden was surprised. A mercenary? He wondered if it could be someone he knew in his past life. Suddenly, a lady in ironclad armor began approaching them. She said, so, everyone is gathered here already. Tyan smiled and said she was the mercenary he had hired to join them. Upon seeing her, Aiden was shocked. Curse asked why was he so surprised. Did he know the lady from his past life? Aiden said it was someone he was seeing for the first time, but he could definitely tell where she was from. He then asked Curse if he also sensed the mana emanating from the girl. Curse replied, now that he think about it, he can understand why Aiden was shocked just by seeing her. The girl then apologized to everyone for arriving late. She greeted them and said, nice to meet you. My name is Runia, a servant of the mighty god of slaughter. Hearing her title, Loey was shocked. A servant of the god of slaughter? What is a priest like her doing here? Aiden smiled and said, Tyan must have brought a missionary from quite an interesting place. Seeing her now, Loey said she is quite different from what he had heard. He was told that the priests of the slaughter god's court were full of madness, yet she just looked like a pretty and well-behaved girl. Aiden said, yeah, he thought the same at first. And he told Loey that he would find out soon enough that this girl was not as quiet as she looked. She is like a madwoman when it comes to fighting. Runia approached Aiden and said she had heard about him. He is the Duke's son, right? Aiden said, yes, it is a pleasure to meet you too. I am Aiden Remez. With a smile, Aiden added, it's been a long time since you've worked alongside a priest of the slaughter cult. Runia said, oh? So Aiden must have worked with her brothers or sisters of the slaughter cult before? Aiden replied, yes, just once. The person he worked with previously was a quiet and reserved person, although deep down, he knew she wasn't just quiet. She was one of the people who betrayed him in his past life, and one of those he must get his revenge on. Runia then said that the priests of the slaughter god's cult are always engaged in mercenary work and traveling on pilgrimages, which must be why Aiden must have crossed paths with them once or twice. She laughed out loud and said that, since they are all connected by faith, he should just call her Runia. She then said they should all do their best to punish the wicked. Aiden smiled and thought to himself that among the three great holy orders, the slaughter god's cult specializes in combat. A priest of the slaughter god's cult should be more than capable of dealing with mere bandits. Suddenly, Tyon called out to get their attention and told them that they should all gather and begin heading to the Forest of Death. A while later, in the Forest of Death, the group and the knights gathered for the mission were all walking in search of the bandits or any trace of the missing villagers. As Aiden was walking, he said, this forest is much more ordinary than he expected. Tyon replied, that's because this path was cleared by the villagers of the Slash and Burn village. Aiden then thought to himself that he was sensing a strange aura. He asked Curse if he noticed anything. Curse said, yeah, he already noticed it a while ago. It's as if dark magic is rising up from the ground like something from the underworld. And this is unusual. Curse added that it had been a long time since he had seen anything like this. Aiden couldn't believe it and said, a forest where poison and dark magic seep out. He can't help but feel impressed by the people who live here. But then he became angry and said, did that rabbit lead him to this dangerous place on purpose? He said he would need to discipline him properly the next time they met. Aiden then walked up to Tyon and asked if he's really okay with this. Tyon replied, what does he mean by that? Aiden said, from what he heard, Tyon's father, Margrave, the Duke of the Borderlands, hates mercenaries with all his heart. And even though Runia is a pilgrim of the slaughter god's cult, is it really all right for him to hire her? Won't Margrave be angry? Tyon replied, yes, he will definitely get scolded if his father finds out that he hired a mercenary. He will definitely reprimand him, but he don't care. There's no time to worry about the methods when it comes to saving their people. Besides, mercenaries have more experience dealing with bandits than knights, so hiring a mercenary is actually quite reasonable. Aiden thought, oh, Tyon is surprisingly smart, isn't he? He's definitely different from his father. Tyon heard him and said, it is you who have been foolish for recognizing that only now. Aiden told him that he still had a lot to learn about humility. After their conversation, they continued their journey. Tyon then looked ahead and said, I think I can see it now. The first Slash and Burn village is over there. But suddenly, when everyone looked in that direction, they were all shocked by what they saw. They were like, what the hell is going on? Runia prayed and said, oh my slaughter god. Aiden was startled as he remarked, it's too late. When they got there, ruins and smoke covered the area. There was not even a single life form around the whole place. They wondered, what the hell happened here? The first village was the one they reached right now, and there was no sign of life. All the buildings were burned to the ground, and not a single survivor remained. Then, they went to the second village, which was also in ruins. There was also not a single person there. And finally, in despair, they arrived at the third village, only to find it in the same condition. They wondered, what the hell is going on? At this point, they still held on to the hope that at least the fourth village would have a single survivor. Then, they headed to the fourth village. As they arrived, Tyon was terrified. He said, this is already the fourth one. They all looked around in search of survivors in the ruins, but there were none. Aiden said, what the hell is going on? Are there no survivors here either? Even though this is a Slash and Burn village, there must have been at least a vigilante group formed to protect the villagers. Now, it is crazy to think it was such a one-sided massacre. Even the enemies who must have attacked, their remains were not found anywhere. You see, this is definitely not the work of mere bandits. Who on earth must have done all this? Suddenly a knight yelled, there's a survivor! Tyon was surprised. A survivor? As they rushed toward the spot, they found two kids, a boy and a girl. One knight said, it seems they survived by hiding in the rubble of the building. Tyon hurried to them and said, we are knights of Cetus, and we are here to protect you. They are safe now. They don't need to fear anymore. The kids began crying, and the boy said, the knights of Cetus are here to protect us. He couldn't believe it. The little girl quickly ran and hugged Tyon as she cried. Tyon apologized, saying, he's sorry. They arrived too late. The boy then pleaded, if they're really knights, they should please save his parents too. Tyon looked at him solemnly and said, I'm sorry, but your parents have surely gone to a better place in heaven. But the little boy shook his head and insisted no. The people who attacked the village took his parents and the villagers away by force. His parents must still be alive. Upon hearing this, Tyon was shocked. He had assumed they were all dead. but now he realized they had been taken away. His anger flared. With determination, Tyan promised the kids that he will save their parents. He then told them to go back to the city. As they continued their journey, Tyan remained furious and silent throughout the entire walk. Just then, Aiden wondered aloud, why did the bandits take the people instead of killing them? Since you don't have enough clues yet, there might be some in the last village. It was already getting darker, and as they walked, Aiden suddenly sensed something approaching. He quickly told Tyan, "Someone is here." Tyan, blazing with anger, wondered, could it be those bandits again? He smirked. Perfect. If it's them then, he will settle this score right here and now. But as he looked closer at the approaching figures, he was shocked. They turned out to be knights, ones he recognized. As his crew members prepared to attack, Tyan quickly yelled, "Stop!" Aiden and Loie were surprised. "Why did you stop us?" Tyan smiled. "They are not bandits, he know these people." The leader of the approaching group raised his hand and called out, "Lower your swords." The leader turned out to be the village chief, Marcus, the chief of the 5th village. Marcus then asked, "Young Master Tyan, why are you here? Could it be that you have come to help us?" Loie was surprised and asked if Tyan knew him. Tyan nodded. Yes, Marcus was a knight in their order about 10 years ago. He heard Marcus retired after a serious injury, but he never expected to find him here. Tyan almost didn't recognize him, but he tapped Marcus on the shoulder and said, "I'm just glad that at least you made it out safely." Marcus was taken aback by Tyan's words. "Does it mean that everyone in the 1st to 4th villages has already been killed?" Tyan sighed. "I think so. The other villages were attacked, and not only were they destroyed, but there were almost no survivors." He looked around, but it seems like the 5th village is still fine though. Marcus shook his head. Although the 5th village might still be standing, it's not like they didn't suffer any casualties. He then turned to Tyan and said, "It's getting late. Please follow us to the 5th village." Some while later, after they got to the central place in the 5th village, they were all shocked by what they saw. They couldn't believe that the 5th village had suffered so many casualties as well. The surviving knights were yelling here and there. They were panic everywhere, fixing the parts of the village that had been destroyed. It was truly a disaster. Tyan asked Marcus, "So your village was also attacked?" Marcus replied, "Yes, but they managed to fend the bandits off somehow since they had several former knights in the 5th village. However, there was one among the enemy who used an unusual power. The person could revive the dead." Upon hearing this, Aiden and Tyan said, "That person must be a necromancer." Aiden then said to himself, "Now it all makes sense. The reason the bandits were able to massacre the villages so overwhelmingly, and why they took the villagers instead of killing them. Those bastards. They are clearly using humans as sacrifices for some twisted rituals." He gritted his teeth. Those chaos scum. Just like in the past, they haven't changed, always indulging in the most repulsive acts. But for such a massive sacrifice of humans, there is no way Aiden wouldn't know about something like this, or what they are trying to do. Suddenly, Aiden heard a cry from a distance. He turned and saw a man who had been cut in the stomach. The injury has a dark mana emanating from it. The man attending to the wounds was out of options because the wound isn't healing with normal spell. Aiden dipped his hand in his spatial pouch, then told him to use this holy potion instead. The villagers were surprised. Such a precious thing. They thanked him deeply because, even if they worked for 20 years, they couldn't afford a single holy potion. Aiden then yelled and told the rest of the villagers, "Those whose wounds are emitting a black mana have been afflicted by dark magic. Regular potions won't work, so they should come and get a holy potion from him in order to heal." So one by one, the wounded villagers received the potions, and almost everyone was healed. They thanked him profusely. After that, Aiden said to himself, it's a good thing he stocked up on a bunch of holy potions in his spatial pouch. Seeing how Aiden had been kind to the villagers, Curse commented, "He always thought Aiden valued money more than human lives, but it seems he was wrong." Aiden snapped, "Don't get the wrong idea. He's not giving them the holy potions for free. He will be sure to charge Tyan with interest on all of this. And he can't just let those chaos scum get away with whatever they are planning, can he?" Curse smirked. "Yeah, just as I thought. This is the real Aiden. He never does anything that will make him lose." Just then, a man rushed over, shouting and asking if Aiden could heal a child. Aiden responded, "Of course, with this holy potion the child will be healed." But when he looked at the child's face, he was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. This child is all wrapped up, so he looks like a person at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he is not a person. The child is an Ernt, part of the reason why Aiden had followed them on this mission. Meanwhile, some distance away from the 5th village, a group of soldiers, seemingly the bandits, were approaching again. "I guess it's round 2, one of them sneered. "But it seems like they don't know our MC is in the village, and they're all coming to meet their deaths this time." As the bandits walked, one of them scoffed, "Those villagers are all losers who were chased out of the city, and yet they still dare to resist us." Another added, "No one should touch the chief of the village. I'll take him on myself." Just then, the leader of the bandits called the warlock and asked, he couldn't use his power earlier, right? But this time they would all like to see if the warlock can do better. The leader continued, Aren't they supposed to help each other since they're both benefiting from this? The bandits are here to get the village's money and food, and all the warlock needs is to take the people away, right? The warlock scoffed. You talk too much. Ignorant brutes like you only know how to use force. He continued, all you need to do is transport the captured humans to the place I mentioned. The bandits frowned. Damn warlocks, he muttered before storming off in anger. As he watched them leave, the warlock smirked to himself. Once he cleaned this place up, he'll get rid of these thieves as well. That should be enough human sacrifices for the research. Now, in one of the rooms in the 5th village, Aiden had already treated the urnt that was injured. As the urnt slowly opened its eyes, he asked, Where am I? Aiden responded, Oh, you are awake. Suddenly the urnt began yelling, calling for someone to help him. He cried out, Me, I don't taste good. Please don't eat me. Aiden told him not to be scared, and assured him that he wasn't going to eat him. But Curse smirked and said, With a face like that, how can one truly believe you won't eat them? Aiden was salivating because he had finally found what he was looking for in the Forest of Deaths. He then told the urnt, I'm not going to eat you, my elixir. No, I mean, I'm not going to eat you, my urnt. The urnt cried, I am poisonous. If you eat me, you will get a stomachache. But suddenly, Aiden brought out something to eat so the urnt would calm down. What Aiden revealed turned out to be the favorite food of the urnt species, and the urnt began salivating. It smells so good. Is Aiden really sure he can eat this? Aiden said, Yes, he have no use for this kind of bone dust. The urnt was stunned. Bone dust? It was the favorite food of its kind. After eating for a while, the ant exclaimed, This is really delicious. Seeing this, Aiden chuckled. Wow, this urnt is really obsessed with leech bone dust, huh? With a proud grin, Curse said, It was his idea. He was the one who told Aiden that leech bone dust is such a rare delicacy that urnts can't get enough of it. Curse smirked. See, he was right to save it for later. Aiden nodded. Yes, thanks for that. Now Aiden then asked the urnt why was he lying wounded in this village. The urnt hesitated before saying, That's true. What happened to the people who escaped with me? Aiden replied, There were no people when they found him. From what Aiden heard from the people here, they found the urnt lying outside, injured. It seems there was no one else with him. The urnt gasped. What? That can't be. How is that possible? His family, the ones who escaped with him, where are they? Did they die? Aiden then asked, By any chance does he know what's going on in this forest? He promised to help the urnt, if he is honest, and tell him everything that happened. But the urnt thought to himself, his parents told him to never trust humans. Humans are never to be trusted. Just then, the survivors outside began ringing the bells, yelling, An attack! The bandits are back! Hearing this, Aiden narrowed his eyes. So, those scums have returned. He then turned to the urnt. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Just hide here until we've dealt with the bandits. But the urnt hesitated. Deep inside, he felt a change of heart. Right now, he just want to be different from others. He want to trust humans at least once. He then asked, Can you really help our forest? Are you truly different from the other humans? Meanwhile, outside the building, the bandits had already started their attack. Their leader roared, Wipe out the villagers, don't let a single rat escape. Seeing this, the knight shouted, Defend the slash and burn village. Do not fear mere bandits. The leader of the knights ordered his subordinates. Move forward. Form the formation. Just then the warlock standing among the bandits smirked. Oh? Haven't seen these guys before. Are they the knights of the seduced territory? Well, if they are, that just means more sacrifices to offer. Not such a bad thing, is it? He then activated his necromancy powers, commanding the dead to rise from the ground. With a loud bang, undead clawed their way up, joining the bandits in attacking the knights. The knights were horrified. What the hell? Aren't those undead soldiers? One of them muttered. This is his first time facing the undead. As panic spread, a voice rang out, a loud, mocking laugh. Runia had arrived. She stood tall, her presence exuding confidence. So these are the criminals committing such vile acts in the 5th village. The knight told the priestess, It is dangerous. They told her to leave the battlefield, they would handle the bandits. Even though they knew they couldn't fight the undead army approaching, Tyon came and told the knight to step back. They should leave the enemies to her. She would handle everything. The knight was surprised and said, But there are so many enemies. She can't handle them alone. Tyon informed them, Although they may not know, there is no one better suited for this battle than Runia. She is a priestess with the face of an angel, yet a madwoman at heart. She is a warrior of massacre who delivers death in the name of God. That's what the priests of the Holy Slaughter Order are, and nothing less. Just then, Runia sprinted from where she stood in her war armor, launching into the sky like some kind of superwoman. Her eyes blazed red despite being a priestess, and she laughed evilly, declaring, Death be unto those who have done wicked deeds. With a loud bang, she slammed into the ground, causing the entire area to collapse. In an instant, she dealt great damage to the enemy. Even the undead became truly dead this time around. Seeing this, the warlock wondered, Who the hell is that? Where did such a monster in human form suddenly come from? But Runia wasn't done. She laughed evilly and said, "O god of slaughter and death, allow your servant to unleash her power in your name." She raised her war armor again and began sweeping through the enemies like they were mere piles of dust. She was even enjoying herself amidst the battle, as if it was nothing to her. This madness was second nature to her. The warlock began trembling and stammered, "Who the hell is this girl? She is even handling the bandits and the undead which he summoned." He began casting his ultimate spell and yelled, "Curse of death, consume that madwoman right now." But just as the spell could reach Runia, she vanished from sight. The warlock was stunned. Where is she now? Where did she disappear to? Before he could say another word, Runia was already above him, about to smash his head with her war armor. With a loud bang, she struck him, turning his head into mincemeat. Blood splattered everywhere. And just like that, the battle was over within minutes. Some while later, the knights captured the remaining bandits for interrogation. The knight reported to Tyon, "They have captured all the surviving bandits." Tyon then asked the knights, "What about the villagers whom the bandits took? Where are they?" The knights replied, "Well, they couldn't find the villagers. The bandits say they don't know where they are." Tyon was shocked. "What? What does he mean by that?" The knight explained. "The bandits said they only took what was valuable and left the villagers where the warlock told them to. But now that Runia has killed the warlock, they have no idea where the villagers are." Tyon was horrified. "Does that mean there's no way to save the residents of the village?" But just then, Aiden walked up to the whole group and told Tyon, "There is a way." Seeing him, Tyon realized that Aiden hadn't joined the fight. He then asked, "Where were you this whole time? Why are you just showing up now? And more importantly, what way do you have to find the villagers?" Aiden replied, "Yes, there is definitely a way to find the villagers, but they don't have much time. We must hurry." Some minutes earlier, before the bandits attacked, the Erndt had finally spoken up and told Aiden everything about what happened in the forest. After hearing the news, Aiden was stunned. He was like, "What? The warlock took the Ernts?" The Erndt replied, "Yes, he was also captured and imprisoned alongside his families, but he managed to escape." However, it wasn't just Ernst the warlock captured, he saw many humans who had also been taken. Aiden thought to himself, so they are capturing both humans and Ernst together. Is it for a grand summoning ritual? Or maybe they plan to turn them all into undead? Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. The warlock was unforgivable. They dared lay their hands on his elixir. Rage boiled within Aiden. Those bastards dared to capture his Ernts? Seeing this, Curse began sweating. What the hell is Aiden, as it stands now? Aiden is meant to be the demon lord because of how evil he is. Now back to the present, Aiden had already filled in Tyon on everything the bandits had planned to do with the humans. Aiden then said that even the bandits didn't seem to know that much. Tyon asked if Aiden had any method to find out the whereabouts of the captured villagers. Aiden said yes. He had heard from someone who escaped from the prison about the location of the captured villagers, and he planned to scout the area first. But Tyon told him not to worry. If it was something like that, he should leave it to them since this happened in their territory, so it was only right that they handle it. However, Aiden tapped his shoulder and said no. He couldn't just push a dangerous task onto Tyon after coming here to help. He said that he would go by himself to scout the area. Upon hearing this, Tyon began crying and said he didn't realize Aiden was such an honorable person. He said that now he saw Aiden in a new light. Aiden was like, "What the hell? There's no need for him to cry, that's just gross." But with a serious face, Aiden said to himself that now he figured out it wasn't chaos that was the problem. If what the Erndt told him was true, then surely they must hurry right now. In another part of the Forest of Death, which lay inside the dormant volcanic crater, the knight holding a powerful sword walked toward some warlocks, scouting the area. He asked the warlock, "How is the work progressing?" The warlock replied that they had gotten all the basic equipment in place. Now, they just needed to melt and absorb the essence of the sacrifices inside, and it would be complete. The warlock then asked the knight, "Have the people who went to retrieve the remaining sacrifices from the 5th village returned yet?" The knight replied, "Not yet, but they will be here soon." The warlock laughed and said, "Excellent. Once the other sacrifices arrive, they will be able to complete their work." He revealed that what they were working on was a jewel. The warlock said, "Once this jewel is completed, his lord will be one step closer to his goal." The knight responded, "Yes, of course. That's exactly what they are doing all this for." And the person they were creating the jewel for was Lord Sylvetta. The knight said to himself, "Lord Sylvetta, please wait just a little bit longer. I, Darius Clayman, will make sure you become the Grand Duke of the Sire's Duchy." Just then, Aiden, following the information he got from the Erndt, traced the whereabouts of the attackers. As he walked up toward the volcano, he said to himself, "So the warlocks have taken control of the heart of the Ernts hiding inside that dormant volcanic crater." Aiden remarked, "But still, it is surprising to think that the mastermind behind this is once again that so-called Night King Sylvetta. Just how many evil deeds does Sylvetta keep doing?" Aiden recalled when the Erndt told him everything that had happened in the forest. The Erndt had told Aiden that the one who imprisoned them was called something like Clay or Climby. Aiden said, "Wait, Could it be Darius Clayman? The Erndt replied, yes, that's right, that's the name. He and the warlocks attacked the village, cut down the spirit tree that was protecting them, and trapped them in prison. Aiden said, one of Sylvetta's 3 hounds along with the Red Knight is the Black Knight, Darius Clayman, and right now, he need to confirm whether Clayman is truly involved, just as the Erndt told him. That's why he had tried to quietly take the Erndt with him to spy on them, but to think Tyon had insisted on following them just because it concerned their territory. Completely frustrated, Aiden snapped and said, this guy is completely clueless. Anyway, he felt he understood why Tyon was here. But why is this lady here? Runia was still fighting like a madwoman, slaying the monster spiders across the path. She didn't even let any of them cast their webs or even breathe. Seeing this, Aiden and Tyon were shocked, and they said, maybe she was bored and just came along for fun. Aiden asked, didn't they say Priestess Runia took care of all the warlocks and thieves by herself? Tyon replied, yes, her combat skills are incredible. But looking at her, Aiden said, no matter how we look at it, something feels off. He asked Curse, don't you think so? Curse replied, yes, even if you look at it plainly, it seems odd to not find such a deranged priestess strange. But Aiden remarked, no, not really, the priestess. She's been calm and easy to talk to. Curse laughed out loud and asked Aiden, what is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? How does Runia look so calm to you? Aiden told Curse, you don't know this, but the priests from the Holy Slaughter Order that he knew in his previous life were literally insane maniacs who only knew how to slaughter. And Runia right now is absurdly strong, even compared to typical pilgrims. She took out the thieves and warlocks who destroyed 4 villages all by herself. She even easily defeated monsters that have grown stronger due to magic. He said that at her level she must be a high-ranking priestess, or even higher than that. But then he stopped. Wait, something is wrong. That can't be right. Runia can't be the one taking the position of the high-ranking priestess, since that position would already be held by the person who betrayed him. That person who betrayed him was Spica, the iron-blooded saint. Aiden concluded that they would need to keep a close eye on Runia for now to see if there would be any changes. Just then, after Runia had her fill from killing the monsters, she told them, we should keep moving forward now. They reached the heart of the Ernts inside the dormant volcanic crater. As they peeped from a nearby cliff, Aiden asked the Erndt, is that your heart over there? The Erndt replied, yes, there should have been a spirit tree standing in the center of the village before, but now the spirit tree is gone. Aiden thought, if what the Erndt said is true, then the spirit tree is the source of power for the spirit Ernts. Cutting down that spirit tree means neutralizing the Ernts' power. Aiden said he'd heard that, as a dark magic sacrifice, a spirit is worth more than dozens of humans. Now what exactly are the enemies planning to do with all those Ernts and humans? Suddenly, as Aiden looked down from the cliff, he saw a figure emerging from the volcanic crater. He noticed the legendary sword the knight was carrying, and Aiden concluded, so it's true. The Black Knight, Clayman, is actually the one leading the attackers. Tyon was about to attack, but Aiden stopped him. Tyon snapped. That bastard attacked their territory, and now he wants to use his people as sacrifices, and Aiden is saying to just let him go? Tyon said, he doesn't even look that strong. If Runia and him join forces, they can easily take Clayman down. But with a serious face, Aiden told Tyon to calm down. Take a good look around first. Aiden said, it's not just Clayman down there. There are also several warlocks nearby. The 3 of us can't take on all of them at once. And also, that Black Knight isn't easy to deal with. Aiden knew the Black Knight just as well as he knew Sylvetta by now. The Black Knight was probably a semi-master and a highly skilled fighter. In terms of ability, he was 1 step above the Red Knight whom Aiden had faced before. Even if the 3 of them went against the Black Knight, they would barely be able to defeat him, if at all, and bringing in the people from the village would only lead to heavy losses. But Aiden wondered if there was any other way to go about this. Just then, Aiden noticed Curse in front of him staring at something. Aiden asked, what are you doing over there? With a serious expression, Curse said that ever since they entered this forest, he had felt an ominous presence. Could this be the source? Aiden replied, if there's anything ominous here, it's your butt. Do you mind moving it out of my sight? Curse snapped, hey, I'm trying to help you, and that's how you talk to me? Then, with an evil grin, he added, you may not sense it, but I can detect it instantly. Aiden responded, wow, incredible, so what exactly did you sense? With an evil grin, Curse told Aiden to prepare to be amazed. He revealed, underneath this forest, there is a huge monster. Upon hearing this, Aiden was shocked. What the hell? Now he understands what's going on in this forest. There are definitely a few odd things. But if that's the case, it explains most of the strange occurrences in this forest. Suddenly a thought struck him and he said, hold on. What if he used the monster underneath where they're standing, to their advantage in the battle? Aiden then turned to the group and announced, he just thought of a way to fight against the Black Knight and the warlocks. He remarked, the Erndt said he knew everything about what's in this forest, right? The Erndt replied, yes, that's correct. Aiden then asked Tyon, are you prepared to do whatever it takes for the sake of your people? Tyon replied, yes. Of course, if it's for his people, he would fight until the brink of death. With an evil grin, Aiden said, "Really? You must not go back on your words." Aiden then turned to the priestess and said, "Since you're already here, why don't you help us out? This will be a fun game." Runia laughed and said, "All right, sounds fun." A little while later, on the left side of the dormant volcano, Tyan gritted his teeth in anger as he ran for his life. It turned out that the task Aiden gave him was to lure out the little monsters around the dark forest, and he never knew that was the task. Tyan ran for his dear life, yelling in anger, "Aiden Remez, you bastard!" Meanwhile, on the right side of the crater, the monsters were running away from something. The leader of the monsters spoke in their language, telling the rest to run for their lives. It turned out the monsters were running away from Runia. Even monsters could see that she was a madwoman. As Runia chased them, luring them out, she laughed. "It's a fun game of tag, my dear poison ogres," she yelled, telling them, "If you get caught by me, I'll kill you, so run for your lives." Now back to our MC, the master planner. The Ernst asked Aiden, "Are you trying to force a monster wave to defeat the warlocks?" Aiden replied, "Yes, you're half right and half wrong. First, he's going to use the monster wave to wake up the huge monster beneath them, and it's the huge monster that will deal with the enemies." Aiden continued, "That snake beneath the ground has been starving for hundreds of years, so it's probably very hungry." Just then, deep underground in what seemed to be a cave, the massive serpent lay coiled, sensing its meal approaching. Its eyes snapped open. The Ernst began trembling upon hearing this. Aiden then asked, "Are you scared?" The Ernst sighed. If only we were as strong as you, Aiden, the bandits wouldn't have captured my family." He felt frustrated and humiliated. Aiden told him, "Don't worry, he'll make sure the enemies pay for everything they've done." He added, he have quite a debt to settle with them as well, as he began to unsheath Beelzebub. Aiden then turned to the Ernst. "Come to think of it, I don't know your name, what is it?" The Ernst replied, "My name is Etsu." Aiden nodded. "All right, Etsu." Then he asked, "Do you remember what I told you when we left the village?" Back then, Aiden had told Etsu that if he risked his life to help them, what would the Ernst give him in return? The Ernst had declared, if Aiden saved their village, they will definitely repay him handsomely. Etsu said he heard that their tears hold immense value to humans. He promised in the name of the spirit that they would give Aiden as many of their tears as he wanted. Hearing this, Aiden said, "All right, the contract is sealed, but now Etsu should be more worried about himself than his family." Aiden then cast a spell, saying, "Power of domination, enslaved soul, answer the call of your master." As he unlocked Beelzebub with a loud bang, he summoned Mephisto from Beelzebub. Mephisto appeared and said, "You called for me, my lord?" Aiden acknowledged that he was still lacking strength, so Mephisto wasn't at his full power yet. But for this job, Mephisto would be more than enough. Aiden then commanded Mephisto, "Go to the bottom of this forest. There will be a group of venom lizards. Drive them to the crater at the center of the forest." Mephisto bowed and said, "I will obey the orders, my lord," before flying off to carry out the task. Seeing this, Aiden smiled, proud of himself. He thought to himself that it was crazy to think he could command a high-ranking Talos at will. "The power of domination of the Underlord is quite useful, isn't it?" he muttered. He knew he needed to get stronger quickly, so he could fully wield Mephisto's true power. Now, Aiden then told Etsu that they should go as well. Etsu asked, "Where are they going?" Aiden replied, "Where else? They're going to keep their promise. They're going to save Etsu village and his family right now." Just then, inside the crater of the dormant volcano, the Black Knight stood there, worried. He said to himself that he had sent people to the 5th village yesterday to capture the remaining humans, so why haven't he heard anything from them yet? Could they have been defeated? But he dismissed the thought. No, there's no one around capable of defeating the warlocks and the bandits, he assured himself. Just then, he noticed a ripple in the water and felt something approaching. He began unsheathing his sword, ready to fight, but as he looked to his left, he noticed someone coming. He wondered if they were the people he had sent to capture the humans, and if they were just now arriving. But the person turned out to be Tyon, who was luring the monsters as he ran for his life. He yelled, "I will kill you, Aiden Remez." Seeing this, the Black Knight shouted, realizing there were a lot of monsters, but he believed he could handle them. However, suddenly, from his left-hand side, he saw another horde of monsters running toward him. They were being chased by Runia. He wondered, what the hell is going on? What are poison ogres doing here? They never leave the inner forest, so why are they here all of a sudden? And is this a coincidence? Monsters are coming from different angles. Before he could even finish his thought, poison lizards appeared. Just before he could say anything more, Mephisto continued chasing the lizards toward the center of the volcano. Mephisto roared, "If I catch you, I'll tear you apart." The lizards ran for their lives, knowing Mephisto was a high-ranking monster, and they all feared him. Seeing all this, the Black Knight yelled at his warriors, "Give it everything you've got and stop the monsters. Defend the lab. If the lab is destroyed, all their plans will fail." The warriors and knights gathered to defend against the monster wave. Just as all the knights had left, Aiden sneaked in and told Etsu they should go now to rescue their family members. Finally, they reached the room where the prisoners were held. Etsu told Aiden, "This is the place. This was where they captured us." Inside, some urns were locked in a metallic prison. Etsu announced to them, "I am here." Upon seeing him, the urns were shocked but overjoyed to see that he was safe and had returned to save them. Etsu said, "Yes, I promised you all that I would come back to save you." But suddenly his expression changed. He asked, "Why are there only a few of them here? Are the rest of their kind trapped somewhere else?" One of the urns spoke, "We are all that's left. The other urns were taken away as sacrifices." Upon hearing this, Etsu became sad and remarked, "So he was too late." But Aiden tapped his shoulder and said, "It is not your fault. It was those bastards doing." He told Etsu to step back for a moment, and also told the other urns to please move away from the cage as well. He was about to break them free. With a loud bang, he shattered through the metallic prison, and the urns were finally free. They were surprised to see the strength Aiden used to cut through the magical prison. Aiden told them that he knows they are overwhelmed right now, but he have one question. Do they know where they took the urns they said would be used as sacrifices? Aiden thought to himself that if he went there, he might figure out what the enemies were planning. Just outside the volcanic crater, the monsters from different angles were already attacking. The Black Knight, along with his soldiers, was fighting, trying to defend the lab. The warlocks among them kept on resurrecting undead armies to fight for them. But just as they were doing this and the blood of the monsters was spilling, Aiden's plan was finally working. The blood from the monster corpses were all flowing into the ground where the huge serpent was sleeping. As the blood kept flowing, the smell woke the serpent. As it perceived the scent of blood, its eyes swung open, and the serpent said, "I'm hungry." With a loud bang, the serpent began emerging from the underground cave towards the surface, and the whole ground began vibrating. On the surface, the Black Knight wondered, "What is it this time? What on earth is going on? The monster we're currently facing is already overwhelming for us, so what on earth is coming now?" With a loud bang, the serpent emerged from the sea with a fearsome roar. "But what the hell? I thought our MC said the monster was a serpent, but this isn't just a snake. This is like a dragon." As huge as it was, Aiden felt the vibration the monster made and said, "So the monster has finally awakened, and it's called the King of the Venomous Snakes, Basilisk." The Black Knight muttered, "Is that Basilisk? We are actually doomed this time around." Combined with the monster they're facing now, a greater high-ranking beast is now in front of them. Now who's the villain here? Back inside the volcano, Curse said, "Yes, with that sticky, poisonous aura, there's no doubt about it. That's the King of Poisonous Snakes, Basilisk. Even a swordmaster can receive a fatal wound just from being touched by its powerful poison. Looks like the monster has been stuck here and is dormant because its life force is depleted," Curse said. "This forest of death probably became what it is due to the poison that Snake has been emitting over centuries of slumber." But Aiden replied, "Something doesn't add up. Basilisks live in the southern regions, which are warm, right? So what could have brought a creature from that climate all the way here?" Curse snapped and said, "If I knew stuff like that, I wouldn't be stuck in this pathetic human body, would I?" He then said, "Anyway, what's clear is that after sleeping for hundreds of years, the monster is very, very hungry right now." Back on the battlefield, the Black Knight cursed under his breath. Damn it, now they're even dealing with a basilisk? Such a pain in the heart. But he gritted his teeth and said, he will not back down. He won't let his lord's plan be delayed any further. He yelled and told the monster to come at him. The basilisk roared, its venomous fangs bared, ready to attack the Black Knight. Meanwhile, inside the volcanic crater, in the mysterious gem chamber, the warlock working on the object said to himself, "So, a monster wave is outside the volcano, right? This is even better. If he used the monsters and humans killed in the wave as offerings, he can complete the jewelry faster than planned. Then, he will finally gain recognition from his master." Suddenly, Aiden appeared behind him and asked the warlock, "What is he creating? This doesn't seem like an ordinary jewel." But the warlock was stunned and surprised, wondering how the hell Aiden got in here, and why he couldn't sense his presence. He was about to ask who the hell he was, but before he could speak, Aiden smashed the warlock's face on the table with tremendous force. Blood came spilling out of his mouth, and he died in an instant. Now, looking at the jewel, Aiden recalled when one of the urns told him that the enemies were using urns to create some kind of jewel. Now, he wondered if this was the jewel the urns were talking about. He decided to touch it to see what the jewel was even used for, but suddenly, as he touched the jewel, it began reacting to Aiden, and a bright light started shining from it. Aiden said, "What is going on all of a sudden?" Suddenly, the system informed Aiden that he had fulfilled the conditions for a missing piece, and since the jewel was unfinished, it had been absorbed by the user. And bang, the jewel disappeared and entered into Aiden's body. Our MC wondered what the hell was going on. This creepy jewel had just been absorbed into his body. He wondered what the hell the warlock had just made, but after he calmed down, he said, "Maybe it is not a big deal after all. But by the way, what was that jewel?" When it was absorbed into his body, the system clearly mentioned it was unfinished. Aiden said he had no idea what it was, and there was no way to take it out of his body for now. With a nonchalant expression, he said he guessed he would just think of the jewel as an extra burden, something he had to carry around. Hearing this, Curse became angry and said, "What, are you saying that I am also a burden too?" Aiden said no, he didn't mean that, although that was exactly what he meant. Now outside the volcano crater, on the battlefield, the huge serpent was emitting venom from its fangs, attacking the Black Knights. The Black Knight fell to his knees and said, "Damn it." He was poisoned by the venom fog of the serpent, and his body won't move properly. He said that if it were his lord Sylvetta would have killed this snake so easily. He was like, "Damn it." And just then, the monster was about to give the Black Knight a final blow, but the Black Knight said to himself that if only he could just imitate his master's sword style right now, even just once, at least he would be able to do something. Right then, he began imbuing his sword with aura, and red light started shining from his legendary sword. He yelled as he began unleashing 90% of his power into the sword. Now, he finally reached the level he was aiming for, and with a loud bang, he cut the head of the serpent in an instant. After that, the Black Knight fell to the ground and said that he did it. He finally slayed the monster. Now he had gotten one step closer to his lord's sword. Suddenly, as he was rejoicing over his feat, Aiden came and said, "Congratulations on becoming a sword master, and farewell." Hearing the voice, the Black Knight said he had never heard the voice before. But just as he was about to look back to see who it was, Aiden stabbed him in his chest. Aiden then told the Black Knight to wait in hell. He would soon send Sylvetta, his lord, to his side. He yelled and asked Aiden, "Who are you to dare speak of my lord like that?" Aiden was like, "Me? I am the one who your lord once called a comrade." And with a loud bang, Aiden commanded Beelzebub to devour the Black Knights. The sword began devouring the Black Knight, and the Black Knight yelled in pain. As he was yelling, he said, How is he dying now? He have not yet informed his lord that he have reached the level of a swordmaster." But just then, Beelzebub absorbed him completely, and what was left was his sword laying on the ground. Aiden sighed and said, "So the Black Knight was worrying about his lord even when dying. Wow, Sylvetta got a good subordinate, a very loyal one." Now, looking at the corpse of Basilisk, Aiden said he couldn't believe the Black Knight could defeat the monster. That showed that the Black Knight was really one of Sylvetta's 3 hounds. Aiden said that if everything had gone according to plan, he had intended for the Black Knight to die, and he would have finished off the exhausted Basilisk. Well, it didn't matter since the outcome was the same. With an evil grin, Aiden said that since he was here, he should take everything he could, all the spoils from the battle. Since this Basilisk could be useful, it had a lot of good materials. Its fangs could be used to make excellent weapon materials, and its hide could be turned into armor. Even in death, Basilisk, hearing all the evil things Aiden wanted to do with it, was crying. Aiden said that now the most important thing was to gather some liquid in a jar, emphasizing that the Basilisk's poison was the most valuable. Since it was a powerful poison, if used properly, like a poison herb, it could make his body immune to all poisons. As Aiden turned back to leave, he said he had gathered everything he could get, so now he would check on the urns. But Curse stood there because he saw something and couldn't leave. He called out to Aiden, and Aiden was like, "What is it this time?" With a serious expression, Curse told Aiden to look at the Basilisk's fangs. There was something incredible there that didn't fit with such a pathetic snake. Looking up, Aiden noticed a glowing crystal in the mouth of the fang, dark mana emanating from it. Aiden wondered, is that not a soul stone? He walked toward it, plucked it from the monster's mouth, and examined it. A soul stone is a stone that served as a vessel for warlocks. So, this is why the monsters in the Forest of Death were especially strong, Aiden muttered. But just as Aiden held the soul stone, it began resonating with an item in Aiden's subspace pouch. Suddenly, a pendant came out from Aiden's pouch, resonating with the soul stone. And this pendant was the one Aiden found in the Lich dungeon, the one his master had gifted to him. Now, Aiden was surprised to see the soul stone reacting to the pendant. The soul stone flew from his hand and was magnetized to the pendant. Aiden was like, "What? Was this soul stone originally an ornament of the pendant?" Then suddenly, the system informed Aiden that the pendant was called Barak. It increased affinity with magic and dark attributes. However, its abilities were not yet fully activated. It was a bound item, it could not be removed until the owner's death. Aiden was baffled. This is a complete artifact for a necromancer, plus it's a bound item? He quickly threw the pendant away, but it suddenly reappeared on his neck. What the hell is wrong nowadays? Why does everything try to attach itself to Aiden? He began using his teeth to cut the pendant off, but it wouldn't budge, it was indestructible. Suddenly, a hat appeared in the sky, and from the hat emerged rabbits. He told Aiden, "Congratulations on clearing the dungeon." He then introduced himself saying, "My name is Rabbits from the Spirit Council." But Aiden was like, "Wait, Rabbits? So Rabbits is from a dungeon?" Rabbits was surprised he hadn't known Aiden was here. He had thought it was someone else. Aiden then asked if Rabbits had just declared that this place was a dungeon. Rabbits denied it and said he must have made a mistake. Aiden yelled, "Where is the core of the dungeon?" Rabbits looked flustered as if he had been caught. Aiden kept on yelling, but Rabbits pleaded, "Please calm down. Please." Rabbits went on his knees, raising his hands. He couldn't believe Aiden got him again. Aiden asked Rabbits if he's saying the entire Forest of Death was a dungeon. Rabbits stuttered, replied, "Yes, that's right." Aiden said to himself he had heard that when the energy of a powerful monster influences its surroundings for a long time, it can eventually transform the area into a dungeon. It seems like that's exactly what happened here. With a grin, he remarked, "Oh, I almost forgot." Clenching his fist with a more evil grin, he asked Rabbits if he deliberately informed him about the ENT village, fully aware that it was situated in such a dangerous location. How dare he play tricks with a revered customer? Rabbits panicked and wondered how did Aiden find out about it, then panikedly told Aiden there must be some misunderstanding. He had no such intentions. Aiden didn't believe him. He told Rabbits that maybe he should just report to the hat merchant that a spirit merchant has been playing tricks on customers. Rabbits was shocked at the mention of the hat merchant. He asked Aiden how did he know about it. Aiden grinned evilly as he asked Rabbits if he wanted to find out whether the hat merchant would let him keep his position as an elementary rank merchant. Hearing the threats, Rabbits immediately prostrated, saying that him, a lowly merchant, committed the unforgivable sin of mocking his esteemed customer, so he's truly sorry. He added that he would do whatever it takes to make up for it, so he should please don't call the hat merchant. Aiden told him all right, he would forgive him this one time, but he had a condition. With an evil expression, he told Rabbits to sign an exclusive contract with him and he'll forgive him. Rabbits was shocked by what Aiden said, because a spirit merchant can form an exclusive contract with only one person in their lifetime. The customer is then required to sell all their dungeon exploits exclusively to their spirit merchant. In return, the merchant is prohibited from revealing any information about their customer and must fulfill all of their demands. And since an exclusive contract is based on mutual trust, spirit merchants must be extremely cautious when entering into one. Rabbits angrily said to himself that there's no way he'd form such an important contract with a scammer like Aiden. Taking his liver out will be better, but seeing Aiden's expression, he realized that Aiden might be capable of taking out his liver and eating it, which gave him no other choice. Sometime later, Aiden was walking and singing, looking all happy. Curse told him it seems like he's excited. Aiden replied with a wide grin, "Of course he is. How dare Rabbits send him to such a dangerous place? He'll make sure to squeeze him dry, right down to his bone marrow for the rest of his life." While walking, he heard a familiar voice call his name from behind. It was Tyon, who was charging at him furiously. Aiden turned around. He guiltily told Tyon he did a great work and he should calm down. Curse asked Aiden if he was the one. Would he be calm with the guy who threw him into a place swarming with monsters? Tyon placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder, then thanked Aiden. Aiden was surprised since that wasn't the kind of reaction he was expecting. Tyon told Aiden that without his bizarrely vicious plan, saving his people would have been impossible. In fact, he might have even lost their knights. Aiden was pissed at the words, bizarrely vicious. Tyon then gave Aiden a plaque. He told Aiden it's their family's promise token. It symbolizes that if he ever needs Cetus's strength, they'll lend it to him once. Aiden took it. He never expected to receive a promise token because with it, he can command Tyon and Margrave as he wished. Tyon just handed him something so valuable like it was nothing. He asked Tyon if he's sure it's okay to give the token to him. He's not sure if his father, Margrave Thierry, will be pleased about it. Tyon told him with a grin, "It doesn't matter. He's their family's savior." Aiden accepted it, remarked that Tyon is also quite reckless. By the way, he asked Tyon, what will he do with those Ents? Tyon told him they're his people, so they can't do anything, so Aiden is free to handle them as he sees fit. Come to think of it, he told Aiden that the kid following him was also an ENT. Aiden never expected Tyon to know. Tyon told him of course, they were together the whole time. There's no way he wouldn't notice. Aiden then decided to handle the situation. He walked towards the Ent. He asked Ez if he's okay and why are they all standing like that. Ez told him they're protecting the last remains of the fairy tree. He continued saying that the fairy tree is a holy entity, grown from a branch of the world tree that their ancestors planted back in their homeland. So it holds the very essence of the history of Ents. Moreover, the fairy tree is their guardian, the protector of their village, and a friend they grew up with. They want to cherish the last moments of the friend they've lived alongside with. Aiden's expression darkened, as he doesn't have a friend he could trust till the very end. At least the fairy tree had better friends than he did. He placed his hand on the tree, then said to himself that who would have thought he'd be jealous of a tree. Surprisingly, he heard the tree asking him for help. The tree glowed as he placed his hands on it. He surprisingly wondered if the tree just spoke to him. Does it have a sense of self? But he had no idea what the tree wants from him since it would be better to ask the Ents. The tree told Aiden he's the only one here who can hear his voice. He can talk to him because of the little sad fairy sleeping in his left hand. Aiden looked at his hand. He wondered if the little sad fairy the tree is talking about was the Banshee's shield. The tree told Aiden he'd fall asleep soon, like all the other beings who live and breathe, but he doesn't want to leave his friends behind with a heavy heart, so he told Aiden to please help his friends. Aiden was speechless for a moment, then told the tree that he's a mercenary. He doesn't act unless it benefits him, but he came all the way here because he was hired to do so. As another little fairy had asked him to save the village before him, he then told the tree not to worry and rest in peace. The tree thanked Aiden. and as it started vanishing, he told Aiden that may the savior of fairies always be blessed, causing Aiden to be surrounded with green manna. The Ents were surprised that the fairy tree blessed a human. What's more surprising is the thing on Aiden's hand. EZ told Aiden it's the seed of the fairy tree. With it, they can grow the fairy tree again, and they'll recover their powers. Aiden was surprised it was the fairy seed, sarcastically said to himself that they just keep leaving behind all sorts of things. But, he asked the Ents, what on earth is the suffocating look in their eyes? EZ excitedly told Aiden that the one who receives the fairy tree's blessing becomes the tribal chief of the ENT tribe. He then called Aiden the tribal chief. Aiden was surprised, but he couldn't do anything, as the ENTs started shouting, "Long live Chief Aiden!" They'd be under his care now. Aiden was so pissed at the fairy tree for doing things its way, since being a chief is worth more than the contract he made with EZ, then shouted in his mind for the fairy tree to come back and give him something more valuable. At the same time, Curse said to himself with a slight grin that Aiden Remez might just be the right person to carry on the will inside his pendant. A few days later in Remez Dochi, Aiden's father remarked with a surprised expression that it's great to see Aiden back safely, but it feels like ever since Aiden returned, they have more people in the household. Aiden told his father with a smile that he didn't expect things to turn out this way either since he was scammed. Aiden was still pissed at the tree. The fairy tree scammed him, and he ended up becoming the tribe chief. And that's how the ENT village came to settle in Remez territory. Although Aiden said they scammed him, getting a perennial source of ENT's tears in the territory is like winning a lottery. By the way, he wondered where the hell that huge dog Ellis was riding on came from. Ezzy was being chased by the dog as he cried out to the tribe chief to save him, while Ellis happily rode on it. The Dew commented that the search dog keeps getting bigger by the day. Aiden had no idea what search dog he was talking about. His father then told him that a few months ago, a search dog started to catch a lot of attention. It followed orders pretty well and ate anything, so they fed it generously. It seemed to follow Saintess Ellis really well, so they let it out for a little, and it just ended up that big. Aiden wondered how the hell a search dog could get so big. Curse remarked with his arms crossed that he thought Aiden was the reason behind it. He told Aiden to remember, when he attacked the goblin village to save his brother in the past, he fed a search dog a smell awakening potion, which is now the big dog he's seeing. With its developed sense of smell, it probably detected and ate a lot of herbs, and because of that, its mana activated and it grew that big. Aiden finally remembered he was the cause of it. Another scene in Aiden's room. Aiden slept on his bed. He said to himself, how long has it been since he was home? Nothing beats your own bed. But he stood up, not wanting to rest like this, since he still had a lot to do. Curse asked what he meant. Aiden opened his pouch and brought out the basilisk's poison. He told Curse he'd drink it and create a body that's immune to all poisons. Curse immediately shifted back in fear, remarking that Aiden seems to always have a death wish. Aiden told him it's okay. He had been eating lots of poisonous herbs to build up immunity, so drinking it would just complete the process. He then began drinking it, gulping it all down without breathing. His brother came into the room, told Aiden there was a guest, then asked Aiden what he was drinking since he had never seen such a potion before. But its color looked ominous. Just like that, Aiden replied, "It's basilisk's poison." They were both speechless for a moment. The brother then worriedly shouted at Aiden that no matter how hard life is, he can't just give up like this. He placed his hand in Aiden's mouth, telling him to puke it out. Aiden told him he wouldn't die, so he should let him go. His expression began to change since the poisonous energy was rising, which made his brother even more worried. He worriedly told Aiden to hurry up and vomit it out since his face was already full of poisonous energy. Aiden then received a message informing him that the basilisk's poison was adjusting to his body, and he was becoming immune to all poisons. He was happy that it worked, then told his brother he wouldn't puke it out no matter what. During their heated argument, Nikita Florence came into the room. She commented, "What a touching pair of siblings." Finally, things calmed down. Now Aiden was left in the room with Nikita, sitting opposite each other. As she drank her tea, Aiden asked what the reason for her sudden visit was. She placed the cup down, then commented, "I came to give you a proper greeting once again, Mr. Aiden." He asked if she came all the way just for that. He took a pause. With a surprised expression, he wondered if he heard it wrong since she just said, "Mr. Aiden." In his past life, she couldn't wait to kill him, let alone be polite. He had no idea why she was suddenly acting like this. By greetings, he wondered if she meant last greetings before killing him. As she stood up, Aiden panicked and told her to wait. He didn't know what he did wrong, but he was sorry. To his surprise, she told him with a bow that she'd like to formally introduce herself. Her name was Nikita Florence. She was the head of the Dark Magic Force, Florence Fire, and the head of the Information Guild, White Moon. She was also the last in the Florence bloodline, and as the only being who walks the path of darkness, she greeted the Lord of the Underworld. Aiden, surprised, asked what she meant by Lord of the Underworld. He wondered if she was talking about Curse. She told him not to hide it since she had already seen everything. Aiden asked what she meant. She explained, telling him that she saw when the Summon Talos called him the Lord of the Underworld, and that pendant on his neck. She told him it wasn't just an ornament. Its name was Barak, the lost treasure of the Florence royal family, and a divine relic that only reacted to one with the blood of Florence. Meaning, without the blood of Florence in his veins, he couldn't put it on. Aiden sat down, summing up all she had said. The dark mage family Florence was a descendant of the underworld, and the pendant belonged to him because of Curse, who used to be the underlord. Pissed, he called Curse a bastard. Shouldn't you have told me about this first? Curse told him he didn't ask. Nikita recalled her rude behavior before. She couldn't believe she didn't recognize such a great man and was discourteous to him. She humbly told Aiden she didn't know why a great being like him had descended into the middle realm in human form. But he must have a great cause, so she told him, "Please give me your orders as the great master of the underworld, the lord of the underworld. I, Nikita Florence, shall follow your will no matter what it is." Aiden was nervous since Nikita totally misunderstood everything, though there was some truth to it. He took a pause. He thought that if he had Nikita as a subordinate, he could use the White Moon Information Guild however he wanted. He grinned evilly, not wanting to let such a golden opportunity go. He then sat with his legs crossed. "You recognize me, huh? Good eye you've got there. Nice to meet you, my descendant. That's right, I am the Underlord, the Lord of the Underworld." Some unknown time later, Nikita had already left the room. Curse furiously scolded Aiden for doing such a shitty impersonation of him, telling Aiden he should have been oozing dignity and majesty fitting of the title of the Lord of the Underworld. While Curse was busy yapping, Aiden closed his ears, saying to himself there was a lot of stuff he didn't know in his past life. Florence, and now the pendant. Also, even though this wasn't in the plan, if he used the informational power of the White Moon, he could get intel on the movements and actions of those traitors even more easily. Sometime later, Remez Territory Forest near Monster Mountain, the Ernst greeted Aiden good morning. Aiden smiled, awkwardly greeted them back. With a smile, N told Aiden that everyone seems to like the forest he picked for them. Aiden remarked he's glad they do, then awkwardly said to himself that he just gave them a random uninhabited site in their territory. Well, it's good if they like it. Looking up, he commented that he figured the fairy tree wouldn't be much different from other trees, even with a higher growth speed since it's still a tree. But it growing so big in just 2 days is something he never expected. N, in awe, told Aiden, "It's all thanks to Saintess Ellis. Yesterday she poured holy power into the sprout of the fairy tree, and it grew so big." Hearing what N said, Aiden thought to himself that it seems Ellis's holy power possesses far more abilities than he originally thought. N remembered something, then told Aiden the tribal chief said that everything he requested has been completed, so he should come to him. Another scene. Vice Tribal Chief Ehad's house. In front of Aiden was the egg. According to the chief's analysis, he told Aiden that the egg he brought is a spiritual beast. He could clearly sense the energy of a spirit from it. Aiden asked Ehad because he thought the egg he got from the cult of Holy Fire might belong to a fairy race, but he never expected it to be a spiritual beast. Spiritual beasts are so rare both in his previous and present lives, so it's his first time seeing one. Ehad told him that usually it grows by absorbing energy from its surroundings, but it seems to be dormant, so no energy can come into contact with it. Aiden asked if dormant means it can't hatch. Ehad replied, "By pouring in dense energy like aura or holy power, it'll start growing again, though it doesn't mean he can recklessly pour energy into it. Depending on the type of energy it absorbs while still in the egg, the spirit beast can take on different forms and natures. For example, if it's the egg of a dragonoid spirit beast, and it absorbs water energy, it will transform into a water dragon, and if it absorbs fire energy, it will turn into a fire dragon. Additionally, a spirit beast considers a person with the same energy as its home. So if Aiden keeps pouring in energy into it, it'll be easier to tame. That means Aiden can pour in the power he wants it to possess and tame it." Ehad told him he also interpreted the text for him. Aiden thanked him, then asked Ehad to help him read it. Ehad opened the book and told Aiden that the characters in the book are the characters of the fairy race used in ancient times. The book appears to be a part of the mana cultivation techniques used by humans who harness mana. Aiden took the book, saying it's a shame since he thought it'd be something rarer. Ehad remarked that he doesn't know much about the topic in the book, so he can't provide much insight. Aiden thanked him and told him the next time he gets Lich's bone powder, he'll bring some for him. Ehad happily thanked him. Aiden then left with the egg and book. Now in Aiden's room, Aiden lay on his bed with his legs crossed while reading the book. The book was talking about Dantian and Chi. He had no idea what on earth it was talking about. Confused, he said to himself that the guy who wrote the book must be from another continent. Maybe the book is from the West. Well, he deemed it to make sense since the cult of Holy Fire is said to have originated from another continent. Curse asked Aiden why he was reading the book when he already had mana cultivation techniques. Aiden replied, "He's just curious since it's a technique from another continent." Aiden knew Curse was right since the book doesn't hold much significance for him. He stood up, pissed, not understanding what he was reading, but to his surprise, he noticed something in the book. Curse asked what was wrong, but he told Curse to be quiet. He started reading the book deeply, though there were a lot of new words so he couldn't grasp it at first. Now that he kept reading it, he could understand it better. He was surprised as he noticed that the mana cultivation techniques written in the book were similar to the techniques his master, the King of Mercenaries, taught him and the one he's currently using. In fact, it is the advanced version. With this, he knew he could make up for the parts of his technique that he felt were below average. He wondered who on earth wrote the book, but he deemed that not to be important. What's important is that he now has a way to get stronger. Fast forward a bit. Aiden's private training ground. Aiden stood thinking, then closed his eyes. The chi mentioned in the book referred to mana, and the dantian was the core, so he started following the instructions given by the book. Some minutes after meditating, there was a sudden outburst of energy, and as it calmed down, he was sweating all over. As Aiden went silent, Curse asked, hoping he wasn't dead. Aiden grinned and commented, "This is amazing. It's beyond his expectations." He got a message that he had acquired a new mana cultivation technique. While decreasing the mana loss rate, the efficiency and absorption rate of mana usage had significantly increased. Aiden couldn't believe such delicate mana circulation was possible. He could feel how actively mana was moving, but what's more surprising was Curse's increase in size. Aiden remarked with a surprised expression, "Why does he get the feeling that Curse has gotten bigger?" He thought, saying he remembered him being really tiny until now. He wondered why he was so big. Yikes, he looks disgusting. At least he looked cute earlier. Curse lashed out, told Aiden he hoped he knew he could read his mind, then told Aiden that he's probably the reason his body's bigger, because the stronger Aiden gets, the closer he gets to his original power. So he's closer to his original form. Aiden immediately lashed out, cursing, and told Curse, he's a parasite. He had been killing himself struggling to get stronger, and he just got to take half of it. Curse lashed back, "Parasite, you say? Without him, Aiden would be floating dead somewhere in the void." The two argued until things finally calmed down. Back to Aiden's room, he sat cross-legged while reading the book. He couldn't believe he got to learn the advanced version of his master's mana cultivation technique. He deemed himself to be really lucky, but he took a pause and realized this might just be destiny. Before, when he got the book, it didn't make sense, but he could understand most of it now. Still, he's unable to understand a particular page which says, "O you who listen to the cries of the world, O you who heed the hatred of the world, swallow the wails of lamentation and unleash them with an unwavering sword, then the flame of the darling of heavens can bloom." Aiden had a feeling that once he understood the sentence, he'd be able to reach the next stage. Time passed. A slum in Immortalia Empire, a man with a ragged-out cloak was walking. He gritted his teeth, angry at those damn magic tower rascals. He recalled them telling him that his idea of combining magic with machinery was ridiculous. Another told him that magic's a holy discipline. How could he combine it with something like that? They called him a scumbag. He was really determined. If he had completed the project he was working on, they'd have to acknowledge him, but he didn't complete it. Back to the present, he angrily gritted his teeth. He was almost finished, a little more tinkering, and he could have shown them what magical engineering is. He kicked the stone on the ground, angry at the magic tower rascals for expelling him and looking down on his work, so he promised to take his revenge. But the problem is, he needs money, someone who can support him. He took a pause. He recalled Aiden praising his magical engineering. Seeing that Aiden deemed his research to be beyond excellent, he thought Aiden might be able to support his research. So he grinned evilly, deciding to go find Aiden, thinking he could take advantage of our MC. At the Remez night training ground, Lo was training, swinging his sword at the practice dummy, while sweating and breathing heavily. He recalled Aiden telling him not to help him since he'd be a burden. He was disappointed in himself since he vowed to protect Aiden with everything he had. Yet he was just a burden instead of a guard. He knew he was too weak right now to protect Aiden, but while it may be impossible for him to become as strong as Aiden, he decided to at least become strong enough not to hinder his path. Now, in Aiden's office, Joseph was sitting with a cup of tea in his hand. He told Aiden that Ellis must embark on a pilgrimage. It's a cardinal law of the Church of Holy Fire. Those who become saints through the awakening ceremony must embark on a pilgrimage across the continent in the same year, since every saint of the Church of Holy Fire has done so without exception until now. So it seems she would have to do the same. However, one concern remained. He added with a worried expression, since Ellis had to undergo her awakening ceremony at an unusually young age compared to the other saints. He was worried about sending her on the pilgrimage at such a young age. Aiden asked him if the pilgrimage could be postponed until after she becomes a saint. Joseph told him it's possible to postpone it. He inquired with the Church of Holy Fire, and they said they would leave it up to the saint, but when he asked Ellis about it, she confidently agreed to go on the pilgrimage. At that time, he told her to think it over again since she'd be traveling all over the continent, so no one knows what dangerous things might happen. Confident, she told him it's okay. The other saints said they all went and came back, and she knew if she broke the cardinal law, he'd be in trouble, so she didn't want to avoid it just because it's scary and dangerous. Flustered, he told Aiden that Ellis had ultimately decided to go on the pilgrimage. However, the archpriest Kurtal had placed a condition. Aiden asked what the condition was. His expression immediately changed, as Joseph told him the condition was to assign the strongest one of the Remez family, who is currently the guardian of the saint, to accompany the saint as a guard. Pissed, Aiden gritted his teeth. He knew the archpriest was talking about him. That said, Joseph told Aiden he didn't intend to recklessly take his time. If he said no, he'd look for another way. Aiden thought about it, and with a grin he told Joseph he'd go. Curse, now in his ugly form, asked Aiden if he was sure he was okay with the arrangement since he still had a lot to do. Aiden told him the arrangement was actually good, It gave him a reason to move freely across the continent since he was just about to start moving anyway. He then angrily gritted his teeth, saying to himself that it was time for revenge. First, he'd take care of that Night King, Sylvetta. Kerr snickered and asked Aiden if he was finally making a move, then asked Aiden if he had a reason for wanting to take care of the Night King before the other traitors. Aiden thought for a moment, then replied, since it's customary for the second prince of the empire to become the chief of the Ouroboros Tower, the Tower of Alchemists, Calcis must be learning alchemy, and Shala was the youngest archmage, so she must be a monster strong enough to be called a genius even now, while Spica is probably under the protection of the cult of divine carnage, just like Ellis, as the next saintess. Awkwardly, Curse asked if he was saying that the Night King was just the easiest target right now. Aiden didn't reply, but even so, Aiden told him that Sylvetta didn't earn the title of Night King easily. Though he had gotten stronger with the newly learned mana cultivation technique, he needed to prepare a bit more thoroughly before he started going after Sylvetta. Someone then knocked on the door. It was Philip. He asked Aiden if he could have a moment of his time. Aiden asked what happened. Philip explained that a beggar had come asking to meet him. He was causing a commotion, claiming that he used to be the chief mage of the Anguis Magic Tower Nation, and saying Aiden would recognize him if he told him they met at the first prince's birthday banquet. Aiden thought about the given clue, the chief mage of the Magic Tower country, and the first prince's birthday banquet. He then remembered who the person was. Some minutes later, the person was brought to Aiden's room and was given bread. He was eating it aggressively. Aiden told him to take his time eating. Mage Gustav Dora. With food in his mouth, he apologized, saying he must have looked quite ugly. Aiden said to himself that Gustav was fairly tidy when they met at the birthday banquet, but it seemed he'd been through a lot. With his cheeky look, he commented, he knew young Master Aiden also understood the sorrows and loneliness of a genius. As expected of the Duke Remez's son, he knew Aiden would understand his feelings. All the while he was shaking as he covered his mouth, fighting for his life, not wanting to laugh. Gustav's look almost made Aiden burst out laughing in such a serious situation. He then exhaled, trying not to laugh, but seeing his look, he ended up bursting out in laughter. Gustav thought Aiden's laughter was because Aiden understood his situation, so he was glad he found the right person. With vigor, he told Aiden that actually, since his research was at the completion stage, he needed a bit of support to continue the experiments. So he asked Aiden if he could possibly support him with about 1,000 gold. If he did, he would definitely commercialize it and make him rich. Aiden asked if he was serious asking for 1,000 gold, which made Gustav lower the price to 500. He wondered if 500 gold was too much to ask. He knew no one in their right mind would lend money to a madman who was kicked out of the magic tower. He was sad since his magic engineering was going to go unrecognized and end like that. But to his surprise, Aiden agreed to give him 50,000 gold. Aiden stood up, then told Gustav that 1,000 gold wouldn't be enough for the research expenses. As for the 50,000 gold, he told Gustav to ask for more if it wasn't enough. Surprised, Gustav asked if he was really going to support his research. Aiden told him he would, under one condition. Gustav asked what it was. He thought Aiden was going to ask him to become a slave of the Remez family. Facing the window, Aiden commented, the people from the Magic Tower have always been as prideful as the knights, which is why he despised seeing them. However, he now wished to witness their expressions at least once, so he told Gustav to show him their defeated faces through his research results. He wanted him to make them regret how narrow-minded and ignorant they had been. Shocked, Gustav asked if that was all the condition. Aiden replied yes, it was the only condition. If he could agree to the condition, not only would he receive funding, but he'd also grant him the title of Baron, along with the territory of Hyde, which was taken from him by the Magic Tower. Hearing this, Gustav asked Aiden if he was saying that not only would he support him, but he'd also accept him as a vassal of his family. Then he asked why he was willing to go this far for him. With a hearty grin, Aiden told him it was just his intuition. He felt like Gustav was capable of creating something truly incredible. Tears filled Gustav's eyes since it was the first time he'd heard someone acknowledge magic engineering, and the first time someone had said they believed in him. Determined, he told Aiden he'd make sure to fulfill his words, and he would definitely make the people of the Magic Tower regret it and pound the ground in despair. Aiden smiled slightly, then faced the window, dying to hold back his laughter, not wanting to get moved by that kind of look. But the stupid Gustav thought Aiden was laughing because Aiden cared about him, so he deemed Aiden as a kind person and wanted to swear his loyalty to Aiden. Minutes later, Aiden sat with his legs crossed, sighed, and thought finally Gustav was gone. He thought he was going to die holding back his laughter. Curse asked Aiden if the magic engineering was really that great for him to hand out gold like that. Aiden replied, of course. He then told Curse, one of the reasons his Talos troops were held back in the last war was because of the magical engineering weapons. If those weapons hadn't existed, regardless of the extent of the damage, humanity might have lost the war. More importantly, the first-generation magical engineering weapons that Gustav made for the tower were incredible. That's because Shala was the one who made it happen. Let's go back to the incident that occurred in Aiden's previous life. At that time, the magic tower was almost destroyed by Gustav's creations, but a fireball was shot at it, though it came out unarmed. The tower master was surprised it was able to withstand her attack, and she then told Gustav he had created something quite intriguing. Gustav laughed out loud, telling her this is the power of magic engineering that they look down upon. Confident, he told her and the magic tower rascals to come at him. He'll smash their magic to bits. Seeing that his creations could defend against magic, she charged up another fireball spell, and told Gustav they should see how long it could hold up. Gustav told her sure, she should bring it on. His creation is better than magic. Since then, the news of Archmage Shala's 7th circle magic, which barely managed to counter Gustav's weapon in the magic tower terror attack, spread like wildfire. Only after that incident did people begin to acknowledge the value of engineering. Back to the present. In Aiden's private training grounds, Aiden stood with his sword. He said to himself that it's been a month since Gustav joined hands with him. He's always in his workshop, making something great before the pilgrimage. Since Ellis's pilgrimage starts tomorrow, he wondered if he had too many expectations of Gustav. But he decided to quit the pointless worrying and focus on his revenge on Sylvetta. Lo then approached him. He told Aiden that he heard he's joining Saintess Ellis on her pilgrimage. If that's true, he can't let him go alone on such a dangerous journey, so he asked Aiden to please allow him to join. Aiden asked if he's saying he's going to protect him. He's stronger than him, so how's he going to do it? Lo replied, he'll show it to him. While he may not be Aiden's equal in skill, he's no longer who he used to be. He can prove it to him here and now. Aiden chuckled. He knew Lo had been practicing alone on the training ground, and he wondered if Lo had recently had a new realization. He agreed, then told Lo to grab his sword. The two took a defensive stance with their swords. In Aiden's past life, Lo claimed he'd be a swordmaster if he had both arms, so Aiden decided to see how good Lo is now with both arms. Lo told Aiden he'd be attacking now. He then charged out to attack, swinging with vigor, but Aiden easily blocked it. As Aiden blocked, he could see that Lo's sword movements had definitely become sharper and heavier, but in simpler terms, he could see that Lo had more openings now. It seemed like he was lagging in defense because he was focused too much on offense. Aiden was looking forward to the spar, but he found it to be disappointing, so he deemed it pointless to continue the duel. He then charged up his wooden sword and struck at Lo. Seeing the sword almost reach his face, Lo raised his hand and blocked the attack, shattering Aiden's sword, and it was all because of his hardened hand. He then struck at Aiden, but Aiden was fast enough to dodge. Aiden was surprised Lo broke the wooden sword with his fist. He then asked Lo how he did that. How was he able to break a wooden sword infused with aura and as strong as iron with his hand? Lo replied, saying he thought about it while training alone, about what he could do that others couldn't. As he thought about it, mana vasoconstriction, the condition Aiden treated, came to mind. He thought about using his petrified arm for defense. Thinking about the sensation he had during the illness, he gathered mana in his hand. Now, he can turn his hand as hard as stone whenever he wants. Hearing this, Aiden realized the openings he noticed weren't weak points, but traps to lure him. Curse commented. He had lived for a long time, but he had never seen anyone use a disease like that. Lo remarked, of course, he knew it's only a small trick compared to Aiden's martial prowess, but he's constantly thriving, not to fall behind, so he asked Aiden to please take him along. But he was shocked as Aiden walked past him without saying anything. Lo was feeling disappointed, wondering if his hardened hand was still not enough for Aiden to acknowledge him, but he was surprised when Aiden told him to stop standing there. They're leaving tomorrow, so he should pack his bags. He happily asked Aiden if that means he would take him along. Aiden replied, of course. Having a reliable shield along the way isn't a bad idea. Lo thanked him. Aiden smiled and said to himself that Lo has been a genius in both this life and the past. Maybe Free Night Lo was really right all along. The next day, Joseph was hugging his daughter, crying with tears. He told his daughter to make sure she comes back safe. Ellis told him everyone is watching, it's embarrassing. Aiden's father apologized for being unable to show such love as a father. Aiden awkwardly told him it's okay, he doesn't want it either, but he asked his father if he was the one who prepared the weird carriage. His father replied no, he's seeing it for the first time. Then suddenly Gustav frightened Aiden from behind. He freakishly told Aiden he was waiting for him to ask. He told Aiden that the carriage is his first successful creation, the essence of his magical engineering. He made it in a hurry to keep his promise to him. He explained, yapping, telling Aiden that whenever he feels too hot or too cold, the carriage automatically adjusts the temperature with specially designed climate control magic. Whether he's traveling through blistering heat or freezing cold, it creates a perfectly comfortable environment, and no matter how rugged or uneven the path may be, it's equipped with cushion magic that absorbs all shocks and vibrations. The explanation is too much, not going to explain it. He then gave Aiden the manual in case he's ever in danger, but he told Aiden to make sure he only uses it in danger, or else he'd be in big trouble if he used it before being in danger. Aiden wondered what on earth Gustav did to the carriage. By the way, he asked Kathy if she's sure she wants to come along since it'll be a pretty long journey. She told him she'll be fine. He always needs an alchemist by his side on a long journey. No one except her would treat him if he catches a cold or gets hurt. Besides, she has been inside the mansion for so long, she was just about ready to get some fresh air. Aiden had no choice, so he told her he'd be grateful if she came along. But he suddenly felt like there was a huge wall in front of him. Of course, the huge wall was Bali. He told Aiden long time no see, They'll be together for a while now, so they should get along. Aiden also told him they should get along, seeing that he's here as the escort from the cult. Aiden thought, since it's the cult of Holy Fire's pilgrimage, it's only right they sent their strongest priest. Still, he can't believe he has to stay next to such a gorilla from now on. Anyway, now that everyone is here, he told them they should get moving with the hidden motive to carry out his real revenge. While in the carriage, Aiden was dreaming about the day when he was betrayed by Sylvetta, Spica, Shala, and Calcis. He swore to never forgive them. He then woke up, breathing and sweating heavily. Curse asked if he had another nightmare. In front of him were Ellis, Kathy, and the dog, Choco. Ellis asked if he's up. He replied, yeah, then asked if she slept well. Seeing the dog, he said to himself that Ellis wanted to take her along for the journey, so he said, no big dogs, since they need to keep a low profile. The dog understood what he meant, and shrank his size, just as he expected from a spiritual beast. He wondered what the hell the dog ate for it to turn out like this. Ellis asked Aiden if he wanted to talk to her dad since she was talking to him. Her dad, crying, said it had been years since he last saw his daughter. Aiden told her no, then murmured, Joseph is such a fool when it comes to his daughter. Aiden looked at his wrist and said to himself that the guardian bracelet the ENT gave him was more intriguing every time he saw it. Apparently it's made from the bark of the fairy tree, blessed by the wind spirit. But that's all he knew. He didn't see that as a problem. What matters is that while wearing the bracelet, they can communicate with each other no matter the distance. Aiden was worried. The shitty dream was making him anxious, so he wondered if he could really trust the people with him. As Bali told him they were about to reach Carton City, Aiden said to himself that he didn't have time for such useless thoughts. Dwelling on the past would only hurt him. All he could do right now was trust the people with him. They arrived at Carton City with their faces covered. Ellis, amazed, commented that there were so many people with weapons. Aiden told her it was expected since Carton City was also known as the City of Mercenaries. Carton City was known as Dungeon City, a city surrounded by over 80 clustered dungeons. Mercenaries from across the continent gathered in the city to raid dungeons. And the city itself had a unique structure managed by the Mercenary Guild. But Aiden pretended. That's what he told them he read in a book. He lied because this was his first time coming here in this life. Or else they'd have been suspicious of him. Kathy was impressed Aiden researched before the trip, while Lo found the place disgusting since it was crawling with mercenaries. He added, moreover, those reckless mercenaries run the city. It says a lot about how things operate around here. But Aiden hit him to the ground. Lo had no idea why Aiden hit him. By the way, Bali asked Aiden if what he mentioned was really true. Aiden replied, yes, he was sure of it. The group that attacked the cult of Holy Fire was scheming something here as well, and it was definitely not something good. Aiden said to himself that while he was clearing out those chaos bastards' lab in the Forest of Death, he found records indicating they were conducting research here as well. He was angry at them. If they were going to document it anyway, they could have been more precise. Regardless, they needed to gather intel on chaos. Bali grinned. What Aiden said really made him happy, since he was furious he couldn't do anything as he was sleeping when the Church of Holy Fire was attacked. So he decided to use this opportunity to vent some of the steam. Aiden said to himself, thank God they're on the same side. Bali then asked Aiden what the plan was now. Aiden told him he had already thought of it. He said to himself that a mercenary, by nature, is a wanderer for whom the world is his home, as he gathers stories from across the continent, meaning the city is a hub of nearly all kinds of information. So right now, he decided they'd be going to one of the two mercenary guilds that practically control the city, which is the Medela Guild, and find out what's happening in the city. Hearing there was another guild, Curse asked why he was not checking the other place. Aiden told him the second guild, the Umbra Guild, had a shady reputation, so he doubted they'd get reliable information there. Curse told him, if you're skeptical about them, why not use the White Moon Intelligence Network that Niketa Florence leads since you have it at your disposal? Aiden told him he'd ask them too, but the locals here likely knew their city best, so their information should be more accurate. And to meet the guildmaster, he'd need to become someone they actually wanted to meet. As they entered Medela Guild, the doorbell rang. In front of them were so many mercenaries, talking about their dungeon clears and people clearing dungeons. Aiden smiled lightly since it had been a while since he felt such a kind of familiarity, from the musty smell of the guild to the noisy mercenaries. He approached the attendant. She greeted him and asked what brought him to the guild. Aiden told her they were here to register as a group of mercenaries. She asked if any of the 5 of them had any previous history with other mercenary guilds. Aiden replied no. She then told him to please fill out the form with the personal information of everyone in his party. Some minutes later, she told him their registration was complete. As this was their first registration, they'd be starting with an E-rank bronze token, so he should please be careful not to lose his identity token. The E-rank mercenary token took Aiden back to when he first started as a mercenary. Curse asked why bother registering as a mercenary since he could just go directly to the guildmaster. Aiden replied, Marcus Medela, the S-rank mercenary known as the Swift Blade, is extremely cautious, so it's not easy to meet him in general. However, if a rookie mercenary starts rising quickly through the ranks, even someone as suspicious as Marcus won't be able to resist summoning them. With a hearty smile, the attendant congratulated them on joining their guild, and may their path be filled with gold coins and good fortune. Sometime later, they arrived at the Rabbit Den dungeon. Bali commented, It's a bit nerve-wracking going into a dungeon for the first time. Aiden told him it was the lowest ranked dungeon, so there was no need to worry too much. Then he said to himself that its rank may be low, but it was still a dungeon. Just in case, he left Kathy and Choco to stand by at the inn. Curse asked if this was the only way. Aiden replied yes, they didn't have a choice. Ellis needed to get some experience through real combat. At the very least, she needed to learn how to protect herself, so low-rank dungeon monsters were perfect for such training. Unlike his damned master who threw him into a hidden dungeon with a lich and just vanished. Seeing a monster, Ellis thought it was a rabbit, but her expression changed as she saw a large number of them. Aiden told Bali, "Just like I said earlier, leave just one monster and tie up the rest." Bali stood in front of the monsters. One of the monsters then charged forward, but its head got knocked down by Bali's big mace, which shocked the other rabbits. Bali then asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to come at me?" But none of them dared move an inch. Aiden said to himself that it seemed like even monsters retreated instantly when they sensed their opponent was vastly stronger. He guessed it made sense, especially after nearly dying from the mace hit. Bali then called one of them to come over. The rabbit had no choice, seeing the scary expressions on Aiden's and Lo's faces. The rabbit was scared, but its expression changed as it saw the scared Ellis in front of him. So it charged out to attack Ellis, thinking she was easy prey, but Ellis angrily smashed its head while saying, "I am not a carrot, you evil rabbit." Bali, impressed, told Aiden that it was already the 14th rabbit Ellis had defeated. She's using holy power directly around her fists to fight. He has never seen anything like that before. Then asked Aiden if he was the one who taught her. Aiden replied yes. He told her to try using mana martial arts, though he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Then, he said to himself that traditionally, priests only used holy spells to enhance weapons or their bodies during close combat. Holy spears were typically just a means of reinforcement, nothing more. But right now, Ellis is channeling her holy power directly into her body for martial arts. Normally, holy power and mana don't mix. It's supposed to be impossible. But maybe it's possible because of all those highest grade elixirs Joseph fed her like candy since she was a child. When she became a saintess, the holy power naturally flowed into the mana channels that were already open. That's why, unlike other priests or saints, she can wield holy power like mana. He'll never forget the flying kick she threw the first day they met. That's when he realized her abilities were similar to that person's, so he taught her that person's combat style. Curse asked who he was talking about. Aiden replied, Spica, the Iron Blood Saintess. She was a monster, an absurdly powerful force with her unmatched holy power, combined with the martial arts of the Carnage cult. But he's worried he might have created a monster. Curse remarked worriedly, saying he suddenly felt a throbbing pain where the Iron Blood Saintess hit him in his past life. As all the rabbits got defeated, Ellis was excited seeing a treasure box appear in front of them. Aiden told her all the reward is hers since she practically cleared the entire dungeon by herself. Her eyes sparkled as she asked Aiden if she could really take it all. The treasure box opened, and she commented, "There's a fascinating bracelet and armor, and a lot of jewels." Rabbits then appeared in front of her saying hello. He's a friendly spirit merchant. But she punched him in the face, calling Rabbits a evil rabbit. Rabbits bled through his nose, calling her a reckless little human. He asked, "What are you doing and how dare you assault me?" She angrily lashed out at Rabbits and told him to come down right now, evil rabbit. Rabbits countered furiously, saying he's not an evil rabbit, but the kindest, most sincere rabbit there is. So she should watch her tongue. But Ellis still insisted she should come down. A few days later, at Medela Guild, a guy told his colleague if he had heard about the northern dungeon being cleared. The guy asked if it was those same guys again. The amount of times they've cleared a dungeon can't be counted. They're clearing dungeons that pop up so there's nothing left for anyone else. He continued. He heard there were 4 of them, which is ridiculous. Even with dozens of people, a dungeon raid is barely manageable. But he saw a glimpse of their leader, so he understood how they're so strong. The door opened, and they came in. He told his colleague that the big ogre guy is their leader, which explains why they're strong. The other guy asked if they're that strong. Why are they raiding dungeons that don't even make money? With skills like that, they could become knights in a noble family, or start their own guild and make a fortune. Ellis cheerfully greeted the attendant, and in return, the attendant also greeted her. She told them she heard the news, so she congratulated them on their 10th dungeon clear, and with a hearty smile, she told them that their rank has been promoted from C to B due to their accumulated accomplishments. But her colleague told her to hold on for a moment, then whispered in the attendant's ear. Her expression changed as she heard what he said. She then told Aiden to follow her since the guildmaster, Marcus, wants to meet him. Aiden smiled. Finally, he had achieved his main goal. They arrived at the guildmaster's door and were told to come in. The guildmaster of Medela Mercenary Guild, Marcus Medela, thanked the attendant for bringing them here. Aiden was surprised to see him. His face was just as scarred as he remembered from his past life. He wondered if Medela called them out of curiosity after hearing the rumors. Medela stepped forward, then bowed and greeted Saintess Ellis of the Cult of Holy Fire. Ellis was shocked. He knew their identity. Medela also greeted young master Aiden Remez. Aiden told him he figured he'd discover their identities eventually, but he didn't expect it this soon. Medela told him he knows everything that happens in the city. Besides, Aiden was trying so hard to stand out, so he couldn't help but notice. Aiden told Medela it seems he has some business with them, if he knows who they are and still called for them. You're quick-witted, Medela remarked. I actually do have some business with you. To be specific, I need the help of Saintess Ellis to help with my daughter. Suddenly, someone came rushing in panicked, telling Medela that they have an emergency. Miss Charles' condition has worsened. She has a fever again. This news shocked Medela. Aiden was surprised Medela had a daughter since he had never heard of it before, so he wondered what was going on. They all arrived at Charles' room. She was sweating and breathing erratically. Medela told them that his daughter's been suffering from a mysterious illness for a while now, but no treatment or medicine has worked. Their only hope now is Saintess Ellis's blessing. So he begged them to please cure his daughter. He'd give them the best compensation if they can. Hearing the word best compensation, Aiden deemed it to be a golden opportunity since he was here to make him an ally. He then asked Ellis if she could do it. She replied yes, she'd give it a try. She then placed her hands on her body, unleashing her holy power, saying, God, please cure this child, and then poured holy power inside her. But 10 minutes later, Ellis was already shaking. While there were no changes in Charles' body, Ellis decided to try once more, not giving up. But Medela told her not to worry. It's all right, then thanked her for trying. He brought out a pill from a container, then gave it to his daughter, which immediately calmed her situation. Aiden, surprised, asked Medela, what kind of medicine is that? Medela told him it only temporarily stabilizes her condition. He managed to get it from the Umber Guild, but they charge an outrageous price for it. He gritted his teeth worriedly, saying he thought a saintess's holy power would cure her, but it's no use. At this rate, he might have to sell the guild just to afford the medicine. Aiden said to himself, there are too many weird things going on. To begin with, if she's suffering from a disease or a curse, holy power should have cured her. On top of that, Ellis's holy power didn't ease her symptoms at all, yet the Umber Guild's medicine did, so I wonder what on earth is wrong with the child. Curse told Aiden he thinks he knows what's wrong. He then told Aiden to summon Banshee's shield. Aiden had no idea why he was telling him to do that all of a sudden. Curse commented, saying that Banshee's shield also acts as an eye into the world humans can't see. Aiden was surprised. He never knew Banshee's shield could show him the world humans can't see. He told Curse that if he's lying, he'll have Ellis bombard him with holy power. As Aiden activated the shield, they could see multiple spirits surrounding her. So Curse was right. Medela was surprised. He questioned, what on earth are those? Aiden told him they're souls of the dead and lost souls. They're like parasites, sucking the life force from humans by clinging to them in a hidden form. Aiden said to himself, he never knew Banshee's shield could help him see ghosts or spirits, even while using it in his previous life. It makes sense after all. Banshee's shield is a dead soul, and he left a piece of himself as the shield. Usually there's just one or two lost souls clinging to someone, but this is the first time he had heard of so many clinging to a single person. Curse told him it's because of the girl's naturally high spiritual affinity, but Aiden had no idea what he meant by that, so Curse explained. Spiritual affinity is the ability to attract and communicate with spirits. The stronger it is, the more spirits you can see that others can't. By forming a contract with them, you could become a spirit sorcerer. But the child's affinity is far higher than that of an ordinary spirit sorcerer, and her powerful energy makes her an easy target for lost souls. At this rate, they'll drain her life force and kill her. Aiden now understood why holy power didn't help her, because lost souls come right back. By the way, he deemed them to be so damn loud, so he told Curse to get rid of them. Curse grinned, and with a sharp stare and intimidating aura, he told those filthy pieces of shit to get lost. The lost souls got frightened and ran away, which brought the girl's body back to normal. Medela was so happy since the lost souls were gone, and her body was back to normal. He asked his daughter Charles if she was all right. He then asked Aiden if he was the one who got rid of the lost souls. Aiden replied yes, but said it was not a big deal. But he told him it's only a temporary solution. They need something more permanent. Curse told him that something was strange. A person with such high spiritual affinity would already have a high-ranking spirit protecting them, yet the child had no spirit nearby, only ghosts. Aiden asked if that meant she hadn't formed a contract yet. Curse replied no, that's not it. If that were the case, the lost souls would have already killed her, which means her contracted spirit, who was protecting her, has disappeared. Aiden asked how that was possible. Maybe it's dead? Otherwise, how could it leave the contract? Curse told him it wasn't dead. If it was, another spirit would come for a contract and protect her. Aiden asked how they could find the spirit. Curse replied, he needed to ask another spirit. All spirits are connected to the spirit realm, so they can find out what any spirit is doing or where it is. Thinking about spirits, Aiden wondered if N would know since he's kind of like a spirit. So he contacted N excitedly greeted the tribal chief, asking if he's having fun on his trip. Aiden replied, yeah, then asked if he knew how to find spirits and what they were doing. N told him he couldn't, but his friend Sylphia should be able to help. She's the wind spirit he's contracted with now, so she should be able to find the spirit he's looking for. Aiden told him to please do him a favor. The spirit he's looking for is connected to a young girl in Carton City. N told Sylphia what Aiden had said. N then told Aiden Sylphia found it. There's a spirit that fits everything he described, but Aiden was shocked, as he was told that the spirit's name is Plague, the spirit of epidemic. Aiden, surprised, asked if it was really the spirit of epidemic. N replied yes, a spirit friend of Plague's boasted about him, saying they're really good friends and that he shared tasty spirit stones with him. He also said he was worried since Plague disappeared a month ago. Aiden was surprised Plague just shared spirit stones like that, something that is rare, like a lich's bone powder. So it seems Plague had purposely contacted other spirits. One more thing, N told him Plague is a very hurt spirit, because humans called him the ominous spirit. He's afraid of humans, so he told Aiden to be cautious when searching for him. Aiden knew he'd be a hurt spirit because just the word plague is enough to scare humans. He then thanked N for his help and told him they'd talk later. He then explained everything to Maydella. Maydella understood everything, then told Aiden that he heard about his wife's grandfather being a spirit sorcerer. So his daughter is like her grandfather, with spirit affinity, which made her an easy target for lost souls after her spirit disappeared. Aiden told him he didn't need to feel guilty. They need to first find out where the spirit went. First, they'll gather any clues they can. Lo asked Aiden if he didn't find the situation strange. Aiden asked, "What do you mean?" Lo commented, "She's definitely sick because of the lost souls sucking her life force. But then, just what did the medicine from earlier do to work on her?" Aiden was surprised by what he said. Maydella told them that though the people of Umbra Guild aren't trustworthy, it's true the pill worked. So he questioned, what does it mean if the pill worked? Kathy told him, in simple terms, the pill is poison. Maydella was shocked by what she said. He told her it was impossible for it to be poison since he definitely saw his daughter getting better. Kathy, with her test tube, told him it was a trick to make it seem like she was getting better. The pill forcefully distorts the patient's mana, weakening their life force. With their life force weakened, the lost souls believe she's dead and leave her body. If he had kept giving her the pill, she'd be dead soon. Maydella couldn't believe he had been feeding his daughter poison this whole time. He was really disappointed in himself. Aiden asked how the Umbra Guild made the medicine. It's like they knew what was making her sick. Maydella was really angry, so he stood up. He thanked Aiden for his help, saying he'd handle things from now on. He was so damn determined to wipe out Umbra. Those rotten sons of bitches. But Aiden held his hand and told him not to be impatient. If he just barged in there like that, they'd make an excuse that they didn't know what kind of pill it was. He should know better than anyone how wicked Umbra is. So he told Maydella to stay cool-headed. He knew a way to handle the situation. Maydella finally calmed down. Sometime later in Maydella's office, Maydella brought a stack of documents to Aiden. He told Aiden the documents contained all their intel on the Umbra Guild, the guild members, the guild master Talon Umbra, and all their hideouts across the continent. Aiden read them. Though it was a lot of information, he deemed it to be all surface level. Nothing useful. Curse asked why he was looking at the enemy guild members. Is there someone you're interested in? Aiden told him he was looking for someone he could use. It would be great if he found someone he knew in his previous life. Curse noticed something. He pointed at the document and told Aiden he should remember this guy since they had met before. Aiden had no idea what he was talking about. He had never heard of the name Armand before, but he took a pause. He grinned slightly, then widely, saying, "The guy feels kind of familiar." Some minutes later, a certain tavern in Carton City, some people were drinking and cheering on themselves. On the opposite side, two guys were pissed seeing the Umbra Guild's guys again, but then someone came at them with an insane amount of killing intent. He asked them if they had a problem with their big brother enjoying himself. The guy, scared, replied, "No, not at all." Armand, drinking, told the guy to stop playing around and he should come drink since the booze is amazing tonight. Armand was happily enjoying his drink, saying life sure has its ups and downs. He said to himself that his name is Ankal, the guild master of Keroberos Guild. Back then, failure wasn't even in his vocabulary, and he feared absolutely nothing. Yeah, life was good back then, until a crazy mercenary came along and ruined everything. Because of him, the guild crumbled, and his members abandoned him. To make the matter worse, Joseph's daughter became the saintess of the cult of Holy Fire, and if they found out he was alive, the cult would execute him without hesitation. So, he had changed his name, altered his appearance, and started fresh here with the Umbra Guild, confident that even the mighty three great cults can't find him hiding here. Someone then came in, told Armand, "Found ya." The guild members immediately got angry at the person that dared call their big brother by his name. Armand asked the person how dare they ruin his mood. He didn't know who he was, but he's dead. To his surprise, he saw someone he knew. Shocked, he asked how they found him. With a wild, evil grin, Aiden told him they should go out to have a chat. And so, some minutes later, in a certain alley, the sound of punches echoed. Armand and his men were completely defeated. Aiden clenched his fist. With a grin, he told Armand he had changed so much, he almost didn't recognize him. Shivering in fear, Armand remarked, "It's an honor to have young Master Aiden recognize him." Then wondered how the lunatic found him. Could he be here to deliver him to the cult of Holy Fire? Thinking about his neck being chopped off, shivers ran down his spine. But he refused to die just like that since there's one last way to escape Aiden. He immediately went on his knees, begging, and saying he'd do anything Aiden asked. In return, he should please spare his life. Aiden was speechless. He was planning to rough Armand up a bit before dragging him away, but his actions worked out better for him. Now, at the Medela Guildmaster's office, Medela sat, oozing with killing intent. As he asked the frightened Armand if he's saying the Umbra Guild is conducting human experiments, he panikedly replied, "Yes, sir. Since Carton City is a dungeon hub, people often go missing there, and no one bats an eye, so it's the perfect place to acquire test subjects without raising suspicion." Thinking about it, Aiden wondered if the human experiments are done by those dark mages from Chaos. He then asked Armand where they are conducting the experiments. Armand told him he doesn't know the exact location, but he had heard they're conducting it in a dungeon near the city. Aiden, surprised to hear they were conducting it in a dungeon. Curse asked if performing experiments in a dungeon is so surprising. Aiden replied it's absurd. Dungeons are officially the business grounds of spirit merchants. When a dungeon is cleared, merchants trade the loot, extract the core, and then the dungeon vanishes. But if someone's staying inside a dungeon, conducting human experiments, that's a whole different story. Spirit merchants wouldn't tolerate anyone setting up shop in their territory. And while spirit merchants are bound by rules that prevent them from harming humans, in such extraordinary cases, humans can be classified as unauthorized intruders, so the merchants can unleash their true power. At full power, a spirit merchant holds absolute strength within the dungeon. Even a beginner merchant like Rabbits could obliterate a semi-master in seconds at full power. Curse asked why they haven't kicked the intruders out then. Aiden replied, "There's only one way they might allow it. If someone promises them enough profit to justify breaking the rules, the merchant might strike a secret deal. Then, the merchant won't report anything to the Spirit Emporium and let the intruders use the dungeon freely." Medela angrily asked Armand who's backing them since the experiments seemed too large-scale for a single guild. Armand couldn't reply, so Aiden told him he'll hand him over to the cult of Holy Fire if he doesn't answer properly. Fear-driven, Armand told him he'll talk. With a calm tone, he told them that the one backing them is the Sire's Grand Duchy. Aiden and Medela got angry at the mention of the Sire's Grand Duchy. Medela was surprised. He questioned why the Grand Duchy of Sires, the northern military powerhouse, would deal with the likes of the Umbra Guild. Armand told him the Umbra Guild aren't the only ones. Some other organizations seem to be involved as well. Medela found the situation troublesome because with the Sires involved, they can't act recklessly. Aiden angrily said to himself that he had his suspicions when he heard about the human experiments. He was sure it's definitely Sylvetta working with those Chaos scum again. He told Medela they should crush them, but Medela told him the opponent is the House of Sire's Grand Duchy, home to a Transcender-level Grandmaster. They may be strong, but it's impossible to face them. Aiden asked if he's just going to let the people who hurt his daughter walk free. Furious, and with vigor, he told Medela he gotta crush them. They messed with his family. He'll help, so they should take down the Umbra Guild and Sires. Curse told Aiden why he's acting when he's the one burning for revenge. Medela was touched by Aiden's words. He deemed Aiden to be compassionate, even for someone else's family. With a calm tone, he thanked Aiden, but he told him he can't just think of a way to go about it. Just where should they begin? Aiden told him he had got an idea since taking out scums like them is his specialty. He grinned as he's looking forward to Sylvetta's other shitty plans. Now at the Spirit Trading Company, Rabbits' territory. Rabbit sat with something round on his hand, saying to himself that humans don't know. But a dungeon core is actually a mana stone packed with immense mana. That's why they're so valuable to spirits and the main income source for spirit merchants. But ever since he ran into that crazy bastard, he had to pay for cores and even work for him like a slave. With tears in his eyes, he wondered where did his merchant life go so wrong. Someone then approached him. The guy is named Pest, an intermediate spirit merchant. Seeing him, Rabbit stood up flustered, then asked Lord Pest what brought him to this lowly place. Pest, disappointed, asked Rabbits what's up with his lousy performance lately. His margins are pathetic. Rabbits apologized, saying it's all because of his incompetence. Pest told him of course, he's too dumb to advance past being a beginner merchant. Rabbits was really angry at the damn rat, but he swallowed his pride, then thanked Pest for being so understanding. Anyway, while placing his hand in his pouch, he told Rabbits he expected better results next time. Rabbits was surprised, wanted to complain about something, but Pest gave him a death stare. He asked Rabbits if a mere beginner like him is thinking of defying him, an intermediate merchant. Rabbits replied no, he can take it. With a grin, he told Rabbits that's the proper way to behave, then gave him a pouch, and swallowed the rest of the spirit stone. He was disappointed since it's finished already. He even used up almost everything he had to seduce a spirit. He then told Rabbits he hoped he would bring him better results next week. Rabbits replied, yes, Lord Pest, then angrily said to himself that one day, he'll make him pay. In the next scene, Aiden, disguised as a warlock and accompanied by the Black Knight, headed toward the Umbra Guild. Upon reaching the guild's back door, they were stopped by two guards who demanded to know their business. The Black Knight immediately ordered them to step aside, but one of the soldiers snapped, asking if they had lost their minds. He told them to leave if they had no legitimate reason for being there. Aiden snapped back, demanding to know how they dared to speak so recklessly. Did they even realize who they were talking to? He pointed out the Black Knight's armor and great swords, making the soldiers hesitate. It was only then that they noticed the legendary weapons. Their eyes widened in shock as they began to question if this man was really who they thought he was. The Black Knight then declared that he was Darius Clayman, Lord Sylvetta's Dark Knight. They demanded that the Guildmaster be summoned immediately, a few hours earlier, in Aiden's room. Before setting out on the mission, Curse questioned Aiden about his plan. Was he going to recklessly barge in again? With a smirk, Aiden admitted that Curse had really come to understand him during their time together. And just as Curse suspected, they were going to infiltrate the Umbra Guild, but not recklessly. Curse raised an eyebrow, asking if that meant Aiden planned to politely barge in instead. Aiden burst into laughter, confirming that Curse knew him too well. However, Curse didn't take that as a compliment. Instead, he asked if Aiden was mocking him. Aiden then noted that the Sire's Grand Duchy supported the Umbra Guild, meaning if they showed up with a Sire's Knight, they would be allowed in. Curse was confused. Was Aiden seriously suggesting they ask his nemesis, Sylvetta the Night King, for help? Aiden shook his head. No, he had another plan. He recalled the Sire's Knight he had absorbed in Beelzebub. Instead of asking for help, he would summon the Black Knights from Bezzy's book. That would be their ticket inside. Back to the present, in the Umbra Guild Master's office. Talon Umbra, the Guildmaster, welcomed the Dark Knights into his office, unaware that the real Dark Knight was already dead. Aiden thought to himself that it made sense. Sylvetta wouldn't announce such a loss. Only a fool would reveal that they had lost such an important figure. The Guildmaster apologized for his guard's failure to recognize the Dark Knight, explaining that they hadn't been informed of his visit. He then turned to Aiden, asking who he was. The Dark Knight, maintaining the disguise, replied that Aiden was his subordinate, a dark mage, and that he should be ignored. Accepting this, the Guildmaster asked about the purpose of their visit. Was this a surprise inspection? The Dark Knight confirmed, remarking that Mr. Talon seemed well informed. He stated that he needed to check on the progress of their experiments and ordered the Guildmaster to take him to the dungeon. Sometime later, inside the Umbra Guild's secret underground dungeon. As they walked, Aiden realized why the dungeon had been so difficult to locate. It was hidden directly beneath the guild. But as they moved deeper, Aiden was shocked by what he saw. Warlocks were torturing various monsters, chaining them in restraints. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of experiments required them to gather so many creatures? The Guildmaster, oblivious to Aiden's thoughts, turned to the Dark Knight with a proud smile. He said that his timing was correct, because they had just achieved a breakthrough in their experiment. Then they proceeded further into the room. Inside, two people lay on separate tables. The Guildmaster pointed at them, stating that these were their newest creations. He called them B12 and B14. At his command, the two experiments suddenly stood up. Their eyes were lifeless, devoid of any emotion. Looking at them, it was clear. They were no different from ordinary humans. Aiden wondered, what the hell did they create this time? The Guildmaster proudly explained to the Dark Knight that, as requested, they had maintained the experiment's human appearance while granting them monstrous abilities. He elaborated, saying they had given them the regenerative power of a troll and the monstrous strength of an ogre. But that wasn't all. He then told the Dark Knight to watch as the two experiments demonstrated their abilities. B14 picked up a sword. With a loud bang, sword aura erupted from his blade. Aiden's eyes widened. What the hell? These experiment subjects can wield sword aura? That would mean they were at least at the level of a semi-swordmaster. But then he noticed something. The color of the sword aura was red, not blue like that of normal swordmasters. The Guildmaster smirked and explained that they had successfully elevated the experiment's sword abilities to high-rank sword aura combined with monstrous strength and regeneration. He assured the Dark Knight that the mind control on them was perfect, making rebellion impossible. With glee, he declared that soon they would mass-produce them. Then, Lord Sylvetta's dream of an immortal army would become reality. Behold, he said, they will be called the Basic Blood Knights, undying warriors who have conquered death itself. Soon, they will serve Lord Sylvetta. Hearing the words Blood Knights, Aiden clenched his fists. He knew far too much about them. Curse, noticing his reaction, asked if Aiden had seen them before. Aiden replied yes. The Blood Knights were the Sire's Grand Duchy's most elite order, commanded by Sylvetta when he became Grand Duke. They had accomplished great feats during the disaster-level Monster Wave and the Great Talus War. Their unwavering loyalty and fearlessness in the face of death had made Sylvetta a legend, earning him the title, the Night King. But to think this was how the Blood Knights were created. How cruel and pathetic. Aiden couldn't help but wonder. Just how long had Sylvetta been conducting these experiments? The Guildmaster then turned to the Dark Knight, asking if he remembered when he told him how weak the human body is at enduring a monster's essence. Well, they found a solution. The Dark Knight asked what the solution was. Without answering, the Guildmaster began opening a door. A dark, ominous presence seeped from within. As the door fully opened, he revealed the being inside. This is the one who helped them solve that problem, he said with a sinister grin. Aiden was shocked. So this is where they've been hiding it. The Guildmaster continued, introducing the entity before them. This is the spirit of epidemic plague. They sealed it here and extracted one of its powers, the lycanthrope curse, and injected it into the experiment subjects. The lycanthrope curse. Simply put, it was the werewolf curse. The guildmaster went on, saying he had searched everywhere for these spirits after learning about the curse's potential. But just in time, a spirit merchant had tipped him off. And, as fate would have it, the spirit had been under contract with Medela's daughter. Laughing out loud, the guildmaster proclaimed that the gods must be on his side. Soon he would take over the Medela guild, and Marcus wouldn't even realize what hit him. But then, with a change in aura, Aiden said, "It seems I've heard all I need to hear." The guildmaster snapped at him, asking, "How dare you speak when we are talking? A low-ranking warlock like you has no right to speak." Before he could finish, Aiden issued a command. "Kill him." The Dark Knights obeyed immediately, stabbing the guildmaster with their swords. Still in shock, the guildmaster barely had time to process what had just happened. Aiden turned to leave and said, "It's time to rescue the spirit and wrap this up." But just then a sword flew from behind, stabbing the Dark Knight in the stomach. It turned out to be the guildmaster, whom we thought was dead. He figured that the Dark Knight was just a puppet. He asked, how dare Aiden deceive him? Aiden was surprised how he was still alive, since the Dark Knight definitely stabbed him. Pointing his sword at Aiden and transformed into a monster, he asked Aiden, "Who the hell is he?" Aiden wondered how the guy was still alive. He definitely saw the Dark Knight's soul stab him. So how was he still standing? And judging by the situation, Aiden figured out that this guy had also experimented on himself and had those crazy abilities of the Blood Knight they were working on. Just then, Aiden imbued his sword with aura and used it to slice the guildmaster in his stomach, and blood came gushing out. But suddenly, the wound began healing within a few seconds and finally sealed up. The guildmaster retaliated with a fearsome attack, but Aiden leaped backward immediately, noticing the danger. As Aiden bent down, he asked the guy, "So, he has red aura and monstrous regeneration. Did he turn himself into a Blood Knight?" With an evil grin, the guildmaster said yes, he was actually wise for experimenting on himself, because wasting such immense power right in front of him would have been foolish. And thanks to it, he had broken past the semi-master stage he had been stuck at for years. He commended Aiden for his ability to control the Dark Knight's soul. But he also said that Aiden didn't seem like an ordinary human either, so he wouldn't ask Aiden who sent him. With another evil grin, he then said that Aiden should work for him. He would give him this power and even make him a guild executive. But our MC was cleaning his ear, because the lizard man was yapping dust. Aiden said, "It sounds tempting, but he don't know if the guild master will have a guild left to begin with." Upon hearing this, the guild master was like, "What does he mean by that?" Suddenly, the dungeon door swung open, and a fat man came running. He yelled for the guild master, saying, "They're in big trouble." The guild master turned back and asked, "What's going on?" The man said that the Medela guild has stormed their guild and is causing a rampage. He continued, "Guildmaster Marcus is leading them, and we can't handle them alone. We need you to fight for us or else we'll lose the battle." With anger, the guildmaster growled, "So Marcus is here. Does that mean it was Aiden who planned all this?" Aiden smiled and said, "What's wrong? Don't you like the little surprise, Guildmaster Talon Umbra?" The guildmaster became angry and called Aiden a damn rascal. He declared that he would kill Aiden right here and now. Sprinting toward him, he swung an attack, but Aiden used his flickering abilities and appeared in multiple places at the same time. With our MC's eyes blazing, he said, "He'll show Talon what he just sacrificed." And with a loud bang, the whole dungeon exploded with fire. Aiden said he created this technique, which is called Dragon Slayer King's Sword Technique, a technique used to penetrate even dragon scales with a single strike. Upon seeing this, the guildmaster was shocked. He was like, "What on earth is this power? Who on earth is this guy?" Without wasting much time, Aiden sprinted towards him and sliced him in the stomach. Blood came pouring out. The guildmaster yelled in pain as he began spitting out blood. He fell to the ground, disbelief written all over his face. He couldn't believe what just happened. He thought he was undefeatable. He thought he was immortal. He thought he was strong. So what was going on? Then he realized his wounds weren't healing. But more importantly, what was this burning smell? It was as if his skin was burning. Aiden sighed. Is this the best he can do? Our MC was disappointed in himself. He couldn't believe he had thought the attack would kill the guildmaster once and for all. Ideally, his entire body should be on fire by now. But still, thanks to the new cultivation technique, Aiden had managed to use this skill, even though only swordmasters should be able to wield it. So he would take this as a win. Aiden told the guildmaster to give up. His wounds will keep burning and they won't regenerate. The guildmaster clenched his fists. Damn it. Why does he have to be humiliated by this brat? Now, he was being forced to use his trump card, even if he is not Donald Trump. And suddenly, the dungeon master began chanting his incantation and said, "O dungeon, I, the contractor Talon Umbra, request you to summon the spirit merchant called Pests." Upon seeing this, Aiden was surprised and was like, "What the hell is this guy doing? Is he trying to summon a spirit merchant?" And with a loud bang, a hat appeared in the dungeon, glowing with light. From the hat, a huge spirit merchant appeared. The huge spirit merchant called Pest. Upon seeing him, Aiden said to himself, so this is the spirit merchant who secretly sold the dungeon, kidnapped the spirit of epidemic, and hid it from the hat merchant. Pest then asked Talon what's the matter. It's surprising for Talon to use the emergency summon chant he gave him for free. Looks like he's in a bind. Talon said yes, he's in a bind right now and in need of help. He begged Pest to help him get rid of Aiden, but Pest said he will need additional compensation to interfere in matters inside the dungeon. Talon said he will give him everything he has, so he should just kill Aiden right now. With an evil grin, Pest smiled and said, very well, now they have a deal. With a change in aura, he began growing to 5 times his normal size, with aura blazing all around him, as big as ever. Seeing this, Curse whispered to Aiden and said, so this is the true power of a spirit merchant that's suppressed by the Spirit Emporium's rules. Is he as strong as a sword master? Aiden said, no. Right now, this guy is even stronger than a sword master. Humans can't fight spirit merchant in a dungeon, the spirit merchants are way stronger. Aiden then voiced out and told Pest that he's pretty sure spirit merchants aren't allowed to meddle in dungeon affairs. He asked Pests if he would be fine after doing this. With an evil grin, Pests said, so Aiden must have heard about their spirit merchant organization. But what does it matter? As long as he don't get caught, it won't be any issue. He clenched his fist and said, so now Aiden is gonna have to die. He shouldn't feel too bad about it. But with a smile, Aiden said, sure, as long as he don't get caught, huh? But hope Pest know that guys who say that stuff get caught first. Pest yelled and asked Aiden, what nonsense is that? What is he trying to say? Aiden said to himself that there's no way to beat a spirit merchant who has unleashed their full power in a dungeon. But there is one last resort, his trump card, which is to summon a spirit merchant in higher rank than Pest. And that is the only way to escape from this situation. Suddenly a voice came and said, so Rabbit's report was true after all. Upon hearing this, Pests began shrinking to his normal size in fear because he definitely recognized that voice. Now the voice appeared to be from a figure, one resembling both a lady and a man at the same time. But who knows? Who the hell is this? The figure turned to be the president of the spirit merchant. Pest, while bowing slightly, said, long time no see, President. Pest looked like he was about to shatter in the presence of this figure. The hat merchant. She is the president of the Spirit Emporium, and is revered by every spirit merchant. Ascended beings like the Spirit King and the Hat Merchants have no gender, but I call the Hat Merchant she for my comfort and to not stress the story. There are only 2 reasons she would appear in the human realm. 1. To alert others about serious alterations in dungeons. 2. To address major issues involving spirit merchants. A few hours earlier, before all this, Aiden had made a plan with Rabbits to summon the Hat Merchant. While trembling, Rabbits asked Aiden if he really wanted him to call the president of the spirit merchants. Aiden said yes. According to Uncle, there was a rumor that a spirit was trading with the Umber Guild, which violated Spirit Emporium rules. And he knew they couldn't defeat a spirit merchant in a dungeon, right? He then said that was why he wanted Rabbits to explain the situation to the Hat Merchant. Rabbits yelled and said that their president was incredibly busy at least. But Aiden said, I believe you, friend. Rabbit yelled back, friend my ass. He was also scared of the president, so how could he call her? Now back to the present. The Hat Merchant thanked Rabbits for doing a great job. Rabbits replied, no problem, President. Aiden gave Rabbits a thumbs up and told him, nice timing, he came right on time. The guildmaster couldn't understand what the hell was going on. He said, who the hell is this president for Pest to even be scared? He thought Pest was one of the strongest spirit merchants. But here he was, trembling in front of this person whom they called President. Pest, while trembling, asked, how did the president get here? He told her to listen to him first, there must be some misunderstanding. But the Hat Merchant responded, misunderstanding? Did he honestly think she didn't know what he was up to? She had known all along about his fraud for personal gain. She had watched, hoping he would redeem himself. But now she couldn't take it anymore. As she began walking closer to him, about to land the ultimate punishment, Pest yelled, please wait a moment, I can explain. But just then, with a loud bang, the president declared, you are fired from your duty as a spirit merchant from this day forth. Suddenly, a bright light shone on Pest's body as he began fading away. And after that, the president stretched out her hand, and Pest, who was now nothing more than a little rat, landed on her hand. Turning to Aiden, she said she had heard everything that happened from Rabbits. She apologized for the inconvenience with the Spirit Emporium, but Aiden replied, it's all right, you shouldn't worry. However, the president said, words alone aren't enough, and that's not the Emporium's way. So she will grant him a gift. She made some gestures, and a pouch flew toward Aiden. She said she had placed some useful items inside for his upcoming journeys. Aiden was surprised and told her, thank you. Seeing this, he thought to himself, a gift from the Heart Merchant. Whatever is inside must be extraordinary. Then she said, she will be on her way. But Aiden stopped her and said he'd like to ask her a question. Looking at the sealed spirits, Aiden asked, how can he save the spirit of epidemic who is inside there? The Hat Merchant said, that child is in deep slumber. His consciousness won't return even if the internal seals are broken. There is only one way to wake him up. First, a formal contract. Making a formal contract with the spirit. But of course, there's another option he could choose instead. Perhaps that might be better for the contractor. Aiden already knew what the other option was. He thought to himself, the hat merchant must be suggesting banishing the spirit as the other option. With a slight bow, the hat merchant then said, if that answers his question. She will be leaving now. Aiden replied, all right, thank you. By now she was already casting a spell, about to vanish. As she was leaving, she said, I wish you the best in your upcoming journeys, Mr. Aiden Albireo. Upon hearing this, Aiden was flabbergasted, shocked, and terrified. How did she know that name? How did she know his name from his past life? But before he could rush to seek answers, she had already disappeared. Even Curse was surprised and was like, did she just call Aiden by his past life name? Aiden was stunned and thought to himself, how does she know that name? Does this mean some beings or creatures aren't affected by his reincarnation? Aiden wondered if he knew the hat merchant in his past life, or is he missing something? But just then he decided to leave that issue for another day. Right now, he had to focus on the current task at hand, which is torturing the guildmaster. Aiden began laughing evilly and said, oh, he almost forgot. With an evil grin, he turned to the guildmaster and said, you're still here? The guildmaster cursed, damn it, and whatever evil torture must have happened was left to history. I rather not show it to you all. The next day in Karton City, the rumor spread, and everyone was talking about how the Umbra Guild was raided by the Medela Guild. One civilian said he knew the Umbra Guild wasn't clean, but finally, they were gone. They were kidnapping people from the dungeon and experimenting on them. If it weren't for Medela Marcus, they might have been victims too. They all said that they were grateful to Medela for protecting them. Now, back at the Medela Guild, in the guildmaster's office, Aiden, the center of all the planning and the master planner, was reading the newspapers with glee and commended Marcus, saying that he had become Karton City's hero. But Marcus said, it is all thanks to Sir Aiden. Without him, he would have lost this guild and his daughter. Now looking at the man beside him, Marcus asked if he's someone they can trust. He said that although it was Aiden who recommended him, could they really trust this guy? Just by his side, a man as fat as 2 cows, whom I could use as punching bag, yelled and said, his name is Shalkan. He will give it his all. Aiden then said that even for Marcus, taking over another large guild such as the Umbra Guild would be tough, especially a hostile one, so it was better to have a figurehead for now. He assured Marcus that Shalkan had been a guildmaster before and wouldn't betray them. But if he did, he would chase him to hell until death. In fear, Shalkan laughed and said, me? No. He can never betray them. He don't even know the full meaning of betrayal right now. Sitting beside him, Curse folded his arm and asked Aiden if he's not going to tell Marcus about Chaos and the Grand Duchy of Sires. But Aiden said that there's no point right now. Even if he revealed that the Grand Duchy of Sires is involved in this matter, Sylvetta could just squash it with his influence. Aiden said that he needed something more than this to bury Sylvetta in the ground. He had to take this slow and look for the right moment. In anger, he recalled that the cult of Holy Fire, the Forest of Death, and everything that happened in Karton City, those guys were behind it all. He let out a sigh, then called out to Marcus and asked him if he had decided what to do with the spirit. Marcus recalled Aiden telling him that there were 2 ways to save Charles. First is the formal contract with the spirit of Epidemic. The second option was breaking the stone, which would make the spirit of Epidemic vanish, and then finding a new spirit for Charles to make a contract with. Aiden stood up and said, your daughter doesn't have much time, the choice is yours. Marcus then said that the spirit of Epidemic wasn't inherently bad. It had done no wrong. He knew the stigma against the spirit of Epidemic had lingered since Rodosera, the plague alchemist of sin who turned the southern continent into hell. He didn't want Charles to be pointed at just because she contracted a spirit of Epidemic. He knew this wasn't right, but he wouldn't change his mind. As he unsheathed his sword, he was about to shatter the crystal binding the spirit of Epidemic. He said that he's sorry, he has to do this. But suddenly, a voice yelled out, Dad, stop. It turned out to be his daughter, who came in crying. Marcus was surprised and asked her how she got to this place. But Charles yelled at her dad and said that he shouldn't hurt her friend. Defending it, she told him that it should not be harmed. Upon seeing this, Aiden was surprised and thought to himself that he had believed this was too much for Charles to handle, so he hadn't told her about it. But how did she find out? Could it be that someone told her? Just then, Ellis walked in and said she was the one who told Charles everything. This is her spirit. Although it is a tough decision, but it's only right that Charles makes it herself. Now Marcus told her to come to him to step aside. That spirit is very dangerous, he warned. But Charles yelled, you don't know anything. It was the same spirit that has always protected her. Now, she's going to protect the spirit in return. Charles then began telling her father everything that had been happening. She said that at the age of 5 she realized for the first time that she had someone by her side. Back when Charles was attacked by a monster, the little girl trembled on her feet and cried that the monster should not come near her. but the monster growled at her, about to attack. But suddenly, as Charles raised her hand up, a terrifying purple figure emerged. And this figure terrified the monster, making it run away. Although I thought it was a monster, the monster turned out to be just a dog. Wow, but it must have been a monster for a little girl like her. But on a more serious note, Charles was surprised and didn't know what had happened. She could only see blue flames surrounding and leaving her. That was when she realized for the first time that someone was protecting her, even when her mom disappeared and she was alone and sad. Even when she cried after injuring her leg, it was the spirit who was always right beside her, comforting her. Now she said that the dead souls were the reason she got sick, and this spirit is the reason she stayed safe from them. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Does everyone who protects her have to leave? Does this spirit, her friend, have to leave too, just like her mom?" Marcus told her no, that's not the case. But Charles said, "Then just answer me one thing. If she forms a contract with this spirit, will he hate her too?" Marcus yelled and said, "She knows there's no way he will do that. He will definitely never hate her." Charles said, "Then that's all she needs. She doesn't care what anyone else thinks. She just needs her dad and her friend by her side. There's no way she's letting her friend who protected her die because of her." She begged her father to please accept her friend as family for protecting her in place of her mom. This left Marcus stunned, and after a while he dropped the sword and said, "Okay, Charles, as long as you're happy and healthy, that's all that matters." He hugged her and said that he's sorry. Later, after all the father-daughter bonding and tearful sorrows, Marcus continued the conversation with Aiden. He then thanked Aiden and said he won't forget what Aiden has done for him for the rest of his life. But Aiden replied that that's part of the deal, so he shouldn't worry about it. Then he asked if Marcus is really okay with Charles becoming the sorcerer of spirit of the epidemic. Marcus said honestly, he's not too happy about it. It's obvious it will just make Charles' life much harder. But if it will make his daughter happy, that's all that matters. He said he will make sure to raise her well so she doesn't get hurt and can fulfill her potential. For that, he will consider the spirit as a blessing that came to them, not some ominous creature. After all, that spirit is their family now as well. Aiden said, in that case, he would like to make Marcus an offer. He said that he will write him a recommendation letter. How about sending Charles to the house of Remez for her studies? Marcus heard that and said, "What? Send his daughter to the house of Remez?" Aiden asked if Marcus must have heard the notorious rumors about the spirit of epidemics. Her powers are incredibly dangerous. Right now, Charles needs to learn spirit sorcery to control the spirits at will. He said that there are spirits living in the Remez estates. Therefore, Charles will become a great spirit sorcerer if she learns directly from them. Marcus then said, "All right, but is Aiden sure it's okay for them to take such a huge favor from him? Why is he so willing to help them with all of this?" With a smile, Aiden said, "Help? Oh please, this is part of the deal too. His only condition is that Marcus will help him in the future when he needs Charles' help, and he promised he won't misuse her power." With declaration, Marcus said that if Aiden calls on them, they will come to help no matter where he is. Not only Charles' power, but he will offer all of Medela Guild's resources as well. Aiden smiled and thought to himself that once Charles can control the spirit of epidemic's powers, she will be incredibly helpful. Moreover, having Medela Guild on his side is a huge advantage. Then they shook hands to seal the deal and their cooperation. The scene then shifted to the northern continent, the frozen lands of extreme cold. Just as the name implies, this place was more like Antarctica, where everything was frozen. Then, a guy sighed in anger and said, "So even the Umber Guild was taken down? Things keep getting messed up for him." It turns out to be Sylvetta, who has slain multiple monsters in the frozen lands. The subordinates bowed and apologized for the bad news. Sylvetta then asked him, "So, did he find out who was involved in ruining his plans?" The subordinates said, "According to the Crimson Knight, the person used the same sword as Lord Sylvetta, so there's a high chance Dyer was the one who interfered this time." He also mentioned that Chaos said they suffered heavy losses, so the research will take a little longer. Sylvetta folded his hands in anger and said, "Those damn dregs from the Fallen Kingdom. He shouldn't have trusted those filthy rascals in the first place." He began summoning a large fire spell, blazing all around him. But just as he was doing this, he felt a surge of pain in his chest and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. The subordinate, who seemed to know Sylvetta's condition, quickly handed him a potion and told him to drink it. After drinking it, Sylvetta gritted his teeth in anger and said, "It's pathetic that he have to rely on a potion made by such filthy people. If only he hadn't injured his mana core 7 years ago during the monster wave, none of this would be happening. Or maybe he should be thankful that he is not going berserk due to his mana core exploding." He smashed the bottle and said, "He don't need blood knights, the god of holy fire, or any of that. The top priority is finding a gem to replace his damaged mana core. Once that's done, he will reach the level of a Grand Master." With anger, he said, "He must become the next Grand Duke." Now back at the Carton City in Aiden's lodging, Aiden looked displeased after he checked the bag the president of the spirit merchant gave him. He wondered, what on earth is this thing? He said that since it was a gift given to him by the hat merchant herself, so it's definitely not an ordinary item. Curse seemed to know what it was and told Aiden that this is a contract stone. The contract stone helps a person form a contract with spirits or spiritual beasts of the spirit realm. Even with low spirit affinity, it can summon high-level spirits. It is a precious item that is hard to find in the human realm. He told Aiden to just pour his mana into the stone for it to work. Aiden followed the instructions and began infusing his mana into the stone. Suddenly, the crystal began changing from blue to red. With glee, Curse said, "Oh, looks like something amazing is going to come out." With a loud bang, flames emerged from the stone and consumed the whole room. Aiden was like, "Huh? Fire?" He yelled. He was startled and said, "His hand is on fire, what the hell is going on?" But it turned out he was only panicking. When he calmed down, he discovered that the fire didn't feel hot, and he was pretty sure he had seen this familiar fire before. Suddenly a voice emerged from the flames and said, "How dare you summon a being like me in such a little space?" With an evil grin, Curse said that Aiden had summoned a ridiculous being. But to think he would summon a mythical rank spiritual beast was very surprising. The beast that he summoned turned out to be a very high-ranking phoenix. Aiden then said to himself that in his past life, he saw several people form contracts with spiritual beasts, but most of them were with low-ranking ones, with only a few forming contracts with intermediate-ranked ones. How in the world did he summon a mythical rank spiritual beast with just a spirit stone? He didn't even see this in his past life. Still surprised, Aiden asked the phoenix, "Did I summon you?" The beast replied, "To be exact, I found you." She then said that she is the king of immortal birds and her child owes Aiden their life. Aiden was like, "Huh? Her child owes him their life?" Suddenly, a little phoenix began chirping around with glee. Upon seeing this, Aiden was like, "Oh, now he understand where he saw these familiar flames. Isn't this the phoenix he saved back then in chapter 10? The Phoenix King then said that he rescued her child from a vicious troll who was going to eat it, right? So, as the mother and king of this child, she wanted to thank him. But after seeing him, she is quite shocked. Aiden asked, "What does she mean by that?" She replied that resurrection, poison, dark demonic energy, and even Banshee's shield. These things are far too much for a human to handle. What's more, he even has a pretty nasty curse on him. Aiden laughed out loud upon hearing this, but Curse was angry and said, "What did she just say?" He yelled back at her, calling her a nasty damn birdhead. But after laughing, Aiden then asked the Phoenix King if she's going to form a contract with him. With a smile, she said, "Usually it would be impossible for a normal human like him to handle her powers, but with the gemstone in his body, it might be possible." Aiden was like, "Huh? The gemstone in his body?" He wondered if she was talking about that mysterious stone, the stone that got absorbed into his body in the Forest of Death. Aiden asked her if she knew what that stone was. She apologized and said, she don't know its exact identity either, although in ancient times, there used to be supreme beings with a stone similar to the one in Aiden's body. Even other mythical kings like her were pathetically weak in front of those beings wielding that stone. But of course, Aiden's vessel is much smaller and weaker than those supreme beings. But she believed he would be able to handle her powers with skill. Now she said, "All right then, human, will you form a contract with me?" She didn't need to ask, because how could our MC let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity pass by? Aiden said with glee, "Of course." The Phoenix King then said, "Her name is Pyroness. As the child of the first flames that purge everything, she shall form a contract with him." And to complete the contract, she said that our MC had to say his name. He then said, "Aiden Reams." But after a short pause, the Phoenix King was like, "Child of humans, do you happen to have another name?" He replied, "Yes, Aiden Albireo." Suddenly both of their eyes blazed with fire, and symbols appeared on their heads. And with a loud bang, the contract was complete. The system then informed Aiden that he had formed a contract with the mythical rank spiritual beast of fire Pyroness. 4 days later, at the northern gate of Carton City, Aiden's chariot was traveling back. Inside was Ellis, patting the puppy that had been following Aiden all this while. Ellis was feeling sad and said, she was just getting closer to Charles, and now they're already leaving. But Cassie assured her that both of them would meet again after the secret pilgrimage was over. Loie added that he would make sure to tell Mr. Joseph to allow a visit to Carton City. Now, Loie wondered if the young master was still sleeping. But back in Aiden's little room, he was looking at the token in his hand, and he said that it was an S-rank mercenary token. It had been a while since he'd held this. Back when they all got their tokens, Kali exclaimed that he got a gold token for rank of mercenaries. Ellis got the one for rank A also. But Cassie and Loie got the least of all. Loie then asked Aiden what he got, and as they all looked at his hand, they exclaimed in shock. They were like, "Isn't that the white gold token for the S-rank mercenaries?" As expected of their young master. Marcus added that the mercenary rank is decided on the basis of each person's ability, feats, and achievements. Of course, by improving your skills and gaining more experience, you can rank up. So there's nothing to worry about. Aiden then told Marcus that he had worked hard. But Marcus said, "Not at all. By the way, where are they headed now?" Aiden replied that they were going to Sire's. There is something he must do there. Now with a serious tone, Marcus asked Aiden, "Is it okay if I ask you something?" Aiden said he should go on with it. Marcus then whispered to Aiden, asking him if he knew from the onset that someone from Sires had planned everything that happened in Carton City. Aiden was shocked upon hearing this. Marcus said that he could feel Aiden's rage every time that name was mentioned. It was as if Aiden knew those guys did stuff like that without hesitation. He gritted his teeth and said that after what happened to his daughter, he couldn't even begin to describe the anger he felt at their filthy actions, which were the opposite of their pretentious nature acting all righteous. But right now, he couldn't do anything about it since the Sires' duchy were very powerful. And that's why he wanted to ask Aiden for a favor, even though it was pretty shameless of him. He then said that if Aiden was on the same page as him, he wanted Aiden to help him make those people pay for everything they did. He promised that if Aiden helped him with that, he would dedicate himself to following and assisting him. But with glee, Aiden said he would love that. There is nothing stronger than an alliance against a common enemy. Aiden said they should make those filthy bastards pay for their actions that deserve nothing less than death. Now back to the present. In the carriage, Aiden said to himself that the plan is really starting, their plan to make the people of Sires pay for their deeds. Suddenly, the person riding the car said that they were about to arrive. The Grand Duchy of Sires was in sight. Just then, Aiden and his crew members got down from the carriage, and they arrived at the downtown of Sires as they covered their faces with veils. With glee, Ellis said that there were a lot of people here, nobles and even knights from all over the place. Aiden replied that it was because the martial arts duel fest was about to start. The crew members were like, Duel fest? Aiden said yes. It is a festival held every winter and is called the Sires Martial Arts Duel Fest. It is a tournament to honor Jaeger Sires, who sealed the dead entity, the Winter Queen, and founded the Grand Duchy. Additionally, with monsters attacking them every winter here, the citizens wouldn't be so happy about the winter. So, it is also like a prayer ritual, hoping for a safe winter. And it is one of the few festivals on the continent, so all sorts of people come here. It is to the point that even people of the Grand Duchy ditch their work and enjoy the tournament. Aiden then told them that he was also going to participate in the tournament. Loey was shocked and was like, huh? But the rest of them were less than shocked, and they said that that sounded fun. Loey then asked, but why? Why would he suddenly participate in such a dangerous event? Even Curse, whom no other person could see except Aiden, asked Aiden what was with the sudden tournament. Didn't he come here to get his revenge? Aiden replied, yes, he is here for revenge, and the reason he wants to join the tournament was because that would be the first step of his plan. If a person wins the tournament, the person will get one object from the Sire's warehouse along with an elixir. Aiden said he needed that elixir to reach the Grand Master stage just like in his past life, and the most important part was right after the tournament ended. Curse then asked Aiden, what will happen right after the tournament ends? And Aiden replied, right after the tournament ends, the Winter Queen who was sealed by the Sire's duchy will wake up, and this is also what happened in his past life. The Winter Queen was Calamity incarnate, leading an army of the dead from the frozen wastelands. When she reawakened, the surrounding lands transformed into legendary great dungeons, and she brought ruins to the northern continent, including Sires. The northern nations, in an effort to stop her, sent 6 knight families of distinguished merit, including the Grand Duchy of Sires, and the strongest fighters from the martial arts duel fests. But the dispatched troops were annihilated, and the few survivors who managed to flee were like walking corpses, with nothing left in their minds and bodies. In that desperate situation, the Thunderstorm Knight, whom we all know as Sylvetta, and his Blood Knights emerged to save the northern continent. Leading his order, Sylvetta defeated the Winter Queen, became the new Grand Duke of the Grand Duchy of Sires, earned the people's adoration, and received the esteemed title of Night King. Aiden gritted his teeth in anger and said, but Sylvetta is nothing like what he knew in his past life, neither honorable nor noble. First, he will win the martial arts duel fests, then he will join the expedition to subdue the Winter Queen, and when Sylvetta is worn out from fighting the Winter Queen, he will kill him and get rid of him there. By now, Aiden and his crew were already in an inn and were eating. Ellis noticed that Aiden was distracted and asked him if the food was not to his liking. Aiden replied, no, he just have lots of things on his mind. Looking around, Kali said it is surprising to see such a crowd in a regular restaurant. As expected, this must be one of the biggest festivals on the continent. Aiden smiled and said, yes, everyone seems to be having fun. Suddenly, a group of people walked up to them, and one of them said, sorry, but there are no empty tables left. Would they mind if they joined them? Aiden replied, no problem. After the guy sat down, he told them, it's nice to meet you. Since they ran into each other by chance, how about some introductions? He said that his name was Lao, and he was a mercenary. Aiden introduced himself and said that he was on an expedition with his party. Ellis introduced herself and asked if the people beside Lao were his comrades. Lao said yes. The little guy beside him is his younger brother Liddell, and as you can see, Liddell is quite shy. While sipping a cup of beer, Cassie asked Lao, who is the next person beside you? She said that she didn't expect to meet an old tiger. Loe asked her what does she mean by that. The person she was referring to laughed and said, he also didn't expect to meet a werecat. It's a rare sight. He said that his name was Beiruk, and she also introduced herself as Cassie. Aiden was like, wow, a weretiger, huh? He said that they didn't seem like ordinary travelers. Beirut let out a dry laugh and said, "That doesn't sound right coming from someone traveling with a werecat." Ellis then said that she'd been curious since earlier. She asked Ladell, "What is that thing he have been holding on to since earlier?" With a shy look, Ladell said, "Oh, does she mean this instrument he's holding in his hand? It's called a bipa, a traditional instrument from their place, although it's a bit embarrassing, but he's their party's bard." With glee, Ellis exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. Big brother, I want to hear you play." This made Ladell more shy, and he was like, she wants to hear him play out of nowhere? With glee, Ellis begged him, please, she would love to hear him play, even if it's just once. Ladell said, all right, if she wants he can play for her, but he's not really great at it. Then he began playing. As he played, he gradually began infusing mana into his strings and the instrument. The whole crowd in the tavern was surprised, and started looking in the direction where the music was coming from. Another person yelled, "Looks like someone over there is playing something." As Ladell played, everyone was drawn to the rhythm. Curse told Aiden, "That child is quite talented, for him to infuse music with mana. The mana in the music is resonating with other people's mana, thereby enchanting them." As Ladell kept playing, people were feeling it and becoming more invested in the melodies. After playing for a while, Ladell finally stopped and told them, "This is how the instrument is played." Although he was a little shy and felt he didn't do well, but suddenly there was an outburst of applause. Everyone in the tavern yelled, "That performance was amazing." They clapped for him, saying, "Bravo Scolentos." Cassie thanked Ladell for such a moving performance. Even Loe was already crying, and said that this is the first time he've heard such an emotional performance. Ellis added, "Big brother, that was awesome, you were so cool." Trying to tease him, Lau said, "Another new fan has been added to the list, as expected from his little brother." While blushing, Ladell told him to shut up. Beirut let out a dry laugh and said, "To be honest, isn't Ladell secretly enjoying the attention?" Ladell yelled and said, "Grandpa Beirut, stop the teasing." Sometime later, after they ate to their fill, Lau said that they needed to go. Although they would love to talk more, but they were on a tight schedule. Aiden said he understood. If they have plans, then there's no helping it. Lau nodded and said that there was a lot more preparation involved in entering the martial arts duel phase than he expected. Aiden was like, wow, so he is participating in the martial fest too? What a coincidence. But suddenly Aiden was shocked as he recalled something. A memory from his past life just entered his head right now. But he decided to play it cool. He then voiced out and said, "You said your name was Lau, right?" With a smile, Lau replied, "Yes, that's right." Aiden walked up to him and said, "It seems we will be meeting as enemies next time since he's also participating in the martial arts fest." With a serious face, Lau said, "All right, but Aiden shouldn't think you will go easy on him just because they have met." He turned back and said, "Okay, see you then." And they began leaving. As they were leaving, Curse asked Aiden, "What was that just now?" Even though it was just for a moment, Aiden. "You had tremendous killing intent just now, didn't you?" Aiden replied, "Yes, it is, because he knows who that guy is." Curse was like, "Really? Did the both of them meet in his past life?" Aiden said, "No, but he have heard the rumors. Lau is a swordman traveling with an elder, werebeast, and a genius bard. In his previous life, Lau was the winner of the Sire's Martial Arts Fest, and he was named the evil-slaying sword demon." Curse said, "Oh, so he was the winner of the Martial Arts Fest in Aiden's past life. But how come he is called the evil-slaying sword demon?" Aiden said that in his past life, Lau disappeared after taking the prize of this tournament, the elixir, without a trace. He didn't even participate in the subjugation of the Winter Queen. After vanishing like that, he reappeared 2 years later in the Grand Duchy of Sires as a homicidal maniac. After that, Aiden and his crew went to a mansion, and as they all looked at the huge building, they exclaimed in awe. Even the puppy was amazed by the sight of the building. It turned out that Aiden used his connection to get this exclusive mansion for them. Ellis asked Aiden if his friend was really letting them use this place for free. Aiden replied, "Of course." Kali then said that using connections to indulge in luxuries during a pilgrimage, isn't it contrary to the original purpose of hiding one's identity and understanding the lives of people in the secular world? But Aiden said, "It is fine, Priest Kali. Don't people in the secular world live without leveraging their connections?" He then said that this would be a valuable experience for Ellis to understand how powerful connections and influence can be. He told her, what could be a more perfect pilgrimage than this? Some while later, after Aiden and his crew entered the mansion and they all went to their separate rooms, Aiden went to the main hall. A lady called Niketa bowed and said, "I greet the noble being." Aiden then asked her how things were going these days. Niketa replied that, thanks to the intel Aiden provided, they have managed to eliminate several chaos branches. She said that the branches that seemed to have connections with sires appeared to be withdrawing recently. Looks like there was some discord between Chaos and Sylvetta. Aiden said to himself that the Holy Fire Cult incident, the experiments in the Forest of Death, and even the Blood Knights experiments at the Umbra Guild. With all their plans falling apart, there's no surprise that there will be some discord between Chaos and Sylvetta. Aiden then voiced out and asked Niketa if she thinks there's any chance they have figured out that he is the one behind ruining their plans. Niketa replied that the likelihood is extremely low. She blushed and murmured, as expected. Aiden, personally dealing with such filthy heretics, truly embodied the noble master of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Aiden was like, huh? What the hell? Did this girl, known as Niketa Florence, just blush because of him? He was even scared by her blushing because, in his past life, she tried to paint him in blood when he only stared at her. Now, he asked her more importantly, what about the item he asked her to get him? She tapped on the box and announced that she had brought it in here. After opening the box, she showed the content to Aiden and declared, 7 ingots of stellanium as required. Seeing this, Aiden grinned his teeth with joy. Stellanium is a mysterious mineral possessing strength, metal conductivity, and instantaneous explosive potential. It is so rare that most people never see it in their lifetime, and even a small piece is valued at the price of 10 mansions. Aiden thanked Niketa for delivering it. This mineral is truly precious, he remarked. Niketa responded, it is not a big deal, but what does he plan to do with it? Aiden replied that he's planning to make armor for himself. He's got a sword and shield, but he hasn't found suitable armor until now. Niketa remarked, stellanium is notoriously difficult to work with. Finding a blacksmith capable of handling it won't be easy. But with a smile, Aiden assured her that there is one, a blacksmith who can forge exactly what he needs. The next day, on the streets of Sire's back alley, Aiden was checking the corners in search of the blacksmith. After scanning each corner, he kept muttering, not here either. Curse was already growing impatient and grumbled that they had been wandering for 2 hours now, and all Aiden had repeated was not here. Is he sure this blacksmith exists? Aiden affirmed, yes, he's sure the blacksmith exists. It's just that the blacksmith's forge is tricky to find, and he has to locate it by himself, or it will never be found. But suddenly, as he looked at a particular alley, he saw a door leaning on a wall and exclaimed, found it! Curse questioned, but isn't that just a door fitting? Aiden nodded. To the average person, it is just a discarded door fitting, but to someone like him who knows about this, it is different. Looking at the small hole in the door, Aiden brought out his S-rank mercenary badge and began placing it in the hole. He explained that it is the key to this door, and if inserted, it will lead to the blacksmith. As he inserted it, bright light began shining from the door fitting, and bang, the door opened. As Aiden stepped inside, he could see armor of different kinds and qualities within the workshop. Curse asked, isn't this subspace magic? Aiden confirmed, indeed, the blacksmiths are a race blessed by the earth. They are born with a workshop from birth, and it is a subspace of their own. They can even set specific conditions for who can access it. The condition for entering this old man's workshop is the S-rank mercenary badge we just saw. Just then, the blacksmith noticed them and yelled, who is barging into his workshop now? With a smile, Aiden called out his name, Blacksmith Hethos, and declared that he had come to commission a set of armor. But Hethos scoffed, what? You came to order armor? This man was Blacksmith Hethos, the dwarf blacksmith, one of the greatest of his kind. Curse whispered to Aiden, the blacksmith you were talking about, he seems grumpy. Aiden chuckled, yes, he knows, but that guy's skills are no joke. Hethos is the one who made all the armor that he wore while fighting Curse when he was still the Underlord in the past. Curse said, he is not really keen on hearing more of that story. The blacksmith walked up to Aiden and questioned, is he really an S-rank mercenary? He looks so fragile, like he couldn't do anything. Aiden confidently responded, of course, he even has the white gold badge. Hethos sighed and grumbled, the human world these days seems to have gone mad. Giving an S-rank mercenary badge to a weakling like this. He'll need to raise the entrance requirements for his workshop. He told Aiden to leave. He have no equipment for someone like him. There are plenty of other blacksmiths, go and meet them instead. But our MC isn't one to just give up without having a few tricks up his sleeves. Aiden then mused, well, that's a shame. He thought they could have a chat while enjoying these Tears of the White Dragon, an incredibly rare top-tier white wine from the kingdom of Drader, but he supposes he'll have to look for another blacksmith. Upon hearing this legendary wine, Hethos practically roared, what did you just say, Tears of the White Dragon? Aiden saw that the man was getting interested and teased that he would get going then. But the blacksmith immediately interjected, wait. He was already drooling and quickly added, let's have a talk. Yes, just a talk. Sometime later they sat down, and Hethos was already drinking the wine. He sighed in delight. Humans really do know how to make the most amazing liquor. He then asked, so what's your name? Our MC responded, my name is Aiden. Hethos nodded. All right, Aiden, this wine is delicious, and this is the finest liquor he've had since that rascal Valken gave him some as a gift 20 years ago. Hearing this, Aiden recalled that in his past life, Valken, who was his master and also the mercenary king, brought him here to visit Hethos. Back then, Valken told Aiden to introduce himself to the blacksmith. He greeted, hello, I am Aiden Albireo. With a smile, Hethos chuckled and said this brat looks stubborn as hell just like his master. Not even long after the lovely greetings, Hethos, as grumpy as ever, yelled at Aiden, chasing after him. Didn't I tell you not to touch my sword? But Aiden grinned. Yes, So I'm just borrowing it for once, you stubborn old man. Just like that, they became close. Even when Aiden grew up, he still visited Hethos. But by now, Hethos's closest friend, Valken, was already missing. With a sigh, he murmured, "That reckless guy, Valken, where has he disappeared to now?" Now back to the present. Without Aiden in this lifetime, the void left by Master Valken must have been even greater for Hethos right now. Aiden then reminded Hethos, "We should stop drinking and get to my request, shall we?" Hethos agreed. Of course, after drinking such fine wine. He can't just send him away empty-handed. He then urged Aiden to name his request. There is no weapon or armor he can't forge. Meanwhile, with all these ongoing happy moments, something disastrous loomed in Sires. In the northern glacier mountains of Sires, where the Queen of Death was sealed, my cameraman zoomed closer and noticed something happening. With a loud bang, the Queen opened her eyes. She has awakened. As Aiden sat in the carriage, he smiled slightly, thinking to himself that it was nice to see that old man he knows after so long. Also, the dagger and armor he requested would be ready in 4 days. There are still about 10 days before the Winter Queen wakes up, so he should still have enough time. The key given to him would allow him to travel to Hedos's forge from anywhere. It might come in handy in its own way. So for now, while waiting for the items he requested from Hedos, they came to the Grand Temple of Sires for the pilgrimage that they were supposedly meant to come on, but he had no idea what's up with the situation in front of him right now. People were happily welcoming Saintess Ellis, saying she's cute. Ellis happily waved at them, saying she's very happy to meet them. They were love-stricken immediately as she said that. Curse cringely told Aiden that Ellis seems to be enjoying the welcome ceremony. Aiden also felt cringe, but he decided to let her enjoy it. They arrived in the Cult of Holy Fire Sires branch. A man politely greeted the Saintess, addressing himself as Barkus, the high priest of the Sires branch of the Cult of Holy Fire. He also welcomed the companions who had come with the Saintess. Curse, disgustedly, asked Aiden if the primate-looking human is really supposed to be the high priest. Aiden, who also felt the same, told Curse that in Sires, even the chefs and janitors look like that. Barkus greeted Aiden, saying it's an honor for him to meet the main church's savior. Aiden greeted him. All the while Ellis was admiring how huge Barkus was. By the way, Aiden told Barkus that Ellis's welcome was more enthusiastic than he had expected. He didn't know she was that popular. Barkus told him, such as expected. Normally the flame holder is supposed to be lit with God's holy fire, but it has remained cold for over 10 years because they didn't have a saint to keep it lit. So with the Saintess's holy fire, the temple will find its warmth back, and it will ignite the fire in the hearts of the believers as well. Aiden asked Ellis if she can do the job, to which she confidently replied, "Of course, she has already done it once, so she's not scared." She then walked up the stairs. Aiden smiled, since she has grown a lot. In front of her was a square cemented ground. She activated her divine power, then poured it inside the square. She really didn't know what she was doing, but it worked somehow, though she never expected the flame to increase so much. Immediately, everyone began crying tears of joy since the holy fire had been reignited, finally after 10 years. Even Barkus couldn't hold in his tears. He never expected he'd get to see the flames of the holy fire burning again in his lifetime. He then asked Aiden if this isn't a miraculous situation. But all he was saying went through empty ears. Aiden was lost in thought, shocked to be precise. He had no idea what the feeling he's getting now is. He wondered if it could be the mana cultivation technique he learned from the ancient book he picked up at the Church of Holy Fire back then. And now, the mana cultivation tech is commanding his body. It wants him to absorb the fire, which he did. The flames immediately went towards him. Barkus worriedly shouted out for Aiden to be careful, but he couldn't do anything. Everyone was worried. They were all worried because the holy fire burns anyone who it has not chosen as its master. But what's going on in front of them was more shocking. They had no idea what on earth is going on. As Aiden closed his eyes, he had no idea what's going on. It's like he's in a trance. It felt so warm. He then heard a voice saying, "To my successor I grant you my eyes, which see through all lies, and lie shall lose its form before you." Aiden then opened his eyes glowing gold. Lo worriedly ran towards Aiden, asking if he's okay. He was scanning through Aiden's body to check if he's really alright. But Barkus couldn't believe his eyes. He questioned how the hell is Aiden still alive despite him being engulfed in the holy fire just now. Bali grinned, saying he knew Aiden was no ordinary guy. Barkus asked what does he mean by that. Bali asked Barkus if he still remembers the prophecy that was handed down along with the legends about the holy fire. Long ago, before the master of the holy fire ascended, he said to his believers, "On the destined day, a person will appear and stretch his hand out. The fire, instead of annihilating him, will dance joyfully to greet him. The chosen one will come and inherit the master's will and purpose and thus be named the Apostle of Holy Fire." So given the current situation, Barkus commented that Aiden seems to be the Apostle of Holy Fire. While Aiden was busy punching Lo, he paused. He could feel the sharp glares behind him. He wondered what the hell is up with the look in all their eyes. Everyone happily cheered, saying all hail the Apostle of the Holy Fire. Aiden was confused. He had no idea what they meant by apostle of holy fire. What's more shocking was Barkis and Bali going down on their knees, greeting the apostle of holy fire. Aiden shivered slightly. He's having a bad feeling about the situation. But then, suddenly, they all felt a tremor. They thought it was an earthquake, but Aiden thought otherwise. He knew that something was happening. But then everywhere started getting frozen. He could also recognize the scream. It belongs to the Winter Queen. He was surprised himself, since he thought there should still be plenty of time before she's supposed to wake up. The screams became so loud that everyone had to painfully and forcefully close their ears to avoid eardrum burst. They had no idea what was causing the noise. But then they saw someone floating midair. The person, with a mask on, used a long-distance communication skill to greet everyone, thanking them for using their Emporium service. The person introduced himself as the owner of the Spirit Emporium, the Hat Merchant. Everyone was shocked to see the owner of the Spirit Emporium. Someone questioned, what is someone of such high status doing here? The merchant told them all that today, as the Emporium's representative, he had an important announcement to make. As of this moment, a legendary dungeon, the Winter Queen's Nest, has appeared. Everyone went silent for a moment as their faces filled with fear. They were shocked to hear that the Winter Queen had come back to life. Panic ensued. They all started running haphazardly, knowing that the Winter Queen was going to destroy everything again. At the same time, at the Church of Holy Fire, Sire's branch, while holding Beelzebub, Aiden wondered how the Winter Queen had resurrected 10 days earlier than expected. More importantly, his banshee shield and his sword were throwing tantrums because their queen had returned. And the specter of the Dark Knight was going crazy because of his desire to protect his homeland. He angrily questioned why the damn ghost thought it had a say. He then scolded it to hurry up and go back inside. But then something happened. There was a strange aura surrounding the sword. His eyes glowed gold. Then he saw something. The specter of the Dark Knight introduced himself as Dares Kleiman. He used to be a knight in Lord Sylvetta's service. Through the specter's memories, Aiden could see Sylvetta. He was saying that with his mana core in such bad condition, he could never return to his former level. If that happened, he'd even lose his rightful position as Grand Duke of Dare. He then told the Dark Knight to bring back those dark mages who visited him. He should tell them he'd accept their offers. With a stone in his hand, he grinned slightly, saying that if he completed the gemstone, he could replace his mana core with it and reclaim his position as Grand Duke. Aiden was surprised to be seeing the Dark Knight's memory. He realized he was able to see it because of the new power called Fire Eye that the Holy Fire incident gave him. Though the system said it's on the same level as a divine authority of a god, he didn't expect it to let him peer into the memories of a specter. Curse added, more importantly, the mystery of the red stone Aiden absorbed had finally been solved. Aiden replied, yeah, ever since I absorbed the stone, it's no wonder manipulating mana has felt easier. But one certain thing is that Sylvetta doesn't have much time left. He will definitely try to create another substitute for a mana core. But didn't we hear about it from Florence? Curse commented. The Night King doesn't have a good relationship with the Chaos right now. If that's the case, how exactly is Sylvetta trying to create a new mana core? Curse asked. Aiden asked Curse if he knew why the descendants of the Sire's family are so ridiculously strong. I don't know, Curse replied. Could it be because their bodies were forged in a harsh environment? Aiden told him it's because the first Grand Duke defeated the Winter Queen and drank her essence. The Winter Queen's essence holds an energy so pure that it's incomparable to any known elixir in existence. And the bastard Sylvetta is definitely after the Winter Queen's essence right now. So, they can't let things go according to his plan. Suddenly, someone approached him from behind. It's been a while, young Master Ramez. Aiden also said, it's been a while, Sir Dare. Dare stretched out his hand to shake Aiden's, saying he was planning to visit him personally to greet him. But he never expected to run into him here instead. Aiden asked, how did you know I was here? Dare replied, saying he heard his house had become the Saintess's patron and that he was accompanying her on her pilgrimage. He had also heard that he had arrived in Sire's. Aiden never expected the pilgrimage, supposed to be a top secret, to be known that easily. Curse grinned, saying, there's no such thing as secrets in the world. Aiden then asked him if he was here regarding the matter of the Winter Queen. Dare replied, yes, the Church of Holy Fire needs a representative to attend the emergency meeting. The word representative immediately sparked an idea in Aiden's head. He then asked Dare if only one of the highest-ranked individuals of Holy Fire could attend the meeting. Dare replied, yes, that's how it should be. With a wild grin, Aiden asked, then someone who is called the Apostle of Holy Fire and is worshipped by the entire church would be the perfect candidate, right? Dare, clueless where Aiden was headed, replied, yeah, that would be the case. Aiden then told him they should get going right now since he's the one Dare is looking for, the Apostle of Holy Fire. They should go meet his father right away. Curse asked Aiden if he had a plan. Aiden replied, of course. I was already planning to meet the current Grand Duke of Sire's anyway. He grinned wildly, saying he had an absolutely brilliant plan in mind. Sometime later at Sylvetta's office, Sylvetta grinned, saying, at last, the Winter Queen has resurrected, something I've been waiting for God knows how long. He told the men in front of him that people believe the first Grand Duke of Sire's defeated the Winter Queen, But that statement is only half true. The first Grand Duke of Sires did defeat the Winter Queen, but he couldn't destroy her. When she was defeated, her essence shattered into fragments and scattered across the northern regions. Those fragments plunged the entire northern continent into eternal winter and got themselves absorbed into monsters, which resulted in them growing stronger. One of those fragments burrowed into the first Grand Duke's body, strengthening his flesh. Because of just that one fragment, the Sire's bloodline was blessed with superior bodies. He slammed the table with vigor, saying, "After all these years, the Winter Queen has finally gathered her essence back and resurrected, meaning, if he captured the Winter Queen now and fully absorbed her concentrated essence, he could become the strongest in the world." He then told White Knight and Crimson Knight to prepare for battle. They'll be the first to go there, eliminate the Winter Queen, and get the essence. The two humbly accepted the order. But then, someone came rushing in, panicked. He told Lord Sylvetta there's an emergency. Sylvetta asked, "What's wrong all of a sudden?" Breathing heavily, he told Sylvetta that the Grand Duke of Sires just entrusted the Winter Queen's hunt to an external force instead of the Night Order. Sylvetta was shocked. He never expected there to be an external force. He angrily gritted his teeth, saying, "I clearly told my father that I'd personally lead the hunt, but it was suddenly handed over to some outsiders?" He asked, "Who exactly is the external force?" The man replied, "It's the Church of Holy Fire." He was angry, since the Holy Fire rascals intended to be a nuisance till the very end. The attendant then told Sylvetta that he heard the leader of the hunt is someone who's been making quite a name for himself lately, and his name is Aiden Remez. Sylvetta, still angry, decided to meet Aiden. In the next scene, Aiden went to meet Sires Vannon, a high-ranking swordmaster, and the current Grand Duke of the Sires Duchy. Aiden informed him that he would take care of the Winter Queen hunt in their stead. However, to be precise, he was proposing a deal. The Grand Duke responded that he would like to hear whatever deal it was. Aiden then said that, as they all knew, the Winter Queen was a calamity-class monster that was extremely difficult to handle. Even with multiple swordmasters and the best elite knights of the Sire's Duchy, great casualties would be unavoidable. Instead, Aiden offered that his companions and the Church of Holy Fire would take on the task of subjugating the Winter Queen. The Grand Duke paused for a moment, then asked Aiden what he wanted in return. With a smile, Aiden told him that he wanted everything that came after the subjugation, from the land itself to all the loot that would come from it. Dare shouted and asked Aiden if he was sure about what he was saying. He whispered to Aiden that it was too much to ask for the land as well, and that his father would definitely not agree, but Aiden ignored him. Facing the Grand Duke, Aiden added that he wanted even more. The Grand Duke stood up and asked what it was. Dare was surprised to see his father responding to Aiden's bold request. This alone proved that the Winter Queen, a calamity-class monster, was a massive burden to the duchy. As the Grand Duke rose, he told Aiden that he believed more in actions than words. In an instant he stepped forward, took Dare's sword, and swiftly swung it at Aiden. The aura from the blade exploded across the area. Aiden gritted his teeth as he held his ground against the Grand Duke's blade. He muttered to himself that this was exactly what he expected from a high-ranking swordmaster. With just a slight swing, his hands were already tingling. Dare didn't understand what was going on. He thought his father was attacking Aiden for no reason. He cried out, "Father, despite everything, Aiden saved my life. Why are you acting like this toward him?" But without wasting time, the Grand Duke threw the sword to the ground and said to Aiden that he wasn't just all talk. He was definitely fit for the task. The Grand Duke accepted the deal. Later, Aiden was in his room. The room was so luxurious, to the extent that Elon Musk can only dream of affording it. Sitting on the bed with a mana orb in his hand, Aiden explained that the elixir he held, originally intended as the grand prize for the martial arts tournament, was the final condition of his deal with the Grand Duke. As expected, it was an incredibly dense, concentrated orb of mana. He could feel it. This elixir might help him break past the wall he had hit, the barrier to the transcendental stage. He placed the elixir on the ground, then put it into his mouth and swallowed it. With a loud bang, his body began to tremble as mana erupted from every part of him. Aiden exclaimed that cold mana was pouring into his body like a massive waterfall. There was too much. His body couldn't absorb it all, but he wouldn't let a single speck go to waste. "It's all mine," he said. "I won't lose a single drop of this precious mana." Curse appeared and shouted, warning Aiden that if he kept this up, his mana core would explode. He urged him to release it. But Aiden replied, "No way in hell he's letting go of this." He kept forcing it, saying just a little more, and he'll finally get there. Suddenly the walls began to collapse. Not the walls of the room, but the wall that had been blocking him from reaching the transcendental stage. The room burst with bright mana light radiating from the windows. Then, a few minutes later, everything calmed down. Aiden has finally reached the transcendental stage. Curse, who had previously been small, had suddenly grown. He told Aiden that it seemed the more power Aiden regained, the more Curse's form restored itself. Without delay, Aiden clenched his fist and threw a punch at Curse, but his hand passed right through him. Curse let out an anxious smile and wondered what Aiden was trying to do. Aiden sighed and admitted he had hoped that becoming a swordmaster would allow him to finally punch Curse. Curse yelled, "What did you just say, you insolent brat?" Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Aiden told the person to come in, expecting it to be Nikita. Indeed, Nikita entered and informed him that the preparations were complete. "Monarch of the underworld," she said. Aiden nodded and told her they should leave right away. Now in the Winter Queen's dungeon, the air was freezing, even colder than Mount Everest. As they walked, Nikita warned Aiden that the fog wasn't just ordinary mist. Aiden agreed. It was a bothersome magic spell. He explained the first reason why the elite Knights of Sires had been annihilated during their first subjugation attempt was this banshee's fog. It forced humans to relive their greatest fears and deepest sorrows, driving them insane. However, it didn't affect Aiden. He had the eyes of truth and was an apostle of the holy fire. The second reason the Knights had failed was because of the massive army of undead surrounding the Winter Queen's palace. Aiden smiled and remarked, "There are quite a lot of them, huh? But there's no need for him to confront them directly." He turned to Nikita and asked if she could handle it. Nikita responded that, although she couldn't see anything due to the fog, she could feel it. The cries of the undead weeping in sorrow, the desperate screams of those drowning in fear begging for salvation. The undead are cursed beings trapped within the memories of their past lives, wandered the world unable to pass on. They endlessly relived the pain of death again and again until the very last fragment of their consciousness crumbled into nothing. They cried out in despair, pleading for release. She stretched out her hand and said, "That is why dark sorcerers exist, to bestow death's blessing upon these tormented spirits, offering salvation to lost souls. In this world, the priests of the current 3 holy churches bless only the living, but the priests of the Florence kingdom were once priests and pontiffs for the dead. And since Nikita is the last survivor of the Florence royal family and the high priestess of the undead, she is merely fulfilling the duty given to her." She then began casting a spell and said to the families who had turned to dust and lost their souls, to those who wander not knowing themselves, to those who have lost their flesh that can feel warmth, to those who have lost the eyes for which they cannot search for the light. Here, their fire, Florence, has come. They shall surrender their hatred to her and depart. They shall put an end to this and rest in peace. In the instant she finished casting the ancient spell, she absorbed their power which made them undead. And just like that, they all vanished into a pile of dust, their souls finally freed from this world. Now, in the Winter Queen's palace, she stood there. At first glance, it seemed nothing was amiss, but she was fuming with rage. She had just discovered that all her undead armies, 1,000 of them, were destroyed. She growled and screamed in fury, vowing to kill the humans responsible. Her scream echoed through the entire mountain. Upon hearing this, Aiden smiled and said, "Looks like losing all her henchmen really enraged her. Well then, shall we go and see just how much stronger the Winter Queen has become?" Back in the Church of the Holy Fire at the Sire's branch, Ellis was praying at the tower. She said, "God, please help us. Please let Aiden Appa return safely from his battle with the Winter Queen." Now, Aiden finally arrived at the entrance of the Winter Queen's Palace of Evil. As he stepped inside, the footprints on the ground told a story. The force and aura emanating from the Winter Queen alone made it nearly impossible for Aiden to move. The temperature was unbelievably low. Any ordinary person would not survive long. Thankfully, it was wise to have Hitos craft his armor from phoenix leather in advance. It retained heat and was highly durable. Finding that old man had been the right decision. The fog around the Winter Queen's palace was already thick, but this bone-chilling cold had also contributed to Sire's failure to subjugate her. Curse had mentioned that's why Aiden sent Nikita back, huh? Aiden looked around the palace and said, "The Winter Queen really did build a ridiculously extravagant palace for herself." But no matter how prepared he was, it didn't change the fact that the Winter Queen was a calamity-class monster. He would give this battle everything he had. As Aiden approached, the Winter Queen gritted her teeth in anger and growled, "How dare he kill all her subordinates? She will never forgive him." With a roar, she unleashed a burst of freezing winds toward Aiden. He stood his ground and was not blown away. She said that humans dare betray her master who loved them. She don't need a world full of humans who betrayed her master. Therefore, she will kill them all. Upon hearing this, Aiden muttered, "Master? Is she talking about a previous contractor or something?" After all, banshees were spirits born from sorrow and lingering attachments turned to hatred. This was ammunition for him, but even so, Aiden noticed that his armor had begun freezing. He said, even his armor might not hold out much longer, but of course he already had a plan in mind. In an instant, he called out to Pyroness, the King of Flames, "Now's the time, come out." Pyroness appeared and said, "You called for me, my contractor?" Aiden nodded with a smile. "Yeah." Although the gap in power between Aiden and Pyroness is still too wide, so he can't draw out her full strength, but he's grateful for even this much. Pyroness looked at the Winter Queen and said, "For a spirit who once ascended to the rank of a king to have fallen this far, she's a truly pitiful child." Aiden asked, "Do you think we can win?" Pyroness replied, "I am the master of all flames. Let us grant that poor child, the Winter Queen, a chance to rest in peace. And just like that, Aiden dashed forward to attack. He called out for Pyroness to cover him. Pyronex answered, "No problem." Just then, the Winter Queen summoned her Frost Knights to fight Aiden. As they charged, Aiden activated his eyes of truth and observed their weaknesses, their weak points. They're in their chests. In a flash, he infused his sword with aura and mana. Bang! He slashed the Frost Generals into pieces. As he cut through them, Aiden smiled. Now it finally feels like he've reached the realm of a sword master. But just as he relaxed, another Frost General attempted a sneak attack. Pyroness responded instantly, melting the knight with a wave of her flames. Pyroness declared that she wouldn't let anyone lay a hand on her contractor, and just like that, they defeated the entire knights of the Winter Queen. Upon witnessing the scene, the Winter Queen cried out, "Her beloved knights. They've all been destroyed." Gritting her teeth in fury, she screamed that she would never forgive them. She stretched out her hand, summoning a flurry of tiny icicles. Though small, each icicle carried the power of a sword master. She lunged toward Aiden. Seeing this, Aiden turned and ran, narrowly dodging the attacks. He gave a shaky smile and muttered that he could dodge the attacks, thanks to his eyes of truth. But as he approached the Winter Queen, he noticed a sudden shift. She summoned 1,000 icicles around herself. Aiden quickly leaped backward to dodge them. As he landed, he shouted, "Damn it, she's unleashing way too many master-level spells. Just how massive is her mana reserve?" The Winter Queen roared. Her breath, a wave of freezing frost, swept over the terrain, pushing Aiden backward. His shield cracked under the pressure. Already freezing, Aiden muttered that she was using another annoying technique. Still, he believed he could handle it, as long as Pyroness was with him. But then Pyroness said, "I'm sorry, contractor." Aiden was stunned. What does she mean by sorry all of a sudden? Looking at her, he yelled. Pyroness was barely visible now, small and fading. She explained that the environment was far from ideal and that Aiden's mana, which sustained her summoning, was almost depleted. All she could do now was offer him a little warmth. Spirits were deeply affected by their surroundings, and this frozen wasteland, filled with bitter cold, was the worst place for Pyroness, whose magic attribute was fire. Aiden admitted to himself that he had underestimated the Winter Queen. She had nearly wiped out the entire Sire's subjugation party before. They had only barely managed to defeat her soul. And now, with her return, the Banshee's shield wouldn't cooperate. They recognized their queen had returned. He wondered, was there really no other way? Aiden closed his eyes. But something stirred. A voice echoed within his subconscious saying, "Oh God, please help me." And bang, holy flames engulfed his body. This power, he thought. It feels so familiar. Looking up, he realized the power came from Ellis. Her voice echoed in his heart. So Ellis has been praying for me all this while? Suddenly, Curse began to scream in pain. What is this divine power? He begged Aiden to take it away from him immediately. Just then, Pyroness regained her normal size and said that she don't know what happened, but Aiden is suddenly overflowing with mana. This should be good enough. With this much mana, she should be able to use at least 1/10 of her original strength. In an instant, the Winter Queen's castle began to melt. Aiden was surprised upon seeing this. He said, "So this is only 1/10 of Pyroness' strength? Then what will happen if she used her full strength? The entire world might be destroyed." The Winter Queen trembled and muttered, "That light coming from Aiden. What on earth is it?" They gave her no reply. Pyroness said, "Now rest in peace beside your master." With a loud bang, Pyroness sent deadly flames at the Winter Queen, engulfing her completely. Even her tremendous mana couldn't withstand the heat. The Winter Queen screamed as she melted away. Then, tears streamed down her cheeks. She whispered, "Oh my king." It was then revealed that she was referring to Curse, the Underlord. Curse replied, "I'm sorry for making you wait. Now rest in peace, child of snow." The Winter Queen smiled even in death. Her wish had been fulfilled. "Thank you, my king," she said as she melted into the earth. Dear listeners, Curse, whom we all know as the Underlord, was the master the Winter Queen had been waiting for. The deeper story remains a mystery, perhaps to be revealed in future parts of the story. With the Winter Queen's death, the frozen wasteland and mountains began to melt. Everything gradually returned to normal. You guys may not know this, but there is a Winter Queen in Canada, Russia, Iceland, and other countries with extreme cold. Now back to the story. Civilians exclaimed, "The snow just stopped, the air is getting warmer, even the mountain snow is melting. What's happening?" Then, the spirit merchant appeared in the sky and declared, effective immediately, the legendary dungeon, Winter Queen's Nest, has been cleared by Aiden Remez. Whispers spread. The Winter Queen has been defeated by Aiden Remez, the ruffian young master. They let out sighs of relief and cheered. Long live Aiden Remez. Back at the Holy Fire Cult, Sire's branch, Ellis and Aiden's crew celebrated. Even Dayer and the Grand Duke of Sires let out sighs of relief. But while others rejoiced, this guy, Sylvetta, was in his chamber, scattering things in rage. His two knights stood silently nearby. Sylvetta groaned, then yelled, "Everything should have been mine, all of it, all because of that nobody Aiden Remez." If Aiden hadn't shown up, Sylvetta would have slain the Winter Queen and reclaimed his power. "I'll kill him," he shouted. Blood spilled from his mouth, his body too fragile to withstand the strain. Still, he gritted his teeth. To think Aiden even rescued his brother, Dayer, at the banquet and saved the Holy Fire Church's saintess. This isn't coincidence. He must know all my plan. In anger, Sylvetta ordered his White Knight to bring the prototype. The White Knight hesitated and said, "My lord, the prototype is not made from a human, but a monster. The jewel's power is unstable. It might cause side effects." With a terrifying shift in aura, Sylvetta asked, "Are you defying my orders?" The White Knight replied, "No, my lord," then quickly went to bring the prototype. Sylvetta muttered that Aiden Remez must be at least a swordmaster for him to defeat the Winter Queen. Sylvetta then said that he needed to regain his power, even temporarily, and take the Winter Queen's essence from Aiden to complete the jewel. He would kill Aiden if necessary. Back at the Holy Fire Church Sire's branch, Aiden stepped inside. Cheers erupted. "Long live Aiden! Long live Aiden Remez!" As they walked, Curse smiled beside him, being welcomed like a hero. "Fun, isn't it?" Aiden replied. "A hero? Ha! He only did it to get closer to revenge." Still, he didn't hate the attention. He had a new cloak, the Frozen Winter Cloak, a spirit armament from the Winter Queen. Its unique skill, Frost Domain, could freeze a 15-meter radius. "This will be useful," Aiden said. Then Ellis ran up and hugged him. "Aiden Appa, I prayed for you to come back. Seems like God answered her prayers." He patted her head. "Yeah. Thank you, Ellis. Your prayers helped a lot." Just then, Priest Bali approached and exclaimed, "Who knew Aiden could take down a disaster-class monster?" As expected, Aiden is even stronger than they imagined. Loe came running with tears in his eyes. "Young Master Aiden, thank God you're alive." Aiden smiled but dismissed Loe like a side character. Suddenly, Aiden noticed something. "What's up with that wolf?" he asked, but Ellis replied that, "That's not a wolf but Chaco." Aiden was confused. The Chaco he knew was tiny and little, so how come? Ellis explained, Chaco had been sick, but one day suddenly grew new fur and transformed. "What? Just like that?" Aiden asked. Curse chimed in. "Looks like he surpassed his limits and evolved into a new form." "Don't be ridiculous," Aiden said. "A dog surpassing its limits?" Curse grinned. "Isn't it the same for humans? Just like how Aiden reached Swordmaster realm, this dog awakened new strength. He's like a swordmaster of the dog world." Aiden scoffed. "Even I barely broke my limits. How did this mutt manage to do it?" Then a member of the holy cult ran up with news. Aiden asked him what's the news all about. The member said, "We just received a message from the Grand Duke of Sires' house. They wish to express their gratitude, and have invited you." And the member said that it was Sylvetta of the Sires' Duchy, the master of Frost Fortress, who had invited Aiden. Upon hearing this, Curse told Aiden that Sylvetta was requesting a private meeting. "This is very dangerous," Curse warned. Aiden gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, "Yeah, very dangerous indeed. Because if he sees that guy's face, he's not sure he can control his anger." A few hours later at Frost Fortress, Sylvetta's domain, Aiden was walking toward the so-called private dinner Sylvetta had arranged. As he walked, a voice called out to him. "You must be Aiden Remez." Aiden paused and looked up to see a figure, seemingly half monster and half human. Yes, it was definitely Sylvetta. Sylvetta smiled. "I've heard a lot about you, Aiden. You saved my younger brother, didn't you? And on top of that, you made great contributions to the Church of Holy Fire." Aiden smiled coldly. "Yes, it turns out it was all the work of filthy black sorcerers. Those worthless scumbags are human trash, just like you." He was clearly referring to Sylvetta. Sylvetta's expression darkened. He knew it. He knew Aiden was aware of everything all along. He narrowed his eyes. "Did Dare put you up to this? Or is it someone else with a grudge against me?" Aiden's eyes twitched. "A grudge? Well, he's not entirely wrong, because a mercenary, one who once considered you a comrade, requested this. He wanted you to go through the same pain he endured." Sylvetta scoffed. "A mercenary? He've never associated with someone that low. There's no way he would ever call a mercenary his comrade." Aiden clenched his fists and said, "That's right. This is the real Sylvetta." In Aiden's past life, Sylvetta once told him that his very existence was a grace, that Aiden was a comrade he could entrust his back to. But, when the time came, he betrayed Aiden. All he had to say was that he had no choice, and he won't ask for forgiveness. Back in the present, Aiden said quietly, at least Sylvetta was honest at the very end in his previous life. Therefore, this is the end of their long twisted fate. As Aiden began to unleash his aura, Sylvetta noticed the shift and said, "So it's true. You've reached the level of a swordmaster." He guessed as much after hearing that Aiden defeated the Winter Queen alone. That's why he came prepared too. With a bang, Sylvetta activated the prototype power, and began transforming into a monster, his energy radiating ferocious power. Aiden took a step back. What the hell is that? Sylvetta blazed with a red aura, an aura so overwhelming it could crush a person's will. Aiden narrowed his eyes. So, in the end, Sylvetta made it to Swordmaster too. But that aura, it doesn't feel pure at all. Curse spoke up. It looks like Sylvetta absorbed the same jewel's energy that Aiden did to reach this stage. But whatever was inside his jewel, it's completely different. That's not human aura flowing through him anymore, Curse added. That's a monster's aura. It's like Sylvetta is the perfected version of the Blood Knights they saw before. Aiden asked coldly, so you're that desperate for power that you're willing to destroy yourself? I almost feel sorry for you. Sylvetta smiled and said that he don't care. As long as he can take back what Aiden stole from the Winter Queen, he'll gain everything back. After he kill Aiden and take back her essence, expelling this dirty aura from his body will be easy. He'll become human again. He stepped forward and asked, where is the Winter Queen's essence? Give it to me and I'll spare your comrades. Aiden frowned, confused at what Sylvetta was saying. Sylvetta laughed. Looks like you're as stupid as you look. That word hit Aiden hard, his anger flared. Sylvetta continued, you and I are here alone. So, where do you think my knights are? By now they should have subdued all Aiden's companions and the Saintess. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. He pulled out an orb and held it out, telling Aiden to look into this crystal ball. Your people are already my hostages. But as Sylvetta looked into the orb, his expression twisted in shock. Something was wrong. Back at the Cult of Holy Fire, at the Sire's branch, the White Knight held the orb and reported to Lord Sylvetta. Trembling, the knight said, Lord Sylvetta, you clearly said the people of Holy Fire wouldn't be difficult opponents, but, he swallowed hard, their knights are being overpowered by the Cult of Holy Fire. Even Priest Bali was beating the hell out of them. He laughed out loud and said, is this all of them? What weak holy knights? The Red Knight told his subordinates they shouldn't cower, they should fight for the Lord and capture the hostages. Just as he looked around, he noticed an attack coming toward him. It turned out to be Loa. The Red Knight quickly blocked the strike. Now it was time for Loe to finally gain some action in the story. Many might have thought Loe was weak because he hadn't had any fighting scenes yet, but there was no way someone like Loe, Aiden's right-hand man, would be weak. Loe faced the Red Knight and declared, how dare you try to harm young Master Aiden? I'll make you pay with your life. With that, he launched a zigzagging attack toward the Red Knight, who swiftly dodged it. The Red Knight laughed and shouted, what a mess. All of his attacks are full of openings. He's like a moth flying into the flame. He then said to Loe, if you have a death wish, I'll gladly fulfill it. As he launched his red aura-infused strike, his sword suddenly shattered on impact. The Red Knight was left stunned. He couldn't believe it. His legendary sword had broken. But as the focus zoomed in on Loe, it was clear. His body was harder than rock, even harder than adamantium. This was Loe's secret skill. He told the Red Knight, you'll have to do better than that to leave a scratch on me. Then, Loe fused his sword with aura and, in a flash, slayed the Red Knight. Blood sprayed as the knight collapsed. Loe, with a serious face, said, he must not be a burden to young Master Aiden anymore. He will kill anyone who tries to harm him. Upon witnessing this, the White Knight was in disbelief. Even the Red Knight is down? How is that possible? Weren't the people they came to attack supposed to be weak? He said while gritting his teeth in frustration. There's only one way out of this, he continued. They need to capture the Saintess. He commanded his subordinates to capture the Saintess immediately. Upon hearing this, Ellis grew alert. Me? Are they trying to catch me this time? She said as the knights all charged at her. Ellis trembled, shouting in confusion. But Cassie, the beast woman skilled in sneak attacks and Aiden's personal alchemist, stepped forward with a grin. Oh, my sweeties. We can't have you doing something bad to our Saintess. She stretched her hand out, and suddenly, bottles filled with green liquid flew toward the knights. As the bottles shattered on their bodies, a sticky fluid coated them. Immobilized, they shouted for help, unable to move. Cassie smiled and said, that's Flycatcher, made from slime fluid. Now she'll leave the rest to Choco. Then, Choco, who had reached master level even as a dog, leapt forward. As the knights stared at him, wondering what the creature was about to do, Choco lunged and attacked in an instant. The knights screamed for help. Ellis turned to Choco and said, good job, you're doing great. But her smile quickly vanished as the White Knight managed to sneak an attack on her. As he prepared to stab her, the White Knight muttered, you leave me no choice. I must eliminate the Saintess. But he didn't realize who Ellis truly was. Ellis decided it was time to stop with the laughter and childish acts. She engulfed her fist in holy flames. Upon seeing the power, the White Knight was shocked. What is that illumination? He gasped. He knew he had messed up. With a loud bang, Ellis struck him. Her attacks caused immense destruction, wiping out everything in her path. Just like that, she defeated the White Knight. As he died, the crystal Sylvetta had been using to watch the battle shattered in his hands. Sylvetta trembled and muttered, "Impossible. 10 knights at semi-master level. How did they lose to common holy cult members?" Aiden smiled. "Unlike in the past, he have some pretty good comrades this time." Sylvetta clenched his fist in rage, drawing blood. "Those guys were just disposable pieces," he spat. "He can replace them any time." With that, he launched an attack at Aiden, but Aiden quickly blocked it. Sylvetta yelled that if he can just get back the Winter Queen's essence from Aiden, everything will be fine. Sylvetta launched a ferocious attack, the whole area erupting as Aiden was sent flying and slammed into a building. Sylvetta didn't let up. As if Aiden had stolen his lover, he continued chasing, shattering the entire castle. Aiden asked, "Don't you care if your noble palace collapses?" Sylvetta responded, "I don't care. I can always rebuild it." Sylvetta told Aiden that he had no idea the burden he carried. He asked if Aiden knew the biting frost of the northern winds. Did he know how vicious the monsters from the frozen lands were? He said that Aiden didn't know anything. As he began infusing lightning into his sword, about to attack Aiden using one of his ultimate skills. Upon seeing this, Aiden remarked that the technique was very dangerous, and quickly leapt away to dodge the attack, which he successfully did. Sylvetta then told Aiden that he was Sylvetta Sires, the Thunderstorm Knight, the Lord of the Frost Fortress, and the one who would inherit the title of Grand Duke. It was his duty to become stronger to protect the Sires' duchy. Did Aiden even understand the weight of such a duty? Aiden landed on the ground, furious. He asked Sylvetta, "Did you just say I don't know what a sense of duty is?" Aiden recalled that, back in his first life, people had hailed him as he protected them. They saw him as the true hero who would bring salvation to the world. They had begged him to save them from destruction. They had pleaded with him to protect them. Now Aiden said that a sense of duty wasn't a joke Sylvetta could use to cover up the dirty deeds he had committed. Did he know how many people had died because of his greed? Sylvetta replied, "Well, that too was an unavoidable sacrifice." After a short pause, Aiden said, "Okay, now I get it." He continued, "Now I have a clear idea of what your intent is." Aiden began walking toward him and said, "Thanks for making me cool down. Because looking at your face made my anger go wild. For a moment, I forgot my duty." Sylvetta, confused, asked, "Forgot what duty?" Aiden blazed with horror. "The duty to fulfill the promise of twisting and crushing your heart with my own hands." Upon seeing the aura radiating from Aiden, Sylvetta trembled, not just briefly but for a long time. What is that? Is Aiden using Master Fear right now? He thought. It was as if a huge beast was staring at him from the cosmos. Since Master Fear was an ability anyone who reached the level of superhuman naturally acquired, only one factor decided its intensity. Bloodlust. Master Fear was the murderous intent forged by taking lives. Therefore, Sylvetta speculated that the Master Fear he felt from Aiden was stained with the blood of thousands, tens of thousands. Sylvetta said, "This can't be. How is this possible? Why is he getting scared in front of Aiden?" He shouted, "No," and launched an attack toward Aiden. "I must be the strongest. No one must be stronger than me." And so, they clashed. But suddenly, as Sylvetta used her Thunder Knight skill, Aiden also used a similar technique. Sylvetta was shocked. What the hell is going on? What the fuck is this? It's just as if I'm fighting myself. How the hell is Aiden doing this? He yelled. He demanded, "What kind of dirty trick are you using this time around?" Aiden smiled. "Spitting on your own face now, are you? Isn't this the same swordsmanship you taught me yourself?" Sylvetta was stunned. But today is the first time they've ever met. How is that possible? Aiden told him to take a proper look. And bang. Aiden used his swordsmanship against him again as they fought. Sylvetta finally understood. Shocked beyond words, it was his exact swordsmanship. There was no doubt about it. Aiden then launched one of Sylvetta's own techniques, which sent his flying. "There's no doubt about it," Sylvetta muttered. "That's the swordsmanship of House Sires, but he's certain he've never met Aiden before. Is he Dare's spy after all?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "I'm going to kill anyone who stands in my way." Just then, his eyes blazed with a red aura as 80% of his mana erupted from his body. He was turning into a monster, but Aiden still stood his ground. Seeing this, Aiden said, "So, in the end, this is how it turned out." Sylvetta was undergoing mana overload. His mana was twisting him from within. Aiden sighed. He's practically an animal now. Still seething, Sylvetta declared, "I will become the Night King, and everyone must obey my orders," he roared. "Aiden Remez, you cannot defeat me," and launched a ferocious attack. Aiden quickly leapt away to avoid the danger. As they fought, Sylvetta kept yelling for Aiden to die, smashing through the old terrain and sending boulders flying in his direction. Sylvetta laughed out loud, declaring he could feel how much stronger he had grown as he transformed into his beast form. That wasn't a bluff. Aiden could feel the power in Sylvetta's attacks. Aiden muttered to himself that Sylvetta's aura kept pouring out with every blow, leaving no opening to counter. He couldn't just wait for the mana overload to end, he had to act. Just then, Sylvetta's younger brother Dare appeared and witnessed the battle. He was stunned. What on earth is this commotion? What the hell is happening? Upon seeing him, Sylvetta paused momentarily. Dare was shocked and asked, "Brother, what is that corrupted aura coming from you?" But Sylvetta only gritted his teeth in fury and screamed Dare's name. In an instant, he launched an attack aimed at Dare's neck, but Dare blocked it quickly. "Why are you attacking me all of a sudden?" Dare asked in disbelief. Sylvetta roared, saying if it weren't for Dayer, his life wouldn't have turned out this way. If Dayer had just died quietly in the Imperial Palace, none of this would have happened. The truth hit Dayer hard. He asked whether Sylvetta really meant to kill him, if he was the one behind all the Dark Mage's activities in the palace. He screamed for an answer, but now wasn't the time for questions. Sylvetta was about to slice Dayer's head off when Aiden rushed in and blocked the attack. "This monster is no longer your brother," Aiden told Dayer. "His mana has already overloaded. The Sylvetta sires they knew no longer exists." In shock, Dayer asked how this was possible. Aiden explained that he borrowed the power of dark sorcery and reached the transcendental stage. If this continues, he'll bring disaster to the entire Sire's territory. He's a disaster-class monster now. Aiden stood firm and told Dayer they had to stop Sylvetta immediately. Dayer agreed, begging Aiden to help him save Sires. Sylvetta roared that he would kill anyone who stood in his way, but as he lost focus, Dayer struck with his spear, only for Sylvetta to narrowly block the blow. Dayer apologized, saying he had no choice and this was all for Sires. Sylvetta yelled Dayer's name and swung his sword, shattering the area around them. Aiden blocked the attack with his Banshee shield and asked Dayer if he remembered the Imperial Palace banquet. Dayer said, "Of course. He'll never forget it. That was where he faced the strongest monster ever." Aiden nodded. "Then they'll coordinate like they did back then. Remember how he fought the monster with the great sword?" Dayer understood and responded, "Yes, he know the pattern Aiden is referring to." Together they launched a joint attack on Sylvetta, but Sylvetta released more of his destructive aura, enough to instantly kill a weak swordsman. The battle raged on as they clashed with opposite attributes and overwhelming power. Sylvetta's heavy strikes revealed an opening. Aiden shouted for Dayer to take advantage. Dayer struck, but Sylvetta dodged and countered with a powerful blow. Observing Sylvetta's erratic behavior, Aiden realized his mana overload had completely clouded his rationality. He was forcing his body beyond its limits. Though this might make him stronger temporarily, the strain would eventually destroy him. As Aiden stood again, he saw Dayer trying to provoke Sylvetta into exhausting himself. Then, in a burst of speed, Aiden attacked Sylvetta relentlessly from every angle, giving him no time to recover. Sylvetta staggered and screamed, "How dare you, Aiden? How dare you stand against me?" Sylvetta launched a red aura attack, but Aiden vanished before it landed. Sylvetta was stunned to find his feet frozen. Aiden had used the frozen winter cloak, an artifact he obtained after slaying the Winter Queen. As Aiden soared into the sky, he said, "Goodbye, my ex-comrade." His aura changed as he activated the Dragon Slayer King's swordsmanship. Dayer, heartbroken, watched. This was no longer his elder brother, but a monster. In an instant, Aiden combined the Dragon Slayer techniques from both his current and past life. Upon seeing the mana swirling around him, Sylvetta gasped, "No way. He's a Dragon Slayer?" With a thunderous bang, Aiden executed the technique Scale Slash, a blow capable of piercing anything. It shattered Sylvetta completely. There was no recovering from that strike. Sylvetta fell to the ground, dead. Curse appeared and told Aiden he had finally achieved the revenge he sought so desperately. Yet Aiden didn't look happy. Curse asked, "Wasn't this your goal all along?" Aiden told himself yes, this was his wish, his will in this life. He got his revenge just as planned. But why did he feel regret? The next day, news spread throughout the Sire's duchy. However, not everything was revealed. The Duke of Sires couldn't disclose the full truth. Commoners whispered, "So that's why there was so much noise last night." One remarked, "Sylvetta died of mana overload after reaching the transcendental stage. He was such a good man." They had no idea Sylvetta had become a monster through dark sorcery. Meanwhile, in Aiden's room, he stared moodily out the window. A knock came on his door. "Young Master Aiden, are you inside?" It was Dayer. He entered and asked Aiden if he could have a moment with him. Aiden asked Dayer if he had managed the aftermath smoothly. Dayer said yes, thanks to Aiden's intel. All of Sylvetta's accomplices had been arrested. He bowed and thanked Aiden, saying they were able to protect Sears' honor because of him. But Dayer had a question. He wanted Aiden to answer honestly. Did he know Sylvetta was planning this since the Imperial Palace incident, the Holy Fire Cult disaster, and even the Death Forest experiments? Not even Dayer nor his father realized it. So how did he? Aiden replied that he heard the plans from a mercenary but couldn't say more. He then told Aiden that his father wished to keep everything a secret and that the Sire's duchy would compensate Aiden generously. Upon hearing the word compensate, Aiden's mood shifted. "This is the kind of thing I like," he thought, smiling. Later, Aiden was compensated with thousands of high-grade mana crystals. Nikelta was stunned. So many mana stones, and of such quality. A single one could be worth hundreds of gold. Aiden said the Grand Duke had agreed to fund mine construction as part of the compensation. This will be important for his plan, so he told Nikelta to take good care of this place. He explained that his next opponents had backing far greater than Sylvetta's. He needed his own power base, and to build that, he needed money. With the mana stones, he could start recruiting his own forces. Nikelta agreed and promised to follow his commands. Aiden smiled. You may not realize it yet, but this might become the place where the fallen kingdom rises again. Nikelta was speechless but smiled. She told him to leave everything to her. She'll handle it. Elsewhere, in Hetos's workshop, the blacksmith was hard at work on a new sword. Aiden entered. Long time no see, Hetos, he greeted. Hetos glanced up and laughed. The little brat is back again. Is that what I think it is? Aiden handed him a bottle of wine. Minutes later, Hetos was already gulping down the drink. Human booze is the best, he declared. Then he asked if Aiden had tried the equipment he made for him. Aiden confirmed he had. Thanks to Hetos's armor, he cleared a legendary dungeon. Hetos roared with laughter. So the little Aiden can now clear legendary dungeons, huh? As expected of Vulcan's successor. Upon hearing that name, Aiden was stunned, surprised, and shocked at the same time. He couldn't believe that Hetos knew he was Vulcan's disciple. He asked Hetos how he knew. Hetos said there was no way he wouldn't know, it was obvious. Although he may look like this, he had been forging weapons for generations of mercenary kings. There was no way he wouldn't recognize that nasty stench of Vulcan, which was also coming from Aiden. Back then, he was a bit unsure though. When he first saw Aiden, he never thought Vulcan would take a noble as his disciple. Now Hetos said, that damn Vulcan, if he took in a disciple he could have at least said something before leaving. He just left like that. But Hetos added, still, it looks like Vulcan managed to get his hands on someone impressive. He then asked Aiden if anyone had found the whereabouts of Vulcan yet. Aiden said no, he hadn't found him. Even for him, it had been way too many years since he last saw his master. But with a smile, Aiden said, that old man probably wouldn't die, even if someone killed him. Hetos laughed out loud and said, yes, you're right about that. You sure know Vulcan well, he's so strong-headed. Aiden then said there was something he would like to ask of Hetos. Hetos, with a smile, asked Aiden if he wanted him to forge another piece of equipment. He should just say the word, there was nothing he couldn't make. But Aiden said no. This time he wanted to visit the underground dwarfen kingdom, Stoneheim. Upon hearing this, Hetos was shocked. Stoneheim, he said. Stoneheim was a dwarfen kingdom deep underground, and also Hetos's place of origin. Although no one knew its exact location, there was only one way to get there, through the blacksmith workshop. Hetos said that even he hadn't been there in decades. Why do you want to go to Stoneheim? Aiden replied that there were a lot of mana stones buried in the land he had acquired. He planned to establish a mining contract with the dwarves. Hetos said, all right, he'll open the door to the kingdom for Aiden, but he shouldn't get his hopes too high. The dwarves are a race that have been deeply scarred by humans. He approached the special door and opened it. As he did, the door, which seemed like a portal, led them directly to the dwarfen kingdom, Stoneheim. As Aiden looked around, he saw swords on the ground. It's obvious this is a dwarfen village, he said. There are swords just lying everywhere, as if it were a battlefield. But just then, he noticed something else. He saw multiple dwarf warriors, and a commander telling them to prepare for battle. It turned out they were fighting golems in the kingdom. Upon seeing this, Hetos couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wondered what those giant stone monsters were doing there. But without wasting time, Aiden knelt down, picked up his sword, and sprinted forward. He seemed to understand what was happening instantly. He slayed through one of the golems, cutting it clean in half. The dwarf warriors were shocked. Is that a human? What is a human doing in their kingdom? Aiden gave no reply. He continued fighting. There was a group of golems, and guess what? There was no time for guesses, because Aiden slayed them in a flash. He sliced through all of them in an instant, dividing them into rubble. The dwarf warriors couldn't believe what they had just seen. This human wiped out the golems in a single strike, they said. More importantly, how did he get into their kingdom? Hetos told them that he brought Aiden here. Upon seeing Hetos, who had not shown his face for decades, the dwarf warriors were surprised. Hetos, the best blacksmith of Stoneheim, he's been working in his workshop for decades. What brings him here all of a sudden? Hetos told them to explain the situation. Stoneheim was the most peaceful place ever. So how are they in battle with golems? A few minutes later, they filled Hetos in on what was happening. Hetos then said, so golems from the ancient dungeons started attacking a few months ago? The leader said, that's right, we've fought them off repeatedly, but they keep coming. Stoneheim's defenses are already down by half. At this rate, they'll be wiped out. Curse then asked Aiden if he knew about this already. Is that why he came here? Aiden said no. He never even thought about coming to Stoneheim in his past life. As they looked at Aiden, the dwarfen general asked Hetos, is Aiden the hero you brought to save us? Hetos replied, no, Aiden is here for a deal. He came to see his brother. And Hetos's brother turned out to be none other than His Majesty, the king of the dwarfen kingdom, Hefatio. The general said the Majesty was in the castle, and they led them there. As they approached, the door creaked open, and a guard announced to the king that he had a visitor, Aiden and Hitos. As they entered, the king, who is as tall as my dream of becoming the next USA president, said, "Finally, you show up, dear brother Hitos." It seemed like a peaceful reunion, but it wasn't. Hephatio grabbed Hitos by the shoulder and asked, "What were you doing locked in your workshop for decades? Why haven't you shown your face in the kingdom?" Hitos apologized and said he got caught up in his work, but Hephatio wasn't done. He yelled, "You ditched your duty as king to work in that workshop. Do you even know what I've gone through ruling the kingdom?" Seeing this, Curse asked, "So Hitos was meant to be the king? I thought he was just a drunkard." Aiden said, "Well, Hitos may seem like a drunkard, but no one matches his skill as a blacksmith. In the Dwarfen Kingdom, the greatest smith becomes king. Hitos should have been king as the one with the most exceptional skills. But he vanished into his workshop, so his brother, the second best smith, became king." Hitos then asked his younger brother what the hell was going on. "If things were this bad, you should have told me." The king replied that Hitos is the one who took the workshop key and vanished because you didn't want distractions. How should they have contacted him? Hitos admitted fault and apologized. The king calmed down and said, but thanks to him bringing Aiden, their kingdom was saved. He then asked Aiden, "What is a human doing in their kingdom?" Aiden couldn't reply. He asked Hitos to give them a moment. He wants to speak with the king alone. Hitos said all right, then left. Now Aiden told the Hephatio that he came to make a deal, but this didn't seem like the right time given the current state of the kingdom. The king said that as he can see, without Aiden, they might have already fallen. That's why he wanted to ask him for a favor instead. He told Aiden that while watching from the castle, he saw how Aiden fought the golems. From what he observed, Aiden had clearly reached a transcendent level with his aura blade. He begged Aiden to lend that strength to save their kingdom. "Stoneheim needs your strength now." The king said to himself that this may be the last chance God has given them for salvation. This human might be their savior. But Aiden was picking his nose and casually said, "No thanks." The king frowned and asked why he was refusing. Aiden said he had no reason to help them. The king offered him any reward. Gold, weapons, anything. Aiden said, "Well, is that really enough?" The king asked what he meant. Aiden explained, even if he destroyed the dungeon core so no more golems come out, would Stoneheim truly be safe? The problem isn't that the golems are too strong, the problem is that their kingdom is too weak. Even if he take care of this, what will they do when the next crisis comes? The king admitted he was right. But with a grin, Aiden said he have a way to take care of the golems. The king asked eagerly, "You really have a way?" Aiden replied, "Of course. I'll show you." Later they used the workshop as a portal and transported to Duke Remez's mansion, directly into Viscount Hyde's lab. As they entered, Aiden smiled and said, "As expected. It's easy to get around when you can move the dwarves' workshops anywhere." Upon hearing this, Hitos frowned. He said that Master Vulcan had treated the workshops like transport portals too, just like Aiden. The king asked, but seriously, is there really a way to protect the kingdom from this lab? Aiden said it wasn't a method. It was a technology. Something even the dwarves had never seen. The other dwarves were skeptical. "No one beats us in technology," they said. "Where is this new tech he speak of?" They grumbled and asked the king if he really trusted this human. But with a shift in aura, the king ordered silence. He said that he trusts this human since his elder brother brought him. With glee, Aiden thought to himself how lucky he was. He wasn't sure human liquor alone could secure a mining development deal with the dwarves, but to think this opportunity fell into his lap. Hearing this, Curse told Aiden. Trying to bribe dwarves with liquor was a weird plan from the start. Just then, a figure arrived, calling out, "Young Master Aiden!" Surprised to see him, the man said, "I, Gustav Hyde, would like to offer my greetings." Upon seeing him, the dwarves were scared and said, "Who is this madman?" But I won't lie, I also thought Gustav was a madman when I saw him. Aiden let out an anxious smile and greeted Gustav. Hitos, still terrified, asked Aiden, "So, is that lunatic his researcher?" Gustav held a cloth and, thanking Aiden for his generous support, said he had finally completed it. The first weapon he had developed, fused with magic engineering, was finally ready. Gustav revealed the weapon, saying, "Behold the magic engineering magic power cannon, Gustav Mark I." Hearing this, Aiden asked, "What the hell is that lame name?" The other dwarves then asked, "So, is Gustav trying to tell them that this weird-looking thing is a new weapon? It looks like a building pillar." The king asked Gustav if this thing could really help them protect their kingdom. Gustav placed it on his shoulder and replied, "A picture is worth 1,000 words. Therefore, he will show them, and they shall see for themselves." Sometime later they went outside to an open field to test the weapon. It was aimed at a wooden scarecrow. The other dwarves complained that the weapon must be child's play, if it's tested on a wooden scarecrow. But Gustav gave no reply. Instead he infused the mana stones inside the weapon with mana. And lightning came crackling beneath. Blue electricity emanated from the bottom. Aiden, while closing his ears, told Hitos to cover his ears as well. Hitos asked, Why should I cover my ears? Aiden said, he should, because if you don't, the sound might be painful. Aiden had seen this weapon in his past life. It was a masterpiece. With a loud bang, Gustav unleashed the weapon, blazing with huge force and ferocious power. The sound was so tremendous that it could give hearing to a deaf person. It was so loud that it hurt the dwarves' ears. Hidos and the king said, "Damn it, their eardrums are about to explode." Just as they looked ahead to see the damage the weapon had done, they were all shocked. The small weapon had destroyed a huge boulder, a mountain-like stone, and everything in its path. Gustav laughed maniacally and asked, "What do you think?" An overwhelming military force. He told them that this weapon could protect the kingdom. The king concluded that the destructive power of the weapon was so strong that it could indeed protect their kingdom. A few days later, back in Stonheim, more golems appeared to attack. But they came at just the right time. The dwarves easily defeated them, causing them to fall to the ground in shattered crumbles. The dwarves laughed out loud, saying, "Can you see the weapons blasting them to dust, you dang rocks?" Another laughed and said, "Magic engineering truly is an art." They told the golems to become an art piece, a pile of rocks. Seeing all this alongside Gustav laughing maniacally, Aiden and Curse frowned awkwardly. Curse asked Aiden, "Why does it feel like there are more mad scientists coming from the dwarves?" Aiden replied, "Well, that's what it's like when they've spent the last few days listening to Gustav's explanations about magic engineering." Just then, Hefatio approached Aiden and thanked him, calling him the benefactor of Stonheim. Hefatio said that it had been a long time since the people of Stonheim had been this cheerful. He bowed and told Aiden that he would thank him from the bottom of his heart. Aiden said if Hefatio was grateful, he should take care of the Mana Stone mine. Hefatio swore on Stonheim's name to give his all. He then asked if Aiden would like to visit his workshop, as he had something to give him. Upon hearing this, Aiden's face remained calm, but inwardly, he salivated at the mention of a gift. He thought, could it be top-grade gear or an expensive gem? A few minutes later, Aiden went to the king's workshop, but he was disappointed by what he saw. The king gave him a golden apple, telling Aiden it was no ordinary apple. This, Hefatio explained, is called Second Life. Aiden was confused and asked, "What do you mean by Second Life?" Hefatio placed his hand on the apple, and with a loud bang, mana began surging around them. Aiden was shocked. He wondered, what is this? How can such a small apple hold mana as vast and powerful as a dragon's heart? The king explained that the apple was called the Fruit of the World Tree. It was said to bloom only once every 1,000 years. The mana inside was so strong that it could even bring the dead back to life. Yes, even my dead feelings for my ex. Hefatio told Aiden that, since he saved Stonheim from ruin, he should please accept this gift. Aiden grinned evilly and said, "I guess I have no choice. I can't refuse this offer." Curse mocked Aiden, saying, "If he's going to lie, at least wipe that smirk off your face." After that, the dwarves then built a village and mine for the autonomous frozen region within 2 days. Gustav, finding he got along well with the dwarves, decided to stay and continue magical engineering with them. The story then shifted to the next scene. In the Sire's branch of the Holy Fire cult, in the training ground with the giant egg in front of him, Aiden said aloud, "The spiritual beast egg he got from Holy Fire cult last time. This is it." Curse told Aiden that, to be precise, he didn't get it, he more like stole it. But Aiden didn't mind. He continued, "Before he reached the transcendental stage, infusing aura did nothing to the egg. But now that he've reached the transcendental stage, things might be different." Curse frowned and asked, "Are you ignoring me right now?" Obviously, Aiden was. He should have known that. Aiden placed his hand on the egg, and with a loud bang, he began infusing mana into it. The more he infused, the more the egg absorbed. Aiden said that he'll find out what this egg is this time around. But just as he was infusing his blue mana, dark mana began coming out of his body. Aiden was surprised to see that the egg was absorbing his dark mana instead of his usual mana. Whatever is inside must be very picky, even from birth. Then the egg began to crack, and a bright, blinding light shone from it. Aiden wondered, what on earth is that? The creature that emerged had a horn and a tail. I could have ended the story here, but I don't want to keep my viewers in suspense. So, the creature from the egg turned out to be a dragon. Upon seeing this, Aiden was shocked. Curse then told Aiden, "It's a spirit dragon, not just any dragon." He explained that this was a spirit with the power of a dragon. Even when Curse was still the Underlord, he had only seen a few of these creatures, and they were very rare among spiritual beasts. Aiden sighed and said to himself that he's so done with dragons and awful things. How will a dragon-type spiritual beast show up before him? The Dragon Slayer King. Aiden noticed the creature glaring at him and asked, "Why are you just staring at me like that?" The creature growled, and Curse informed Aiden that the creature wants a name. To a spiritual beast, a name is its symbol of identity. Aiden thought for a moment and asked, "How about Draggy or Ducky?" But the creature quickly frowned. The name sounded so odd, even to Curse. Aiden sighed and said the dragon is so picky for real, but he decided to give it another name. He wondered what would be a good name for the dragon and finally said, "How about Leo?" In an instant, the dragon stood up and began flying around Aiden, accepting the name. Aiden said, "Oh, so the little dragon can fly already?" Just then, the system informed Aiden that the contract between the spirit dragon, Leo, and Aiden Remez was complete. Curse then told Aiden, "The name Leo is surprisingly tasteful, coming from you." Aiden replied that he just took it from his own name. Curse was confused. How is that possible? How did Leo come from his name? Aiden explained, the Leo came from Aiden Alberio, the ending part of his name. That way he'll remember why he's in this world every time he see the dragon. But just then, the dragon growled and began changing form. It finally turned into a spirit and entered Aiden's chest. Aiden was shocked. What? It entered my body? How is that possible? Not only that, the dragon, in spirit form, went directly to the red crystal in Aiden's chest and entered into it. Aiden said, "This feeling. Did the dragon go inside the jewel he absorbed before?" But that jewel wasn't even stable yet, so how come? Suddenly, the jewel in Aiden's chest began to glow. Just then, the system informed Aiden that the incomplete blood jewel had transformed into a complete blood jewel. Dear listeners, in this world the mana core functions like a heart for mana. There is only one core serving as the center of mana flow and storage, just like a heart. But right now, Aiden is defying his own knowledge and the knowledge of the universe. As the system informed him that the incomplete blood jewel is transforming into a complete blood jewel, the complete jewel is functioning as a mana core. Aiden was utterly stunned. What? Even Curse was surprised. Does this mean that Aiden now has 2 mana cores? Curse, having lived a long life, commented that this was the first time he had seen something like this. Aiden, still processing the change, muttered, "This sensation, it's more than just having a second core. It's as if Leo's mana is flowing into his body." Since dragons rule over the surface world and possess near infinite mana, it felt as though Aiden was drawing mana from a bottomless well. He might reach a level no human had ever reached. Later, in the autonomous frozen region at Aiden's office, Aiden was reading a file. An hour later, Nikita, disguised as a bed, approached Aiden. She bowed and greeted him. "My lord," Aiden asked. "Did you look into what I asked?" Nikita nodded. "Yes, I've come to report on the 3 individuals you told me to monitor. But she noticed a dragon. Is that really a dragon?" Aiden answered, "Yes, he found it in the forests. But something happened. The dragon was drooling, about to consume Nikelta, thinking she is food since she's in bed form." Nikita thought to herself that she might be in real danger right now. But Aiden held Leo back and told him, "She's not food, you should back down." Aiden then asked, "Is there any suspicious movement from the people he told her to monitor?" Since Aiden had disrupted the intended storyline from his past life, the future was shifting and turning into a different story. Aiden's actions must have influenced those who betrayed him. He asked Nikita again, "Any suspicious movement from them?" Nikita replied, "First, information on Calcis. Calcis, the Immortalitalian, the second prince of the Immortality Empire, is currently inside the Alchemist Tower," she said. "But the tower surveillance is airtight, and Calcis never leaves." She couldn't dig deeper. Aiden voiced his thoughts. That's true. In the Immortality Empire, it is a tradition that the first prince inherits the crown, while the second prince, Calcis, studies alchemy and becomes the master of Ouroboros Tower. He then asked, "What about Shala?" Nikita replied, "She investigated Shala. She's quite powerful. A year ago, at 21, she became the youngest high-ranking mage by reaching 7-star rank. She's currently in the Anguis Magic Tower, and conflict between Anguis and the Southern Great Forest Alliance has been escalating." Aiden nodded. It's not surprising. Those two never got along. In the Southern Great Forest, many primitive tribes live in the forest south of Anguis. The tribes are united under the Grand Tribe, led by the Grand Chieftain, the strongest among them. The Alliance enforces civilization and sorcery by embracing nature as an ally. But to the Anguis Magic Kingdom, which pursues development in magic and civilization, they are nothing but primitive beasts. The tribes despised the mages who looked down on them, and the conflict eventually escalated into war. In Aiden's past life, during that war, the fire demon Shala obliterated the Southern Alliance on her own. But the tribes weren't weak. If Shala hadn't been there, the Anguis Kingdom would have been defeated. Aiden voiced his thoughts. What about Spica, the 3rd person on his revenge list? In his original timeline, Speaker should still be just a saint's candidate. 4 years later, after the current saintess dies, that's when Speaker awakens and becomes the most powerful saint in the history of the Carnage cults. Just then, Nikelta informed Aiden, "Speaker has become the 54th saint of the Carnage cults." Aiden was shocked. What? Nikelta continued, "Speaker didn't inherit the position rightfully. She killed the former saintess with her own hands and took the position." Meanwhile, in the northern snowy mountains, near the autonomous frozen region, a monster, seemingly the leader, ground its teeth and said, "Now that there is no more Winter Queen, I can finally avenge my father and the rest of you." The Snowworks yelled, "Finally, they should all charge and melt the land." This leader named Okurak was the son of the Frost Ogre Lord. Many years ago, the Frost Ogre Lord ruled these mountains, but his reign ended by the sword of Sylvetta. Now his son Okurak burned with vengeance against humans. He raised a monster army of over 1,000 strong, but Okurak had no idea who was currently in Sires or who was coming for him. You might be thinking it was Aiden, but no, it turns out to be Lunia. She had been wandering these snowy fields for 2 weeks and had finally found someone to ask for directions. Upon encountering the ogres, Okurak turned and said, "Human?" He smiled evilly and ordered his warriors to kill her immediately, but Lunia was unfazed. She smiled and replied, "So you can even speak human language? This is perfect. Now you can give me directions to where I'm heading," she added, "although I might have to rough you up a little to get you to listen." Back in the autonomous frozen region, in the training grounds, Aiden was training with Loie and Elise. Elise clenched her fists and used holy flames to attack, but Aiden blocked it effortlessly. "You've improved a lot," Aiden commented. "Her control over holy power is sharper now." Just as he was giving her a pep talk, Loie decided to sneak an attack, but Aiden blocked it as well. He then told Loie, "Your arm strength is solid, but you still need more speed." The fight continued, and it was clear that all two were putting effort into fighting Aiden, but Aiden was blocking them effortlessly. As Aiden fought, he thought to himself, "Of all the people he've met, Spica is one of the hardest to read. She would crush monsters with that same blank, emotionless expression." Unlike other holy sects, the Carnage cults has a culture where the strongest becomes the saint. That is their doctrine. Strength earns recognition, and yet no candidate has ever dared challenge a reigning saint. Once someone awakens as a saint, and receives the Carnage God's blessing, the power gap between them and the candidates is deep as a canyon. The previous saintess, known as the Blind Saintess, had lost her vision but reached sainthood through pure effort and terrifying talent. To the extent that she was even a match for the Grand Duke of Sires, a high-ranking swordmaster. If they fought, the outcome would be unpredictable. Therefore, Aiden speculated, there's no way Spica should have been able to defeat the previous saintess. He then wondered, what did he do in this timeline to cause Speaker to kill the former saintess and steal the title? Did his actions change fate, or did he change what happened in his past life? Just as the sparring continued, Priest Bali came and told Aiden, "You have a visitor, but it's a bit difficult to bring them inside. He'll need to go out himself." Aiden was surprised. A visitor that can't be let in? Who could it be? At the front gates of the autonomous frozen region, a huge shadow loomed above the guards, making them tremble in fear. Aiden approached the gates, wondering who it could be. When he looked, he was surprised to see Lunia sitting atop a huge figure. She waved her hand and told Aiden, "I finally found you. It's been a long time." Aiden gave an awkward smile. "It's nice to see you, but what's going on with that Frost Ogre?" The Frost Ogre replied that he showed her the way, which turns out that Lunia had beaten the Ogre Black and Blue before forcing it to show her the way. Lunia then said that, thanks to the Ogre showing her the way, she finally made it here, although she had to kill a few of the ogres who attacked her out of nowhere. Aiden let out an anxious, dry laugh, and said he thought he understood what must have happened. He then told Lunia that she should come in for now. Later, Lunia and Aiden sat down, eating alongside the ogre, who was drooling over the meal. Aiden told Lunia that there was plenty of food, so she could take her time. Lunia, with a shake of her head, said she was sorry but couldn't control herself. She had been lost in the snowy mountains for 2 whole weeks with nothing to eat, and that's why she was eating so much. Aiden then said to himself, "So, Priestess Lunia, whom he met in the Death Forest hunt as a mercenary, is also from the Carnage cult, isn't she? But why is she here now? Why did she come to visit him? And more importantly, that ogre. It speaks the human language and radiates mana on par with a transcendental level warrior, a lord-class monster, and yet it follows Lunia like a pet. Could it be?" Aiden, with a serious expression, voiced his thoughts aloud and asked Lunia. Lunia replied, asking him, "What is it?" Aiden then said, "You're not just an ordinary pilgrim nor an ordinary priestess. Who the hell are you?" With a change in expression, Lunia smiled and said, "Oh, he finally figured it out." She then told Aiden everything about her true identity. Aiden, stunned, was like, "What? So she's a candidate for the seat of the Carnage cult?" Lunia nodded and said, "Yes, that's true." Aiden remarked that he thought Spica was the only one. Lunia explained, "Well, on the surface, that's what everyone knows, and barely anyone at the tower knows about her, since she's the second disciple of the Blind Saintess, whom we all know as the previous Saintess who just died. They raised her in secret." He didn't ask her why she was raised in secret, but she explained, "It's tradition in the Carnage cult. Everyone, except for the first Saintess candidates, gets sent on a pilgrimage with a seal. The seal broke, of course, the moment their master, the previous Saintess, died." Upon hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but think, This girl is way too cheerful about this. He said that the Carnage cult people were definitely not normal. But then, Lunia's story explained a lot, just like her overwhelming power in the Forest of Death and how she used a Lord-tier monster for directions. Aiden told Lunia, "So the real question is, why are you here?" Lunia clenched her fist and said, "Well, the Carnage cult is about to fall apart." In another scene within the Carnage cult, as vast as my father's land, the tower brimmed with riches. Don't ask me how much the building is. My father can afford it. Inside the tower, multiple priestesses of the Carnage cult stood, awaiting orders. Spica, who had taken the position of the new saintess, began giving a speech. She said, "Daughters of the great Carnage court, we are those who punish evildoers who commit unjust carnage. But the last generation, lulled by peace, forgot their true mission. Now, she intend to fix that." She reminded them that beyond the east lay the Grey Undead Legion, the greatest evil they must judge. Upon hearing this, the rest of the priestesses were shocked. The Grey Undead Legion? Could it be that Saintess Speaker is trying to wage war on them? Speaker then said, "They can't keep ignoring the Grey Legion forever. It is time to act. In 1 month, they will start a holy war. They will slay the vile crows and dye the Grey Land with red blood." The priestesses were surprised and shocked. Does this mean they will go on a holy war and soak the land with red blood? But a few seconds later, they all smiled evilly. It turned out that beneath their cute faces, they were all madwomen who loved nothing but battle and war, just as their name suggested, carnage. They began yelling, "We have missed the sight of blood." They all shouted, "Long live Saint Speaker! Long live Saint Speaker!" After hearing all this from Lunia, Curse asked, "The Grey Undead Legion, aren't they those trolls from the Wasteland of Death?" Aiden replied, "Yes, they are. And that high troll that invaded the Ramez estate was one of them too. They are an undying legion led by trolls that keep coming back to life. In the Wasteland of Death, the Grey Land has hundreds of high trolls, and they lead over 10,000 little trolls. Even the previous saintess couldn't touch them. All she could do was keep them from coming back." Aiden then told Lunia, "For a speaker to attack the Grey Legion base is suicide. Even for one of the 3 major cults, all he see is the Carnage cult running toward its own doom." Lunia said, "Well, that's why she came to Aiden directly, because the previous saintess left a prophecy which goes as follows. The long silent tongue-eating beasts shall seize my daughter's throne and become my first daughter. The pitiful usurper shall long for destruction, which is Spica. On the day when the coldest winter wind blows, the prophecy told me to seek the one who slayed the Winter Queen and ushers in spring. He is the savior chosen by the holy fire. He shall awaken the ancient king buried beneath the black stake and rise again. On that day, the tower of the Carnage cult will fall, and salvation shall come." After hearing the prophecy, Aiden said, "So, the last saintess knew she would die, and the usurper longs for destruction. Does this mean the holy war is meant to wipe out the Carnage cult?" Lunia told Aiden, "Well, we'll see about that. Since she got the prophecy, she's been searching for the one mentioned in it. The one who slayed the Winter Queen and ushers in spring. The one chosen by the holy fire." Aiden said, "Isn't he the one who eliminated the Winter Queen and is also the one chosen by the holy fire? Does that mean he's the one from the prophecy?" Lunia laughed anxiously and told Aiden, "It's clearly him and no one else." Aiden smiled and said to himself, "Then this might not be a bad thing. It could be his only chance to take revenge on Speaker, the saintess of the Carnage cult." With an evil grin he said, "But he can't do it for free." With a more evil grin, Aiden asked Lunia if she truly believes he's the one in the prophecy. Lunia said yes, he matched the prophecy better than anyone. Aiden then asked her why should he help, it's not like there's any reward. Lunia said, "Well, he's absolutely right, everything comes with a price." Aiden smiled heavily and said, "If she know that, then she must have prepared something in return, right?" Lunia said yes. The saintess said she should deliver one last message to the one in the prophecy, which is, "The mercenary is alive." Upon hearing this, Aiden was shocked. What? There's no doubt. He's definitely looking for his master, Valken, from his previous life. How did the saintess know about this? That means the prophecy is definitely true. A while later, after Lunia left, Aiden went back to his office and sat at his desk, pondering everything he had heard from Lunia. Curse told Aiden that it looked like the former saintess had really set him up this time. Aiden gritted his teeth and said, "If he ever see that Carnage cult god, he's punching that smug face immediately." Curse asked if he have any plan to stop Speaker, the crazy saintess, and her priests. Aiden replied, "Well, the answer is in the prophecy, since the prophecy literally told them the plan. The plan is to awaken the ancient king buried beneath the black stake, and he shall rise again. On that day, the tower of the Carnage cult will fall, and salvation will come." Cause asked, "What's the plan?" Aiden replied, "First of all, they'll need Mangrave's support. Reinforcing their forces is crucial for this plan. He'll need everything he can gather. Luckily, Mangrave might cooperate easily because the Cetus territory borders the Wasteland of Death, just like the Carnage cult. If the Carnage cult and the trolls wipe each other out, Cetus territory will suffer too. But if Mangrave, as stubborn as he is, refuses to help, Aiden plans to use Tyon's promise token. It's ultimate in the Cetus territory. Anything that can help. Aiden then told Curse that for the next plan, they would need to sneak into the Carnage cult tower. Hearing this, Curse grew anxious and asked Aiden to hold on. What kind of plan is this? Isn't that a death sentence? Aiden explained that there was a hidden path to the tower's underground maze, but it was filled with deadly traps, dangerous even for someone at the transcendental stage. However, Aiden knew there was only one person who could make it through, a great thief. Just then, coincidentally, the thief was at the estate of a nobleman in the Empire. The guards of the noble began sounding the alarm for an emergency. It turned out that a thief had robbed their castle, and the guards yelled that they should find him immediately. The nobleman arrived and asked the guards what was going on. How could a thief rob us, despite the fact that he warned us he would do it? He exclaimed. The noble told the guards to increase their security fivefold. Yet, the thief still managed to rob the warehouse clean without them noticing. The noble yelled, ordering the guards to catch the thief right now. But just as they were scrambling, the thief laughed aloud as he escaped with a floating balloon. From a letter, he had informed them that he would be robbing their treasure today. Yet, despite the warning, he had still gone ahead with the heist. From a distance, the thief stood atop a tree, watching as the castle descended into chaos. With the soldiers yelling to find the thief, the man sighed and remarked, "It's pointless trying to find me. With his sword, which he called his friend, by his side. There's nothing he can't steal, even your girlfriend's heart." In the Herald Viscounty, Aiden was summoned to the mansion. The noble had received a letter from Unknown. This man, the Viscount, was the next noble whom Unknown wanted to steal from. Therefore, he called Aiden to help him protect his treasures and capture the thief. As Aiden walked through the vast mansion, larger than Googleplex, he told Loey, "Isn't this a bit grand for a mere Viscount?" Just then, a huge man with a belly as big as a Lamborghini's bonnet, whose name was Gula Herald, the Viscount, said, "Welcome, Sir Aiden Remez. We've been expecting you." Aiden slightly bowed and responded, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Herald." The Viscount then said he had heard a lot about Aiden. It was very impressive how he had already reached such heights at a young age. Aiden quickly cut to the chase and asked, "By the way, is it really him?" The Viscount replied, "Yes, he is certain, judging by the warning he received in the letter. It's the same kind of letter other nobles received just before they were targeted by him. He's sure it's Unknown, the thief." Aiden then remarked, "From the letter, Unknown said he would come by the night of the full moon. That must mean tonight." The Viscount replied, "Yes, that's right. How dare a damn thief harass nobles? However, this will be the last of his adventures. He might be a thief, but he won't be able to escape the grasp of Aiden Remez himself." The Viscount then said he would show Aiden to the vaults right away. Sometime later, he led him into a huge room where he stored his valuables and told Aiden, "This is the storage room." Looking at it, Aiden said to himself that the Viscount had collected quite a bit of treasure. Just then, Aiden noticed an item across the room and remarked, "Isn't that the tear of azure sky?" Aiden then asked the Viscount if that is the object Unknown wants to steal. "But what is this spell around the item?" The Viscount explained that it was a security spell he had personally ordered a mage to install. It wouldn't be an easy task to get past that spell, even for Unknown. Hearing this, Aiden said to himself that this spell is nothing more than child's play for Unknown. In Aiden's past life, Unknown even managed to steal something hidden behind Shala's spell, the greatest mage. Aiden wondered how he was supposed to catch a thief if everyone else had failed to catch him in his past life. Suddenly, Curse pointed at an item and told Aiden to look over there. "There's an interesting object." Aiden looked at the object and was shocked to discover what it was. He definitely knew the item. With an evil grin, Aiden concluded that he must get that item by all means. He then asked the Viscount if he's aware that there's a price for everything, right? The Viscount said, "Of course. Please tell me if there's anything you want." Aiden then pointed at the dagger and told the Viscount, "Give me that dagger." Upon hearing this, the Viscount was a bit confused. He said, "That dagger is nothing more than a piece of trash he just kept, because he didn't want to throw it away." But Aiden told him, "It's all right. He don't need anything besides that dagger." The truth was, those who didn't know the true value of that dagger would think it was just a piece of trash. But for Aiden, it was going to be useful when catching Unknown, the thief. In the next scene, yes, it was already night. Aiden sat in the vault with a few knights, waiting for the thief to come, with Loey by his side. Loey then asked Aiden if he thought Unknown would come, even though he must be aware Aiden was guarding the vault, unless he was a complete fool. But Aiden told Loey, no, Unknown will definitely come. He has always appeared after giving a warning. Just then, the whole building trembled as if there was an earthquake. The knights wondered what was going on. What is this trembling? Was it an explosion? Curse then told Aiden, "It seems like Unknown has arrived." Aiden said, "Yeah, he feel it too. There's a presence approaching." From that, Aiden sensed that there were two presences approaching, but when the knights focused, it turned out to be only one man, the Viscount. He was running and calling out for Sir Aiden, yelling, "It's an emergency!" Aiden asked him what's going on. What happened? The Viscount told Aiden that Unknown had managed to infiltrate the place where the real tear of the azure sky was kept. Aiden then told the Viscount, "Isn't this item beside me the real tear of the azure sky?" The Viscount said, "No, that one is a fake. He hid the original in another vault because he thought Unknown would assume the one guarded by a master like Aiden would be the real one. So he put the real one in the sacred vault." Aiden frowned and told Loey, "Let's go. They have to catch the thief." As they left, the Viscount kept crying, saying that his treasure was gone. "They've got to hurry to catch the thief." One of the knights then asked the Viscount if he was all right. Just then the Viscount began laughing evilly, and with a loud bang a smokescreen surrounded him, blinding the knights. Upon seeing this, the knights wondered, "What is that?" Suddenly, the knights began falling down. It turned out to be Unknown, who had disguised himself as the Viscount using a spell. As he reverted to his original form, he muttered, "What bullshit. How could they fall for his lies so easily?" His magic sword then spoke, "It is so easy to trick idiots like them." As Unknown looked at the original Tears of Azure, the item he had come to steal, he smiled and said, "Finally, I will steal this valuable item." But just then, he noticed a security spell and muttered, "This is definitely a 6th cycle security spell." But the sword replied that it is nothing more than child's play for her. Unknown said, "Then I'll be in your care, Seren." The sword's name turned out to be Seren, and she responded, "Leave it to me, contractor." As Unknown placed the sword on the spell, it began to diffuse the magic, and finally unlocked the Tears of Azure. Unknown took the item in his hand and, as he looked at it, smiled. He remarked that his plan almost got ruined because of that sword master the noble had hired. He commended Seren, saying, "They are indeed the best partners. As long as he have her, a mere master can't defeat or catch him." But just then, Aiden appeared and frowned. "A mere master? Are you talking about me right now?" Upon seeing him, Unknown was shocked. "Why? Why is he still here?" Aiden replied, "Do you really think I would fall for that excuse of a disguise? The eyes of truth, no lie or disguise can successfully pass." Aiden then told Unknown, "I've changed since the last time we met." Hearing this, Unknown was shocked. The last time they met? He don't remember meeting Aiden. Aiden told him, "You might remember once you get a good beating. I suffered quite a bit, thanks to you." Unknown pointed his sword and said that Aiden must be looking down on them because he's a sword master. But as long as he have Seren, Aiden is no threat. But suddenly, even Seren began trembling and shouted, "Run immediately!" Aiden was not someone they can face. Unknown was stunned. "What? You want me to run? Why are you shaking so much? Tell me what's going on." But Seren urged him again, "Quickly, run. She will explain later." Then, she activated a teleporting spell, and they vanished into smoke. Seeing this, Aiden muttered, "Oh, he escaped? Good thing he got this dagger," as he pulled out the magic sword he had just obtained from the Viscount's mansion. A few minutes later, Unknown had escaped to a nearby cliff. As he pulled off his mask, he asked Seren what was wrong. She replied that Aiden may be a strong master, but that's not the issue. The dagger he was holding, it's one of her kind. A magic sword like her. Suddenly, Aiden appeared above them with his eyes red and said, "So, that's the ability of your weapon. One of the 72 magic swords." He landed on the ground and continued, "The reason Unknown has been able to bypass every kind of spell and escape like a rat, regardless of who guards the treasure, it's because of Seren." Unknown panicked and wondered how did Aiden follow him. It's not possible to track him using ordinary magic. With a change in aura, Aiden replied, "Because I wield a sword just like yours." Then he brought out Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony. Seren gasped, "That's not possible. Aiden shouldn't be able to track her with gluttony." Aiden smirked. "Of course gluttony can't track her, but he recently became the owner of another magic blade." As he unleashed the new blade, even the sword itself began begging for help. The sword screamed, "Save me, he's a maniac. Please, someone help." You all might be wondering, why was the sword so terrified of Aiden? Let's take a few steps back to earlier that day, when Aiden acquired the sword from the Viscount's estate. The demon who resides within the sword sat on his throne with chains binding him. But just as he sensed the blood of a human coming on the sword, the chains binding him began to break. He salivated and remarked, "Someone is waking him up." He quickly stood up and introduced himself, saying that he's the owner of the Serpent of all evil, and a remnant of the one called the Earl of Justice. As the chain broke and the demon was freed from his chains, he declared, "My name is Andromalius. You who have awakened me from my deep sleep and seek my power, what is it that you wish?" But Aiden only yawned, scratching his ear. What a long introduction. Andromalius frowned. "Who dares interrupt him while he's speaking?" Curse replied, "Who? Are you talking about me?" Upon seeing Curse, whom they all knew as the Underlord, Andromalius began trembling. He asked, "What are you doing here, Underlord?" With a shift in aura and expression, Curse warned him to watch his behavior or risk being eaten alive. Andromalius let out an anxious laugh and said, "Shit, I'm fucked." That explained why the sword was trembling, because the Underlord was with Aiden. They were both maniacs. Now, back to the story. Saren told Unknown that the sword was called Andromalius. She didn't believe they could escape from Aiden, who wielded that blade. Still confused, Unknown asked, "What is she talking about?" Saren explained that Andromalus's ability was tracking. It meant he could follow anyone he'd seen, no matter how far they ran or where they went. He would find them. Unknown then asked, "What will happen to him now?" Aiden, wearing an evil grin, responded, "What do you mean? You're dead already." Aiden reminded Unknown that he'd stolen far more than 10 nobles worth of goods by now. Tens of thousands of gold. Does Unknown really think he'll be fine once Aiden turned him over to those nobles? Unknown, while trembling, asked, "What does Aiden want from him?" Aiden replied that there's one way for him to get out alive. Unknown asked if there's really a way for him to live. Aiden then suggested that he should make a contract with him. Looking at the expression on Aiden's face, Unknown said to himself that these guys' eyes radiated madness. He wondered what kind of contract Aiden meant. He imagined Aiden flogging him with a whip, yelling, "Hurry up and call me master!" The thought alone brought tears to Unknown's eyes. He realized he was doomed. It was at this moment he knew he fucked up. A few minutes later, Unknown finally signed the contract at Aiden's bidding. Aiden smiled. "Nice, the contract is done." Upon reading the terms and conditions, Curse was horrified. This straight up looks like a slave contract. Unknown wondered if he was about to be sold. But despite everything, Aiden was still curious. He asked Unknown, by the way, how did he end up making a contract with a magic sword? Normally you'd need to know black magic to do that. Unknown yelled that he don't know anything about black magic. It was a coincidence that he ended up with this sword. Many years ago he used to steal to fill his empty stomach. One day, he snuck into the storage of a passing mercenary troop after hearing they had loads of food. But he found only weapons and armor, nothing edible. As he searched through the loot, he was sure he'd eventually find something to eat. But then, his hand was suddenly pierced by a blade. He was in pain and wondered what the sharp thing was. Just then, the sword began radiating with aura and asked, "Are you the one who woke me?" Then she said that she felt a deep wish inside him. After that, she introduced herself, saying she's the remnant of the Monarch of Desires, and she will make a contract with him. Unknown, bewildered, asked, "Hold on, the knife is talking? No wait, he never agreed to any contract." And that was how he ended up with the sword. Back to the present, Aiden, hearing the story, frowned. Is it possible to make a contract, just like that? Curse told Aiden that the Monarch of Desires always liked humans with strong wishes. Saren must have also felt positively toward humans like Unknown. Aiden remarked, "These magic swords really do have such distinctive personalities." But there was another mystery surrounding Unknown. In Aiden's past life, the objects Unknown had stolen were all widely known treasures. Yet none of those treasures ever resurfaced. That meant he never resold them. Aiden voiced his suspicion. "You weren't stealing the treasures for money, were you?" Unknown was shocked. How did he know? Aiden asked him why is he risking his life to steal those treasures. Unknown explained, "It's because Saren becomes stronger the more valuable the object is. That's why he only target the most precious and valuable things." Aiden remarked, "So, he wanted to strengthen the sword, but the stronger it gets, the harder it'll be for him to control it. Does he know that an overly powerful magic sword can take over his mind and body?" Unknown shouted, "I know, but I have to become strong." He's willing to sacrifice his own soul for that. Hearing this, Aiden thought to himself, the Monarch of Desires only chooses people with strong wishes. What is it that Unknown desires so badly, and why did he disappear 3 years later in Aiden's past life? Unknown then asked, "So, what does Aiden want him to do?" Aiden told him, "Follow me. Right now they are going to empty a vault." As he heard that, Unknown rejoiced. That's exactly his specialty. Then he asked Aiden who are they stealing from this time. Aiden replied that they are stealing from the cult of Divine Carnage. Upon hearing this, Unknown was stunned. The cult of Divine Carnage? Those deadly maniacs who live for war? In an instant, he ran away in fear. As he bolted, Aiden grinned and said, "The second clause of the contract, if you're caught running away, the contractor may be used for magical engineering experiments or something like that." Unknown stopped immediately. It was at that moment that he realized his future would be full of suffering. Suddenly, Leo appeared beside Unknown. Upon seeing him, Unknown screamed, "What is a dragon doing here?" But Leo ignored him. He was staring at the treasure Unknown was holding, the tears of Azuri. Aiden wondered, when did Leo get over there? But Leo licked his lips and, in an instant, swallowed the tears of Azuri from Unknown's hand. Unknown shouted, "How dare you, you lizard! That was my precious item." But Leo had already swallowed it. Unknown was stunned. He ate it? No one eats a precious treasure like that. Just then, Leo's body began to vibrate, glowing red as if something grand were awakening. A blinding light filled the area. In an instant, Leo transformed into a spirit and entered Aiden's chest. The system informed Aiden that the spirit dragon Leo had consumed the spirit stone, awakening his potential as a magic beast. He would now enter a dormant state until his first growth was complete. Aiden was surprised. That stone Unknown stole was a spirit stone? Curse replied. So that's what it was. No wonder the stone gave off such a familiar energy. Aiden asked if he knows what the stone is. Curse explained. The Tears of Azuri is a fairy crystal, a jewel that holds the power of spirits and spirit beasts. It's the manifestation of pure and dense mana from a high-ranking spirit or spirit beast. For spirits beasts like Leo, that haven't fully matured, fairy crystals work like high-grade elixirs. Aiden smiled. Lucky for Leo. That's nice. But just then, something on his hand began ringing. It was the long-distance communication bracelet Lunia had given him before she left. Aiden remembered telling her to contact him once she arrived at Cetus territory. He wondered if she had arrived already. Speaking into the bracelet, he asked, "Have you arrived in Cetus? What about Tyon?" Lunia replied that she has reached Cetus and just met Tyon, but there's a problem. Aiden sighed and asked if something happened in Cetus. Suddenly, Tyon's voice came through, calling out to Aiden. Aiden was surprised to hear him. With a serious tone, Tyon said, "I know this is sudden, but I need help from your cult of holy fire. Please, help me." Aiden wondered, what's going on? Why would Tyon be asking for help? Tyon then said that his father, the Margrave, might leave this world soon. He's lying on his sickbed. In the next scene, deep within the autonomous frozen region at the Manastone mine, a land Aiden was gifted after slaying the Winter Queen, Niketa arrived to oversee the work and monitor the extraction progress. As she glanced around, observing the activity, she expressed in disbelief that she never imagined witnessing such a sight in her entire life. It was truly astonishing to see monsters laboring under human command. Among them was Ukurak, the former strongest and proud leader of the Frost Ogres. He now worked under Aiden's orders, leading his fellow monsters diligently. Ukurak bellowed commands to the kobolds, instructing them to bring materials and directing the workflow. After a while, he paused and muttered to himself. He was once Ukurak, feared conqueror of the snowy plains, a being who dreamed of overpowering humankind. But now he realized how naive he had been, a mere frog in a well. He admitted inwardly that Aiden and Lunia were not ordinary humans. He recalled the moment when Aiden had asked Lunia whether they should roast and eat him, deeming him useless. Lunia, with her usual bluntness, agreed, saying she had always wanted to taste ogre meat. Ukurak let out an uneasy laugh, grateful that his work ethic had spared him from becoming their dinner. His gaze then shifted to Niketa. He vividly remembered her cold words. Aiden had granted her permission to use Ukurak as an experimental subject if he ever attempted to escape. He shivered at the memory, imagining the horrific experiments, being submerged in lava to test his skin's durability, or subjected to lightning torture. The very thought made him tremble, and he cried out in frustration, wondering how the mightiest ogre of the snowy plains had ended up like this. Meanwhile, in the Cetus territory, Tyon was astonished by Aiden's sudden arrival. He asked Aiden how did he get here in less than half a day after they sent the message. Aiden, standing beside Ellis, simply replied that he had asked an old man for help. Ellis cheerfully added that they could now travel without needing a carriage. In truth, Aiden had used Hedos's workshop as a portal, as usual. Though Hedos had cursed Aiden furiously, he eventually agreed after being offered fine human liquor. With a serious expression, Aiden asked Tyon to explain what had happened regarding the Margrave. Tyon began recounting the events. Aiden learned that the Margrave had been in that condition ever since returning from the Carnage cult's territory 2 months prior. Despite the priests healing most of his wounds, a large black one on his abdomen remained untouched and had begun to spread ominously through his body. Aiden noted the strange occurrence, how someone as powerful as the Margrave, a transcendent, had returned wounded beyond healing. Tyon confirmed this, revealing that his father was now confined to a recovery chamber, using all his strength to slow the spread of the corruption. The stability of Cetus rested solely on the Margrave's strength. If word got out about his condition, opposing forces would surely seize the opportunity to attack. Just when they were considering storming the Carnage cult for answers, Lunia, also a member of the cult, arrived in their territory. The moment she entered, the knights surrounded her, swords drawn in anger. Lunia calmly stated that if not for the token Aiden had given her, she would have been killed. Aiden scoffed, saying the real danger would have been to the knights, not her. After all, she was a lunatic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Aiden agreed they needed Ellis to treat the Margrave. However, Tyon warned him that even approaching the Margrave would be difficult. The Margrave's mana was saturating the entire room as he tried to expel the dark energy. Any ordinary person would be overwhelmed. As Aiden entered the chamber, he was hit by a dense surge of mana, enough to kill anyone lacking sufficient resistance. He turned to Tyon, who struggled to remain conscious, and remarked on the oppressive aura. Yet, Ellis stood unfazed, completely unaffected. Aiden whispered to himself that such overwhelming presence was nothing to a divine being like her. They pushed forward, approaching the Margrave. Upon seeing the wound, Aiden recognized it instantly. It matched Tyon's description. Dark mana oozed from it. Curse appeared and informed Aiden grimly that healing this wound would not be easy. When Aiden asked how Curse knew, the latter explained that the injury was caused by one of the authorities of the Lord of Slaughter, Rabelais, also known as the Pursuing Death. Anyone marked by Rabelais's authority was doomed to die, regardless of power or method. There was no escaping it. Ellis immediately began channeling her holy flames to treat the wound. To their surprise, the wound began to shrink, although not disappear. Aiden observed it closely, thinking that Ellis's sacred fire could suppress it to some degree, but not heal it completely. A new realization dawned on Aiden. He thought to himself that defeating the blind saintess should have been impossible for Spica, yet the reports claimed that Spica killed her and took her place. But if Spica wielded Rabulaus's sword, then it all made sense. As he pondered, the Margrave's eyes fluttered open. "Oh, so it's you, Aiden. I didn't expect to see you," he murmured. Aiden warned him not to exert himself. The wound wasn't fully healed. But more importantly, they needed to talk. They moved to Cetus' office for a proper discussion. The Margrave, smiling as usual, noted Aiden's growth. "You've already reached the transcendent realm." Aiden downplayed it and asked him to recount what happened at the Carnage cult. The Margrave's face turned solemn. He described how, upon arrival, he found the saintess already dead, murdered by another priestess of the cult. When he tried to reason with her, she attacked him on sight. Despite understanding the cult's twisted customs, she offered no explanation or negotiation. He had no choice but to fight. The moment her sword cut him, he felt a vile energy gnawing at his soul. Recognizing the mortal danger, he fled. Aiden thought to himself that not even the holy fire could fully heal such a wound. Did that mean the Margrave's fate was sealed? Curse interrupted, saying there was still one way left. Aiden turned to him. "There's a way to survive this?" Curse nodded. "Yes, but he must destroy Rabelaus's sword." Hope we all know what that meant. To destroy Rabelaus's sword, Aiden would have to kill Spica. All preparations were complete. The time had come to head toward the Carnage cult's inner sanctum. Aiden began his departure. Behind him, Lois stood with a tinge of sadness on his face. Though he said nothing out loud, he wished silently for Aiden's safety and return. Beside him, Ellis raised a hand in farewell and told Aiden to contact them any time if help was needed. Aiden responded with confidence, assuring them he would return shortly. Meanwhile, out of sight, Hetos, the workshop AI, was already fuming behind the interface. He was beyond irritated that Aiden continued to treat his teleportation systems like a glorified shuttle. Elsewhere, Unknown was in full meltdown mode, tears already pooling as Aiden dragged him along unwillingly. He kept crying out, questioning why Aiden insisted on bringing him into such suicidal territory. He pleaded that he still had many things left to experience. He didn't want to die like this. At the far border between the Carnage cult's core territory and the corrupted wasteland of death, the cult's priestesses were already assembled. Their weapons were drawn. Their eyes burned with anticipation. Behind them stood Spica, still as a statue, face unreadable. She raised her gaze toward the rising dust on the horizon. She declared that the enemy had arrived, and she was right. From the opposite end, a massive host of ogres and trolls, over 5,000 of them, stood assembled, their bloodlust already boiling. As Spica stood silently, the cursed sword Rabelais, bound to her soul, stirred. He confessed once again that he couldn't comprehend her choices. He reminded her that he had lent her his power to destroy the Carnage cult, to tear it down from within. With his strength, she could crush the cult single-handedly. So why then was she allowing the priestesses to be slaughtered by the trolls? Rabelais reminded her that dying this way, in battle, was a sacred form of martyrdom to the cult priestesses, a blessing, not a punishment. Spica replied that she was simply curious. That was reason enough to let events unfold this way. At the same moment, the High Mage of the Trolls raised his voice in their guttural language. He declared that the humans had come of their own free will, and that today, he would avenge the death of his father. He commanded his soldiers to charge in the name of freedom. The trolls stormed forward. On the other side, the priestesses of the Carnage cult welcomed it with joy. They screamed that the moment had finally come, that they had waited too long for this war. One priestess boasted that she would claim the highest kill count. Others followed with glee. Steel met flesh, bones shattered, and blood colored the air. Meanwhile, within the towering core of the cult, the Tower of Carnage, Aiden, Priestess Lunia, and Unknown had already arrived. Looking around, Aiden noted that the tower was practically deserted. It seemed the rest of the cult had charged off to war. Lunia asked him directly where the solution to their current crisis was supposed to be found within the tower. Aiden didn't elaborate. He simply told her to follow. They descended deep into the foundation of the cult, where shadows thickened and cold air wrapped around them. Even as they passed through halls lined with cells, monstrous creatures stirred behind reinforced bars. Each one could terrify any sane person. Unknown was visibly disturbed. But Aiden remained unfazed. Eventually they reached a massive door covered in runic chains. It loomed like a wall, ancient and untouched. Aiden stood before it and explained that the door led to the resting place of all former saintesses of the Carnage cult. It was sealed with powerful divine magic, the kind that could keep out even the strongest archmage. He turned to Lunia and reminded her of the importance of the place. As a priestess, she should understand that this wasn't just a crypt, it was sacred history. Regardless, they had no choice but to enter. Lunia responded with understanding. She acknowledged that if it was for the sake of the Carnage cult, then any action taken within this place was justifiable. However, she added that opening such a door would require a mage of legendary skill. Before another word could be said, Unknown casually stepped forward and placed his hand on the seal. In an instant, the chains glowed and shattered. The door slowly opened. Unknown turned to Lunia and smugly informed her that the path was now clear. Lunia was stunned, but the story moved forward regardless. They stepped into the hidden tomb. Glass coffins stretched endlessly, each one containing a former saintess, untouched by time. The air shimmered faintly with sacred power. Unknown continued bragging, claiming that unlocking the door had been no big deal. He had dismantled far greater barriers in his time. But mid-step, he froze. His eyes locked onto something down the hall. His entire body stiffened. Aiden also saw it, but unlike Unknown, he didn't react at all. Unknown immediately ducked behind him, eyes wide, voice trembling. He insisted that someone was already inside. Someone had entered before them. But Aiden's tone remained level as he instructed Unknown to be respectful. He explained that the saintesses of the Carnage cult, though long dead, remained preserved in these coffins through divine authority. Their bodies had not decomposed, because the blessings placed upon them had not faded. In death, they still remained. With a solemn face, Priestess Lunia stepped quietly toward the coffin of her master, the former Saintess Merida. She stopped before it and placed her hand on the glass, whispering her name. No words followed, just silence. Her eyes stayed fixed on the Saintess's still body, and for the first time, grief was plainly written across Lunia's expression. Aiden noticed, and it caught him off guard. He had assumed the priestesses of the Carnage cult, as deranged as they were, had no room left for emotions, no space for pain, sorrow, or loss. But this was human. He remembered something from his previous life. Back then, when he and Spica still worked together as colleagues, he once saw her in a graveyard, burying two priestesses. She looked genuinely sad, even offered them a quiet prayer. He had commented to her then that he didn't know the divine priestesses of the Carnage cult even had camaraderie. Spica replied that she and her fellow priestesses were not emotionless, they were just different. And now Lunia stood there in that same stillness, mourning, saying nothing, but time was not on their side. The fight with the undead legion might have already begun, Aiden said flatly. Lunia didn't respond at first. She remained by the coffin, lingering for one more breath. Then she smiled faintly and turned. All right, let's go. She asked him what they were supposed to do next. Aiden paused for a second, then said simply, Well, actually, the solution I mentioned isn't here. Lunia blinked, caught off guard. What? Then why bring us here? Aiden looked over his shoulder as he started walking away. Didn't you say you'd understand anything I did, as long as it's for the Carnage cult? Lunia answered without hesitation. Of course. If it's for the cult, I'll allow anything. Good, he muttered. I'll take that as a yes. He stopped and clenched his fist, mana gathering like a storm around it. Wait here, I'll be back in a jiffy. Lunia stepped forward, now clearly confused. Before you do anything, can you at least tell me what you're trying to... Bang. His fist smashed into the ground. The floor beneath them collapsed. They fell. After crashing through layers of stone and earth, they finally landed in a deeper level of the Carnage cult's sanctuary. Unknown hit the ground, rolled twice, and immediately started panicking. He wasn't dead, and that was already too much to process. He yelled at Aiden furiously. Couldn't you just give me a hint first? Aiden, unfazed, replied. Sometimes it's better not to know. He turned toward an enormous door ahead and pointed. Think you can open that one too? Unknown, trying to keep his pride intact, gave a dramatic sigh. The only door I can't open is to a woman's heart. Everything else. He stopped mid-sentence. His eyes finally focused on what Aiden was pointing at. The structure in front of him wasn't just a door, it was a monument, taller than any cathedral, chained with ancient iron, humming with raw death energy. Unknown froze. Cold sweat broke down his spine. The pressure alone could crush a lesser being on the spot. I've never felt anything like this in my life, he whispered. That's not just pressure, Aiden said. That's the presence of something foul, something absurd, disgusting and powerful. He stepped forward and raised his voice. I know you can hear me. Answer, undead monarch. From behind the sealed gates, a voice growled in return. You arrogant human, did you come here knowing who I am? Of course, Aiden said calmly. Aiden said to himself that the divine seal binding the undead monarch was supposed to be lifted in 6 years. He was to be the second calamity disaster, right after the Winter Queen. He stared into the prison. You are the ancient king, the commander of the previous undead legion. But I'm not here to fight you. I came to make a deal. Inside the massive tomb, the undead monarch lay coiled within a net of chains, thousands of runes binding him to the cold floor. At the word deal, his hollow eyes opened wide. A slow, dry smile crept across his skeletal lips. Meanwhile, back at the border between the Carnage cult and the undead legion, war had broken loose. Bones cracked, limbs shattered, flesh was torn. The battlefield was soaked in blood, but no one there was afraid. They laughed through pain. They cheered through broken teeth. They fought like lunatics who had been starved for centuries and were finally allowed to feast. And among them, Spica walked across the battlefield, eyes burning with vengeance. She whispered to herself that the moment had finally come, the day she would exact her revenge. But just then, a golden beam split the sky. From within that radiance, a voice echoed down, declaring that the so-called divine beliefs of the Carnage cult were finished. The moment the light touched the earth, the ground shook beneath its weight. A figure descended and landed hard, sending a shockwave that stunned both the trolls and the priestesses. One of the priestesses staggered back, muttering that the sky itself seemed to tremble, as if something overwhelming had emerged from beyond. Spica froze. Her senses flared. She recognized the energy instantly. It was Priestess Lunia. The familiar presence made her stiffen, and sure enough, Lunia emerged from the light with a quiet smile, remarking that Spica had recognized her immediately. She added that this was probably their first meeting since Spica had ascended to the title of Saintess. Spica didn't deny it, and her gaze shifted to the one standing beside Lunia. The dangerous aura he carried could only belong to one man, Aiden. Lunia's tone grew sharp. She stated that while Spica may have claimed the seat of Saintess, she would never acknowledge her as such. Not while her own sister had chosen to forsake her duties as a priestess of the Carnage cult and abandoned her role as warden of the wasteland. Spica's lips curled into a grim smile. According to her, it was already too late. The priestesses were too drunk on bloodlust to listen, and the trolls had already begun their march against their sworn enemies. She admitted she could still stop the war, but chose not to. The Carnage cult would end today, and every one of them had to die. But Aiden stepped forward. Calmly, he rejected the idea that Spica was the only one capable of halting the carnage. He gestured to the sky above them. Spica followed his gaze, and her eyes widened. Up in the air, descending slowly, was a colossal, fortress-like construct. Its grotesque elegance, its monstrous scale, there was no mistaking it. It was Hethos's workshop. Aiden had used the workshop as a teleportation beacon. Whatever was coming was enormous. Trolls, priestesses, even Spica herself stood motionless. The impossible structure hovered above them, as if war itself had paused. Rabalas, now trembling in unease, turned to Spica and warned that something terrifying waited behind the door of that massive vessel. Spica nodded, confirming she felt it too. Whatever was sealed inside wasn't just powerful, it transcended mortality itself. Then, with a mechanical screech, the door began to swing open. From within, Hethos shouted furiously, berating Aiden for abusing the workshop again, and swearing never to let him use that door for nonsense anymore. But the warning was drowned out, because from that door came a leg, a single massive foot that shook the ground with its presence. The priestesses stepped back in stunned disbelief. Even the ogres and trolls froze mid-charge. They all recognized the manna. It was impossible to forget. Tears welled up in the trolls' eyes. Because the being stepping through the gateway was their king, the undead monarch. As the towering figure completed his emergence, his voice boomed through the battlefield. He declared that it was his own mistake that had brought his people to ruin. Then, raising his hand, he addressed the trolls directly. Their king had returned, and the trolls who once thought him long dead erupted in raw emotion. They dropped to their knees, not in fear but in worship. This was no ordinary resurrection. The undead monarch was a disaster-level existence, a being who, thousands of years ago, had single-handedly annihilated a continent. Heroes from every nation rose against him, and all of them perished, their blades rusting where they fell. Only the first saintesses of the Carnage cult managed to bind him, sealing him beneath the Carnage Tower with divine chains that even time couldn't rust. In Aiden's previous life, the sealing was nothing but luck, a desperate act that barely succeeded. Locked beneath the earth, the monarch's sanity crumbled. Madness consumed him, burying his ego and suppressing his full power. But that was before the deal. Back then, Aiden had stood before the sealed chamber and made the unthinkable offer. He told the undead monarch that he had come not to beg for a favor, but to propose a mutual agreement. Aiden knew the monarch possessed the all-seeing eye, a vision that reached across the continent, and claimed that the monarch must have witnessed everything. The monarch was amused by the human's boldness. He asked what Aiden wanted, and Aiden told him. This was not about wishes. This was about preserving what remained of his children. If the Carnage cult succeeded, the trolls would be wiped out forever. So the two made a deal. And now in the present, that deal had come to fruition. Back on the battlefield, reality shifted. The high trolls, every single one of them, dropped their weapons. Without hesitation, they abandoned the fight and knelt, not caring whether the priestesses struck them down from behind. But the priestesses didn't move. They couldn't. Even they were paralyzed by what they felt in the air. In one voice, the trolls roared a phrase in their monstrous tongue, a salute, an oath. They declared loyalty to the one they called their eternal father, the undead monarch. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. Some of the priestesses stared, wide-eyed. One muttered under her breath, wondering if the battle was already over. Another scoffed and said it was a shame. She had just started warming up. But the real reaction came from Spica. Her fury couldn't be masked. She staggered forward, trembling, demanding to know what in the hell was happening. Her voice cracked with rage as she screamed for everyone to keep fighting. She ordered the priestesses and trolls alike to crush their enemies. The giant who had descended, the monarch, was still their enemy, and nothing had changed. But something did change. A true twist shattered the scene. From the very same door of Hethos's workshop, the one that brought forth the monarch, another presence emerged. It was Saintess Merida. She stepped through the door calmly and addressed Spica with a cold smile, noting that she had never seen her former disciple so flustered. Spica froze. Her eyes locked on the woman who had raised her, the one she had killed. She staggered back in disbelief, screaming in shock, unsure if she was staring at a ghost or reality itself. Merida landed gracefully on the battlefield, and the sight of her left the entire Carnage cult in chaos. Whispers rippled through the priestesses. Some wondered aloud if they had died and were seeing their saintess in the afterlife. Spica couldn't accept what she was seeing. She swore she had ended Merida's life with her own hands. She screamed that this couldn't be real. But Merida answered plainly. She said fate had a habit of shifting without warning. Though even she hadn't foreseen her own disciple descending into madness. She didn't delay her verdict. With solemn authority, Merida called out Spica and Lunia for their crimes, surrendering to cursed relics, unlawfully seizing sacred lands, abandoning their sworn duty to guard the Grey Lands barrier, and dragging the cult into a reckless war. She gave them one chance: drop the demon's sword, surrender now, and be forgiven. But Spica stood frozen, eyes twitching toward the cursed blade in her grip. She was shaking. Then, something inside her snapped. Her irises flared red. With no warning, she lunged. Lightning burst across the battlefield, red and black, wild and uncontrolled. Merida responded instantly, and the two collided with titanic force. Their clash cracked the ground beneath them. From a distance, Aiden watched silently. The sky roared with their blows, but he wore a grim expression. Beside him, Curse materialized and casually noted that everything was unfolding just as Aiden had planned. So why the long face? Aiden didn't answer immediately. He simply admitted that something about this felt wrong. This Spica was different, not the cold golem-like saintess he remembered from his previous life. This one burned with rage, emotion, and instability. Something wasn't right. Backtracking a few minutes, before the monarch ever stepped through the door, Aiden had already prepared a final card. He stood atop the enormous frame of the undead monarch, with Unknown still trembling beside him. Lunia, witnessing the scene from below, stared up in disbelief and horror. She asked him if this absurd act was his solution to the war. Aiden confirmed it was, but not the only part. He explained that to stop the priestesses and trolls alike, you don't fight them head on. You show them someone they would listen to, someone who carried authority that could split the cult's loyalties. And so he declared his plan to Lunia. They were going to revive Saintess Merida. Lunia was stunned. Even Curse, overhearing the statement, found it completely insane. Reviving the dead wasn't a solution, it was a myth, but Aiden had a way. After aiding the king of Stoneheim in the past, he had acquired a rare artifact, the fruit of the world tree. Aiden recalled the prophecy left by the Carnage god. It spoke of a chosen one, himself, who would awaken the ancient king buried beneath the black stake. But reading deeper between the lines, Aiden believed the prophecy also hinted at resurrection. A chance to bring back Merida, the only one who could balance the chaos. And now, thanks to the world tree's fruit, he had done it. Back in the present, the battle between Spica and Merida grew more vicious by the second. Fueled by the cursed sword Rabalas, Spica fought with strength nearly equal to her former master. Her attacks were filled with blind fury, and it was clear that she no longer cared who stood before her. This wasn't about control. This was wrath incarnate, and the battlefield would soon learn that neither side could walk away unchanged. Amid the chaos, just as lightning crackled between the two, Saintess Merida landed hard onto the battlefield once more. Her gaze locked on Spica, and her voice cut through the dust and madness. She told Spica that she finally understood the reason behind all this fury. It wasn't just the war or the cult, it was personal. Merida calmly stated that Spica's rage stemmed from what she had done, that it was because she had wiped out Spica's village and slaughtered her parents. She asked plainly if she was wrong. Spica's body trembled, her face twisted with rage. Merida's words had hit the buried nerve, and the pain came flooding back. Years ago, when Spica was just a child, her village had cherished her. They called her the treasure of the Ant Hill village, a gifted child who brought in food for the people. Despite the praise, one emotion haunted her every day: loneliness. Her strength, so unnatural, made her different. She wanted to be loved, to be held like any other child. But her power created distance. Still, she tried. To earn that affection, she hunted monsters 10 times her size. She brought back larger prey, thinking that if she did enough, they'd finally embrace her. But one day, when she returned from the forest, everything was gone. The village was engulfed in flames. Corpses littered the ground. The people she'd fought for burned and broken. And at the heart of the fire stood Merida. Bathed in light, the saintess had smiled softly and told the young Spica that she had come for her chosen successor. But that day shattered everything. And now, back in the present, Spica screamed that if it weren't for Merida, she could have had a family. She could have known love. Then she charged again. A storm of fury followed her as she lunged. Their clash split the battlefield once more. The shockwave sent rocks flying. Spica hit the ground hard, and Saintess Merida stood over her. She reminded Spica of what she already knew deep down, that her so-called village wasn't what it appeared to be. That place had a name, the Ant Hill Village. It wasn't human. The people who lived there weren't either. Even Unknown, who had been silent this entire time, turned to Aiden in shock and asked what she meant by that. Aiden explained. The Ant Hill Village was infamous. A cursed settlement that looked peaceful on the outside but lured travelers in only to slaughter them in their sleep. Even the Carnage god had condemned them. Merida confirmed it. She said she hadn't come there to destroy but to retrieve Spica, yet they attacked her too. What happened was never meant for Spica. But Spica wasn't moved. She screamed that none of it mattered. Truth or lie, she still lived in loneliness. If ignorance had spared her from this emptiness, she would have preferred it. She shouted that she had died without ever getting her revenge, and that she would have rather died before knowing the truth. Then, weak and defeated, she gripped the sword. Spica whispered to Rabalas to just end it, and Rabalas obeyed. The cursed blade pierced her stomach in one brutal strike. Blood spilled, her body trembled. And just like that, even someone as powerful as Spica was doomed. Because anyone caught by Rabalas, no matter how mighty, would not survive. The sword consumed everything. Merida yelled in horror, demanding to know what Spica was doing, but Rabalas had already taken control. The sword's voice echoed with malevolence, mocking Spica even as her body collapsed. It said it had hoped for a grand slaughter, had coaxed this mad servant of a god, expecting chaos. But instead, she chose death. A waste, it called her. A stupid girl. Aiden, watching, was stunned. He questioned whether the demonic sword had just killed its own wielder, its own contractor. Even Curse was caught off guard. He muttered that none of this made sense. Without a host, even a cursed weapon like Rabolas should just be a hunk of metal, so why would it do this? But Rabolas, smiling darkly, revealed the truth. Spica, despite her failure, had still served a purpose. Through her, Rabolas had found someone else. Aiden's heart skipped. He knew what was coming, and he asked, almost in denial, if Rabolas was referring to him. But it wasn't Aiden. It was the undead monarch. The ancient king turned his gaze to the blade and asked if Rabolas was addressing him. The old trace of ruin, the king of trolls. Rabolas replied without hesitation, yes. He offered himself to the undead monarch, saying that if the monarch chose him, his deepest desires would be fulfilled. The monarch paused, then asked what that desire would be worth. Could Rabolas truly grant his wish? Rabolas promised that he could. He urged the monarch to remember the betrayal of humans, how they sealed him in endless darkness beneath the earth. He reminded him that he was not just a cursed blade, but the remnant of the carnage god himself, a force born of slaughter, destruction, and divinity twisted into metal. If they joined, Rabolas who could kill anything, and the undead monarch who could never die, then nothing would stop them. Not kingdoms, not gods, not even fate. The world itself would crumble. The undead monarch stared in silence. Then, with a cold grin, he reached out his hand and took hold of the cursed blade. And as their contract ignited, a new era of catastrophe began. What had just unfolded left even Saintess Merida silent. She watched the fusion of the undead monarch and Rabolas with grim understanding. She knew it now. This was no longer a battle she could resolve. Not even she could defeat the undead monarch, especially with the power of Rabolas, the blade that could slay anything. Yet despite the odds, she declared her intent to fight anyway, even if it cost her life. But Aiden stepped forward. He calmly told her there was no need. She didn't have to lift a finger. Saintess Merida barked in disbelief, warning that if those two forces, the undying and the all-slaying, truly joined, the world would collapse. Aiden glanced up, still composed. He simply said again, they should watch. Let Rabolas attempt to grant the undead monarch his one true wish. And so the blade rose, brought near to the monarch's throat. The undead monarch gave a cold command, daring the cursed sword to prove its claim. He asked it to fulfill the one wish no man had ever granted. Rabolas, ever eager, asked what it was. Did the monarch want to eradicate humanity? Did he wish to crown the trolls as rulers of the world? But that wasn't it. Only Aiden knew the truth, because he had heard it in a past life. Back when the monarch was sealed in darkness, his cries echoed from the depths. Not cries of pain, but of sorrow. The undead monarch never sought destruction. He wanted death. That was his wish. He had lived for thousands of years, watching family, comrades, entire civilizations fade to dust while he remained unchanged. He had buried generations and stood atop ruins. He had outlived love, rage, and even memory. He was tired. He just wanted to die. Back in the present, the monarch placed Rabolas against his neck to see if this god-slaying weapon could do what nothing else ever could. End him. But Rabolas began to shake. The blade trembled violently in the monarch's grasp. It started to crack. The undead monarch reminded him of his earlier words, that he could kill anything. So now he dared him to prove it, but Rabolas backed down. He couldn't do it. He repeated the words over and over. He couldn't. Not him. Not the undead monarch. The name alone defied death. There was too much life in him, too much mana, too much permanence. Rabolas screamed for him to stop, to let go, but the monarch didn't. He pressed the blade harder to his neck. Rabolas cracked again, and this time, it was real. With a deafening burst, the sword shattered. No dent was left on the undead monarch's body. Nothing. Only broken steel and silence. Even Curse was at a loss. He turned to Aiden and asked if this was really happening, if the remnant of the carnage god, the weapon feared by all, had just disintegrated like dust. Aiden confirmed it with a frown. Only a god could kill the undead monarch. Not a weapon, not a saintess, not even fate. He recalled how, in his past life, humanity had sealed the monarch only by splitting his immortal body into pieces and scattering them across the continent. Now, steam hissed from the monarch's neck where the cursed blade had failed. The monarch let out a deep, disappointed sigh. Still alive. He looked down at the fragments of Rabolas, scoffing that the sword's death was even more pathetic than his own endless survival. And then, silence. The battlefield was still, not because peace had been declared, but because no one had the strength to keep fighting. The priestesses began gathering the fallen, healing the injured, not out of celebration but exhaustion. Even the trolls wept. not for joy, but because they were partaking in a ritual they had upheld for centuries. They were consuming their dead. It was their way of honoring the fallen. Aiden stood atop the undead monarch, arms crossed, watching with muted distaste. He muttered that he would never get used to this aspect of troll culture. The monarch replied indifferently, saying he couldn't understand why humans buried corpses either. Then the monarch glanced toward Merida and asked Aiden if she had truly been brought back using the fruit of the world tree. Aiden confirmed it. Curious, he asked how the monarch even knew about the fruit. The reply came instantly. How could he not? That fruit was the beginning of everything, the sin that cursed his people. And so the undead monarch began to recount a story few had ever heard. The world tree, mother of all life, bore the most powerful fruits in existence. Long ago, trolls had been part of the fairy races. But unlike the graceful elves or masterful dwarves, trolls possessed neither beauty nor skill. They were mocked, ridiculed, treated as inferior. Over time, resentment festered. Their king, the same one now known as the undead monarch, desired more than anything to surpass the other races. So, he ate the world tree's fruit. The fruit of the world tree had changed the trolls forever. It gave them strength no race could match, a regenerative power that defied logic, and for their king, immortality and indestructibility. But it was never meant to be consumed. The fruit was the seed of divine life. It wasn't for those who already lived. By eating it, the troll king defied the natural order. And the world tree, ancient and watchful, retaliated. Its curse was swift and cruel. It gave the trolls endless hunger and uncontrollable rage. Maddened, they destroyed all life in their path. They weren't warriors anymore. They were living disasters. The undead monarch told Aiden that his children still suffer from that sin. All he could do now was watch. Had he remained trapped underground, he might have completely lost himself. But Aiden knew the truth. He definitely did. The monarch had long crossed into madness. Still, Aiden asked if the monarch didn't owe something to the one who'd released him. The monarch paused, then agreed. He had something to give. He raised his arm, brought his hand to his chest. Then, without hesitation, he drove his clawed hand into his own torso. A torrent of blood erupted. Even Aiden, as mysterious and calm as ever, visibly flinched. For him to be unsettled, it had to be something truly vile. He muttered to himself that he wasn't interested in watching a suicidal immortal rip himself open just to show gratitude. Any normal reward would have been fine. But the blood didn't stop. Steam began to fill the area, smoke hissed around Aiden's feet, and then the heat shifted. From within the undead monarch's chest, something pulsed. It was one of his hearts, still beating, still alive. Aiden blinked, stunned. He had heard the legends, that the Troll King had multiple hearts, each with different attributes. But he never thought he'd touch one. Kerr suddenly appeared beside him and smirked. He muttered that it was rich, coming from the same guy who'd drink poison if it meant leveling up. Aiden sighed. True. But this was disgusting. He quickly shoved the heart into his subspace pouch, vowing to only ever bring it out when absolutely necessary. From a distance, his eyes shifted. Saintess Merida was standing over Spica's corpse. Yes, Spica was dead. And the Saintess, once so composed, looked quietly sorrowful. Aiden approached her without a word. Merida noticed him, nodded, and softly thanked him for the help and for bringing her back. Aiden waved it off. No need to mention it. But Merida looked back down at the fallen body and whispered that even now it didn't feel right. This was supposed to be between them, between a master and her disciple. And yet, it ended like this. She admitted Spica was always a soft-hearted girl. That made Aiden stop. He looked at her, confused, even offended. Soft-hearted? The same girl who tried to kill her and wipe out the entire cult? Merida calmly insisted that she knew Spica better than anyone. If she truly wanted to destroy the Carnage cult, she would have done it herself, swiftly, brutally. But she didn't. Instead, she dragged everything out. Because she'd grown attached to the people inside the cult, priestesses who were as broken and lost as she was. In the end, Merida said, Spica tried to end things the way her sisters would have wanted, even if it meant taking the blame alone. Aiden let out a breath. A deep, bitter one. He called it ironic, attachment. He had never believed Spica had anything resembling that, but then, a memory returned. A lifetime ago, in a dense forest before a hunt, Spica had spoken to him first. Aiden had actually frozen when she did. She never initiated anything, so when she called his name, he expected trouble. But all she said was that maybe they should skip the hunt that day and just go home. He glared at her like she'd lost her mind. He shouted that she just didn't want to split the loot, that he'd rather let her break both his legs than give up the prize. But Spica didn't argue. She just stayed quiet. Now in the present, Aiden finally understood. That might have been her way of reaching out, of showing something close to affection. He didn't know what to do with that realization. Back by Spica's body, Merida spoke again. She said the fruit Aiden used to revive her held overwhelming power. Power she hadn't fully absorbed yet. Then, she looked him in the eye and asked for permission. She wanted to use that leftover energy to bring Spica back. Aiden's fists clenched. He didn't let it show, but it burned inside. Spica was one of the ones who betrayed him in his past life, someone who had helped bring him down. And now, this? He turned his back. His voice stayed steady, but there was a sharpness to it. He told Merida that the power wasn't his anymore. It belonged to her. She could do whatever she wanted, and with that, he walked away. Behind him, Merida began the process of resurrection. As he stepped through the ruined field, Curse appeared beside him again. After everything had unfolded, Curse turned to Aiden and asked him if he was truly letting it all go, if he wasn't going to take revenge anymore. But Aiden answered plainly. That wasn't it. He explained that for someone like Spica, death was mercy, peace, an escape, and he couldn't allow her that. Letting her die would have been too easy. His revenge was simpler than that. She had to live, face what she'd done, and carry the burden. Then, without saying more, Aiden vanished into Hethos's workshop, once again using it like his personal teleporting taxi. The fallout of the battle left the world reshaped. The Grey Undead Legion, led by their king, the Undead Monarch, marched eastward. Meanwhile, the Carnage cult priestesses followed Saintess Merida west, their numbers thinned and morale shaken. As for Aiden, his thoughts moved ahead. He narrowed his focus on Chaos, the one who likely gave Spica the demonic sword, Rabolas. If that was true, then their next target was clear. The Court of Divine Law, and the final names on Aiden's list, Calcis and Shala. He wouldn't rest until both paid. But as those thoughts consumed him, something shifted. Without warning, Aiden found himself standing in a vast garden, a surreal, endless expanse of red sky, red flowers, red mist. It wasn't the mortal realm. Aiden looked around and muttered if this was hell. A voice responded behind him. Someone asked if he just called her garden hell. Though, it wasn't an entirely inaccurate description. A woman stepped forward, the Carnage God. She approached calmly, the scent of blood and divinity swirling in the air. She asked if he knew who she was. Aiden gave a half smile and said he sort of recognized her. He didn't expect her to appear in person, but the Carnage God explained her reason. He had saved her children, the trolls, the priestesses, even Merida, from being erased completely. A visit was the least she could offer. Aiden instantly perked up and asked if she was here to reward him. She nodded. But before anything else, she said she would answer the question that had been burning in him for a long time. She told Aiden he wanted to know if his master from his past life, Vulcan, was still alive. Aiden tensed. He knew it. Of course she knew. Of course she had seen him reincarnate from his previous life. The Carnage God confirmed it. Divine time flowed differently from mortal time. But even gods remembered certain people. She remembered him, the one who had slain the berserk dragon and stopped Talos. But Aiden cut straight to the point. He didn't want flattery. He wanted answers. If Vulcan had vanished in both his past and present life, in the exact same period, it couldn't be coincidence. It had to be something more. The Carnage God agreed. She told him if Vulcan had truly died, she would have known. As the deity of carnage and death, such a soul could never slip past her. But time was running out. Aiden's soul, pulled unnaturally into this divine realm, was already starting to fade. His physical form trembled. Just before he completely vanished, the Carnage God stopped him. She said there was still one thing he didn't know, something that even he had missed. Aiden was surprised. What could she possibly mean? She asked if, during his time as the Dragon Slayer King, he had ever realized one strange truth. That Aiden Remez didn't exist. Aiden was floored. What did that even mean? He asked her again, trying to make sense of it. If Aiden Remez never existed, then how did he reincarnate into this body bearing Aiden Remez? It didn't make sense. She didn't answer directly. But somewhere else, in the Immortalitarian Empire, Calcis stood near a window with a guy bowing behind him. Calcis was discussing recent failures. He said, all their plans in the Holy Fire cult and the Divine Carnage cult failed because of one man called Aiden Remez? The figure confirmed it. Aiden had ascended to master level in just a few years, faster than any recorded case. And more strange, he had allied with everyone, silver witches, dwarves, ogres, even trolls. All of his movements, his operations, had overlapped with the plans of Chaos and the inner court's elite. Someone had to be feeding him information. Calcis speculated that Aiden knew the wheres and whens of every move they made. That meant he was headed toward only one place now, the court of divine law. Calcis then turned to the cloaked guy, whose name turns out to be Sora of Pleasure, instructing him to prepare. Prepare the court, prepare the traps, prepare the judgment. Sora smiled thinly. As you command. In the next scene, after laying it all out, Aiden finally revealed the entire plan to Niketa. She listened quietly, then asked if he truly intended to head straight into the cult of divine law next. Aiden confirmed it. He explained that Chaos had been targeting all three of the great holy courts, just like what happened at the Holy Fire cult. According to White Moon's confirmation, the Carnage cult had been given the demonic sword directly through Chaos. Niketa raised a concern. If they had already thwarted Chaos's plans at the other two cults, wouldn't Chaos expect them to move toward the last? Aiden agreed. That was true, but he also pointed out that Chaos wasn't the type to retreat simply because they'd been exposed. No, they would continue regardless, and that meant they had to go. He declared that their move would begin at dawn. Cut to the diocracy of divine law nestled in the pristine holy city of Turanian. The streets bustled with life. Traders, pilgrims, scholars, and knights filled the clean marbled avenues. People from every region came here, where law reigned supreme. Aiden and his party, including Ellis and Priest Bali, had already arrived. Ellis, seeing the grandeur of the city for the first time, couldn't hide her awe. She exclaimed that this was their first time stepping into the divine law diocracy. Priest Bali looked around, nodding. He noted that the streets matched the image, clean, orderly, with well-dressed people. But Aiden was unimpressed. He calmly stated that it only looked clean on the outside. In truth, the rot ran deep. The people here worshipped the god of law, and they lived by his commandments. But over time, ambitious priests found loopholes, and the more cunning ones began to exploit them for profit. Some overcharged for holy potions. Others sold verdicts to the highest bidder. What was once a sacred institution had become a business, more corrupt than even the courtrooms of kings. As they passed a street vendor shouting that he had fresh holy potions from the court of divine law, priced at just 3 gold coins, Aiden muttered that, the more corrupt a holy order became, the easier it was for Chaos to infect it. They finally reached the Grand Temple, entering its towering halls. At first glance it looked majestic, until they noticed 3 priests seated cross-legged on fine cushions in front of what should have been the sacred flame. Priest Bali, optimistic at first, assumed the clergy had gathered to perform a ritual. He smiled, but Aiden stayed silent. He already knew the truth. As the view zoomed in, it was clear. The priests weren't praying, they were playing cards, and betting heavily. One priest suddenly yelled, accusing the other of dealing from the bottom of the deck. The accused priest denied it, saying it was a fair game. He then grabbed the pile of gold and cheered that it was all his now. The mood snapped. Priest Bali's joy flipped instantly into righteous fury. His veins bulged with divine anger. He marched forward, shadow stretching over the 3. One priest looked up, confused. Who was this guy? They realized too late. Bali, a heretic inquisitor, raised his rod and roared, ordering all of them to hit the ground immediately. Recognizing him, the 3 dropped like schoolboys caught by their strict headmaster. He berated them without mercy, yelling that gambling before the sacred flame was blasphemy worthy of execution. He threatened that if they tried it again, they'd be reading law books from a wheelchair for life. Unknown and Ellis stood frozen, caught in the splash zone of that tirade. It was like they were being scolded. Aiden, totally unfazed, he simply muttered that this outcome had been obvious. He knew what Bali would do the moment they stepped inside. Once the chaos settled, Ellis moved to fulfill her role, the real reason Aiden had brought her here. She approached the dormant altar and, with quiet reverence, lit the sacred flame. The fire roared to life. The once slacking priests suddenly dropped their cards and celebrated like children at a festival. They cheered, praising St. Ellis, crying that the holy flame had returned to the court of divine law. More priests rushed in, overjoyed. For the first time in ages, the divine light had returned to this corrupt court. Aiden remained silent. He thought to himself that in his previous life, he had never once seen all 3 holy flames lit at the same time. Something about it felt off. Curse, noticing his expression, asked if he wasn't happy. Aiden said yes, and it was because of what the Carnage god told him. She had said that his master, Vulcan, was alive in both timelines, but had vanished in both as well. If Vulcan was alive, Then why didn't he help stop the apocalypse? And more importantly, something else she said still echoed in his mind, that Aiden Remez never existed. Aiden clenched his fists slightly. If that was true, then whose body was he even in? Was this world the same as before, or was it something else entirely? And as those thoughts stirred, the system's voice echoed quietly in his mind. Suddenly, the system pinged Aiden with a new alert. He had found a hidden piece. Specifically, a spell linked to the hidden door beneath the sacred flame. The system instructed him to recite it. Doing so would reveal the chamber holding the treasure of the Holy Fire's original master. Aiden's eyes lit up. Heat practically radiated off him as he trembled with excitement. Nothing thrilled him more than the scent of treasure. Nearby priests paused, confused. Something was clearly off. Aiden looked like a man possessed, yelling about a word spell while sweating profusely. There was just one problem. He didn't remember the spell. Mind racing, he attempted a random incantation he received earlier from the system, the phrase, "open system," and instantly, boom, a brilliant firestorm erupted from the altar. The sacred flame reacted, swirling violently, then split open like a maw of divine heat. Without warning, Aiden was pulled in. He awoke in a world unlike anything he'd seen. Lush green leaves, endless flora, the air thick with manna. It was a place that felt alive, not a room, but an entire realm in itself. Aiden looked around and muttered, "What even is this place?" That's when he saw it. A caterpillar, but not just any worm. It glowed faintly and pulsed with spirit energy. The system confirmed its name, hibernation larva, a mystical entity born from feeding on the world tree's first leaf. In the past, it had served as a spirit beast under the original Holy Firebearer. Aiden's eyes gleamed with interest. He grinned wickedly, practically drooling. If it ate the world tree's leaf, surely it had to be nutritious. The caterpillar stared back in visible offense. Curse appeared, clearly expecting this. He scolded Aiden, saying he'd eat anything with power if given the chance. But this wasn't food. The larva was a sacred spiritual beast. Aiden groaned in disappointment. Curse continued, reminding him that they'd heard of this caterpillar from the old man, the one who once wielded the holy flame. That old man had warned them. The larva had a passive power to put anything to sleep, even those far stronger than it. But in maturity, it could evolve into something even more terrifying. Aiden crouched, nodding slowly. So it doesn't look like much now, but it could be a powerful tool. Not bad. He reached down and calmly picked up the larva, deciding to take it with him. But then, he noticed something. Curse, normally smug, mocking, and talkative, had gone quiet. His expression darkened. Aiden casually asked if he actually knew the old man. He said it like a joke at first, but then pushed harder, pointing out that Curse had spoken of the Holy Firebearer like someone close. He even called him old man. That wasn't normal. Curse's smile vanished completely. His tone dropped. He coldly told Aiden to mind his business. Then, without another word, he vanished. Aiden blinked. What's his deal all of a sudden? Later that night, in a back alley of Terranian, Aiden stepped out alone. He said to himself that, yes, getting another sacred relic was nice. But this place, this city, it never once appeared in his dreams or future visions, which could only mean one thing: chaos was already setting something in motion. Just then he noticed movement, a presence. Someone was following him. He stopped and asked bluntly, "Hey, why are you tailing me?" From the shadows, a cloaked figure stepped forward, wearing a mask. Aiden repeated the question, louder this time, but the masked figure laughed. "You're asking me that? What a shameless rascal." In an instant, she drew her blade. Aiden barely reacted in time, blocking it with his banshee shield. Sparks flew. The woman narrowed her eyes, accusing him directly. She said she knew what people like him were doing in Terranian. Chaos was already crawling through this city, and he was part of it. That accusation confirmed everything. Aiden realized chaos had already sown confusion here. This woman must have mistaken him for one of them. He told her plainly, "I don't know what twisted plan you think I'm part of, but I'd rather skip these whole drama, Princess Liliana." She froze. Even with the mask, he'd identified her. She was stunned. How could he know? But Aiden wasn't interested in fighting her. He raised a hand and told her he had no intentions of hurting her or the Divine Law Court. He urged her to lower the sword. But Liliana didn't back down. She shouted that his filthy, corrupted aura couldn't fool a holy eye. She could see the darkness within him. That struck a nerve. Aiden twitched slightly, his fist clenched. Curse, now watching from above, burst into laughter. This time, they hadn't just attacked Aiden physically. They'd insulted him personally. Aiden then concluded that the reason why the princess kept accusing him was because she has the holy eye, which could see a person's energy, whether good or bad. In the divine law courts, sainthood wasn't a matter of merit, it was blood. Only those born of royal lineage could be selected, and among them the chosen few were gifted with a rare divine trait: the holy eye, a sacred vision that allowed its wielder to see both the energy of a person and the degree of their honesty. And that was the problem, because Princess Liliana could see Curse, his form, his energy, his distorted essence. She couldn't understand what he was, only that he looked like a dark entity twisted in shadows, and that's why she was confusing Aiden with a dark mage. With her blade still drawn, she glared at Aiden and declared something sharp enough to cut deeper than any steel. He was the first person she had ever seen with pitch-black darkness that thick. She called him a villain, someone destined to bring ruin to the world, and she said she wouldn't stand by and let him or the gambling house owner carry out their twisted plans in Terrenian. Without another word, she lunged. Aiden blocked again with his banshee shield, the force of her blow echoing through the alley. Even while defending, he tried again to reason with her. He shouted that this was all a misunderstanding, but if she truly wasn't going to listen, could she at least explain what this gambling house owner was supposed to be? That was a name he'd never even heard. But the princess didn't care. She sneered at him for feigning ignorance. Over and over she repeated, he couldn't deceive her. Not with the holy eye. Not with that darkness coiling around his soul. Aiden sighed internally. So much for talking. If she wasn't going to listen, then it was time to subdue her. He reached for his blade, preparing to end the fight quickly. Not to hurt her, but to knock her out before she dragged this into a spectacle. But then, a new presence arrived. A masked figure landed silently between them and raised a hand. "Stop," she said. Aiden flinched slightly. He hadn't sensed her coming at all. And worse, she bore the same divine mark as the princess. Liliana was taken aback. "Master?" she asked. "But this man is evil. I saw it with my holy eye. Shouldn't we destroy him?" But the woman spoke over her. She told her disciple to sheathe her sword. She added that Aiden was not the person she believed him to be. Liliana hesitated but obeyed. She didn't understand, but she trusted her master's word. The woman turned to Aiden and bowed slightly. She apologized, saying her disciple had acted with too much fervor. Aiden narrowed his eyes. He muttered inwardly that something was wrong. His fire eye, which could read truths behind people, even through divine barriers, showed him nothing. No name, no presence, no aura, just emptiness. He took a step back. He remembered the myths of a godlike balancer, a force meant to maintain the order of the continent. A being who once stabilized kingdoms and courts alike, until she lost herself. She descended into madness. She became a monster of flame and judgment, turning entire cities to ash. She was the very one who gave Aiden his legendary title, Dragon Slayer King, after he brought her down in a past life. And she was the one whose death had started his regression, gifting him the second chance he now walked. There was no doubt in his mind. The masked woman before him was that dragon. And the princess beside her? She was the same one who, in Aiden's past life, would try to lead a failed rebellion, only to be executed and branded a traitor.